Chapter 1. The Trash Collector's Eyes. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The stench hit Shinwei before he even rounded the corner of the alchemy pavilion. A wall of acrid fumes, burnt sulfur, rotting spiritual herbs, and the sharp metallic tang of failed elixirs rolled down the stone steps like an invisible tide. He pulled the frayed collar of his servant's robe over his nose, though it did little good. 3 years of hauling waste from the Azure Peak sex workshops had thickened his skin, but never quite killed his sense of smell. "Oi, trash boy, get up here already." The voice belonged to senior apprentice Liu, a pock-faced outer disciple who guarded the alchemy pavilion's rear door with all the enthusiasm of a man sentenced to latrine duty. He leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, spiritual energy flickering lazily around his fingertips, a casual display meant to remind Shinwei of the gulf between them. Shinwei bowed his head. "Coming, senior apprentice." He climbed the steps with practiced efficiency, his wooden cart rattling behind him on its iron wheels. The cart was older than he was, patched with scrap lumber and held together by rusted nails and stubbornness. One wheel wobbled dangerously on its axle. He'd asked the quartermaster for a replacement 3 times. 3 times he'd been told that mortal servants didn't warrant expenditures from the sect's budget. The rear door opened onto a corridor that smelled even worse up close. Ceramic jars lined the walls, some cracked and leaking viscous fluids in shades that didn't exist in nature. Shinwei navigated around a puddle of something that hissed faintly against the stone floor and approached the waste chamber. 6 bins today, Liu said, not bothering to look at him. The third-year disciples attempted soul-condensing pills again. Most of them failed. Most. Shinwei couldn't help himself. Liu's eyes narrowed. "All of them. But you didn't hear that from me. The pavilion elder doesn't appreciate gossip from the help." He flicked his wrist, and the door swung open with a gust of spiritual force. A reminder, always a reminder, that even the lowest disciple could do things Shinwei never would. The waste chamber was a room roughly 10 paces across, its walls stained with years of alchemical residue. 6 wooden bins, each as tall as Shinwei's waist, sat in a row. He approached the first one and peered inside. Shattered jade vials, charred herb fragments, lumps of something that might once have been pill paste, now hardened into irregular black stones. A twisted copper stirring rod. 3 cracked spirit stones, their surfaces dulled and gray, completely drained. Trash. All of it. Shinwei had learned early that the Azure Peak sect produced waste in extraordinary quantities. A single afternoon of alchemy practice generated more refuse than a mortal village created in a month. The formations workshop was worse. Broken arrays, burned talismans, and warped metal components piled up faster than he could haul them. And the cultivation caves, where disciples meditated and practiced techniques, shed spent spirit stones like autumn leaves. He loaded the bins onto his cart one by one. His arms ached. His back ached. Everything ached. At 16, he was already developing the hunched posture of a man twice his age. The spiritual energy that saturated the sect grounds should have been invigorating. It was why the Azure Peak sect had been built on this mountain in the first place, atop a convergence of 3 minor spirit veins. But spiritual energy did nothing for mortals. It flowed through him like water through a sieve, leaving nothing behind. "Faster," Liu said from the doorway. Shinwei loaded the last bin and began the long descent. The alchemy pavilion sat near the peak of Azure Mountain, connected to the lower grounds by a series of switchback paths that were treacherous even without a fully loaded cart. He braced his legs against the slope and let gravity do most of the work, steering the cart with white-knuckled hands. The waste pits sat at the very bottom of the mountain, in a hollow that the sect's founders had deemed too spiritually barren for cultivation. A fitting place for trash. The hollow was ringed by scraggly pines that grew at odd angles, their trunks twisted by decades of exposure to leaked spiritual waste. The air down here was thick and still, carrying a permanent metallic aftertaste. Old Man Su was already there when Shinwei arrived. The old servant sat on his usual rock beside the largest waste pit, a bamboo hat pulled low over his eyes, apparently asleep. His wispy white beard stirred slightly in a breeze that Shinwei couldn't feel. "Good morning, Grandfather Su," Shinwei called. One eye opened beneath the hat brim. "Is it? I hadn't noticed." Shinwei smiled despite his exhaustion. Old Man Su had been the waste pit keeper for as long as anyone could remember. The other servants whispered that he'd been here since before the current sect master was born. He was ancient, seemingly harmless, and largely forgotten, which suited him fine, if you believe the occasional sharp comment that slipped through his doddering facade. Shenwei began emptying the bins into the pit. The charred herbs tumbled down the slope, raising little clouds of acrid dust. The spent spirit stones clinked against each other like hollow bones. He was reaching for the last bin when something caught his eye. A jade slip. It sat among the debris of the third bin, half buried beneath a mound of pill residue. It was cracked, a single fissure running from one end to the other, but its surface still held a faint, pearlescent sheen that the other waste lacked. Jade slips were used to store techniques, formation blueprints, and alchemical recipes. They were valuable. Even broken ones could sometimes be read. Shenwei hesitated. Mortal servants were forbidden from taking anything from the waste. The rule existed because, technically, discarded sect property still belonged to the sect. In practice, the rule existed because Elder Feng Zhua, the supply hall master, had declared it so, and what Elder Feng declared became law for anyone without cultivation. He glanced at Old Man Su. The old man appeared to be asleep again, his chest rising and falling with theatrical regularity. Shenwei picked up the jade slip. The moment his fingers closed around it, the crack widened. Light erupted from the fissure, not the gentle glow of spiritual energy that Shenwei had seen disciples manipulate, but a searing, white gold radiance that stabbed directly into his eyes. He tried to drop the slip, but his fingers had locked around it, muscles seizing as the light intensified. Pain, not in his hands, but in his eyes. A burning, drilling sensation that burrowed behind his eyeballs and into the center of his skull. He opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The world dissolved into white. Images flickered through his mind. A vast workshop filled with impossible machines. Mountains of discarded materials, each one glowing with inner fire. A figure in robes of shifting color, standing before a forge that burned with a flame that consumed nothing. The figure turned toward him, and Shenwei saw eyes that blazed with the same white gold light that was destroying his own. He hit the ground. The jade slip shattered in his hand, crumbling to fine powder that scattered in a breeze that still only seemed to affect Old Man Su's beard. Darkness swallowed him. The last thing he heard, before consciousness left entirely, was Old Man Su's voice, no longer doddering, no longer sleepy, but sharp and focused, and startlingly young. Well, that's unexpected. Shenwei woke to the smell of herbal broth and the distant sound of a bell marking the evening watch. He was in the servant quarters, a long, low building at the mountain's base that housed the sect's mortal workforce. His cot was narrow and hard, the straw mattress flattened by years of use. A clay bowl of broth sat on the floor beside him, still warm. He sat up slowly. His head throbbed. His eyes felt strange. Not painful anymore, but different, as if someone had cleaned a window he hadn't known was dirty. He blinked several times, adjusting to the dim lamplight of the servant quarters. Everything looked normal. The rough wooden beams overhead, the sleeping forms of other servants in their cots, the small shrine to the earth god in the corner, its incense long since burned to ash. Normal. Shenwei pressed his palms against his eyes and took a steadying breath. He must have fainted from the flash. Overwork, poor nutrition, and a face full of whatever spiritual energy had been stored in that jade slip. A reasonable explanation. He reached for the broth and drank it in long, grateful swallows. It was thin, more water than substance, but it was warm and it settled his stomach. He needed to relieve himself. He swung his legs off the cot and padded barefoot through the sleeping quarters to the rear door. The waste pit was visible from here, a dark depression in the moonlit landscape, surrounded by those twisted pines. And it was glowing. Shenwei froze. The waste pit, that vast repository of the sect's refuse, pulsed with light. Not a uniform glow, but a constellation of individual points, some bright, some dim, in colors that ranged from pale silver to deep amber to a rich, unmistakable gold. Each point seemed to correspond to a specific item in the pit. The charred herbs flickered with residual green. The spent spirit stones held faint traces of crystalline blue. And there, near the top of the pile where he'd dumped today's haul, a cluster of those failed soul-condensing pills blazed with a warm, pulsating amber. Shenwei rubbed his eyes. The lights remained. He looked at the servant quarters. Normal. Dull. No glow, no light beyond the single oil lamp flickering in the window. He looked back at the waste pit. The constellation of abandoned potential stared back at him. "What happened to me?" he whispered. His gaze fell on a small herb cutting that had tumbled from his cart earlier that day. It lay in the dirt near the path, stepped on and ignored. But to his altered eyes, it blazed with a rich, deep gold, brighter than almost anything else in sight. Whatever this herb cutting was, whatever had been discarded about it, his eyes were telling him it was valuable. He picked it up. It was a stem fragment, perhaps 3 inches long, with 2 small leaves still attached. To the touch, it felt like any dried herb, light, papery, brittle. But the golden glow intensified when he held it close, and he felt something he'd never felt before, a faint warmth that sank through his skin and settled somewhere in his chest. Shinwei tucked the herb cutting into his robe and returned to his cot. Sleep did not come for a long time. He lay in the darkness, staring at the ceiling, feeling the impossible warmth in his chest and seeing, when he closed his eyes, the afterimage of 1,000 abandoned treasures glowing in the dark. Something had changed. Everything had changed. And in the waste pit keeper's shack, old man Su sat with the shattered remnants of the jade slip arranged before him in careful patterns. His eyes, clear, sharp, entirely unlike those of a doddering old servant, studied the dust with the focus of a man reading scripture. The essence site, he murmured. After all these centuries, the site has found a new host. He closed his eyes and exhaled slowly. Heaven help him. Heaven help us all. Chapter 2. A glow among the refuse. Morning came too quickly. The bell for the servants' first watch clanged through the quarters at the 5th hour, dragging Shinwei from a restless sleep filled with dreams of light and fire. He rose with the others, splashed water on his face from the communal basin, and pulled on his work robe, the same faded gray garment he'd worn for 2 years, patched at the elbows and fraying at the hems. The herb cutting was still in his pocket. He touched it through the fabric, felt its papery fragility, and, impossibly, the faint golden glow reached him even through cloth. Not with his physical eyes, but with something behind them. A sense, a knowing. He had to test this. Whatever had happened to his eyes, he needed to understand it before anyone else noticed. Breakfast was rice porridge with pickled vegetables. The same breakfast every day, barely enough to fuel the body for the mountain's demands. Shinwei ate quickly, avoided conversation, and headed for the waste pits before the other collectors had finished their meals. The morning light changed everything. In the pre-dawn darkness, the pit had been a constellation of colored lights. In daylight, the glow was subtler, more like a heat shimmer around certain objects, a faint distortion in the air that made specific pieces of refuse seem to vibrate with an inner energy. But it was still there. His eyes had not returned to normal. Shinwei descended carefully into the pit's upper slope. The refuse was layered like sediment in a riverbank. Yesterday's haul on top, last week's deeper, last month's compacted at the bottom. He'd been walking across this surface for 3 years and never once thought to look more carefully at what lay beneath his feet. Now he couldn't stop looking. A blackened spirit stone fragment, cracked nearly in half, shimmered with a thread of crystalline blue energy. A warped copper formation plate, its inscriptions melted beyond recognition by any normal examination, pulsed with faint lines of amber where residual power still clung to the ruined channels. And the failed soul-condensing pills from yesterday. He could see that they weren't entirely failed. Roughly 1/3 of the spiritual essence that should have been bound into pill form had scattered during the botched refining process, but the remaining 2/3 was still trapped inside those hardened black lumps, compressed and waiting. Waiting for what? Shinwei muttered. He picked up one of the pills. It looked like a pebble, irregular, matte black, smelling faintly of sulfur and burnt licorice. Any alchemist would look at this and see a failure to be discarded. But Shinwei's altered vision showed him a tight spiral of amber energy coiled inside the pill's core, rotating slowly like a miniature galaxy. He hesitated for only a moment. Then he put the pill in his mouth. The texture was gritty, like eating charcoal. The taste was worse, bitter and acrid, with an aftertaste that numbed his tongue. But the moment his teeth cracked through the hardened shell, the coiled energy unspooled. Warmth flooded his mouth, his throat, his chest. Not the faint whisper he'd felt from the herb cutting, but a genuine surge, a river of energy flowing into his body, filling spaces he hadn't known were empty. Shinwei sat down hard on the trash heap, gasping. His hands trembled. Inside his body, the energy circulated without direction, bouncing chaotically between his organs and limbs. He had no cultivation technique, no training in how to guide spiritual energy. The power surged and crashed like waves in a storm. It took several minutes for the energy to settle on its own. When it did, it pooled in his lower abdomen, what cultivators called the dantian, though Shinwei only knew the word from overheard conversations. The warmth sat there, radiating gently, like a coal banked in ash. I absorbed qi, he breathed. The words sounded ridiculous coming from his mouth. Mortal servants didn't absorb qi. Mortal servants couldn't absorb qi. That was the entire point of the distinction between mortals and cultivators. Some were born with spiritual roots that could channel the world's energy, and some weren't. But the warmth in his dantian was undeniable. Shinwei looked at the herb cutting he'd brought from last night. The golden glow was even more vivid now, practically screaming with potential. He put a leaf in his mouth and chewed. This time was different. Where the failed pill had delivered raw, undirected energy, the herb cutting released something more refined. A smooth, warm current that flowed naturally downward to his dantian and merged with the existing pool. The sensation was pleasant, almost soothing. The golden glow faded from the chewed leaf, and the warmth in his abdomen grew noticeably stronger. 2 discarded items. 2 infusions of spiritual energy, both from things that the Azure Peak sect had thrown away as worthless. Shenwei looked at the vast waste pit with new eyes. Thousands of items glowed before him, some faintly, some brightly, each one carrying residual energy that someone had deemed insufficient, contaminated, or simply not worth the effort to reclaim. Together, they represented a fortune in spiritual resources that had been tossed aside like kitchen scraps. "They can't see it," he whispered. "None of them can see this." The bell for the morning work assignment rang in the distance. Shenwei scrambled out of the pit, brushed the grime from his robe, and hurried toward the quartermaster's station with his heart hammering and his mind racing. He maintained his composure through the morning assignments. The quartermaster, a tired mortal woman named Mrs. Chun who'd been managing the servant workforce for 20 years, assigned him to the formations workshop. A different route than yesterday's alchemy run, but the same basic task: collect waste, haul it to the pits, repeat. The formations workshop was a sprawling complex of open-air workstations where disciples practiced inscribing spiritual arrays onto various materials. The waste here was different from the alchemy pavilions: broken stone tablets, snapped brushes caked with formation ink, torn paper talismans, and warped metal plates where inscriptions had gone wrong and the backlash had melted the surfaces into abstract shapes. To his altered vision, the workshop's waste shone like a festival display. Every broken tablet held traces of the formation that had been inscribed on it. Not the physical lines, which were crumbled and gone, but the spiritual intent behind them. He could see ghost lines of energy hovering above the broken surfaces, mapping out the formations that should have been. The formation ink in the discarded brushes glowed a rich indigo, still potent despite being considered used up. And the metal plates, the warped, melted, supposedly ruined metal plates, contained veins of spiritual energy that had been permanently fused into the metal during the backlash, creating accidental alloys that no smith had intended. Shenwei loaded the waste methodically, careful to note which items glowed brightest. He separated them by color in his mind. The amber ones seemed to contain raw qi. The blue ones held structured energy like formations or techniques. The green ones were biological, herb and pill residues. The gold, like the herb cutting, was rare and intense, suggesting something of exceptional quality. He finished his route by midday and hauled the cart to the pits. Old Man Su was on his rock again, apparently asleep. Shenwei dumped the waste, then, after checking that no one was watching, pocketed 3 items: a spirit stone fragment with a thick thread of blue energy, a lump of melted formation metal that vibrated with fused power, and a shattered jade piece that glowed faintly gold. That evening, hidden behind the servant quarters where the garbage bins provided cover and the smell discouraged visitors, Shenwei experimented. The spirit stone fragment yielded its energy when he pressed it between his palms and concentrated. The blue thread unspooled slowly, entering through his skin and flowing to his dantian with a cool, precise quality, different from the warmth of the pill and the smoothness of the herb. It felt like structure, like a framework being laid down inside him. The formation metal was harder to work with. He could see the energy inside it, but couldn't figure out how to draw it out. He pressed, squeezed, even tried licking it. Nothing. The power sat locked inside the metal, fused too thoroughly to respond to his clumsy efforts. The jade piece, the golden one, crumbled at his touch. Not shattered, crumbled, as if it had been waiting to dissolve. The golden energy poured into him all at once, a rush that made his vision white out for a terrifying second. When it cleared, the warmth in his dantian had nearly doubled. Shenwei sat against the garbage bin, trembling with exhilaration and fear. In a single day, using nothing but items the sect had thrown away, he'd accumulated more spiritual energy in his dantian than some disciples gained in their first week of cultivation. The question screamed at him: why can I do this? The jade slip. The cracked jade slip from the alchemy pavilion waste, the one that had burned his eyes and knocked him unconscious. It had done something to him, changed his vision, given him this ability to see what others couldn't. But was the vision the only gift? Was his ability to absorb qi connected to the new sight, or had the jade slip unlocked something else inside him? A latent potential that had always been there, hidden, discarded by whatever cosmic mechanism decided who was born mortal and who was born a cultivator? He didn't know. He needed to know, and there was only one person at the bottom of Azure Peak Mountain who might have answers. Shenwei found Old Man Su's shack locked and dark. He knocked anyway. "Go away," came the muffled reply. "Old bones need rest." "Grandfather Su, something happened to me. I think you know what it is." Silence. Long enough that Shenwei almost walked away. Then the door opened, revealing Su's weathered face lit by a single candle. The old man's eyes, usually clouded and unfocused, were sharp as polished steel. "Come in," he said quietly. "And don't touch anything." The shack was cramped but meticulously organized. Shelves lined every wall, filled with small containers, wrapped packages, and items that, to Shun Wei's new vision, blazed with such intensity that he had to squint. "You can see them," Su said. It wasn't a question. Shun Wei nodded. "The glow, the colors, the energy that everyone else ignores." Another nod. Old Man Su sighed heavily, as if a burden he'd been carrying for decades had suddenly doubled in weight. He gestured to a small stool. "Sit. This is going to be a long conversation, and you're not going to like most of it." He reached under his cot and produced a sealed jar. Inside, arranged in careful layers, were items that Shun Wei recognized, refused from the waste pits, things he'd hauled and dumped over his 3 years of service. But each one glowed with extraordinary intensity. Su had been collecting them for years. "You're not just an old servant," Shun Wei said slowly. "No," Su agreed. "I'm not. And after what I saw today, neither are you." He met Shun Wei's gaze with those impossibly sharp eyes. "What you have is called the essence sight. It hasn't appeared in this world for over 800 years. And the last person who possessed it built an empire from other people's garbage." He paused. "Then his enemies burned that empire to ash and killed everyone in it." The candle flickered. Outside, the wind carried the faint metallic smell of the waste pits. "So," Su said, leaning forward, "the question is, what are you going to do about it?" Chapter 3. First breath of qi. Shun Wei didn't sleep that night. He lay on his cot, staring at the ceiling, turning Old Man Su's words over in his mind like stones in a tumbler. The essence site. 800 years. An empire of garbage. Everyone killed. Su had said little more. He'd warned Shun Wei to keep his ability secret. The sect would either exploit you or execute you, depending on which elder found out first, and told him to return the following evening. Then he'd closed his door with a firmness that brooked no argument. The warmth in Shun Wei's dantian pulsed gently with each heartbeat. He pressed his palm against his abdomen, feeling the impossible energy sitting there like a second heart. 3 years as a mortal servant. 3 years hauling other people's waste up and down a mountain, eating thin porridge and sleeping on straw, watching disciples half his age perform miracles of spiritual power while he pushed a broken cart. And all along, the sect had been throwing away the very thing he needed to change his fate. He couldn't decide if that was irony or cruelty. Morning came. Porridge. The quartermaster's station. Today's assignment. The cultivation caves, East Wing. The worst route. The caves were deep inside the mountain, connected by narrow tunnels that his cart barely fit through, and the disciples who practiced there were the most territorial about their waste. Not because the waste was valuable, but because they didn't like servants seeing their meditation spaces. Privacy was prized among cultivators. Failure was shameful, and the waste told stories about failure that disciples preferred to keep quiet. Shun Wei navigated the tunnels with practiced familiarity. The cultivation caves were individual chambers carved into Azure Peak's granite core, each one assigned to a disciple for personal meditation and technique practice. The doors were heavy, sealed with basic formation locks that any cultivator could open and no mortal could touch. But the waste bin sat outside the doors. That much, at least, was accessible. He worked his way down the East Wing corridor, emptying bins into his cart. His altered vision cataloged everything automatically now, a running inventory of hidden value that scrolled past his consciousness like a merchant's ledger. Burned meditation incense with residual calming qi, faint blue glow. A ripped cushion leaking spiritual cotton that had absorbed decades of ambient energy, soft amber shimmer. Broken jade meditation beads, each one still holding a fragment of the mantra they'd been used to recite. Tiny pulses of structured blue energy locked in patterns he couldn't yet decipher. Good. All good. But nothing extraordinary. Nothing that blazed gold like the herb cutting or the jade fragment from yesterday. Then he reached Cave 17. The waste bin was larger than the others and nearly overflowing. Whoever cultivated here was either exceptionally prolific or exceptionally wasteful. Shun Wei began transferring the contents and stopped. A cultivation manual. Not a jade slip. An actual paper manual. Its pages yellowed and torn. Most of it was illegible, the ink faded and smeared. But 3 pages near the middle remained intact, and to Shun Wei's essence sight, Those 3 pages blazed with such intense blue light that they hurt to look at. He turned one carefully. The text described a breathing technique, a specific pattern of inhalation and exhalation designed to draw ambient qi into the body. Basic stuff, he assumed. The kind of thing disciples learned in their first week. But hovering above the ink, visible only to his altered vision, were ghostly afterimages, additional text that the original author had written with spiritual energy rather than ink. Notes, corrections, refinements that existed only in the spiritual layer. There's a hidden version, Shenwei whispered. The physical text was a simplified cultivation breathing method. The spiritual text, the version that only he could see, was far more detailed, far more nuanced. It described not just how to breathe in qi, but how to sense different types of qi, how to filter impurities during absorption, how to direct the energy to specific meridian points for maximum efficiency. This wasn't basic. This was advanced. Whoever had written this manual had embedded their real knowledge in the spiritual layer and left the physical text as a decoy, or perhaps as a simplified version for students who couldn't perceive the deeper content. And someone had thrown it away. Probably the disciple in Cave 17, who'd found a torn, faded manual among their inherited materials and tossed it as illegible garbage. Shenwei tucked the manual pages into his robe with trembling hands. That evening, he returned to Old Man Su's shack. The old man was waiting for him, seated cross-legged on the floor with an oil lamp burning low between them. His eyes tracked Shenwei with the alert precision of a hawk watching a field mouse. "Show me what you found." Shenwei produced the manual pages. Su took them, squinted at the physical text, and grunted. Basic Qi Circulation Manual, Volume 2. Nothing special. Any outer disciple gets this in their first month. Look deeper, Shenwei said. Su's gaze sharpened. He held the pages closer to the lamp, then shook his head. I can't see what you see, boy. Tell me. Shenwei described the ghostly text, the hidden layer of spiritual writing that detailed advanced breathing techniques, meridian pathways, and qi purification methods. Su's expression shifted from skepticism to astonishment to something approaching reverence. The original author encoded their true teaching in the spiritual layer, Su murmured. A technique called essence imprinting. The heavenly reclamation pavilion used it to hide knowledge in plain sight. I haven't heard of it in. He trailed off, catching himself. In a very long time. The heavenly reclamation pavilion, Shenwei repeated. Su had mentioned it last night, the organization built by the last person with essence sight. Later, Su's voice was firm. First, you need to learn proper qi circulation before the energy in your dantian dissipates or destabilizes. Read me the hidden text. Every word. For the next 4 hours, Shenwei read, and Su listened. Occasionally the old man would interrupt to ask for clarification or to nod in silent confirmation. When Shenwei finished, Su sat in silence for a long time. This is real, Su finally said. Not just the simplified breathing technique, the advanced method. It's a genuine cultivation path, modified for someone who absorbs qi from external, refined sources rather than raw ambient energy. He looked at Shenwei. Modified for someone with the essence sight. Can you teach me to use it? I can guide you. The rest depends on you. Su pointed to the floor. Sit. Cross your legs. Straighten your spine. Close your eyes. Shenwei obeyed. The energy in your dantian, you can feel it? Yes. A warm pool. It's been there since I absorbed those discarded materials. Good. Now listen carefully. The hidden text describes a breathing pattern. 3 counts in through the nose. Hold for 2. Release for 5 through the mouth. On the inhale, imagine the warmth in your dantian rising, like steam from a pot. On the hold, imagine it condensing, becoming denser. On the exhale, imagine it flowing outward through your body and returning to the dantian, having traced a single circuit. Which circuit? Start with the central meridian, the line between your dantian and the crown of your head. Up the front of the spine on the inhale, down the back on the exhale. This is the foundation circuit, the first path that every cultivator opens. Shenwei breathed. In through the nose, 3 counts. Hold for 2. Out through the mouth, 5 counts. On the first cycle, nothing happened. On the second, a faint tingling in his lower abdomen. On the third, the warmth moved. It was subtle, barely a whisper of sensation, but unmistakable. The pooled qi in his dantian shifted upward along a line he'd never felt before, a channel running up the center of his torso. It rose perhaps 3 inches before faltering, then flowed back down as he exhaled, retracing a fractionally longer path along his spine. Again, Su said. Shenwei breathed. The 4th cycle pushed the qi 6 inches up. The 5th, a foot. The 6th, stop. You'll tear your meridians if you force it. The channels haven't been opened yet. You're not just circulating qi, you're carving the path as you go. A mortal's meridians are closed, collapsed, like dry riverbeds. You have to open them gradually, or the energy will rupture the channel walls. Shenwei stopped, panting. Sweat beaded on his forehead despite the cool evening air. His heart raced. The qi had settled back into his dantian, but the channel it had traveled, that brief, shallow circuit, felt different. Warm, tender, like a muscle used for the first time. How long until the full circuit is open? Days, if you're careful. Hours, if you're reckless and willing to risk crippling yourself. I'll be careful. Su actually smiled. Good answer. Now, the breathing technique is only half the method. The other half is what makes it unique to the essence site. He reached under his cot and produced a small object, a fragment of spirit stone, drained in gray waste. But to Shunwei's vision, it held a faint thread of blue. While you circulate, hold this. Focus your sight on the residual energy inside it. The hidden text says that essence sight practitioners don't just see potential, they can draw it in through contact during active circulation. The breathing pattern creates a vacuum effect, and the sight identifies what to absorb. You're not just meditating, you're reclaiming. Shenwei took the spirit stone fragment. It was cool in his palm, its surface rough where it had fractured. He closed his eyes, began the breathing pattern, and focused his awareness on the faint blue thread within the stone. On the third breath, he felt it. A tug. Not physical, spiritual. As if a gossamer thread had connected his dantian to the residual energy inside the stone, and each inhalation drew that thread tighter, pulling the trapped qi toward him. On the seventh breath, the blue thread snapped free. A cool stream of structured energy flowed through his palm, up his arm, and into his dantian, merging with the existing warmth. The spirit stone fragment in his hand crumbled to gray dust, its last trace of value extracted. Shenwei opened his eyes. Old man Su was watching him with an expression that mixed pride, sadness, and something that looked disturbingly like grief. It took the last 3 months to reach that point, Su said quietly. You did it on your first night. The last one. The last person with essence sight. Su stood abruptly. That's enough for tonight. Come back tomorrow. Bring whatever you find. We have a great deal of work to do. He paused at the door. And Shenwei, tell no one. Not a single soul. What you have is not a gift. It's a target painted on your back. The only reason you're still alive is because no one knows to aim. The door closed. The lock clicked. Shenwei walked back to his cot through a world that glowed with hidden light, carrying dust in one hand and fire in the other. He did not sleep. But for the first time in 3 years, it wasn't exhaustion that kept him awake. It was hope. Chapter 4, The Old Man's Test. 3 days passed. Shenwei hauled waste by day and trained with Old Man Su by night, falling into a rhythm that left him perpetually exhausted but strangely energized. Each evening, he brought his finds to the shack, drained spirit stones, failed pills, broken artifacts with residual energy, and Su guided him through the breathing exercises that allowed him to absorb their hidden value. His dantian grew. Not dramatically, Su was careful about that, limiting his intake to prevent what the old man called essence flooding, a condition where too much foreign qi overwhelmed a newly formed spiritual foundation. But steadily, each night, the warm pool in his lower abdomen expanded a fraction, and the central meridian circuit that he'd begun carving grew longer and smoother. Your meridians are unusually responsive, Su observed on the third night, watching Shenwei circulate qi through a circuit that now reached from dantian to solar plexus. Most first-time cultivators take a week to open that much channel. You're doing it in days. Is that the essence sight? Partially. The sight enhances your perception of internal energy flows, which means you can guide qi more precisely. But there's something else. Su rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The qi you're absorbing isn't raw. It's been refined once already by whatever process created it in the first place. A spirit stone's energy was purified by natural earth veins. An alchemical pill's energy was processed by the refinement. When you absorb the residual, you're getting pre-processed qi. Your meridians don't have to do the initial refinement work that other cultivators deal with. So I'm cheating. You're being efficient. There's a difference. Su's mouth twitched. Most cultivators sit in meditation, drawing in raw ambient qi and spending enormous effort to filter and refine it. You're skipping that step entirely because someone else already did the refining and then threw away the result. His eyes gleamed. Think about what that means for your cultivation speed. Shenwei thought about it. The implications were staggering. The Azure Peak sect generated tons of refined spiritual waste every day. If even a fraction of that waste still held usable energy, and his essence sight told him that far more than a fraction did, Then he was sitting on a cultivation resource that dwarfed anything available to a normal disciple. The fourth morning changed everything. Shenwei was sorting through the formation's workshop waste when he noticed an unusual glow among the debris. Not the typical amber or blue of residual qi, but something more complex, a weave of multiple colors, green and silver and deep violet, braided together in a pattern that pulsed with rhythmic precision. He pulled the item free. It was a formation plate, a flat disc of polished stone roughly the size of his palm, used as a base for inscribing portable formations. This one was cracked diagonally, and the formation lines carved into its surface were partially melted, the way they got when a formation backfired during testing. A standard piece of workshop waste. But the braided glow told a different story. Beneath the ruined surface formation, the stone itself held a deeper pattern, an older formation, partially overwritten by the disciple's failed attempt. The original formation was intact, its energy channels still flowing with that multicolored weave. Someone had used a pre-inscribed formation plate for practice, not realizing that the plate already contained work of significantly higher quality than anything the workshop disciples were attempting. Shenwei pocketed it and finished his route with difficulty, his mind buzzing with questions. That evening, he presented the plate to Old Man Su. The old man took it, turned it over in his gnarled hands, and froze. "Where did you find this?" "Formation's workshop waste. It was in the discard bin outside Workstation 9. Su's fingers traced the cracked surface. He couldn't see the braided glow. He'd confirmed that his own vision didn't share Shenwei's ability, but his fingers seemed to read the stone like a blind man reading script. This is a chi-gathering array. Not the student version the workshop teaches, the real thing. Third-tier complexity. If this were intact, it would be worth. He trailed off, shaking his head. It doesn't matter what it would be worth. It's broken. Is it? The surface formation is ruined, but the original array underneath is still active. I can see the energy flowing through it. Su looked up sharply. Described the energy pattern. Shenwei described the braided weave, the green, silver, and violet channels intertwined in a rhythmic pulse. Su listened with his eyes closed, occasionally nodding. The original formation is a modified chi-gathering array designed to collect and condense ambient spiritual energy, Su said when Shenwei finished. If the underlying formation is truly intact, then the only damage is cosmetic, the surface inscription that a disciple tried and failed to carve. The plate itself is still functional. Can we use it? Su was quiet for a long moment. Then he stood, moved to his shelves, and retrieved a small toolkit. Fine brushes, bottles of what appeared to be formation ink, and a magnifying lens. He set the toolkit on the floor beside the formation plate. "This is your test," Su said. "I'm going to tell you where the surface damage is. Based on standard formation architecture, I can guess the general layout. But only you can see the actual energy channels underneath. You're going to guide me while I repair the surface inscription to match the underlying formation. I don't know anything about formations. You don't need to. You just need to see. Tell me where the energy flows, which direction, how thick the channel, where it branches. I'll translate your observations into formation strokes. Consider it a lesson in collaboration." They worked for 3 hours. Shenwei described what his essence sight revealed. The silver channel runs from the center outward at roughly 2 finger widths to the right, then curves upward. It branches at the edge into 3 smaller channels, each about a hair's width. The violet channel crosses it at the midpoint, running perpendicular. And Su inscribed, his brush moving with a precision that belied his supposed age and infirmity. When the last stroke dried, the formation plate hummed. The cracked stone vibrated in Su's palm, and the air above it shimmered as ambient spiritual energy began flowing toward the disk, drawn in by the chi-gathering array's pull. "It works," Shenwei breathed. "It works," Su confirmed. He set the plate on the floor between them. The gathering effect was subtle, a gentle convergence of energy that thickened the chi in the immediate area. To Shenwei's sight, it was like watching a slow whirlpool form in a river of light. "Now sit. Circulate. Let's see what happens when you cultivate within a chi-gathering array's influence." Shenwei sat, closed his eyes, and began the breathing pattern. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Where before he'd been drawing thin threads of residual energy from discarded items, now the array was actively pulling ambient chi toward him, and the concentrated field made his absorption technique vastly more efficient. Each breath drew in a river instead of a trickle. His dantian swelled. The central meridian circuit, which had reached his throat over the past 3 nights, shot upward to the crown of his head on a single inhalation. The circuit completed. Dantian to crown, up the front, down the back, a continuous loop of flowing chi. Shenwei felt a click, not audible but visceral, as if a lock had turned inside his spiritual body. The foundation circuit is complete, Su said, his voice tight with emotion he was trying to hide. That's the prerequisite. Without a complete circuit, cultivation is impossible. With one, he swallowed. Shenwei, listen to me carefully. What I'm about to tell you will determine the path of your entire life. Shenwei opened his eyes. You have a choice, Su said. The energy you've absorbed, the circuit you've opened, it's enough to sustain basic qi manipulation. Parlor tricks, moving small objects, enhancing your physical strength, perceiving spiritual energy without the essence sight. You could stop here, live as a minor practitioner, and no one would ever know how you achieved it. A safe, small life. Or you cultivate properly, build a full spiritual foundation. Open all 12 primary meridians, condense your qi into a true cultivation base, and walk the path that every sect disciple walks, but using your essence sight and the trash of this sect as your resources. Su leaned forward. But understand, once you cross that threshold, you can't go back to being invisible. Your spiritual aura will develop. Other cultivators will sense you. They'll ask questions. And if anyone discovers that a mortal trash collector has somehow begun cultivating using the sect's discarded waste, the best outcome is interrogation. The worst outcome doesn't bear discussing. Shenwei looked at his hands. Calloused, scarred, the nails permanently discolored by 3 years of handling alchemical waste. The hands of a servant. The hands of a nobody. The warmth in his dantian pulsed. I want to cultivate, he said. Properly. Su studied him for a long time. Then, slowly, he smiled. And it was not the doddering grin of a harmless old man. It was the smile of a teacher who had waited a very long time for a worthy student. Then we begin tonight. He reached beneath his cot again and produced a scroll, not paper, but a material that shimmered with the faintest opalescent light. This is the Essence Reclamation Sutra. The first chapter. I've had it for a very long time, waiting for someone who could use it. Shenwei took the scroll with reverent hands. To his essence sight, it blazed like a captured star. Where did you get this? From the same place you've been getting everything else, Su said quietly. Someone threw it away. Chapter 5. Qi Condensation. The Essence Reclamation Sutra was unlike any cultivation technique Shenwei had heard disciples discuss. And he'd heard plenty, standing invisible in corners while apprentices compared notes and boasted about their progress. Normal cultivation techniques focused on absorbing ambient qi through meditation, refining it internally, and building a spiritual base through repetition and discipline. The sutra did something different. It taught him to see qi the way a jeweler sees rough stone, as potential waiting to be shaped. The first chapter described 9 stages of qi condensation, each one corresponding to a different aspect of reclamation. Where a standard technique simply accumulated energy, the sutra required Shenwei to collect, purify, restructure, and integrate qi from external sources in a specific sequence. The process was more complex than normal cultivation but, as Su explained, produced a fundamentally different and stronger result. Standard cultivation builds a house from new timber, Su said during their 5th training session. The sutra builds a house from reclaimed materials, which sounds inferior until you realize that reclaimed materials have already been stress-tested. The wood has weathered storms. The stone has borne weight. The metal has been forged once already. Your spiritual foundation will be tougher, more resilient, and more adaptable than any standard cultivators at the same level. Because my qi has been through more. Exactly. Every piece of energy you absorb carries an imprint of what it was before, the pill it was part of, the formation it powered, the technique it fueled. You're not just collecting qi. You're collecting experience. The sutra teaches you to integrate those imprints rather than strip them away. Shenwei threw himself into the work with desperate intensity. Every spare moment, morning before the bell, brief pauses during his collection routes, the long evenings in Su's shack, he devoted to the breathing exercises, the circulation patterns, and the absorption techniques that the sutra demanded. His essence sight made the process almost intuitive. Where the sutra described complex energy manipulations in abstract terms, his vision translated them into visible reality. He could see the qi moving through his meridians, watch the different types of absorbed energy blending and separating, observe in real time as his dantian evolved from a simple pool into something more structured, a swirling vortex of multicolored essence that rotated with increasing speed and coherence. On the 7th day, he broke through. It happened during his morning collection route, of all times. He was hauling waste from the pill repository, a storage vault where old, expired, or improperly sealed pills were periodically cleared out. The waste from the repository was extraordinary. Dozens of pills that had lost their optimal potency, but still contained enormous amounts of refined qi sat in the discard bins, their glow visible to his sight from 20 paces away. He'd pocketed 3 pills, a faded qi-gathering pill, a crumbled foundation supplement, and a curiously heavy black pellet he couldn't identify, and was wheeling his cart down the mountain when the breakthrough hit. It started as pressure. His dantian, which had been growing denser with each day's absorption, reached a critical point. The swirling vortex accelerated, compressing, generating heat that spread through his meridians like fire through dry grass. The breath caught in his lungs. His vision blurred, then sharpened beyond anything he'd experienced. The world snapped into a new level of clarity. Colors intensified. The ambient chi of Azure Peak Mountain became visible not as individual glows around objects, but as a pervasive field, a shimmering atmosphere of spiritual energy that flowed through everything, settling in the valleys, streaming along the spirit veins beneath the earth, eddying around the buildings and people like invisible wind. Chi condensation, first layer. Shenwei gripped the cart handles and forced himself to keep walking. His heart hammered. Sweat ran down his temples. But outwardly, he maintained the slouch and shuffle of a weary servant. No one noticed the revolution that had just occurred inside a trash collector's body. The difference was profound. Before the breakthrough, he'd been a mortal who could manipulate small amounts of pre-refined qi. Now he was a cultivator, the lowest possible grade, the very first layer of the very first stage, but genuine. His spiritual roots, dormant since birth, had been forcibly activated by the sustained influx of reclaimed energy. They were weak, thin, barely functional. But they existed, and they were growing. That night, he told Sue. The old man closed his eyes and sat motionless for a long time. When he opened them, they were bright. First layer in 7 days, he murmured, using nothing but waste. The Pavilion's founders would have been proud. He shook himself. Don't let this go to your head. First layer qi condensation is the threshold. It means nothing in terms of combat power. Any outer disciple at Azure Peak is at least 3rd layer. The inner disciples range from 6th to 9th. And the elders, he spread his hands. You're a candle in a room full of bonfires. I know, but I'm a candle that's growing. That you are. Sue reached for the faded qi-gathering pill that Shenwei had taken from the repository. This is worth far more than it looks. The pill has lost roughly 70% of its potency due to age and improper storage, but the remaining 30% is highly concentrated. The volatile compounds evaporated first, leaving the stable core essence behind. He set the pill on the formation plate they'd repaired. Absorb this during circulation. It should push you well into the 2nd layer. Shenwei did as instructed. The pill dissolved on his tongue like bitter honey, releasing a slow, steady stream of concentrated qi that flowed through his freshly opened meridians with an almost luxurious smoothness. The 2nd layer arrived within the hour, another compression, another click, another expansion of perception. The crumbled foundation supplement came next, on the 2nd night. Its energy was different, thicker, more structural, designed to reinforce the spiritual base rather than simply expand it. Shenwei felt his meridians widen slightly, their walls thickening, becoming more durable. 3rd layer. The black pellet remained a mystery. It sat on Sue's shelf, radiating a deep, pulsating indigo that Shenwei's sight couldn't quite decode. Sue examined it and admitted he didn't know what it was. Don't absorb unknown pills, Sue warned, especially ones that feel strange to your sight. Set it aside until we can identify it. The days blurred together. Shenwei maintained his cover as a mortal servant while cultivating at a rate that would have staggered any Azure Peak disciple who knew the truth. Each day's waste collection yielded new sources of refined qi, spirit stones, pills, formation materials, technique scrolls with residual energy, and each night's training session pushed him further along the sutra's path. By the end of the 2nd week, he'd reached qi condensation, 4th layer. By the end of the 3rd week, he was at the 5th. His essence sight sharpened with each advancement. At the 4th layer, he began seeing not just residual energy in objects, but the structural composition of that energy, the specific way qi had been arranged inside a pill, the particular frequency of a spirit stone's resonance, the unique signature of different formation types. At the 5th layer, he could perceive the flow of qi through other people's bodies, a dangerous ability that he was careful never to demonstrate. The sect's disciples walked past him every day, radiating spiritual energy that his sight mapped in vivid detail. He could see who was strong and who was weak, who was progressing and who was stagnant, who had clean, efficient circulation and who was wasting enormous amounts of qi through poor technique. He bit his tongue and pushed his cart and told no one. But secrets, like qi, had a way of refusing to stay contained. It was the afternoon of his 22nd day as a cultivator when he felt it. a pulse of killing intent, sharp and directed, lancing through the ambient chi field like a needle through silk. It came from behind him, from the direction of the supply hall, and it was aimed at the waste pits. Aimed at him. Shenwei kept walking. He didn't turn around, but his newly awakened spiritual senses painted a picture of the person behind him. A cultivation base at Foundation establishment, massive and dense compared to his own fledgling energy. An aura tinged with green, the color of alchemical expertise. And beneath it, a current of cold, calculated anger. Elder Fengzhua, the supply hall master. The man who controlled what entered the sect, and, more importantly, what left it, including the waste. You there, servant? The voice was precise and clipped. Stop. Shenwei stopped. He turned slowly, adopting the hunched posture and downcast gaze of a lifelong servant. Yes, Elder Feng. Fengzhua was a thin man in his middle years, with sharp features and eyes that missed very little. His robes were Azure Peak standard, blue with silver trim, but the fabric was finer than what most elders wore, and the jade ornament at his belt was worth more than a servant's lifetime wages. He stood 3 paces away, flanked by 2 outer disciples who served as his personal attendants. Name and assignment. Shenwei, Elder. Waste collection, all routes. How long have you served the sect? 3 years, Elder. Fengzhua's eyes narrowed. They swept over Shenwei's frame, the faded robe, the calloused hands, the wooden cart. Then they lingered on the cart's contents. Specifically, on a section of the current load that was conspicuously lighter than usual. Your cart is half empty. The cultivation caves produced twice this volume on a standard collection day. Shenwei's stomach tightened. He'd been skimming. Not dramatically, a few items per route, the ones with the brightest glow. But Fengzhua apparently tracked waste volumes more carefully than anyone realized. Some caves were sealed today, Elder. The disciples inside were in closed-door meditation. I collected from the open chambers only. A lie. A smooth, practiced, desperate lie. Shenwei held his breath. Fengzhua studied him for 5 long seconds. Then he nodded curtly. See that tomorrow's load is full. I've noticed discrepancies in the waste inventory. If anything is being diverted, I will find out. He turned and walked away, his attendants falling into step behind him. Shenwei didn't move until they were out of sight. Then he leaned against his cart and exhaled shakily. Fengzhua was watching the waste. Why would an elder care about garbage? The answer came to him that night, in Su's shack. The old man listened to Shenwei's account with a grim expression that deepened as the story progressed. Because Fengzhua has been stealing from the waste for years, Su said flatly. He schemes the most valuable items before they reach the pits. Spirit stones that still hold charge, pills that haven't fully expired, formation materials with residual value. He stockpiles them and sells them on the black market outside the sect. How do you know that? Because I've been watching him for longer than you've been alive. Su's voice carried an edge that Shenwei hadn't heard before. He noticed the discrepancies because your skimming is interfering with his. You're taking the very items he planned to take himself. The implications settled over Shenwei like a cold shroud. He wasn't just hiding his cultivation from the sect. He was now in direct competition with a Foundation establishment elder for resources, an elder who was corrupt, connected, and extremely dangerous. What do I do? For now, nothing. Fengzhua suspects a servant is pocketing a few items to sell. That's a minor offense, a beating and reassignment at worst. He doesn't know you're cultivating, and he certainly doesn't know about the essence site. Su leaned forward. But you need to be more careful. Take less per route. Vary your collection pattern. And never, ever let him see you examine an item with anything other than a servant's indifference. Shenwei nodded. The warmth in his dantian pulsed, stronger now, deep and stable, the foundation of a power that no one in the sect suspected. A candle in a room full of bonfires, Su had said. But candles could start fires too. Chapter 6. The girl with sealed roots. The medicine hall smelled of 1,000 different herbs, sweet ginger, bitter wolfsbane, astringent spirit grass, and dozens of others that Shenwei couldn't name. He navigated his cart through the narrow back corridor where the waste bins sat, cataloging the glows with practiced efficiency. Green dominated here. Herb cuttings, crushed roots, wilted spirit flowers whose petals still held traces of medicinal qi. Good material for absorption, if less potent than the pill repository's discards. He was reaching for the 3rd bin when the door banged open and a girl nearly collided with his cart. Watch it. She was slight, dark-haired, maybe a year younger than him. Her robe marked her as a servant, the same faded gray as his own, but her hands were stained green and yellow from handling medicinal plants, and she carried a woven basket overflowing with herb waste. Her face was sharp and angular, with high cheekbones and eyes that held a permanent glare, as if the entire world had personally offended her. Sorry, Shinwei said, stepping aside. You should be. This batch has to go to the pits before Elder Sun notices it's missing from the processing queue. She dumped the basket into the nearest bin with more force than necessary. Crushed spirit moss and dried stem fragments scattered over the edge. Missing from the processing queue? Shinwei repeated. Why would waste be in the processing queue? The girl shot him a look that was equal parts suspicion and contempt. Because Elder Sun can't tell the difference between spent herbs and fresh harvested ones when he's been drinking. He flagged this entire batch as viable for secondary extraction. It's been sitting in the hall for 3 days, stinking the place up, because no one wants to tell him he's wrong. Shinwei glanced at the bin. His essence sight told a complicated story. Most of the herbs were indeed spent, their spiritual energy reduced to faint traces. But among them, maybe 1 in 10 still pulsed with genuine potency. Elder Sun wasn't entirely wrong. He was just too impaired to sort the good from the worthless. Some of it might actually be, Shinwei began, then caught himself. A mortal servant wouldn't know anything about spiritual herb potency. Never mind. Might actually be what? The girl's eyes narrowed. You were going to say something. Nothing. Just thinking out loud. She studied him with the uncomfortable intensity of someone who made a practice of reading people. You're the waste collector. Shinwei, right? You've been on routes for 3 years. You know my name? I know everyone's name. It's called paying attention. I'm Lianyu, medicine hall assistant. I've been here 2 years. She hoisted her empty basket and turned to go, then paused. Are you rummaging through the waste bins for food? Because if you are, don't eat anything from the medicine hall. Half of it is toxic. I'm not eating the waste. Good. Because the last servant who ate discarded spirit herbs grew a third eye. Temporarily. It wasn't pretty. She disappeared back into the medicine hall, the door swinging shut behind her. Shinwei stood motionless for a moment, his heart rate slowly returning to normal. Then he looked at the bin of herbs she'd dumped and let his essence sight examine the contents more carefully. Buried near the bottom, tangled among the spent cuttings, a single root fragment blazed gold. He extracted it quickly and added it to his collection, then finished his route. But his mind kept returning to Lianyu, specifically to something his sight had shown him during their brief exchange. When she'd stood close, within arm's reach, he'd glimpsed something he hadn't seen in any other person at the sect. Every cultivator he'd observed had open, flowing spiritual roots, channels of energy that connected their dantian to the outside world, allowing chi absorption. Every mortal had dormant roots, closed channels, visible to his sight as dark, inert lines. His own roots had been dormant until the sutra activated them. But Lianyu's roots were neither open nor dormant. They were sealed, active but contained, bound by some kind of spiritual formation that wrapped around them like chains of pale light. Her roots existed. They were functional, potentially powerful, even given the thickness of the channels. But something had deliberately shut them down. Someone had locked her spiritual roots on purpose. The discovery haunted him through the rest of the day. He wanted to ask Sue about it, but the old man had warned him repeatedly against revealing the site's capabilities to anyone. Even describing what he saw about other people's spiritual anatomy could raise dangerous questions. He compromised by asking indirectly. Is it possible to seal someone's spiritual roots? He asked that evening, seated across from Sue with the formation plate humming between them. Sue didn't look up from the spirit stone he was examining. Yes, it's called root binding, an ancient technique used for several purposes: punishment, protection, containment. Why do you ask? Just curious. I overheard some disciples talking about it. Sue's tone suggested he didn't believe the cover story, but wasn't going to press. Root binding is difficult. It requires someone significantly more powerful than the subject, and the binding formation must be applied to the spiritual sea directly. It's painful, invasive, and usually permanent unless the binder releases it willingly or a practitioner of equivalent power dismantles the seal. Usually permanent? The formation degrades over time, especially if the bound roots are naturally strong. A powerful set of roots will push against the seal, weakening it decade by decade. But without external help, a sealed cultivator would need several lifetimes for the binding to erode naturally. Shinwei absorbed this. Lianyu was 16 or 17, had been at the sect for 2 years as a mortal servant. Someone had sealed her roots before she arrived. The seal looked old to his sight. The pale light had a weathered quality, like a rope left in the rain for years. But it was still strong, still holding. Could he break it? His essence sight showed him the seal's structure, a lattice of compressed chi wrapped around her root channels, each intersection point anchored by a tiny formation node. If he could disrupt enough nodes, the lattice would weaken. If it weakened enough, Her roots might break through on their own, but that would require getting close to her, examining the seal in detail, and somehow explaining what he was doing, all without revealing his cultivation or his site. He shelved the problem for later. He had his own advancement to worry about. The golden root fragment from the medicine hall waste turned out to be extraordinary. It was a piece of heavenly renewal ginseng, a spirit herb so rare that intact specimens could fund a small sex operations for a year. This fragment was tiny, barely the size of his thumb, and had clearly been severed from a larger root during processing. Whoever cut the ginseng had discarded this piece as too small to be useful. To Shunwei's sight, it burned like a miniature sun. He absorbed it during that night's cultivation session, and the results were explosive. The ginseng essence was unlike anything he'd processed before. It didn't just add chi to his dantian, but actively nourished his meridians, strengthening the channel walls and widening the pathways. His sixth layer arrived in a rush of golden warmth, and the seventh followed mere hours later as the ginseng's sustained release energy continued to flow. 2 layers in one night. His total time from mortal to 7th layer chi condensation, 26 days. Su was less pleased than Shunwei expected. "You're advancing too quickly," the old man said, frowning at the empty ginseng fragment. "Speed isn't always an advantage. Your foundation needs time to stabilize between breakthroughs. If you push too hard, you'll develop cracks in your spiritual base that will haunt you at higher levels. Is there a way to stabilize faster? Consolidation meditation. Circulate without absorbing. Let the existing chi settle and integrate. It's boring and it feels like you're wasting time, but it's essential." Su's eyes were stern. "Promise me you'll spend at least 3 days consolidating before absorbing anything else." Shunwei promised. He spent the next 3 days doing exactly that, circulating, stabilizing, letting his chi base mature. It was indeed boring, but he noticed the difference. His 7th layer foundation, initially rough and turbulent, smoothed into something dense and steady, like liquid metal cooling into solid form. On the 4th day, his consolidation was interrupted by Lianyu. She found him during his lunch break, sitting behind the servant quarters in his usual spot by the garbage bins. He was circulating, eyes closed, breathing measured, and didn't sense her approach until her shadow fell across his face. "Are you meditating?" Shunwei's eyes snapped open. Lianyu stood over him, arms crossed, basket on her hip, wearing an expression of deep skepticism. "Just resting my eyes." "With perfect posture and controlled breathing?" "You were meditating." She sat down across from him without being invited. "I've seen disciples do it 1,000 times. Spine straight, hands on knees, specific breathing pattern. You were doing the same thing." "I was mimicking what I've seen. It's relaxing." Lianyu stared at him. "Liar." The word hung in the air between them like a blade. Shunwei felt his heart rate spike. If she reported him, if she told anyone that a mortal servant was practicing meditation techniques, "Relax," Lianyu said, reading his expression. "I'm not going to tell anyone. You think I care about sect rules? I've been breaking them since I got here." She pulled a dried herb from her basket and chewed on it absently. "What I want to know is how. Mortals can't cultivate. We don't have functional spiritual roots. I should know. I've tried every meditation technique I've observed, and nothing works." The bitterness in her voice was raw and deep. Shunwei looked at her, really looked, letting his essence sight examine the seal on her spiritual roots in detail. The lattice was more complex than he'd first realized. Dozens of formation nodes, each one a tiny knot of compressed chi, wrapped around her root channels in a pattern that was almost elegant in its thoroughness. Whoever had done this was skilled, very skilled, and the seal was old, decades old, applied when Lianyu was an infant, possibly at birth. "It's not your fault," Shunwei said before he could stop himself. "What? That you can't cultivate? It's not because you're immortal. There's a reason, and it's not what you think." Lianyu's expression shifted from suspicion to something more vulnerable, more raw. "What do you mean?" Shunwei hesitated. Su's warning echoed in his mind. "Tell no one." But looking at Lianyu, at the fierce, stubborn, angry girl who'd been told her entire life that she was born without potential, that she was a mortal destined to serve cultivators until she died. "I can't explain now," he said. "But I might be able to help you. Not today. Not yet. I need to learn more first." He met her eyes. "Will you trust me?" Lianyu studied him for a long, silent moment. Whatever she saw in his face, it was enough. "No," she said. "I don't trust anyone. But I'm curious enough to give you a chance to earn it." She stood, reclaimed her basket, and walked away without looking back. But at the corner of the building, she paused. "My break is at the same time tomorrow. If you're going to meditate, you might as well have company." She was gone before he could respond. Shunwei leaned back against the garbage bin, his heart pounding for reasons that had nothing to do with cultivation. His essence sight still held the afterimage of her sealed roots. Powerful, imprisoned, waiting. Hidden potential, locked away. Just like everything else worth finding at Azure Peak sect. Chapter 7. The Broken Sword. Fatty Bao was not the kind of person who snuck up on anyone. He was 17, built like a young ox, and moved with the grace of a boulder rolling downhill. When he crashed through the bushes near the waste pit at dusk, Shinwei heard him coming from 30 paces away. I knew it. I knew something was going on. Shinwei was mid-absorption, seated beside a cluster of drained spirit stones whose residual energy he'd been systematically reclaiming. He'd gotten careless. The area around the pit was usually deserted at this hour, and he'd let his guard down. The spirit stones crumbled to dust in his hands as the last of their energy transferred, and he stood quickly to face the intruder. Fatty Bao was an outer disciple, third-layer chi condensation. According to the spiritual signature, Shun Wei's sight read from his body. He wore the standard blue robes with an enthusiasm that their rumpled state suggested he'd been climbing through underbrush in them. His round face was flushed, his small eyes wide with excitement. You're cultivating. Bao jabbed a finger at Shinwei. The servant boy is cultivating. I followed you from the servant quarters because you had that look, the focused look that people get when they're processing chi, and now I see you sitting with spirit stones and, he paused, looking at the dust on Shinwei's hands. Wait, were those active spirit stones? Did you just drain them? Shinwei's mind raced through options. Deny everything. Claim he was doing something else. Run. None of the options were good. Bao had seen too much, and the excited gleam in his eyes suggested he wasn't going to let this go. They were already drained, Shinwei said carefully. Discarded waste. I was cleaning them. Cleaning spirit stones. In the dark. Sitting in meditation posture. Bao's skepticism was surprisingly sharp for someone who looked like his primary concern in life was the next meal. Listen, I'm not going to report you. I couldn't care less about sect rules regarding mortal servants. What I care about is that you might be able to fix something for me. The sudden shift threw Shun Wei off balance. Fix something. Bao reached behind his back and produced a sword. It was a spirit sword, a weapon infused with chi channels that allowed the wielder to project spiritual energy through the blade. Or it should have been. This one was cracked along its length, a jagged fissure running from hilt to tip that had disrupted the internal chi channels beyond use. The sword was dead metal. My father's sword, Bao said, and the bluster drained from his voice. He was an outer disciple here, 20 years ago. He never made it past chi condensation 8th layer. Died in a beast tide defending a mortal village near the sect's territory. This was all they sent home to my mother. He held the sword with more care than his blunt hands seemed capable of. I've taken it to every weaponsmith at Azure Peak. They all say the same thing. The chi channels are shattered beyond repair. The metal can be melted down and reforged, but the original sword, my father's sword, would be gone. Shinwei looked at the sword with his essence sight. The crack was bad, there was no denying that. The physical fissure had disrupted 7 of the sword's 11 chi channels, leaving them disconnected and dead. But beneath the damage, the remaining 4 channels still held energy. Faint, flickering, barely there, but present. More importantly, the channels hadn't been destroyed. They'd been severed. The ends still existed on both sides of the crack, separated by a gap of perhaps 2 millimeters where the metal had split. The channels are still there, Shinwei said slowly. They're disconnected, not destroyed. Bao's eyes widened. You can see them? Too late to take it back. Shinwei held out his hand. Let me look more closely. Bao handed over the sword. Up close, the picture was even clearer. Each severed channel had a specific energy signature, frequency, intensity, color. The matching ends across the crack pulsed in synchronized patterns, reaching for each other like severed roots trying to rejoin. The metal between them, stressed and thin at the crack, was structurally weakened but not broken. I need materials, Shinwei said, the words coming automatically as a plan formed in his mind. Formation paste, the kind used to repair chi inscriptions. A spirit stone fragment, still holding charge. And a very thin piece of the same metal this sword is made from. I can get the paste and the spirit stone. The metal, it's spirit iron, common grade. Any weapon shop would have scraps. Get me a scrap that's been discarded. From the waste. Bao gave him an odd look, but nodded. I can do that. Tomorrow? Tomorrow evening. Here. After Bao left, Shinwei sat in the darkness and considered what he'd just done. He'd revealed his ability, partially, at least, to an outer disciple he'd known for 5 minutes. Su would be furious. But the sword called to him. Not the weapon itself, the potential inside it. For living channels in a broken blade, reaching for reunion. Hidden value in something everyone else had declared dead. This was what the essence sight was for. The next evening, Bao returned with the materials. The formation paste was standard quality, a viscous gray compound used by disciples to repair damaged chi inscriptions. The spirit stone was a small fragment with a decent charge, and the spirit iron scrap was a thin sliver that Bao had pulled from the weapons workshop waste bin. "You owe me an explanation," Bao said as he laid the materials out. "How can a mortal servant see chi channels in a sword? After I fix it." Shenwei worked in silence, using his sight to guide every step. He warmed the formation paste between his palms, infusing it with chi from the spirit stone, a technique he improvised on the spot, using the principles from the Essence Reclamation Sutra to blend the paste's adhesive properties with the stone's energy. The paste glowed blue-gray in his vision, alive with binding potential. He applied the paste along the crack, focusing on the 7 severed channels. At each junction, he used the spirit iron sliver as a bridge, pressing the thin metal into the paste while it was still warm, creating a physical connection across the gap. Then, using his sight, he guided trace amounts of his own chi into the paste, encouraging the severed channel ends to reach through the bridges and reconnect. One by one, the channels linked. The flickering energy stabilized. The synchronized pulses between the matched ends synchronized fully, merging into continuous flows. 7 bridges. 7 reconnections. The sword's internal chi network lit up in his vision like a constellation reassembling itself. The crack remained in the metal. He hadn't repaired the physical damage, only the spiritual one. But the sword hummed. A low, steady vibration that Bao felt through the ground. "Feed it chi," Shenwei said, handing the sword back. Bao took the sword and channeled his cultivation energy into the hilt. The blade resonated. A pale blue glow ran along its length, following the renewed chi channels, and the sword sang. A clear, pure note that rang across the waste pit and echoed off the mountain. Bao stared at the weapon in his hands. His eyes were very bright. "It works," he whispered. "It works better than before. I can feel it. The channels are cleaner. Smoother. He searched for words. Like they were upgraded during the repair. Reclaimed materials carry the imprint of what they've been through," Shenwei said, echoing Su's words. "The channels were stressed, broken, and reconnected. They're stronger now because of what happened to them, not weaker." Bao looked at him with an expression that Shenwei would come to know well, a mixture of awe, gratitude, and the dawning realization that everything he'd been told about value and waste was fundamentally wrong. "Who are you?" Bao asked. "A trash collector," Shenwei said. "Now, about that explanation you wanted," he told Bao a carefully edited version of the truth. He could see spiritual energy in objects. He'd taught himself some basic cultivation from discarded materials. He needed this kept secret. He did not mention the Essence site by name, Old Man Su, or the Essence Reclamation Sutra. Bao listened, asked surprisingly intelligent questions, and at the end nodded decisively. "I'm in." "In what?" "Whatever this is. You can see what others can't. You can fix what others throw away. And you just gave me back my father's sword." Bao straightened to his full, considerable height. "My father died because he was weak. Because the sect didn't invest in outer disciples who weren't prodigies. Because they considered him expendable, waste, just like everything in this pit. If you found a way to turn waste into something valuable, then I want to be part of it." Shenwei opened his mouth to refuse, to insist that he worked alone, that it was too dangerous, that Bao should forget everything he'd seen. Instead, he extended his hand. Bao shook it. His grip was crushing. "One condition," Shenwei said. "Name it. You tell absolutely no one. If this gets out, we're both dead. Or worse." "Deal." Bao grinned, a wide, reckless, infectious grin. "So, trash boy, what else can you fix?" Chapter 8. Restoring what was lost. Over the following week, Shenwei discovered that having an ally changed everything. Bao was an outer disciple. He had access to areas Shenwei couldn't reach. The weapons workshop, the technique library's discard room, the outer sect training grounds where broken equipment accumulated in forgotten corners. He couldn't see what Shenwei saw, but he could carry items, ask questions without raising suspicion, and provide cover when Shenwei needed to examine something without being observed. Their arrangement was simple. Bao brought items, Shenwei assessed them with his sight, and together they determined what could be salvaged. Most items held only trace amounts of residual energy, useful for Shenwei's cultivation but not worth the risk of keeping. Some were genuinely interesting. A torn formation scroll with intact structural designs, a cracked alchemy cauldron whose internal coating still functioned, a set of discarded training weights infused with gravity chi that still pulled at the earth. Bao, for his part, began training with renewed intensity. His father's restored sword became his primary weapon, and the quality of its renewed chi channels gave him an edge over disciples with standard issue equipment. He advanced from third layer to fourth layer qi condensation within 10 days, a pace that drew approving nods from his instructors. They think I'm finally applying myself, Bao told Shenwei during one of their evening sessions at the waste pit. If they knew the real reason, they'd confiscate the sword and put me on probation for using unauthorized equipment. Unauthorized? The sword isn't in the sect armory registry. It's a personal weapon from a dead outer disciple. Technically, it should have been surrendered to the supply hall when my father died. Bao's expression darkened. Elder Fengzhui tried to claim it, actually. My mother told him to go to hell. Fengzhui again. The supply hall master's shadow seemed to fall across everything of value at Azure Peak, whether it was acknowledged property or supposed refuse. Shenwei's own cultivation had reached the 8th layer of qi condensation during the consolidation period Su had mandated. He was close to the peak. One more breakthrough, and he'd be at the highest level of the first cultivation stage. After that came foundation establishment, a qualitative leap that separated casual practitioners from serious cultivators. Most outer disciples at Azure Peak spent years reaching foundation establishment. Some never made it at all. Shenwei intended to reach it in 2 months. The key was the discarded spatial ring. Bao had found it in the outer sect's lost and found bin, which was cleaned out every quarter and its contents dumped in the trash. The ring was tarnished silver, cracked around its setting, and completely inert by any normal measure. But Shenwei's sight revealed a tiny spark of spatial energy deep inside the ring's core, the remnant of whatever dimensional pocket had once been attached to it. It's a storage ring, Shenwei told Bao. The spatial pocket has collapsed, but the connection point is still active. If I could feed enough qi into it, the pocket might reinflate. Reinflate? Like a balloon. More or less. It took 3 nights of careful work. Shenwei fed qi into the ring using the absorption technique in reverse, pushing energy out through his palm and into the ring's core, guided by his sight. The spatial connection point was fragile, a gossamer thread linking the physical ring to a dimensionless void where the storage space had once existed. He coaxed it open, feeding it energy the way one might feed tinder to a dying coal, until the thread thickened into a cord and the void expanded into a space roughly the size of a small room. The spatial pocket contained what had been stored inside when the ring was damaged. There wasn't much. The previous owner had apparently been a low-ranking cultivator with modest belongings. But among the mundane items, old robes, personal letters, a broken comb, Shenwei found 3 things of extraordinary value. A sealed jade bottle containing 4 foundation establishment pills, expired by decades, their potency reduced to perhaps 20%. But 20% of a foundation establishment pill was still more concentrated qi than anything Shenwei had absorbed to date. A small cultivation manual titled Principles of Artifact Forging, Beginner's Guide. Worthless on its own, but the spiritual layer visible to Shenwei's sight contained hidden annotations from a master forger, advanced techniques far beyond the beginner level that the physical text presented. And a letter, folded, sealed with wax that had long since crumbled, addressed to whoever finds this ring. Shenwei read the letter by lamplight in Su's shack, while the old man dozed. The handwriting was precise and even, the language formal but not cold. To the finder of this ring, my name is irrelevant. I was a disciple of the heavenly reclamation pavilion in the years before its destruction. This ring contains the last of my worldly possessions. If you can read the hidden text in the forging manual, then you may be one of us. A seer who perceives what others discard. Know that you are not alone, and that the pavilion's destruction was not the end. The sutra endures. The sight endures. All things that are discarded wait to be reclaimed. Trust the old man who guards the waste. He was one of ours. Shenwei read the letter 3 times. Then he looked at old man Su, supposedly sleeping on his cot, and understood at last. You're from the heavenly reclamation pavilion, he said. Su's eyes opened. No surprise in them. Only resignation. Was from the pavilion. It was destroyed. I survived. Barely. He sat up slowly, joints creaking. I placed that ring in the lost and found bin 40 years ago, hoping that someday a seer would find it. I'd almost given up. The letter says to trust you. The letter says what I wrote 40 years ago. Whether you trust me is your own decision. Su met his gaze. But understand this. I gave you the first chapter of the sutra. That letter's author left you a forging manual with hidden teachings. The pavilion may be gone, but its knowledge persists, scattered, discarded, waiting in the trash of the world for someone with the eyes to find it. The warmth in Shenwei's dantian resonated with something deeper than qi. Purpose. Direction. The sense that his ability wasn't random. It was inherited, part of a lineage of people who saw value where others saw waste. What happened to the pavilion, he asked. A story for another time. You have more immediate concerns. Su nodded at the foundation establishment pills. Those pills, even at 20% potency, are enough to trigger a foundation establishment breakthrough in someone at chi condensation peak. But you need to reach the peak first, and you need your foundation to be absolutely stable before you attempt the transition. How long? At your current pace? 2 weeks to reach the peak. Another week of consolidation. Then the breakthrough attempt. Su's expression was grave. Foundation establishment is not like advancing through chi condensation layers. It's a qualitative transformation. Your entire spiritual base restructures itself. If the foundation isn't solid, the restructuring fails, and a failed foundation establishment can cripple your cultivation permanently. I understand. I hope so. Su lay back down. Because you don't get a second chance. Shenwei pocketed the pills, the manual, and the letter. He left the shack with the weight of inheritance on his shoulders and the glow of hidden treasure lighting his path. 2 weeks to the peak. 3 weeks to foundation establishment. And then everything would change. If Elder Fong Zhui didn't find him first. Chapter 9. The supply hall's shadow Elder Fong Zhui's operations were more extensive than Shun Wei had realized. The evidence accumulated slowly, visible only because Shun Wei's essence sight let him perceive traces that no physical investigation could detect. Certain items in the waste bins had been handled, touched by a cultivator's chi-infused fingers, leaving faint spiritual fingerprints that Shun Wei's evolved vision could distinguish. The fingerprints appeared on the most valuable items in each collection. Intact spirit stones mixed into the debris, pills that hadn't fully expired, formation materials with significant residual energy. Fong Zhui wasn't just skimming randomly. He had a system. Someone, probably one of his attendant disciples, was pre-sorting the waste before it reached the bins, extracting the best items and replacing them with genuine trash to maintain the expected volume. The items were then funneled to Fong Zhui's private storage through the supply hall's inventory system, hidden among legitimate purchases and distributions. He's been doing this for at least a decade, Shun Wei told Su, laying out his observations during their nightly session. The fingerprints on the older items in the pit matched the same signatures. Same person has been handling the pre-sort for years. Disciple Lin, Su said without hesitation. Fong Zhui was senior attendant. He's been with the elder since before you arrived at the sect. You knew about this? I've suspected for longer than you've been alive. But suspicion without proof means nothing, especially against an elder. Su's expression was bitter. Fong Zhui has connections in the Sect Masters Council. He supplies materials to the inner sect's elite disciples, using the sect's own discarded resources, no less. As long as the powerful are kept happy, no one questions where the supplies come from. The irony was painful. The Azure Peak sect was literally throwing away valuable resources, and the person responsible for managing that waste was stealing the best of it for personal profit. The remaining refuse, what actually reached the waste pits, was the dregs of the dregs. And yet, even those dregs had been enough to take Shen Wei from mortal to 8th layer chi condensation. If he had access to what Fong Zhui was taking, his cultivation would accelerate dramatically. But that line of thinking was dangerous. Fong Zhui was at foundation establishment, the stage beyond Shen Wei's current level, and his combat experience as an elder far exceeded anything Shen Wei possessed. A direct confrontation was suicide. Even an indirect one, through reporting or accusation, would pit a mortal servant's word against an elder's authority. The outcome was predictable and fatal. Patience, Su counseled. Reach foundation establishment. Build your strength. When you're powerful enough to protect yourself, then we can address the snake in the supply hall. Shen Wei agreed in principle. In practice, Fong Zhui forced the issue. It happened on a Tuesday. Shen Wei was completing his afternoon route through the inner sect's secondary alchemy lab when he felt the familiar prickle of hostile attention, a cultivator's spiritual sense, directed at him with predatory focus. He kept his head down and continued loading waste. Shen Wei. Fong Zhui's voice came from behind him, smooth and precise. Step into the storage room. We need to discuss something. The storage room was a small chamber off the main lab corridor. Windowless. One door. Shen Wei entered with every nerve screaming, his hands maintaining the tremor of a frightened servant while his chi coiled tightly in his dantian, ready to move. Fong Zhui closed the door and leaned against it. Up close, the elder's cultivation base was a furnace of spiritual power, foundation establishment, late stage, his chi thick and dense and suffused with the green tint of an alchemist's energy. His eyes were cold and calculating. You've been taking items from the waste. Not a question. Shen Wei's stomach clenched. I don't. The word was a whip crack. I've placed tracking formations on select items in the waste stream for the past week. 2 of them activated in your servant quarters. 1 more activated near the waste pit during evening hours. Fang's smile was thin as a razor. A mortal servant, stealing sect property. Normally, this would warrant dismissal and a public beating. But I'm a reasonable man. He produced a jade token from his sleeve, the supply hall seal of authority. I'm going to make you an offer. From this day forward, you will collect waste as usual, but you will also identify and set aside any items that meet certain criteria. Spirit stones above half charge. Pills with remaining potency. Formation materials with intact chi channels. You will deliver these items to a location I specify every third day. And in return, I don't have you flogged and thrown out of the sect. A generous offer, I think. Shen Wei's mind raced. The offer was essentially forced labor. Fang Zhuo wanted to use his ability to sort waste, not knowing about the essence site, presumably assuming Shen Wei had simply developed a knack for identifying valuable items through experience, to improve the efficiency of his theft operation. Refusing mint exposure, punishment, and the end of his cultivation. Accepting mint becoming Fang Zhuo's tool, handing over the very resources he needed for his own advancement. I'll do it, Shen Wei said. Fang Zhuo nodded, satisfaction gleaming in his cold eyes. Wise choice. The first delivery location is the hollow behind the eastern training grounds. Leave the items in the marked crate before the third watch bell. He opened the door. And Shen Wei, if you're thinking of reporting this arrangement to anyone, remember that I am an elder, and you are a servant caught stealing. Who do you think the sect master will believe? The door closed. Shen Wei stood in the dim storage room, fists clenched at his sides, chi burning in his veins. He went to Su that night and told him everything. The old man listened in silence, his expression darkening with each sentence. When Shen Wei finished, Su was quiet for a long time. This is both a problem and an opportunity, Su said finally. How is it an opportunity? Fang Zhuo just gave you a reason to be more thorough in your waste collection. He wants you to find valuable items. He'll ensure you have access to better waste from more restricted areas to improve his returns. That means better resources for your cultivation, because you'll skim the best items for yourself before handing over the rest. Shen Wei blinked. You want me to steal from the man who's blackmailing me? I want you to do exactly what he asked, with one modification. Anything you can absorb quickly. Chi from spirit stones, essence from pills, you consume on the spot during your collection routes. What you deliver to Fang Zhuo is the solid material, formation components, metal, physical items. He wants goods to sell. You want energy to cultivate. There's no conflict as long as you're smart about it. It was brilliant and dangerous, and Shen Wei had no better option. The arrangement began the next day. True to Su's prediction, Fang Zhuo expanded Shen Wei's collection routes. He now had access to the inner sect's primary alchemy lab, the Elder's personal formations workshop, and the sect's restricted artifact storage, all areas that generated waste of significantly higher quality than the outer sect's refuse. Shen Wei threw himself into the work. Each route became a cultivation session in disguise. He'd identify items with his sight, absorb their energy during brief pauses in his collection, ducking behind corners, lingering in empty corridors, timing his absorption to coincide with moments when no one was watching, and set aside the physical husks for Fang Zhuo's crate. His cultivation exploded. 8th layer strengthened and stabilized. 9th layer arrived within a week. The energy from the inner sect's waste was staggeringly concentrated compared to the outer sect's refuse. His dantian swelled until it pressed against the boundary of the chi condensation stage like water against a dam. Peak chi condensation, the threshold of transformation. Su tested him every night, pressing chi against Shen Wei's meridians to check their stability, examining the density and structure of his dantian with techniques that the old man had never fully explained but that clearly exceeded a retired servant's capabilities. Your foundation is solid, Su declared on the 15th day. Dense, stable, well-integrated. The multi-source chi absorption that the sutra teaches has given you a broader base than any single-source cultivator could achieve. You're ready for foundation establishment. For the attempt. There's no guarantee. The breakthrough requires your spiritual base to undergo a fundamental restructuring. Your chi condenses from a liquid state to a crystalline lattice, your meridians permanentize, and your spiritual roots fully activate. The process takes roughly 12 hours, and you'll be completely vulnerable during it. 12 hours. Unconscious and defenseless. In a sect where an elder was blackmailing him, and any number of disciples might stumble across a servant in suspicious circumstances. I need a safe location, Shen Wei said. I know just the place. Su led him to a section of the waste pit that Shen Wei had never explored. A tunnel beneath the deepest layers of refuse, shored up with ancient timber and hidden behind a fall of debris that looked natural but was actually a concealed door. Beyond it lay a small cave, dry and warm, lit by luminescent moss on the ceiling. My personal cultivation chamber, Sue said. Used it for the past 40 years. The walls are lined with a cheek-concealing formation. Nothing gets in or out. You could detonate a thunder tribulation in here, and the sect wouldn't feel a ripple. Shinwei looked at the old man, the supposedly feeble, doddering waste pit keeper, and marveled at how deeply hidden potential could be buried. Thank you, Grandfather Sue. Don't thank me yet. The hard part hasn't started. Sue pressed one of the expired Foundation establishment pills into Shinwei's palm. Take this when you're ready. And Shinwei, if the breakthrough fails, you won't die, but your cultivation path will be over. The qi in your dantian will scatter, and your meridians will close permanently. There are no second attempts. No second attempts. No safety net. No turning back. Shinwei sat in the hidden cave, surrounded by the sect's discarded waste above and the old man's guarded secrets below, and prepared to transform everything he was. He swallowed the pill. The world went white. Chapter 10. The torn manual's ghost. The Foundation establishment breakthrough didn't come like the qi condensation layers. No gentle click, no gradual expansion. It came like a demolition. Shinwei felt his dantian shatter. Not break, not crack, shatter, like a jar dropped on stone. The carefully accumulated qi that he'd spent weeks building erupted outward through his meridians with the force of a burst dam, flooding every channel, every capillary pathway, every dormant spiritual node in his body. The pain was incandescent. He screamed, but the qi-concealing formation swallowed the sound. Then the reconstruction began. The shattered qi didn't dissipate. It pooled in his meridian network, pressing outward against the channel walls with enormous pressure. Under that pressure, the walls began to change, not just strengthening but transforming, shifting from the soft tissue of a qi condensation practitioner to the crystalline structure of a Foundation establishment cultivator. The process was excruciatingly slow and excruciatingly painful, each meridian segment hardening and restructuring in sequence, from dantian outward. His spiritual roots, which had been active but undeveloped, received the flood of qi and bloomed. He felt them expand, thicken, send tendrils of spiritual awareness outward like a tree extending its roots into new soil. The roots found the ambient qi of Azure Peak Mountain and latched on, drawing in energy from the environment for the first time, not through reclamation of refined waste, but through direct absorption of raw natural qi. It was like tasting water after a lifetime of only knowing wine. Raw, unprocessed, enormous. Hours passed. Shinwei existed in a state between consciousness and oblivion, aware of the restructuring without being able to influence it. The expired Foundation establishment pill, despite its reduced potency, provided just enough concentrated essence to fuel the transformation. Without it, his spiritual base wouldn't have had the energy reserves to complete the reconstruction. When he finally opened his eyes, the cave was different. No, the cave was the same. He was different. His essence sight had evolved. The luminescent moss on the ceiling didn't just glow, it blazed with biological qi, each filament a tiny river of green life force. The ancient timber shoring the tunnel pulsed with the residual energy of the trees they'd been cut from. Decades of absorbed sunlight and rain, and earth qi compressed into dead wood that wasn't nearly as dead as it appeared. The formation inscriptions on the walls, which he'd barely noticed before, stood out in vivid blue-white lines, their structural patterns clear and readable. He could see formations now, not just residual energy within them, but their architecture, the logic of how qi channels connected, how nodes processed energy, how the overall design achieved its purpose. The qi-concealing formation on the cave walls was elegant, he realized. 12 primary nodes arranged in a dodecagonal pattern, each one filtering a different frequency of spiritual energy, creating a composite barrier that was effectively invisible to external detection. Foundation establishment. Early stage. His spiritual base was a crystalline lattice of compressed, multi-source qi that hummed with a density and complexity that, he sensed, was unusual. Normal Foundation establishment cultivators had uniform bases, single-source qi arranged in regular patterns. His was a mosaic, hundreds of different qi types interwoven in a structure that was irregular but remarkably stable, like a stone wall built from mismatched blocks that somehow fit together better than uniform bricks. Shinwei rose on unsteady legs and made his way out of the cave. It was night. He'd been in the breakthrough for nearly 14 hours, longer than Sue's estimate. The old man was waiting at the cave entrance, his expression shifting from anxiety to relief when Shinwei emerged. Foundation establishment, Sue confirmed, his spiritual sense washing over Shinwei in a wave. Early stage, stable, well-formed. Your multi-source base is. He paused, searching for words. Remarkable. I've never seen anything quite like it. My sight evolved again. It does that at each major breakthrough. What can you see now? Formations. Not just residual energy, the actual structural design. I can read how they work. Sue's eyes widened fractionally. That's stage 2. At foundation establishment. He rubbed his beard. The previous seer didn't reach stage 2 until core formation. You're ahead of schedule. Is that good? It's unprecedented, which usually means either very good or very bad. Sue handed him a flask of water. Drink, eat, rest. Your body needs to adjust to the new spiritual base. No cultivation for 3 days. Shenwei spent those 3 days in a state of heightened awareness that made his previous perception seem blind by comparison. Everything was alive with information. The servants' quarters radiated the accumulated spiritual residue of hundreds of mortals who'd lived and died in them over decades. The sect's buildings each held unique formation signatures, some intentional, some accidental patterns formed by years of qi leakage from the cultivators within. And the waste. The waste was a symphony. On his collection routes, which he continued without interruption, Feng's arrangement demanded consistency. Every item in the bins sang with hidden potential. His expanded vision revealed layers within layers. A broken talisman wasn't just a source of residual qi, but a complete structural blueprint for the formation it had been inscribed with, readable in the spiritual imprint left by the original creator's intent. A failed pill wasn't just compressed essence, but a detailed record of the alchemical process that created it, including the specific errors that caused the failure, and by implication, the corrections that would produce success. He was learning alchemy and formation work simultaneously, without ever taking a class, simply by reading the spiritual memory of discarded failures. One item in particular drew his attention. During his consolidation period, while collecting waste from the cultivation caves, he found a torn cultivation manual. Not the one from weeks earlier. This was different. Thicker, more pages, and torn more severely. Only scattered pages remained, and the physical text was largely illegible. But the spiritual layer was extraordinary. Each page was dense with ghostly text, not just annotations or corrections, as the first manual had contained, but entire additional chapters written in the spiritual medium. The physical manual was a basic qi circulation guide. The spiritual manual was an advanced treatise on meridian manipulation, techniques for widening channels, strengthening nodes, opening secondary and tertiary pathways that standard cultivation ignored. And there was something else. Hovering above the densest cluster of spiritual text, visible only because his sight had reached stage 2, was a figure. Not a real person. An afterimage, a spiritual echo of the original author preserved in the intensity of their inscription. The figure was small, translucent, seated in a meditation posture. It appeared to be waiting. Shenwei touched the page. The afterimage moved. Its translucent head turned toward him, and ghostly lips formed words that Shenwei heard not with his ears, but in his spiritual see. Can you see me? Shenwei nearly dropped the manual. The afterimage, the author's echo, was aware. Not sentient, exactly, but responsive. A sliver of consciousness embedded in the spiritual text, designed to activate when someone with the sight perceived it. Yes, Shenwei whispered. I can see you. The echo smiled. Then I have been waiting for you. My name is no longer important. What matters is the knowledge I carry. Listen carefully. I can only convey this once before my essence disperses. For the next hour, crouched in the cultivation cave corridor with his cart abandoned beside him, Shenwei received a transmission of advanced cultivation knowledge directly from a dead author's spiritual echo. The echo taught him meridian expansion techniques, qi purification methods, and, most valuable, a sequence of internal manipulations that would allow him to absorb and process external qi at 3 times his current rate. When the echo faded, the manual's pages crumbled to dust. The knowledge remained, branded into Shenwei's spiritual see like words carved in stone. He returned to Su that night and described what had happened. The old man's reaction surprised him. Su wept, silently, barely visibly, but genuine tears tracked down his weathered cheeks. He turned away and composed himself before speaking. That was a soul echo. The Pavilion's masters could create them, fragments of consciousness embedded in their writings, designed to activate only for a seer. Su's voice was rough. I haven't encountered one in centuries. They were the Pavilion's way of passing knowledge beyond death. Each echo was a teacher waiting for a student. How many are out there? Hundreds, potentially. Scattered across the world in discarded texts, broken jade slips, abandoned libraries. Waiting. Su looked at Shenwei with those ancient, sharp eyes. Waiting for someone like you to find them. Shenwei felt the weight of it. the vast, hidden network of knowledge that the destroyed pavilion had scattered across the world like seeds, each one dormant until the right eyes perceived it. The trash of the cultivation world was a library, and he was the only reader. His cultivation advanced steadily through the consolidation period. The meridian expansion techniques from the soul echo took immediate effect, widening his channels and increasing his chi throughput dramatically. By the end of the 3-day rest, he was at foundation establishment, early stage, but with a meridian network and chi density that rivaled mid-stage cultivators. The torn manual was gone, its physical form dissolved, but its knowledge lived on in Shun Wei's spiritual sea, reclaimed from destruction, given new purpose. Nothing in this world is truly waste. The Dao discards nothing, only mortals do. The words from the pavilion's ruins echoed in his mind like a mantra, and Shun Wei, the trash collector of Azure Peak sect, carried them forward. Chapter 11. The baited trap. Shun Wei should have seen it coming. In hindsight, the signs were obvious. The increased quality of waste in his routes, the suspiciously convenient placement of valuable items near the top of bins, the way Fang, Zhuo's attendant disciple Lin, had begun lingering near the collection points with poorly concealed interest. He'd been set up. The item was a spirit jade pendant, roughly the size of a walnut, nestled among shattered vials in the alchemy pavilion's discard bin. To normalize, it looked like a clouded piece of ornamental jade, pretty but worthless. To Shun Wei's essence sight, it blazed with a complex internal structure that he hadn't seen before. Concentric rings of formation energy, nested like the layers of an onion, each one pulsing with a different frequency. He reached for it instinctively. The moment his fingers closed around it, the outermost ring pulsed, and he felt a tiny thread of chi extend from the pendant into his hand, through his meridians, and settle against his dantian like a hook. A tracking formation, keyed to activate on contact and anchor to the handler's spiritual signature. Shun Wei froze. His mind raced through the implications. Fang Zhuo had planted this. The elder wanted to confirm something. Either that Shun Wei was cultivating, the formation would only anchor to someone with a dantian, or that Shun Wei was selecting items with a precision that exceeded a mortal servant's capability. He couldn't drop the pendant. The formation had already anchored. If Fang Zhuo was monitoring it, he'd see the activation and know that whoever touched it had a spiritual base. Shun Wei's training with the Essence Reclamation Sutra had taught him to absorb and reclaim energy from external sources. But could he absorb a formation that was actively attached to him? He turned the pendant over in his hand, examining the tracking formation with his Stage 2 sight. The outer ring, the tracking component, was a simple beacon design. It drew chi from the handler's dantian, amplified it to a specific frequency, and broadcast the result to a receiving formation held by the controller. The anchor was a thin thread of formation energy lodged in his meridian network. Thin, fragile, designed to persist in a cultivator's body through inertia, not through strength. Because no cultivator would notice a formation thread this subtle unless they could see it. But Shun Wei could see it. Carefully, methodically, he channeled a trickle of chi along the meridian where the anchor had lodged, isolating the formation thread the way a surgeon isolates a splinter. Then he used the sutra's absorption technique to dismantle it, not by force, but by reclaiming the formation energy that composed the thread, drawing it into his dantian and integrating it into his own chi base. The anchor dissolved. The tracking formation went inert, but the pendant was still in his hand, and Fang Zhuo would check on it. If the tracking formation showed no activation, the elder would know someone had deliberately dismantled it, which was almost as damning as being tracked. Shun Wei thought for 3 seconds. Then he pressed a tiny amount of his chi into the pendant's outer ring, reactivating the tracking beacon, and placed it among the items destined for Fang Zhuo's crate. Let the elder track his own crate. The formation would show that the pendant was activated and moving toward the designated collection point, exactly as expected. Fang Zhuo would conclude that whichever servant handled the pendant had a spiritual base, but since multiple servants rotated through the alchemy pavilion route, he couldn't pinpoint Shun Wei specifically. That night, Shun Wei told Su about the trap. The old man's expression was grim. He's getting suspicious. The tracking formation was a test, and the fact that it activated means he now knows that at least one person on the waste collection team has cultivation. He'll narrow it down. How long do I have? Days. A week at most. He'll plant more traps, vary the routes, and monitor which servant triggers the formations. It's only a matter of time before he isolates you. Shun Wei's jaw tightened. He'd been passive for too long, hiding, accommodating, bowing to a corrupt elder's demands while skimming the margins for his own survival. The strategy had served him well, but it had an expiration date, and that date was approaching fast. I need to reach mid-stage foundation establishment, Shenwei said, before Feng Zhuo closes in. If I'm strong enough, I can at least survive a confrontation. Mid-stage in a week? Su began, then stopped. He studied Shenwei's face, saw the determination there, and sighed. The black pellet. The one we couldn't identify. Shenwei retrieved it from Su's shelf. The heavy, dark pellet pulsed with that deep indigo glow, dense, complex, and still unreadable. I've been thinking about it, Su said slowly. The color, the density, the unusual weight. I believe it's a compressed cultivation resource, but not a pill. It's a core fragment. A piece of a cultivator's golden core, expelled during a failed advancement or a core-shattering injury. The energy inside is a cultivator's lifetime of accumulated qi, compressed to its densest possible form. A dead cultivator's qi? Possibly. Or a living cultivator who lost their core and couldn't reclaim this fragment. Su held up a warning finger. Core fragments are incredibly potent, but volatile. The qi inside them carries the original cultivator's imprint, their experiences, their emotions, their cultivation path. Absorbing it without proper preparation can cause spiritual contamination. Can the sutra handle it? Su was silent for a long moment. The sutra was designed specifically for this kind of challenge. Multi-source absorption, impurity integration, experiential imprint processing. If any technique can safely absorb a core fragment, it's the Essence Reclamation Sutra. Then let's do it. Shenwei sat in Su's hidden cave, the core fragment in his palm, and activated the sutra's deepest absorption sequence. The indigo glow intensified, swirling with internal patterns that his sight revealed as the compressed life experience of whoever this core had belonged to. He drew it in. The experience was overwhelming. Qi flooded his system, not just energy but memory, sensation, emotion. He felt the echo of 1,000 meditation sessions, the strain of 100 technique practices, the euphoria of breakthroughs, and the despair of failures. The original cultivator's life played through his spiritual sea in accelerated fragments, too fast to comprehend individually, but imprinting on his subconscious as raw experience. His cultivation base swelled. The crystalline lattice of his foundation establishment expanded, incorporated the new energy, restructured around it. His dantian, already dense with multi-source qi, became denser still, the indigo energy weaving through his mosaic base like threads of steel through cloth, reinforcing every junction and node. Mid-stage foundation establishment arrived like a thunderclap. Shenwei gasped, his body rigid, as the advancement sent a pulse of spiritual energy through every meridian simultaneously. In Su's hidden cave, with the qi-concealing formation swallowing all traces, the pulse was invisible to the outside world. But inside Shenwei, the change was seismic. His essence sight sharpened yet again. At mid-stage, he could now perceive not just formations and residual energy, but the latent potential in people, the hidden qualities and suppressed abilities that even the cultivators themselves might not be aware of. He looked at his own hands and saw his meridian network in perfect detail, a lattice of crystalline channels pulsing with multicolored qi. Mid-stage, Su confirmed from the cave entrance, his spiritual sense reading Shenwei's advancement. In 1 month and 4 days from mortal. I've lived a long time, Shenwei, and I have never seen anything like this. It won't matter if Feng Zhuo finds me. No, Su agreed. It won't. But it matters for what comes after. Shenwei emerged from the cave into the night air, his new cultivation base singing with power, and felt the future pressing against him like a weight. Feng Zhuo, the sect, the Pavilion's legacy, the essence sight, and all that it demanded of its bearer. One crisis at a time. First, survive the Elder's hunt. Then, everything else. Chapter 12. The Elder's bargain. Feng Zhuo cornered him again 3 days later. This time, the Elder didn't bother with privacy. He appeared at the waste pit during Shenwei's afternoon dump, flanked by both attendants, and wearing the expression of a man who'd finished deliberating and reached a verdict. You, Feng Zhuo said, and there was a new quality to his voice. Not anger, but something colder. Recognition. You've been holding out on me. Shenwei set down his cart and adopted the servant's posture. Elder Feng, I've delivered every item you specified. I'm not talking about the deliveries. Feng Zhuo stepped closer. His spiritual pressure expanded, pressing down on Shenwei like an invisible hand. At Foundation Establishment late stage, the Elder's aura was thick and oppressive. I planted 12 tracking formations in your collection routes over the past week. 8 were triggered. Every single one was triggered by you. And every single one was subsequently disrupted. The anchors dissolved. The beacons redirected. Shenwei said nothing. A mortal can't disrupt a tracking formation. Even a chi condensation cultivator would struggle with the subtlety I observed. Fengshui's eyes were serpentine. You have a cultivation base, at least foundation establishment, based on the sophistication of your interference. He paused, letting the implication land. A servant with a hidden cultivation base. In my sect, using my waste as a resource. The word my was doing a lot of work in that sentence. Xinwei noted it, filed it away, and said nothing. Fengshui circled him slowly. I should report you. A mortal servant who's secretly cultivated would be a subject of great interest to the sect master and the disciplinary hall. The investigation would be invasive, humiliating. And when they discovered you've been absorbing chi from the sect's discarded materials, well, the punishment for unauthorized cultivation using sect resources is core extraction and exile. Core extraction, the violent removal of a cultivator's spiritual base. Worse than death for anyone who tasted the path of cultivation. However, Fengshui continued. And there it was, the pivot, the leverage, the offer that turned a thread into a transaction. I have no interest in wasting a useful asset. Your ability to identify valuable items in the waste is exceptional. Better than exceptional, it's uncanny. Whatever technique you've developed, it's more efficient than anything I've seen in 30 years of managing the supply hall. He stopped in front of Xinwei, close enough that the elder's breath was visible in the cool mountain air. Here is my offer. You continue your waste collection, but you expand your scope. You'll report to me directly, not the quartermaster. Your collections will cover the entire sect, inner sect, outer sect, restricted areas, everything. You'll identify every item of value and deliver it to my private storage. In exchange, I'll provide you with legitimate cultivation resources, pills, spirit stones, access to the outer sect's training facilities. Your status will be elevated from servant to informal disciple. Not officially, of course. Officially, you'll remain a waste collector, but the benefits will be real. Xinwei listened to the offer and heard the trap within it. Fengshui wasn't being generous. He was consolidating control. By making Xinwei dependent on his resources and protection, the elder would own him completely. And the expanded waste collection? It would multiply Fengshui's illegal operation tenfold. What happens when I find items you want to keep secret? Xinwei asked, the question emerging before his caution could stop it. Fengshui's eyes narrowed. Clarify. You sell what you skim from the waste. I know that. You've been doing it for years. If I expand my collection to the inner sect, I'll find items that trace directly back to you. Items that prove where your merchandise comes from. What happens then? Silence. The waste pit stretched behind them, a vast depression of discarded potential. Fengshui's attendance shifted uncomfortably. You're observant, Fengshui said. His voice was soft, which was worse than when it was hard. More observant than I expected. That's either an asset or a liability, depending on how you use it. I'm not threatening you, elder. I'm asking a practical question, and I'll give you a practical answer. Fengshui leaned in. You will find things. You will deliver things. You will not ask questions about what happens to them afterward. If you maintain this arrangement, you benefit. If you don't, he shrugged. The waste pit is very deep, and mortal servants disappear all the time. The threat hung between them like smoke. I accept, Xinwei said. Fengshui nodded. Good. Your expanded routes begin tomorrow. I'll have the authorization delivered to the quartermaster tonight. He turned to leave, then paused. Oh, and Xinwei, whatever technique allows you to identify value in waste, I want to understand it. We'll discuss it during our first formal meeting. Consider it professional curiosity. He left. His attendants followed. Xinwei stood beside his cart in the fading afternoon light, his heart hammering and his mind racing through the implications of what he'd just agreed to. That night, Su's reaction was exactly what Xinwei expected. You fool. The old man paced his shack, hands clasped behind his back, radiating agitation. You've put yourself under his direct authority. He'll probe, he'll test, he'll push until he understands your ability, and when he does, he'll either try to replicate it or eliminate you to prevent anyone else from doing the same. I know. Then why did you accept? Because the alternative was exposure, investigation, and core extraction. This buys me time. Xinwei met Su's furious gaze steadily. And access. Su, he's giving me the entire sect's waste. Inner sect, restricted areas, everything. The resources I'll have access to are orders of magnitude greater than what I've been working with. I can reach late-stage foundation establishment within weeks. And then what? You'll still be his prisoner. Then I'll find a way out. But I'll be strong enough to do it on my terms. Su stopped pacing. He looked at Xinwei for a long time, the anger in his eyes slowly giving way to something more complex. Not approval exactly, but recognition. You're thinking like a Pavilion cultivator, Su said quietly. Seeing the hidden value in a bad situation. finding the resource that others would overlook. He sat down heavily. Just promise me you'll be careful. I promise. And promise me that when the time comes, when Feng pushes too far, when his greed overreaches his control, you'll act decisively. Not react. Act. On your terms, with preparation and purpose. I promise that too. Su nodded slowly. Then let's make the most of the access he's given you. Start with the Intersect Alchemy Labs. The waste there contains formation patterns and technique imprints that could advance your sight to new capabilities. And keep your eyes open for soul echoes. The Pavilion's teachers are waiting in the world's refuse. It's time to find them. Shenwei left the shack with purpose blazing in his chest. The trap was set, the game was afoot, and the clock was ticking. But for the first time since Feng's shadow had fallen across his path, Shenwei felt something stronger than fear. He felt ready. Chapter 13. Riches and Ruin. The Intersect's waste was another world, where the outer sect discarded common materials, basic pills, low-grade spirit stones, simple formation components. The Intersect threw away things that would have been treasures to any outer disciple. Failed sky-grade pills with 40% potency remaining. Spirit stones cracked during forced charging, their surfaces ruined but their cores still blazing with concentrated qi. Formation arrays of such complexity that even the broken ones contained more knowledge than a year of outer sect classes. And then there was the restricted area. Shenwei's new authorization token, provided by Feng Zhua via Disciple Lin, no questions asked, granted him access to the waste disposal chambers of the sect's 3 restricted zones, the Pill Repository's Overflow Vault, the Formation Hall's Experimental Wing, and the Elder's personal cultivation quarters. The Overflow Vault was where the Pill Repository stored pills that had degraded below the sect's minimum quality threshold. These weren't failed pills. They were successful pills that had aged past their prime, losing potency through time and imperfect storage conditions. To any normal assessment, they were worthless. To Shenwei's essence sight, they were a gold mine. He found a shattered core formation pill on his first visit. Its container had cracked, exposing the pill to air and causing its outer shell to crystallize and fragment. The sect's appraisal: damaged, hazardous, dispose immediately. Shenwei's assessment: 30% of the core essence remained trapped within the crystallized shell, compressed to extraordinary density by the very degradation that had ruined it. He absorbed the essence during a quiet moment in the vault's disposal corridor, pressing the fragments against his palm and drawing the qi through his skin with the sutra's technique. The effect was staggering. Core formation level essence, even at 30%, was so potent that it overwhelmed his foundation establishment channels momentarily. His dantian expanded by a visible degree, the crystalline lattice restructuring to accommodate the influx. In a single absorption, he'd gained more cultivation progress than a week of normal training. Over the following days, he systematically worked through the Overflow Vault's waste. Each expired pill contributed its residual essence. Each degraded elixir yielded concentrated qi of a quality he'd never encountered. His cultivation base grew dense and powerful, the multi-source mosaic of his foundation incorporating sky-grade energies that no servant, no outer disciple, would ever have access to. He reached foundation establishment late stage in 11 days. The Formation Hall's experimental wing was even more valuable, though in a different way. The waste here wasn't energy-rich, it was knowledge-rich. Broken experimental formations, failed array prototypes, shattered test plates covered in formation designs that the sect's researchers had tried and abandoned. To Shenwei's Stage 2 sight, each failure was a lesson. He could read the formation architecture, identify the design flaws, and, most importantly, perceive the ghostly imprints of the researcher's intent. Not soul echoes, exactly, but close, faded traces of the thought process behind each formation, preserved in the spiritual residue of concentrated intellectual effort. He learned more about formation theory in a week of examining waste than a dedicated student would learn in a year of formal study. The principles of qi channeling, energy conversion, array stability, resonance patterns, all of it was there, encoded in the failures that the Formation Hall had discarded. And it was during one of these examinations that he found something extraordinary. A formation plate. Small, dark, unremarkable. Its surface was blank, no visible inscriptions, no formation lines. To any normal observer, it was a piece of raw stone that had somehow ended up in the waste bins by mistake. But to Shenwei's sight, the plate blazed with an internal formation of such complexity that he could barely comprehend it. Hundreds of formation channels, layered in 3 dimensions, intersecting and interconnecting in patterns that made the qi-concealing formation in Su's cave look like a child's sketch. The formation was complete, functional, and entirely hidden, inscribed in the spiritual layer only, invisible to anyone without the essence sight. Another pavilion artifact, left in the world's refuse, waiting. He brought it to Sue that night. The old man handled it with reverent care, his fingers tracing the blank surface while Shun Wei described the internal architecture. A concealment formation, Sue identified. Not for hiding qi, for hiding objects in plain sight. Place this plate next to any item and the formation will render that item invisible to spiritual perception. Even a nascent soul cultivator would walk right past it. His voice dropped. The pavilion used these to hide their most valuable reclaimed treasures. Can we use it? We're going to need to. Your advancement is accelerating, and your spiritual signature is becoming harder to hide. At Foundation Establishment late stage, any elder who looks closely will detect your cultivation. This plate can mask your aura when you're near it. Shinwei added the concealment plate to his growing collection of reclaimed pavilion artifacts. The formation plate they'd repaired weeks ago. The spatial ring from the lost and found. The knowledge from the soul echo. And now this. The pavilion's scattered inheritance was assembling itself around him, piece by piece, like a broken vase slowly reforming. The elder's cultivation quarters proved the most dangerous and most rewarding of the restricted areas. The waste here was minimal in volume, but maximum in quality. Elders discarded almost nothing, but what they did discard was concentrated essence of the highest order. Meditation residue from decades-long cultivation sessions, technique imprints from failed experimental methods, and, in one extraordinary case, a fragment of something that Shun Wei's sight identified as tribulation energy. Tribulation energy, the lightning of heaven, called down during major cultivation breakthroughs, was the most potent form of spiritual energy in existence. An elder at the peak of their cultivation had apparently undergone a tribulation attempt in their quarters and failed. The residual tribulation energy had scorched the chamber, and the charred remains had been swept into the waste bin. Shinwei didn't absorb the tribulation energy. Even at his current level, the potency was lethal. But he cataloged its location, noting the bin, the route, the schedule. Someday, when he was strong enough, he would return for it. For now, he had more immediate concerns. Fang's first formal meeting was scheduled for tomorrow. The elder wanted to discuss Shun Wei's ability, his technique for identifying value in waste. Shin Wei needed a cover story, a plausible explanation for his uncanny accuracy that didn't reveal the essence sight. He prepared through the night, reviewing everything he'd learned about standard spiritual perception techniques. By morning, he had a story, enhanced spiritual sensitivity caused by prolonged exposure to concentrated waste qi. Not an ability so much as an adaptation, like a nose becoming more sensitive to specific scents through repeated exposure. Believable, testable, if Fang's would demanded a demonstration. And most importantly, replicable, suggesting that any cultivator could develop similar sensitivity with enough exposure, which would make Shinwei useful, but not unique. The meeting was in Fang's private office in the supply hall. Shinwei entered with his shoulders hunched and his expression neutral, concealing the Foundation establishment cultivation base that now thrummed beneath his servant's robe like a concealed weapon. "Show me," Fang's said without preamble. He gestured to a table where 6 items sat in a row, 3 genuine valuables and 3 worthless pieces of refuse, indistinguishable to the naked eye. Shinwei identified all 6 correctly in under a minute. Fang's eyes glittered. "Fascinating. And this is purely through exposure sensitivity." "Yes, Elder. 3 years of handling waste has trained my perception. I can feel subtle differences in weight, temperature, and texture that correspond to residual spiritual energy." Fang's studied him. Shinwei felt the elder's spiritual sense wash over him, probing, testing. The concealment plate in his pocket activated automatically, masking his true cultivation level. To Fang's perception, Shinwei appeared as a weak qi condensation cultivator. Beneath notice, beneath concern. "Acceptable," Fang's said. "You'll continue expanded collections. I want twice the volume by month's end." Shinwei bowed and left, his heart pounding. The deception held. For now. But the clock was still ticking, and Fang's curiosity was the kind that sharpened with feeding, not dulled. Time. He needed more time. And the sect's waste would give it to him. Chapter 14. The sealed roots. Lian Yu found him during her break, as had become their daily routine. She sat across from him behind the servant quarters, her herb-stained hands wrapped around a clay cup of cold tea, and studied him with the piercing attention that had become her default mode around him. "You're different," she said. "Different how?" "Stronger. More focused. You sit differently, like you're rooted to the ground instead of just resting on it." She set down the tea. "And your eyes. They've changed. There's something behind them that wasn't there before." Shinwei held very still. He'd been careful, meticulous, even about concealing his cultivation. The concealment plate masked his spiritual signature. His posture and mannerisms remained those of a servant. But Lian, you didn't rely on spiritual perception. She relied on observation, intuition, and a stubborn refusal to accept the surface of things. I've been sleeping better, he offered weakly. Liar. She said it without heat, almost affectionately. You're cultivating. I don't know how, but you are. Your breathing has changed. Your movements are more efficient. And twice this week, I've seen you look at things, random objects, waste bin contents, with an expression that has nothing to do with garbage and everything to do with someone assessing value. The silence stretched. A breeze carried the scent of spiritual herbs from the medicine hall. I can't explain everything, Shenwei said carefully. Not yet. But you're right. I've been learning things. Learning to cultivate. Yes. Something broke in Lian Yu's expression, not sadness, exactly, but a raw ache that she quickly masked. Good for you. Truly. I mean that. She picked up her tea again, gripping the cup too tightly. Some of us don't have that option. About that, Shenwei leaned forward. I told you before that there might be a reason you can't cultivate. That it's not because you're naturally immortal. I remember. I can see more now than I could then. He hesitated, weighing the risk. Sue's warnings echoed in his mind. But Lian Yu was not a threat. She was a person in pain, and he had the ability to help. Your spiritual roots are sealed, he said. Someone placed a formation on them, probably when you were very young. The seal is old and sophisticated, but it's not natural. Your roots are actually functional. They're strong, even stronger than most disciples I've observed. But the seal is preventing them from connecting to external qi. Lian Yu's cup slipped from her fingers. It struck the ground and shattered, spraying cold tea across the dirt. She didn't notice. What? You have spiritual roots. Real ones. Someone locked them. That's not possible. The sect tested me. When I was brought here as an orphan, they assessed every child. The testers said I had no spiritual roots at all. Zero affinity. The testers couldn't see past the seal. It's designed to make the roots appear dormant, non-existent, even. Whoever created the seal was extremely skilled. Lian Yu's face cycled through emotions, shock, disbelief, anger, hope, more anger. She pressed her fists against her temples and breathed through clenched teeth. Who would do this? And why? I don't know. The seal is old, at least 15 years, based on the degradation pattern. It was placed when you were an infant or a toddler. My parents. The word was brittle. I don't remember them. I was told they died in a beast tide when I was 2. I was raised by a mortal village until the sect took me in at 14. She lowered her hands. Her eyes were dry but burning. If they sealed my roots before they died, they must have had a reason. Protection, possibly. If your roots are as strong as they appear to my perception, then someone powerful might have wanted to claim you. Seal the roots, hide the potential, raise you as a mortal until the danger passed. But the danger never passed. Because they died. Lian Yu stood abruptly, her broken cup grinding under her heel. Can you break the seal? I think so. But not yet. The seal is complex, dozens of formation nodes in a lattice structure. If I disrupt too many nodes too quickly, the backlash could damage your roots permanently. I need to study it, plan the approach, and I need to be stronger than I am now to handle the energy release. How long? Weeks. Maybe a month. She stared at him. The mix of emotions in her eyes was almost too intense to hold. Then she did something he didn't expect. She stepped forward and gripped his sleeve, not gently, her fingers twisting the fabric. Don't lie to me. Don't promise something you can't deliver. If this is real, if you can actually see this, if you can actually fix it, then tell me straight. No hedging. No maybes. Shenwei met her gaze. Your roots are sealed. The seal can be broken. When I'm ready, I'll break it. That's not a maybe. That's a fact. Lian Yu held his eyes for 3 heartbeats. Then she released his sleeve, smoothed the fabric with an oddly tender gesture, and stepped back. Then I'll wait. But Shenwei. Her voice carried the edge of a blade. If you're wrong about this, if you're giving me hope for nothing, I will make you regret it in ways that cultivation won't protect against. She walked away. Shenwei watched her go, feeling the ghost of her grip on his sleeve and the weight of a promise that he intended to keep. That night, he discussed the seal with Sue in exhaustive detail, describing every formation node, every lattice intersection, every subtlety of the energy pattern. Sue listened with increasing intensity, occasionally asking Shenwei to repeat a description or clarify a structure. Dual-layer seal with interlocking nodes, Sue murmured. 48 nodes minimum, arranged in a nested hexagonal lattice. The resonance frequency suggests, He stroked his beard. This wasn't done by an amateur, or even an expert. This was done by a master, someone with at least nascent soul-level formation knowledge. A nascent soul cultivator sealed an infant's spiritual roots and then placed her in a mortal village. Apparently. The question is why? And who? Sue's eyes were distant, calculating. The seal design is familiar. Not the specific formation, but the school, the approach to node arrangement, the particular way the lattice distributes stress across the network. I've seen this style before. Where? Sue's expression closed. That's a conversation for another time. Focus on your cultivation. The stronger you are, the safer the unsealing will be for both you and the girl. Shinwei nodded, but filed the observation away. Sue recognized the seal design. Sue had known cultivators at the nascent soul level. Sue's past was deeper and more connected than the old man would admit. More hidden potential, waiting to be uncovered. The days folded into a rhythm of escalating intensity. Collection routes by day, cultivation by night. Feng's deliveries every third evening. Shinwei pushed his foundation establishment base toward its peak, absorbing the inner sect's waste with systematic thoroughness, and studied Lien Yu's seal whenever opportunity allowed. Brief moments during their daily meetings when he could examine the formation with his sight while she talked, mapping the lattice node by node. And he waited for the moment when the waste pit's trash collector would become something more. Chapter 15. The Elder Strikes. The blow came without warning. Shinwei was in the overflow vault, midway through his afternoon collection, when Fengzhuo appeared in the doorway. The Elder's expression was blank, the careful emptiness of a man who'd made a decision and was no longer conflicted about it. Two inner disciples flanked him, not his usual attendants. These were combat specialists. Shinwei's sight read their cultivation bases in an instant. Both at Foundation Establishment Peak. Both carrying spirit weapons charged and ready. Shinwei, Fengzhuo said, "We need to discuss a discrepancy. Elder, I've been tracking the spiritual content of your deliveries. Weighing them. Testing them. Every item you deliver contains the physical material I requested, the metals, the stones, the components. But the spiritual energy within those materials has been consistently lower than expected." Fengzhuo stepped into the vault. "Someone has been draining the qi from my merchandise before it reaches me." The temperature in the room seemed to drop. Shinwei's hands tightened on his cart. "The waste naturally degrades. Don't insult my intelligence." Fengzhuo's spiritual pressure slammed down like a physical weight. The two inner disciples circled to flank positions. "You've been absorbing the qi from my items, feeding your cultivation with energy that belongs to me. I should have seen it sooner. Your sensitivity, your precision, your growth. You're not just identifying valuable waste. You're consuming it." Shinwei straightened. The servant's posture fell away like a discarded robe. There was no point maintaining the pretense when the elder had already seen through it. "The waste doesn't belong to you," Shinwei said. "It belongs to the sect. You've been stealing from the sect for years." Fengzhuo's eyes went cold. "You're in no position to make accusations. I'm in exactly the position to make them. I've documented everything. Every item you've had me collect. Every delivery point. Every piece of merchandise that passed through your private channels." A bluff. Shinwei had documented nothing, but Fengzhuo didn't know that. "If I disappear, the documentation finds its way to the sect master." Fengzhuo's composure cracked. Just slightly. A twitch of the jaw, a flicker in the eyes, but enough to confirm that Shinwei's gamble had landed. "You're threatening me," Fengzhuo said softly. "I'm negotiating. There's a difference." The silence that followed was suffocating. The two inner disciples looked to Fengzhuo for direction, their hands on their weapons. Shinwei's qi coiled in his dantian, ready to explode outward if the situation turned violent. He was at Foundation Establishment late stage, strong for a former servant, but outmatched against three opponents of equal or greater cultivation. Fengzhuo smiled. It was the worst smile Shinwei had ever seen. "Negotiating requires leverage," the elder said. "And you've just revealed that your leverage is a bluff." He raised one hand. Lin. Disciple Lin stepped from behind a vault shelf, holding a small jade mirror. The mirror's surface rippled with recorded images. Shinwei, performing his collection routes, absorbing qi from waste items. The recording was thorough, spanning multiple days, capturing every moment of clandestine cultivation. "I placed surveillance formations on your routes a week ago," Fengzhuo said. "Not tracking formations, visual recordings. I have evidence of a servant cultivating using sect resources without authorization." "You have claims." He tilted his head. "Whose evidence do you think the sect master will find more compelling?" Shinwei's blood ran cold. The recordings showed everything. His absorption technique, his concealment methods, his cultivation level. Fengzhuo nodded to the inner disciples. "Take him to the waste pit, the deep section below the drainage line." They moved fast. The first disciple struck with a palm technique that sent a wave of force towards Shunwei's chest. Shunwei dodged, barely, his enhanced reflexes carrying him sideways as the blast shattered a shelf behind him. The second disciple closed the distance with a speed that spoke of combat training Shunwei didn't possess. A fist connected with his ribs. Something cracked. Pain exploded through his left side as he was lifted off his feet and hurled into the vault wall. He hit hard, slid down, tasted blood. Don't damage him too badly, Fangzhe was said from the doorway. I want him conscious for what comes next. The beating was methodical. The inner disciples knew exactly how much force to apply. Enough to incapacitate, not enough to kill. Shunwei curled into himself, protecting his head and dantian, absorbing the blows with the enhanced durability of a foundation establishment body. It hurt. Everything hurt. But his spiritual base held. The crystalline lattice absorbing impact forced the way it absorbed chi, distributing it across the network, preventing any single point of catastrophic failure. When it was over, he lay on the cold vault floor, blood trickling from a cut above his eye, ribs screaming, every breath a battle. Fangzhe crouched beside him. Here's what's going to happen, the elder said, his voice smooth as silk. You're going to continue your collections. You're going to deliver everything. Every scrap of chi, every fragment of energy, every bit of value, to me. No skimming. No self-cultivation. You're going to be my tool, nothing more. And if you deviate, even slightly, I'll send these recordings to the sect master along with a personal testimony that I discovered a rogue cultivator threatening sect security. Shunwei looked up through the blood. Fangzhe's face was a mask of triumph. And the waste pit. Shunwei croaked. Tomorrow night. I'm going to lock you in for 12 hours, just as a reminder of your position. Think of it as meditation time. Fangzhe stood. Take him. The disciples dragged Shunwei to the waste pit and threw him into the deep section, a narrow shaft that dropped below the main refuse pile, where liquid runoff from years of alchemical waste formed stagnant pools of toxic residue. The smell was indescribable. The shaft was 10 feet deep, the walls slick with condensation, the floor ankle-deep in slime. They sealed the entrance with a formation barrier and left. Shunwei lay in the filth, broken and bleeding, and looked up at the narrow circle of sky visible through the shaft's opening. Then he looked around with his essence sight and began to laugh. Chapter 16, Ocean of Abandoned Potential. The waste pit was a universe. In 3 years of hauling refuse and 2 months of cultivation, Shunwei had never been inside the pit's deep section. His collections had skimmed the surface, the top layers, the recent deposits. Below that surface, compressed by time and weight, lay decades of the Azure Peak sect's spiritual waste. And in the deep shaft where Fangzhe had imprisoned him, the concentration of residual energy was so dense that his essence sight nearly overloaded. Every direction blazed. The walls of the shaft, saturated with years of leaked spiritual residue, pulsed with amber energy that had seeped into the stone itself, creating accidental veins of concentrated chi. The liquid pool at his feet, far from being toxic waste, was a solution of dissolved spiritual essence. The concentrated runoff of thousands of discarded pills, herbs, and elixirs, filtered through layers of earth and stone until only the most potent compounds remained. And buried in the walls, visible to his sight as points of intense, varied light, were items that had been in the pit for decades, ancient discards that had been compressed and preserved by the weight above them, their residual energy not degrading over time, but condensing, concentrating, growing stronger as the volatile components evaporated and only the stable essence remained. Shunwei's laughter echoed off the shaft walls, manic and joyful and slightly unhinged. Fangzhe had locked him in a treasure vault. He started with the liquid. Sitting in the ankle-deep pool, he activated the sutra's absorption sequence and opened himself to the dissolved essence. It flooded into him, a torrent of multi-source chi, pre-refined and pre-concentrated by natural processes that mimicked and exceeded the sutra's own methods. His dantian swelled. His meridians sang. The crystalline lattice of his foundation establishment base expanded, densified, restructured. The pain of his injuries faded as the absorbed chi automatically directed itself toward healing, a property of the multi-source essence that Shunwei hadn't encountered before. The cracked ribs knit. The bruises faded. The cut above his eye sealed. He turned to the walls. With careful precision, he pressed his palms against the stone and drew out the accumulated chi, section by section. Each section yielded a different flavor of energy. Here was the residue of alchemy, warm and complex. There was the sharp precision of formation chi. Above was the deep, slow pulse of cultivation energy accumulated over decades. His foundation establishment base hit its peak within the first hour. The crystalline lattice couldn't expand further. It was maxed out, every node saturated, every channel full. The pressure built toward the next threshold. Core formation. Normally, the transition from foundation establishment to core formation required months of careful preparation, specific pills, controlled environments, and the guidance of experienced cultivators. The process involved condensing the entire foundation establishment base into a single point of infinite density, the golden core, from which all future cultivation would flow. Failure meant devastation. The stakes were higher than foundation establishment. But Shenwei was sitting in the most concentrated repository of refined spiritual energy he'd ever encountered, with the Essence Reclamation Sutra's advanced methods at his disposal, and 12 uninterrupted hours before anyone would come for him. He made the decision in seconds. He drew in everything. The walls, the floor, the ceiling, the liquid, the buried artifacts. He opened himself completely, abandoning the careful, measured approach that Su had counseled, and pulled every trace of accessible energy into his system simultaneously. The effect was cataclysmic. His Dantian, already at maximum capacity, cracked under the pressure, not a failure, but a transformation. The crystalline lattice shattered into its component parts, and those parts began to swirl, compressing, accelerating, generating a spiritual vortex in his lower abdomen that pulled everything inward. The golden core formed. It was unlike any core that a standard cultivator would produce. Where a normal core was uniform, a single-colored sphere of compressed qi, Shenwei's was a kaleidoscope. Hundreds of different qi types, absorbed from thousands of discarded sources over 2 months of cultivation, merged into a swirling, multicolored orb that rotated with furious speed. The core radiated power in waves, each wave a different frequency, each frequency corresponding to a different source of reclaimed energy. But it wasn't finished. The vortex continued to pull, drawing in the vast reserves of ambient energy that saturated the shaft. The core grew, densified, and developed something that Shenwei's sight identified with shock: channels. Internal channels within the core itself, connecting the different qi types in a network that functioned like a formation, processing, converting, distributing energy with an efficiency that bordered on impossible. A reclamation core. The Essence Reclamation Sutra's true gift, not just a technique for absorbing waste qi, but a method for building a cultivation base specifically designed to process, integrate, and elevate diverse energy sources. Every type of qi he'd ever absorbed was represented. Every source was acknowledged. Nothing was wasted. Nothing was ever wasted. Shenwei opened his eyes. The shaft was dark now. He'd absorbed every trace of residual energy from the walls, the floor, the liquid. The stone was dead. The pool was ordinary water. The buried artifacts were empty husks. He'd drained 3 decades of accumulated spiritual waste in a single sitting. His cultivation level had jumped from foundation establishment peak to core formation. Not just the initial entry, but a full, stable, early-stage core formation with a core that hummed with power rivaling cultivators 2 substages above him. He stood. The shaft was still sealed by Feng's formation barrier overhead. To a normal foundation establishment cultivator, the barrier would be impassable. To Shenwei's Stage 2 sight, the formation was a blueprint. Every channel, every node, every energy flow visible and readable. He could dismantle it, but not yet. There were still 6 hours before Feng Zhuo would return, and Shenwei intended to use every minute. He sat back down, activated the sutra's advanced cultivation sequence, and began to consolidate his core. The process was different at this level. Instead of simply stabilizing, he was optimizing. The internal channels within his reclamation core needed to be aligned, balanced, and strengthened. Each connection between qi types had to be tested and reinforced. Hour by hour, his core matured. The chaotic swirl of multicolored energy organized itself into patterns of increasing complexity. The channels widened, the nodes strengthened, the rotation steadied. When the 7th hour came, he reached core formation mid-stage. When the 10th hour arrived, his essence sight evolved. It happened as a natural consequence of the core formation advancement. His perception expanded beyond objects and formations and people to something new: energy flows. He could see the ambient qi of the mountain, not as a static field but as a living system, with currents and eddies and flows that moved according to patterns he could now read. The mountain's spirit veins were visible, 3 of them, converging beneath Azure Peak, carrying earth qi from deep underground to the surface. The sect had been built on their convergence, drawing power from the flow. But the veins were larger than anyone realized. They extended for miles, connecting to other convergence points, forming a vast network of spiritual energy that underlay the entire region. And running through the veins, mixed with the natural earth qi, were traces of something else. Faint, Ancient, almost imperceptible, traces of a chi type that Shunwei recognized because his core contained the same frequencies. Pavilion Chi. The heavenly reclamation pavilion had been here, long ago. Its energy signature was woven into the very earth of the mountain, buried so deep that no one had detected it in centuries. Shunwei filed the discovery away for later. He had more immediate concerns. The 12th hour arrived. Above him, the formation barrier flickered as someone on the surface deactivated it. Fang's voice drifted down. Haul him out. A rope descended. Shunwei grabbed it with hands that no longer trembled, and climbed with a strength that he carefully disguised as a mortal's desperate scramble. He emerged from the shaft filthy, stinking, and apparently broken. The concealment plate in his pocket worked overtime, masking his core formation base behind the illusion of a beaten, weakened foundation establishment cultivator. Fang Zhuo looked at him with satisfaction. I trust the night was educational. Shunwei ducked his head. Yes, Elder. Good. Your collections resume today. Full deliveries. No exceptions. Yes, Elder. Fang Zhuo turned away, already dismissing him. Shunwei shuffled toward the servant quarters, head bowed, posture hunched. Inside his chest, the reclamation core spun like a galaxy, and Shunwei's hidden smile was the sharpest weapon in the Azure Peak sect. Chapter 17. The Old Man's Gift. Old Man Su took one look at Shunwei and sat down heavily. Core formation, he whispered. You broke through to core formation in the waste pit. It wasn't planned. Nothing about you was planned. Su pressed his palms against his eyes, breathing deeply. When he removed them, his expression was caught between wonder and exasperation. Core formation in 2 months. For mortal, using nothing but trash. He laughed, a real laugh, the kind Shunwei had never heard from him. The pavilion's founders would have wept. I found something else. During the breakthrough, Shunwei described the pavilion chi traces in the mountain's spirit veins. Su's laughter stopped. The Azure Peak sect was built on the ruins of a pavilion outpost, Su said slowly. I knew that. It's why I stayed here. Why I've been the waste pit keeper for 40 years. The outpost was destroyed and buried when the pavilion fell, but its energy signature was woven too deeply into the earth to be erased. He met Shunwei's eyes. There's a vault beneath the mountain. Sealed. Protected by formations that only a seer can perceive and open. What's in it? The things that were deemed too valuable to keep on the surface. Too dangerous to leave accessible. Too important to destroy. Su stood and moved to his shelf, reaching behind a row of containers to a section of wall that Shunwei's sight revealed was a concealed compartment. I've been waiting decades for someone who could open that vault. It requires core formation at minimum to survive the approach, and the essence sight to navigate the protections. He opened the compartment and produced a small object wrapped in silk. Inside was a ring, simple, unadorned, made of a metal that Shunwei's sight identified as pavilion-forged spirit steel. The ring pulsed with a warm, steady glow that felt like coming home. This was my master's ring, Su said. He gave it to me before the pavilion fell. It contains a fragment of his consciousness, not a soul echo, but something more complete. A Dao imprint. The accumulated understanding of a sovereign-level reclamation cultivator, compressed into a single artifact. A sovereign. Shunwei's breath caught. My master was sovereign, one of the pavilion's 9 pillars. He knew the end was coming and preserved what he could. Su held out the ring. This is my gift to you. Not because you've earned it, though you have, but because the time has come. Fang Zhuo is tightening his grip. The sect will eventually discover your true cultivation. And when that happens, you'll need every advantage the pavilion left behind. Shunwei took the ring. It fit his finger perfectly, the spirit steel adjusting to his size with a warmth that spread through his hand and into his arm. The Dao imprint within activated at his touch, and he felt a vast, calm presence settle into his spiritual sea like a mountain settling into the earth. Not a voice, not a personality, but an understanding, a lifetime of cultivation wisdom, available to his consciousness like a library he could access at will. Techniques, insights, formation blueprints, combat methods, philosophical principles. The accumulated knowledge of a sovereign-level reclamation cultivator, waiting to be explored. I can feel it, Shunwei breathed. There's so much. Don't try to absorb it all at once. The imprint will release knowledge as you need it, matching your current level and understanding. It's designed to be a lifelong companion, not a shortcut. Su's voice was thick with emotion he was trying to suppress. My master spent his entire life collecting what others threw away and finding value in what the world rejected. He poured all of that, every insight, every discovery, every moment of wonder, into this ring. Treat it well. I will. Shunwei looked at the old man, really looked, with his stage 2 essence sight pushed to its fullest. What he saw made his throat tighten. Su's body was dying. The crippling heat inflicted on himself decades ago hadn't just suppressed his cultivation. It had damaged his physical foundation. He was sustained by willpower and a trickle of chi from the sect's ambient field, but the damage was progressive. Years, perhaps. Maybe less. Grandfather Su, I know. Su raised a hand. I've known for a long time. It's the price of hiding. He smiled, and it was gentle and genuine and heartbreaking. Don't mourn me yet. I'm not done being useful. There's still the vault to open, a seal to break on a young woman's spiritual roots, and a corrupt elder to deal with. The smile sharpened. In fact, let's discuss the elder. They talked through the night. Su's strategic mind, unclouded by sentiment, laid out a plan that used Shun Wei's new capabilities, core formation power, evolved essence sight, the Dao imprint's knowledge, to systematically dismantle Feng Shua's operation while building a case that the sect couldn't ignore. You can't accuse him without evidence, Su said. But you can create conditions where his corruption exposes itself. His greed is his weakness. Give him something he can't resist, something so valuable that he abandons caution to claim it. Then make sure the right people are watching. A trap. A reclamation. You're taking his corruption and turning it into justice. Su's eyes glinted. The Pavilion would approve. Shun Wei left the shack as dawn broke, the ring warm on his finger, the Dao imprint humming in his spiritual sea, and a plan forming in his mind that would determine the next phase of his life at Azure Peak sect. The trash collector was becoming something more. Not a disciple. Not an elder. Something that the sect had never seen and the world had almost forgotten. A reclamation cultivator. And the waste pit, that vast, despised, forgotten reservoir of abandoned potential, had made him. Chapter 18. Gathering evidence. The plan required 3 things. Evidence, witnesses, and bait. Evidence was the easiest. Shun Wei had been delivering items to Feng Shua's crate for weeks, and each delivery followed a specific pattern. Items placed in the hollow behind the eastern training grounds, collected by disciple Lin before dawn, transported to Feng Shua's private storage in the supply hall. The pattern was consistent, predictable, and completely undocumented in any official sect record. Shun Wei began creating a record, not on paper, too easily discovered, but in the spiritual layer. Using techniques from the Dao imprint, he learned to inscribe information directly onto objects using qi, creating invisible records that only someone with the essence sight could read. He inscribed dates, item descriptions, delivery locations, and collection times onto spirit stones that he buried near each delivery point. A hidden archive, written in invisible ink, cataloging every transaction. Fatty Bao provided the witnesses. I know at least 4 outer disciples who've had items confiscated by the supply hall for quality assessment and never returned, Bao said during one of their evening meetings at the waste pit. Wang Chun lost a sky-grade defensive talisman. Su Ming had an entire batch of purchased spirit stones reclassified as sect property. Lu Wintao's family heirloom, a jade pendant his grandmother left him, was taken for authentication and hasn't been seen since. Can they testify? They'd love to. Nobody likes Feng Shui. The problem has always been proof. It's their word against an elder's. But if you have records of where the items ended up, I have records of everything that's passed through my hands. The specific items, including spiritual signatures that can be matched to their original owners. Bao's grin was fierce. Then we have a case. The bait was the most delicate part. It had to be something that Feng Shui couldn't resist, something so valuable that he'd break his own protocols to secure it personally, exposing himself to observation. Shun Wei found it in the formation's workshop waste. It was a formation core, a spherical crystal the size of a fist, used as the central power source for large-scale formation arrays. This one was cracked and partially drained, its surface webbed with fracture lines that made it look like a marble left in the sun too long. The workshop had discarded it after a failed experimental array burned out its primary channels. But inside the cracked shell, Shun Wei's sight revealed something extraordinary. The formation core contained a sealed pocket dimension, tiny, barely a cubic meter, but lined with a chi concentration array of sky-grade quality. Someone had built a miniature cultivation chamber inside a formation crystal. Then the crystal had been repurposed, damaged, and discarded without anyone realizing what it contained. The pocket dimension held items. Not many, 3 objects, visible through the transparent spiritual walls. A jade slip glowing with technique energy. A small bottle that pulsed with alchemical potency. And a flat disc of metal inscribed with a symbol that Shun Wei's sight identified immediately. The Azure Peak sect's founder's seal. Whatever this formation core was, wherever it had come from, it contained authentic artifacts from the sect's founding era. items of historical and spiritual value that were literally priceless. The kind of items that an elder with Feng Zhuo's greed would kill for. Shen Wei brought the core to Su, who confirmed its value with wide eyes and shaking hands. The founder's seal alone would grant its holder access to the sect's deepest vaults. This was lost during the Second Demon War, 300 years ago. The sect has been looking for it ever since. Then it's perfect bait. They set the trap with careful precision. Shen Wei would include the formation core in his next delivery to Feng Zhuo's crate, along with a written note describing its contents in enough detail to trigger the elder's greed. The note would suggest that the core required a specific technique to open, a technique that only Shen Wei knew, a lie, but Feng Zhuo didn't know that. Meanwhile, Bao would arrange for the sect's disciplinary elder, Elder Shui, a woman with a reputation for impartial justice, to be in the vicinity of the delivery point at the critical moment. Not by direct invitation, too suspicious, but by manipulating the outer sect's training schedule to place Elder Shui at the eastern grounds for a routine inspection during Feng Zhuo's collection window. Lian Yu contributed the final piece. Through her connections in the medicine hall, she obtained copies of the supply hall's official waste disposal records, the documents that showed what was supposed to be in the waste stream versus what Feng Zhuo actually reported. The discrepancies were damning. These records show that the supply hall has been underreporting waste volume by 15 to 20% for the past 8 years, Lian Yu said, laying the documents out on Su's table. That corresponds exactly to what Elder Feng has been skimming. How did you get these? Lian Yu's expression was sharp. I asked nicely, and I may have told the medicine hall's records clerk that Elder Sun wanted to audit the supply hall's herb disposal procedures. The clerk was only too happy to provide the data. He's had his own suspicions about Feng Zhuo for years. Shen Wei looked at his growing circle of allies, Su the hidden master, Bao the loyal friend, Lian Yu the razor-sharp strategist, and felt something he'd rarely experienced. Belonging. Purpose shared. Tomorrow, he said. We move tomorrow. The plan was set. The evidence was gathered. The bait was prepared. And somewhere in the waste pit's depths, the Pavilion chi in the mountain's veins pulsed with ancient approval. Chapter 19. The trap springs. The delivery was made at the usual time. Shen Wei placed the formation core in Feng Zhuo's crate along with the note, positioned the items as he always did, and withdrew to his observation point, a concealed position behind a storage shed with clear sight lines to the hollow. Bao was in position at the eastern training grounds, ostentatiously practicing sword forms within view of Elder Shui, who was conducting her inspection of the outer sect's training equipment. Lian Yu waited at the medicine hall with the financial records, ready to present them to any authority who asked. The night was clear. Azure Peak's 3 spirit veins pulsed beneath the earth, visible to Shen Wei's sight as rivers of luminescent energy converging toward the mountain's summit. The ambient chi was thick, good conditions for perception. Disciple Lin arrived first, as expected. He opened the crate, performed his usual inspection, and froze. Shen Wei watched the disciple's spiritual signature spike: excitement, disbelief, greed. Lin touched the formation core, felt the sealed pocket dimension within it, and his hands began to tremble. He didn't collect the items. Instead, he sealed the crate, placed a protective formation over it, and left at a near run, heading not toward the supply hall storage but toward Feng Zhuo's private quarters. 20 minutes later, Feng Zhuo arrived. Alone. This was the deviation Shen Wei had predicted. Normally, Feng Zhuo never visited the collection points personally. He sent Lin, maintaining deniability. But the formation core's value was too great. He had to see it himself, had to touch it, had to possess it. Feng Zhuo opened the crate and lifted the formation core with the reverence of a man holding a holy relic. His spiritual sense probed the crystal, and Shen Wei watched the elder's expression transform from caution to wonder to naked avarice. Then Feng Zhuo read the note. His expression shifted again to calculation. The note claimed that the core required Shen Wei's specific ability to open. That meant the elder needed Shen Wei alive and cooperative. That meant the threat of core extraction and exile was still useful leverage. Feng Zhuo would come to Shen Wei, demand he open the core, and Elder Feng. The voice came from behind the storage shed, from the direction of the training grounds. Elder Shui, drawn by the unusual spiritual fluctuation of Feng Zhuo probing the formation core, had deviated from her inspection to investigate. She stood at the edge of the hollow, her white and silver robes immaculate, her expression sharp and curious. Behind her, Bao and 3 other outer disciples had coincidentally followed their disciplinary elder, providing witnesses. Feng Zhuo's composure was extraordinary. He straightened, turned, and smiled. Elder Shui, good evening. I was conducting a routine inspection of the waste disposal points. We've had reports of irregularities. Indeed? What irregularities? Missing items. It appears that someone has been diverting waste materials for personal use. Interesting. Elder Shue's gaze fell on the formation core in Feng Zhuo's hand. And that item? Is it part of the waste you're inspecting? This? A sample. I was assessing its spiritual content to determine. Elder Shui. Shenwei stepped out of concealment. He'd changed from his servant's robe into a clean set of clothing. Still plain, still unmarked, but no longer the gray of servitude. That item was placed in a collection crate designated by Elder Feng for his personal use. I have documented the location, timing, and contents of 47 such collections over the past 6 weeks. Feng Zhuo's face went white. Furthermore, Shenwei continued, projecting his voice with the calm authority that the Dao imprint had taught him. The supply hall's waste disposal records, when compared to the actual volume of waste reaching the sect's-designated pits, show a consistent 15 to 20% discrepancy spanning 8 years. The discrepancy corresponds to items diverted through Elder Feng's private collection network. You lying servant. The financial records are available for your inspection, Elder Shui. Lian Yu appeared from the medicine hall path, carrying the documents. Compiled from official supply hall filings. I obtained them through proper channels. Elder Shui took the documents. She was a careful woman, not given to hasty judgment, but even she couldn't conceal her reaction as she reviewed the first page. Her eyes widened. Her jaw tightened. Elder Feng, she said, I think we need to have a conversation. Feng Zhuo's composure finally shattered. His face contorted with rage, and his spiritual pressure erupted outward in a wave of killing intent aimed directly at Shenwei. The Elder's Foundation establishment aura blazed, dense, green, poisonous with fury. You ungrateful animal. Feng Zhuo snarled. I gave you everything. Access, protection, a chance to be something more than a trash collector. And you betray me? He attacked. A blast of concentrated qi, shaped into a needle of lethal force, lanced toward Shenwei's chest. The attack was fast, powerful, and executed with the precision of decades of combat experience. Shenwei was ready. He'd forged it in Su's cave over the past 3 nights. A weapon made entirely from reclaimed scrap metal, refined through the sutra's techniques, its blade infused with the compressed qi of 100 discarded spirit weapons. The sword was rough, unpolished, aesthetically unremarkable, but its spiritual properties were extraordinary, a blade that carried the echoes of every weapon it had been forged from, each one contributing a fragment of its original combat intent. He drew the sword and met Feng Zhuo's qi needle with a slash that carried the force of his core formation cultivation. Unveiled at last, the concealment plate abandoned, his true power surging forth. The qi needle shattered. Feng Zhuo staggered back, disbelief washing his features white. Core formation? That's impossible. Nothing is impossible, Shenwei said. Not for someone who can see what you throw away. The fight was brief. Feng Zhuo was Foundation Establishment late stage, a level that Shenwei had surpassed days ago. The Elder's combat experience was greater, but his power was lesser, and the gap widened with every exchange. Shenwei's reclaimed sword carved through Feng Zhuo's defenses with brutal efficiency, each strike carrying the accumulated combat intent of 100 discarded weapons. Feng Zhuo fell to his knees, his spiritual defenses shattered, his robes torn, blood seeping from a shallow cut across his chest. The sword point hovered at his throat. Yield, Shenwei said. You think this changes anything? Feng Zhuo hissed. I'm an elder. The sect master will see the evidence. Elder Shui will ensure a fair investigation, and you will answer for 8 years of theft. Shenwei's voice was steady, cold, and absolute. Yield. Feng Zhuo yielded. Elder Shui, who had watched the fight with the professional detachment of someone who'd seen many confrontations, stepped forward. Elder Feng Zhuo, you are hereby detained pending investigation by the disciplinary hall. Shenwei. She regarded him with an expression that mixed surprise with something like respect. You and I will also be having a conversation. Shenwei bowed. Of course, Elder Shui. As the disciples escorted Feng Zhuo away, Bao clapped Shenwei on the shoulder hard enough to stagger him. Lian Yu, standing at the edge of the hollow, met his eyes and nodded, the smallest gesture, carrying the largest weight. It was over. The corrupt elder was exposed. The evidence was irrefutable, and the trash collector of Azure Peak sect had just revealed himself as a cultivator capable of defeating a Foundation Establishment elder in combat. Everything was about to change. Chapter 20, A New Dawn at Azure Peak. The investigation took 3 days. Elder Shui was thorough, methodical, and utterly impartial. She reviewed every document Lian Yu had provided, examined the spiritual evidence inscribed on the stones Shun Wei had buried, interviewed the outer disciples whose possessions had been confiscated, and audited the supply hall's records going back a decade. The verdict was unanimous. Fang Zhuo was stripped of his elder position, his cultivation base was sealed pending sentencing, and he was expelled from the Azure Peak sect with nothing but the clothes on his back. The stolen items that could be identified were returned to their owners. The rest were deposited in the sect's treasury. The formation core, with its sealed pocket dimension and the founder's seal inside, was presented to the sect master by Elder Shui with a detailed report of its discovery and the circumstances of its recovery. Sect master Zhao Qingxin was a tall, austere man with the cultivation base of a nascent soul elder, the highest level in the sect. He examined the formation core, confirmed the founder's seal's authenticity, and summoned Xin Wei to his study. "You found this in the waste," the sect master said. It was a statement, not a question. "Yes, sect master. And you've been cultivating using discarded materials for approximately 2 months." "Yes, sect master. Using a technique that allows you to perceive the residual value in items others consider worthless." Xin Wei hesitated. The full truth of the essence site was still his most dangerous secret. But the sect master's gaze was penetrating, and lying to a nascent soul cultivator was an exercise in futility. "I have an innate ability," Xin Wei said carefully. "I can see the hidden potential in things and people that others overlook. The ability activated when I came into contact with a discarded jade slip 2 months ago." The sect master's expression was unreadable, an innate perception ability that reveals hidden value. He turned the formation core over in his hands. "And in 2 months, using nothing but the sect's refuse, you've reached core formation." "Yes, sect master." "Extraordinary." The word was delivered without emphasis, like a scholar noting an interesting footnote. "You present me with a dilemma, Xin Wei. On one hand, you've cultivated without authorization, using sect resources without permission. These are violations of sect law." Xin Wei's jaw tightened. "On the other hand, the resources you used were waste, materials that the sect had already discarded and written off as valueless. You've exposed a corrupt elder who was stealing from the sect on a scale that defies belief. And you've recovered an artifact of immeasurable historical importance that was hidden in our own trash." The sect master set down the formation core. "I believe the balance favors you." He produced a jade token, not blue like the sect's standard tokens, but silver, inscribed with a unique formation. "You are hereby promoted to outer disciple of the Azure Peak sect. Your cultivation is recognized. Your past as a servant is irrelevant to your future standing." He paused. "I'm also assigning you a new responsibility. From this day, you will oversee the sect's waste reclamation program. Every discarded item will pass through your assessment before disposal. You will identify anything of remaining value and ensure it is properly utilized rather than lost." Xin Wei stared at the token. A position created specifically for his ability. Not servitude, but service, and on his own terms. "Thank you, sect master." "Don't thank me. Show me results." Zhao Qingxin's eyes held a depth that Xin Wei hadn't expected, something calculating, something that went beyond a sect leader managing his resources. "I'll be watching your progress with great interest." Xin Wei left the sect master's study with the silver token heavy in his hand and the weight of official recognition settling on his shoulders. Outside, the afternoon sun cast long shadows across Azure Peak's courtyards, and the ambient chi of the mountain flowed around him in visible currents, his essence sight painting the world in hidden light. Bao was waiting at the courtyard gate, grinning. Lian Yu leaned against the wall nearby, arms crossed, expression carefully neutral, but eyes bright. An old man Su stood at the edge of the path that led down to the waste pit, his bamboo hat pulled low, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "So," Bao said, "outer disciple. Not bad for a trash boy." "It's a start," Xin Wei said. He looked down at the waste pit, that vast, maligned, forgotten hollow at the bottom of the mountain where he'd spent 3 years hauling other people's refuse. Where he'd found the jade slip that changed his eyes. Where Su had taught him to breathe. Where he'd broken through to core formation in a night of desperate glory. The pit still glowed. Even drained of the energy he'd absorbed, new waste was already accumulating. Fresh deposits from today's collections, each one carrying its own hidden potential, its own story of something valued enough to create, but not valued enough to keep. He turned to his friends, his allies, his people. "We have work to do." "Always," Lian Yu said. "The fun kind or the dangerous kind?" Bao asked. Xin Wei looked past the sect's walls, toward the horizon where the Emerald Cloud trials would be held in 3 months, where cultivators from across the region would gather and compete, where Zhao Hong, the sect master's son, the inner sect's golden child, was already preparing to represent Azure Peak with the arrogance of someone who'd never been told no. Beyond the trials, beyond the region, the world stretched vast and full of discarded potential. Broken sections, abandoned ruins, forgotten techniques, lost treasures, all of it waiting, all of it glowing with value that only he could see. And somewhere beneath the mountain, buried in the ruins of an outpost that the world had thrown away, the heavenly reclamation pavilion's vault waited to be opened. Old Man Su caught Shenwei's eye. Behind the doddering facade, behind the bamboo hat, and the wispy beard and the artful shuffle, a flicker of immense power surfaced and vanished, so brief that even Shenwei's sight almost missed it. The old man nodded once. A teacher acknowledging a student who'd surpassed the first threshold. A guardian recognizing that the thing he guarded was ready to stand on its own. And in that nod, Shenwei saw what his essence sight had been showing him all along, what Old Man Su truly was. Not a waste pit keeper, not a doddering servant, not even a fallen cultivator hiding from his enemies. A Dao Lord, crippled but alive, diminished but unbroken. His power sealed beneath layers of concealment so deep that even Shenwei's evolved perception could only glimpse the truth in unguarded moments. Hidden potential, the deepest kind. Shenwei smiled, tucked the silver token into his robe, and walked toward the waste pit with his allies at his side and the hidden light of the world blazing before him. The first arc of his story was complete. The rest was just beginning. Chapter 21. The outer disciple's burden 3 weeks had passed since Shenwei's promotion, and he'd learned a fundamental truth about the Azure Peak sect. Being recognized was vastly more dangerous than being invisible. As a servant, no one had cared about him. As an outer disciple with a mysterious ability and a growing reputation, everyone did. The sect's rumor mill ground day and night, producing stories that range from the almost accurate, he can see chi in trash, to the fantastical, he absorbed a demon core from the waste pit and transformed into something inhuman. The inner disciples watched him with expressions that ranged from curiosity to contempt. The outer disciples treated him with a mixture of awe and resentment. Awe because he'd defeated an elder, resentment because he'd done it as a former servant. Shenwei ignored the noise and focused on his new responsibilities. The waste reclamation program, authorized by the sect master, gave him access to every waste stream in the sect. He spent his mornings cataloging the day's refuse with his essence sight, identifying items of remaining value, and directing them to appropriate recovery channels. Spirit stones with residual charge went to the cultivation hall for redistribution. Herbs with remaining potency went to the medicine hall for secondary extraction. Formation materials with intact channels went to the workshop for refurbishment. The program was saving the sect thousands of spirit stones per month. The sect master approved. The elders grudgingly acknowledged the value. And Shenwei used every moment of access to advance his own cultivation. His reclamation core had stabilized at core formation early to mid-stage, a level that placed him above most outer disciples, but well below the inner sect standards. He needed to advance further, and quickly. The Emerald Cloud trials were 3 months away, and Zhao Hong, the inner disciple he'd glimpsed from afar, the sect master's son, a core formation peak cultivator with resources and training that Shenwei could only dream of, would be representing the sect. If Shenwei wanted to compete, he needed to close a gap that normally took years to bridge. The inner sect's waste helped. Now that his role was official, he could examine discarded materials from the inner sect's advanced training programs without subterfuge. The quality was staggering. Failed core enhancement pills with concentrated essence. Broken sky-grade formation arrays with intact knowledge imprints. Technique scrolls that inner disciples had copied incorrectly, their spiritual layers still holding the correct versions. He absorbed and integrated, his reclamation core growing denser and more complex with each session. The multi-source chi that composed his base continued to evolve, developing new connections and channels that the Dao imprint in Su's ring identified as reclamation pathways, specialized spiritual channels that only formed in cultivators who practiced the Essence Reclamation Sutra. By the end of the 3rd week, he'd reached core formation mid-stage. Solid, stable, well-consolidated. And his essence sight had sharpened to the point where he could perceive spiritual details at ranges of up to 50 meters, reading a cultivator's approximate level, identifying formation types, and sensing residual energy through walls and floors. It wasn't enough, but it was a start. The real challenge wasn't cultivation speed. It was the gap in combat experience that no amount of waste reclamation could fill. Shenwei had fought exactly once, against Feng Zhua, an elder whose combat skills had atrophied through decades of administrative work. Real opponents would be different. Faster, more creative, more lethal. He needed to train. and for that, he needed a sparring partner. Absolutely, Bao said when Shunwei asked. The big disciple cracked his knuckles with evident enthusiasm. I've been wanting to test that sword of yours since I first saw it. They trained at the waste pit, after hours, using the open ground between the refuse mounds as their arena. Bao fought with his father's restored spirit sword and the straight-ahead aggression of a body cultivation specialist. Shunwei fought with his reclaimed scrap metal blade and the improvisational tactics that his unique cultivation path demanded. The first sessions were brutal. Bao had years of formal combat training. Shunwei had none. The Dao imprint provided theoretical knowledge, footwork patterns, attack angles, defensive stances, but theory without practice was like reading about swimming while drowning. Shunwei lost every sparring match for the first 3 days, accumulating bruises and humility in equal measure. On the 4th day, something shifted. His essence sight, which he'd been using primarily for material assessment and formation reading, began to apply itself to combat. He could see the chi flow in Bao's body during attacks, the gathering of energy in specific meridians before a strike, the momentary weakening of other channels during the commitment. Each attack had a signature, readable in the spiritual layer before the physical motion completed. He started dodging strikes before they launched, countering techniques before they formed, reading Bao's combat intentions through the spiritual telegraph of his chi circulation. That's terrifying, Bao said after Shunwei dodged his 7th consecutive attack. You're not reacting to my moves, you're reacting to my thoughts. I'm reading your chi flow. Your body commits energy to an attack before your muscles engage. I'm seeing the commitment. Can you teach me to do that? No. It requires the sight. Shunwei paused, considering. But I can teach you to mask your chi flow during attacks. If you learn to distribute energy evenly before committing, the telegraph disappears. They developed a training regimen. Shunwei would read Bao's attacks and provide feedback, while Bao would practice increasingly deceptive chi management. Both improved rapidly. Bao's combat efficiency jumped as he learned to eliminate telegraphed movements. Shunwei's combat application of the essence sight evolved from clumsy reaction to fluid integration. The waste pit became their dojo, and the refuse around them glowed with the hidden light of 1,000 abandoned possibilities. Chapter 22, Foundation of Crystal. The breakthrough came on a quiet morning. Shunwei was in the Intersex Alchemy Lab, performing his daily waste assessment, when a discarded cultivation resource caught his attention. It was a spirit vein fragment, a piece of crystallized spiritual energy that had been extracted from a depleted vein beneath the sect's eastern wing. The vein had been tapped dry years ago, and this fragment was the last piece, considered too small and too depleted to be useful. To Shunwei's sight, the fragment blazed with compressed earth chi, the accumulated essence of a spirit vein that had been active for centuries, concentrated into a crystal the size of his thumb. The surface was dull, gray, lifeless. The interior was a supernova. He absorbed it during his lunch break, seated in the private cultivation space that his new position afforded him, a small room adjacent to the waste assessment office, officially designated for reclamation processing and conveniently soundproofed. The earth chi flooded his system with a density that made his previous absorptions feel like sipping through a straw. His reclamation core seized the energy and began processing it with the efficiency that 2 months of multi-source cultivation had built. The earth chi merged with his existing base, adding a deep, gravitational quality to his spiritual foundation. Core formation late stage arrived like a tectonic shift, deep, massive, fundamental. His core didn't just grow, it restructured, the internal channels reorganizing around the new earth chi foundation. The result was a core that felt anchored to the planet itself, dense and immovable as bedrock. His essence sight evolved simultaneously. At late stage, a new capability emerged. He could perceive latent bloodlines in people, not just spiritual roots and cultivation bases, but the deeper, hereditary traits carried in a cultivator's spiritual DNA, the echoes of ancestors, the potential for unique abilities, the suppressed or dormant qualities that might manifest under the right conditions. It was this new perception that changed everything. Because when he next saw Lianyu, during their daily meeting behind the servant quarters, she still worked in the medicine hall despite Shunwei's promotion, refusing his offers to help her transfer. His sight showed him something that made his breath catch. Beneath the seal on her spiritual roots, visible now through the enhanced perception of his late-stage sight, her roots weren't just strong. They were extraordinary. A dual-root system, yin and poison, intertwined in a double helix of dark purple and toxic green. The combination was rare, powerful, and, according to the Dao imprint's vast knowledge, associated with one specific bloodline, the Lian clan. an ancient family of poison cultivators who had been destroyed 2 decades ago during a purge by the Celestial Orthodox Alliance. The entire clan had been exterminated for practicing what the Alliance deemed heretical cultivation. Everyone except, apparently, an infant girl whose roots were sealed and who was hidden in a mortal village. Lianyu, Shenwei said slowly. Your surname. Is it your birth name? She looked at him sharply. It's the name the village elders gave me. I was found on their doorstep with no note, no identification. They named me Lian because I was found near a lotus pond, and you because it was a full moon. Her eyes narrowed. Why? Shenwei weighed his words. The truth was dangerous. If anyone at the sect knew that Lianyu was the last surviving member of the destroyed Lian clan, she would become either a target or a prize. But she deserved to know what flowed in her blood. Your spiritual roots aren't just strong, he said. They're specialized. A dual system, yin and poison. It's an inherited trait, associated with a specific cultivation lineage. Which lineage? One that was destroyed. Its members were hunted. He met her eyes. But its techniques survive. And your roots are perfectly suited to them. Lianyu processed this with the sharp, clinical focus that made her so formidable. You're saying I'm descended from a destroyed clan of cultivators. That my roots were sealed to hide me from whoever destroyed them. That's my assessment. And if the seal is broken, I'll have access to cultivation techniques suited to my specific root type. Yes. Then break it. Her voice was steel. Now. Tonight. I've waited 16 years to know who I am. Don't make me wait another day. Shenwei hesitated. He'd planned to wait until he was stronger, until he'd studied the seal more thoroughly, until conditions were perfect. But looking at Lianyu's face, the fierce, unshakable determination that had carried her through 16 years of being told she was nothing, he understood that waiting was its own form of cruelty. Tonight, he agreed. In Su's cave. Bring nothing. Tell no one. The unsealing was the most delicate work Shenwei had ever attempted. Lianyu sat cross-legged in Su's hidden chamber, her eyes closed, her breathing steady. Old man Su sat beside her, monitoring her vital signs with a spiritual sensitivity that confirmed, once again, that the old man was far more than he appeared. Shenwei knelt before her, his essence sight focused on the lattice formation that imprisoned her spiritual roots. 48 formation nodes, connected by threads of compressed qi, arranged in nested hexagons around her root channels. Each node was a tiny knot of energy that reinforced the others, disrupt one, and the adjacent nodes compensated. He couldn't simply shatter the seal. He had to dismantle it, node by node, in a specific sequence that prevented the lattice from reinforcing itself. The Dao imprint provided the sequence. The sovereign whose knowledge resided in Su's ring had encountered similar seals. The Pavilion had dealt with sealed cultivators regularly, helping them reclaim abilities that others had locked away. The key was to start at the lattice's weakest junction and spiral inward, disrupting nodes in a pattern that unraveled the hexagonal structure like pulling a thread from a woven tapestry. Shenwei placed his hands on Lianyu's shoulders, channeling his qi through her meridian network to reach the sealed root channels. The contact was intimate, his energy flowing through her body, touching her spiritual core with the delicacy of a surgeon's hands. This will hurt, he warned. I've been hurt before. Do it. He disrupted the first node. Lianyu gasped. The seal pulsed, the other nodes flaring in response, trying to compensate. Shenwei moved quickly to the second node in the sequence, then the third, staying ahead of the lattice's self-repair mechanism. Each disruption sent a pulse of released energy through Lianyu's body, the accumulated pressure of 16 years of suppressed spiritual potential, leaking through the cracks. By the 10th node, she was shaking. By the 20th, she was gritting her teeth so hard that Shenwei heard enamel creak. By the 30th, tears streamed down her face, not from pain, but from the overwhelming sensation of power awakening inside her for the first time. The 48th node dissolved. The seal shattered. Lianyu's spiritual roots erupted like geysers. Twin spirals of dark purple yin energy and toxic green poison qi burst from her dantian, flooding her meridian network with cultivation potential that had been building for 16 years. The explosion of energy blew Shenwei backward, slamming him into the cave wall. Su threw up a hasty shield, deflecting the shockwave. In the center of the cave, Lianyu levitated. Her hair whipped in a cyclone of spiritual wind. Her eyes snapped open, and they glowed. The left eye burned purple, the right blazed green. Yin and poison, intertwined, manifesting through her gaze in a display that was terrifying and beautiful. The energy stabilized in stages. The initial eruption subsided as her roots found equilibrium. the dual channels balancing each other in the double helix pattern that the Lien clan's bloodline had evolved over generations. The purple and green chi settled into a slow, powerful rotation in her dantian, forming a cultivation base that was already denser than most chi condensation disciples despite being minutes old. Lien Yu sank back to the floor, gasping. Her eyes faded to their normal dark brown, but threads of purple and green flickered in their depths. I can feel it, she whispered. I can feel everything. The chi, the energy, the mountain's veins beneath us. It's like, she pressed her hands to her chest. Like waking up from a sleep I didn't know I was in. Your roots are exceptional, Shenwei said, picking himself up from the wall. Dual Yin poison, fully active. You'll advance quickly once you begin training. How quickly? Su answered from his corner. With your root quality? Chi condensation peak within weeks, if you have access to proper resources and techniques. His eyes met Shenwei's, which, thanks to our resident trash collector, should not be a problem. Lien Yu stood. She was unsteady, her body still adjusting to the alien sensation of active spiritual roots, but her spine was straight and her jaw was set. She crossed the cave to Shenwei and stopped in front of him. You kept your promise, she said. I told you it was a fact, not a maybe. She studied his face with those newly bright eyes. Then she did something that surprised them both. She rose on her toes and kissed his cheek. Brief, light, almost formal, but the warmth of it lingered. Thank you, she said. Now teach me everything. Chapter 23. The tournament begins. The sect master's announcement came with the dawn bell, carried through the sect by formation amplified voice. The Azure Peak sect's internal qualifying tournament for the Emerald Cloud Trials would begin in 3 days. All disciples at core formation or below were eligible. The top 3 would represent the sect. Shenwei was in his assessment office when the announcement rang through the halls. He set down the spirit stone he'd been evaluating and considered the implications. The tournament was an opportunity. A place among the top 3 meant travel beyond the sect, exposure to other sects' cultivators and resources, and, most importantly, access to the trial grounds themselves, where ancient treasures and knowledge waited for those strong enough to claim them. It was also a gauntlet. The inner disciples had trained for this their entire lives. Zhao Hong, the sect master's son, was the presumptive champion, core formation peak, equipped with sky-grade artifacts, and supported by the sect's full training infrastructure. The other inner disciples weren't far behind. Shenwei was core formation late stage with 2 months of combat training. The odds were not in his favor. Enter anyway, Bao said when Shenwei raised the question. Even if you don't win, the fights will push your cultivation. And the sect needs to see that the trash collector isn't just a scavenger. He's a warrior. Lien Yu, who had been training with ferocious intensity since her unsealing, already at chi condensation 3rd layer after 5 days, her dual roots accelerating her advancement at a pace that would have been impossible for a normal cultivator, offered a different perspective. Don't just enter. Win. Against Zhao Hong? Against everyone. You've spent your whole life being underestimated. Use it. Her purple and green eyes glinted. Let them think you're the trash boy who got lucky. Let them fight the person they expect. Then show them who you actually are. Shenwei entered the tournament the next morning, registering at the disciplinary hall under Elder Shui's impassive gaze. The clerk processing his registration did a visible double-take at his name. Shenwei, the waste collector. The waste reclamation specialist, Shenwei corrected mildly. The clerk stamped his form with the air of a man who'd seen stranger things, but not many. Round 1 is tomorrow. Main arena. Don't be late. The tournament brackets were posted that evening on the central notice board. 64 disciples, arranged in a single elimination tree. Shenwei scanned the names and found his first opponent, an outer disciple named Qin Fei, core formation early stage. He also found Zhao Heng's name. The inner disciple prodigy was seated at the opposite end of the bracket, by design, ensuring he wouldn't face Shenwei until the final round. If they both made it that far. Shenwei studied the bracket with his essence sight, reading the spiritual signatures of the disciples around him who'd gathered to check their own matches. Most outer disciples were at core formation early or mid-stage. The inner disciples clustered at late stage and peak. Zhao Heng's signature was the brightest, a blazing pillar of refined qi that dwarfed everyone else's. But signatures could be deceiving. Shenwei had learned that lesson from Old Man Su, whose crippled exterior hid a Dao Lord's remnant power. He'd learned it from Lien Yu, whose mortal appearance had concealed exceptional spiritual roots. And he'd learned it from every piece of trash he'd ever examined. The dullest exterior could mask the brightest interior. The tournament would reveal many things. Some of them might be surprising. Shenwei returned to his quarters and spent the night in cultivation, consolidating his core formation late stage, and familiarizing himself with the combat techniques that the Dao imprint offered. The sovereign's knowledge included a sword style called the remnant edge, a combat method designed for reclamation cultivators, built around the principle of perceiving and exploiting weaknesses in an opponent's spiritual armament. Every weapon had flaws. Every formation had vulnerable points. Every cultivation base had imbalances. The remnant edge taught its practitioners to find those imperfections and strike them with surgical precision, using the essence sight to guide each blow to the point of maximum impact. It was not a style of overwhelming force. It was a style of devastating accuracy, perfect for a cultivator whose entire path was built on seeing what others missed. Chapter 24. Victories from Scrap. The main arena was a formation-reinforced platform at the heart of Azure Peak's training complex, 50 meters across, ringed by tiered seating that held several hundred spectators. The morning of the first round saw the stands packed, inner and outer disciples, servants, even a few elders who had nothing better to do on a tournament day. Shenwei's first match drew particular attention, though not for flattering reasons. The murmur that rippled through the crowd when he stepped onto the platform was audible. That's the waste collector? Is that armor made of scrap metal? What is he wearing? The answers, respectively, were yes, yes, and the product of 3 nights' work in Sue's cave. Shenwei's combat equipment was entirely reclaimed. His sword, the scrap metal blade he'd forged for the confrontation with Feng Zhua, now refined and improved with additional materials, hung at his hip in a sheath made from discarded leather treated with residual preservation qi. His armor was a set of overlapping plates fashioned from formation alloy scrap, the metal already fused with spiritual energy from years of exposure to formation workshops. His boots were resoled with spirit iron filings that enhanced his grip on formation-reinforced surfaces. Every piece was rough, mismatched, and aggressively unpolished. Next to the gleaming standard-issue equipment of his opponents, he looked like a beggar who'd wandered into a noble's feast, which was exactly the impression he wanted. Chen Fei, his first opponent, was a competent outer disciple with standard equipment and standard technique. He approached the match with visible confidence. Core formation early stage against core formation late stage was unfavorable, but Chen Fei clearly believed that 2 months of cultivation couldn't match years of training. He was right about the training. He was wrong about the outcome. The match began with Chen Fei's opening strike, a textbook horizontal slash with his standard-issue spirit sword. Shenwei's essence sight read the attack before it launched, qi concentrating in Chen Fei's right arm, flowing through the sword's primary channel, amplifying at the blade's edge. The commitment was full, the power genuine, the trajectory predictable. Shenwei sidestepped. The blade whistled past his ear. He didn't counter, not yet. Instead, he circled, watching, reading, cataloging Chen Fei's combat patterns through the spiritual telegraph of his qi flow. 3 exchanges. That's all it took. 3 attacks from Chen Fei, each one read, evaded, and analyzed. On the 4th exchange, Shenwei moved. His scrap metal sword caught Chen Fei's spirit blade at the precise point where the weapon's qi channel met its structural fault, a tiny stress fracture in the blade's spine, invisible to the naked eye, glowing red in Shenwei's sight. The impact was surgically targeted. The blade didn't break. The fracture wasn't that severe, but the shock of force transmitted through the fault disrupted the sword's qi flow for a critical half-second. In that half-second, Shenwei struck. Not at Chen Fei's sword, but at his defense, the gap that opened when a cultivator's weapon stuttered. His blade touched Chen Fei's formation-armored chest with just enough force to trigger the arena's protection formations. Match over. First round victory. The crowd was silent for a moment, then buzzed with confused commentary. The fight had been too fast for most spectators to follow. What they'd seen was 2 sword strikes and a tap, with Shenwei barely moving from his initial position. What Shenwei had done was read his opponent's weapon like a discarded artifact, find the hidden flaw, and exploit it with the precision of a man who'd spent months examining the imperfections in thousands of broken items. The second round was harder. His opponent, an outer disciple named Wei Ping, core formation mid-stage, fought with a spear, which gave him range advantage and a different qi flow pattern than swords. Shenwei adapted, using the remnant edge's flexibility to read the spear's channels and the wielder's circulation simultaneously. Wei Ping was better than Chen Fei. He masked his qi flow with reasonable skill, varied his attack patterns, and used the spear's reach to keep Shenwei at distance. The fight lasted 6 exchanges instead of 4, but the result was the same. Shenwei identified a weakness, not in the weapon this time, but in Wei Ping's cultivation base. A subtle imbalance between his fire and metal qi that created a momentary instability during transitions between attack forms. Shenwei exploited the gap with a feint that forced the transition and a thrust that arrived in the vulnerable window. Second round. Second victory. The third and fourth rounds followed the same pattern. Each opponent was stronger, more skilled, more creative than the last. Each one presented unique challenges that forced Shenwei to stretch his essence sight and combat skills to their limits. And each one fell, ultimately, because their equipment, techniques, or cultivation bases contained imperfections that Shenwei could see and they couldn't. For victories in a single day, the Trash Boy was in the quarterfinals. Bao, who'd been eliminated in the second round by an inner disciple with superior cultivation, cheered from the stands loud enough to be heard over the crowd's growing murmur. And at the top of the arena's tiered seating, in the section reserved for inner disciples, Zhao Heng watched Shenwei leave the platform with an expression that held neither contempt nor amusement, only calculation. Chapter 25. The Earth-grade blade. The quarterfinal opponent was different. His name was Gu Tianran, an inner disciple at Core Formation Peak, the same substage as Zhao Heng. His family was old Azure Peak nobility, his training had been lifelong, and his equipment was superb. Most notably, his weapon was an Earth-grade spirit sword, a genuine, certified, Earth-grade blade forged by a master weaponsmith, with 13 chi channels, 3 embedded formation arrays, and an edge that could cut spiritual energy as easily as physical matter. Against Shenwei's scrap metal sword, it was the difference between a thoroughbred and a mule, or so the crowd believed. Shenwei studied the Earth-grade sword from across the arena, his essence sight mapping its internal architecture with the meticulous attention he gave every artifact. 13 chi channels, thick, well-maintained, flowing with refined metal chi. 3 formation arrays, an edge-sharpening array, a weight-reduction array, and a defensive reflection array that could bounce attacks back at the attacker. The metal itself was spirit silver, an alloy prized for its chi conductivity and structural integrity. It was a masterwork. Beautiful, balanced, lethal. And it had a flaw. Not a manufacturing defect. No master weaponsmith would allow such a thing. The flaw was subtler. The 3 formation arrays, each excellent individually, interfered with each other during simultaneous activation. When Gu Tianran engaged the edge-sharpening and defensive reflection arrays at the same time, as he would in close combat, the 2 arrays created a resonance that slightly destabilized the weight reduction array. For roughly 1/10 of a second during each sword stroke, the blade's weight fluctuated unpredictably. 1/10 of a second. An imperceptible flutter in a weapon's balance. No fighter would notice it through physical sensation alone. But Shenwei didn't rely on physical sensation. The match began. Gu Tianran was skilled. More than skilled, he was excellent. His sword work was fluid, precise, and aggressive, combining the reach and cutting power of his Earth-grade blade with footwork that kept him mobile and unpredictable. He masked his chi flow better than any previous opponent, varying his attack rhythms and incorporating feints that almost fooled Shenwei's sight. Almost. The spiritual telegraph was still there, if fainter. Shenwei read the patterns, dodged the strikes, and waited. The first 2 minutes were pure defense. Shenwei gave ground steadily, keeping just ahead of Gu Tianran's attacks, letting the inner disciple press the initiative. The crowd sensed a mismatch. The former servant was clearly outmatched. Murmurs of satisfaction rippled through the inner sects section. At the 2-minute mark, Gu Tianran committed to a combination attack, 3 rapid strikes designed to corner Shenwei against the arena's edge. The edge-sharpening array blazed. The defensive reflection array activated simultaneously, ready to counter any desperate riposte. The weight reduction array flickered. Shenwei struck. His scrap metal blade, rough, unpolished, a weapon that any normal swordsman would dismiss, met the Earth-grade sword at the exact moment of the balance fluctuation. The impact wasn't powerful. Shenwei didn't have the raw chi output to overpower Gu Tianran's weapon directly. But it didn't need to be powerful. It needed to be precise. The blow connected at the intersection of the sword's primary and secondary chi channels, where the resonance between the formation arrays was strongest. The impact force, channeled through that resonance, amplified exponentially, like tapping a tuning fork at exactly the right frequency. The Earth-grade sword cracked. A single fissure, running from the 3rd chi channel to the edge, disrupting the edge-sharpening array and cascading through the defensive reflection array. The sword didn't break. Earth-grade weapons were too well made for that. But its formation network stuttered, its edge dulled, and its defensive capabilities dropped by half in an instant. The crowd went silent. Gu Tianran stared at his weapon. The crack was visible, a thin line marring the polished spirit silver, pulsing with destabilized chi. His expression cycled through shock, disbelief, and fury. You broke my sword. I found its weakness. Shenwei lowered his scrap blade. Every weapon has one, even the best. Gu Tianran attacked in rage. Without his formation arrays at full power, his sword was still an earth-grade weapon, still faster, sharper, and more powerful than Shun Wei's reclaimed blade. The next 30 seconds were the hardest of the tournament, as Shun Wei fought to survive an onslaught driven by fury and wounded pride. But rage was a weakness too. It disrupted chi flow, introduced inefficiency into technique, and clouded judgment. Shun Wei weathered the storm, reading the increasingly chaotic patterns of Gu Tianran's attacks, and waited for the opening that fury always created. It came. A overextended thrust, driven by emotion rather than technique. Shun Wei deflected it with the flat of his blade and stepped inside Gu Tianran's guard. His free hand, charged with a pulse of concentrated reclamation chi, pressed against the inner disciple's chest. The arena's protection formation triggered. Match over. The silence held for 3 heartbeats. Then the outer disciples in the stands erupted. Not polite applause, but roaring, fist-pumping, foot-stomping chaos. Bao was standing on his seat, bellowing Shun Wei's name. Even some inner disciples were nodding with grudging respect. Shun Wei bowed to his opponent, who stared at him with an expression that had shifted from rage to something more complex. Your sword, Shun Wei said, gesturing to the cracked blade. The resonance flaw can be fixed. Adjust the edge sharpening array's frequency by 1/8, and it won't interfere with the reflection array anymore. Gu Tianran's eyebrows rose. He looked at his sword, then at Shun Wei, then at his sword again. You can see that? I can see a lot of things. Shun Wei left the arena to the sound of a crowd reconsidering everything they thought they knew about trash. Chapter 26. The young master's demand. Zhao Hong found Lian Yu on the 3rd evening of the tournament. She was in the medicine hall's herb garden, processing a batch of spirit grass for the next day's rounds, preparing medicinal poultices for the tournament's injured fighters, a task she'd volunteered for to support Shun Wei's efforts from behind the scenes. Her cultivation had advanced rapidly since the unsealing. Chi condensation 5th layer now, her dual poison roots devouring resources with an appetite that matched Shun Wei's early days. She sensed the approach of a powerful cultivator before she saw him. A spiritual pressure settled over the garden like a cloud passing before the sun, dense, controlled, suffocating in its weight. She turned to find Zhao Hong standing at the garden's edge, his white inner disciple robes immaculate, his face beautiful and cold. You're the medicine hall servant, he said. Lian Yu. I am. She kept her voice level, her expression neutral. Every instinct told her this encounter was dangerous. I've heard you've been spending time with the waste collector. Shun Wei. He's an outer disciple now, and his name is in the tournament bracket. Zhao Heng's smile was thin. His name is about to leave the bracket. The semifinals are tomorrow, and he'll face one of my training partners. The outcome is predetermined. He stepped closer. The spiritual pressure intensified. But that's not why I'm here. He looked at her, not with the casual dismissal that most inner disciples directed at servants, but with the appraising gaze of a collector examining merchandise. I'm told you have unusual spiritual roots. Newly awakened. The herb garden masters have been talking about your progress. His eyes held a predatory gleam. Dual poison roots are exceedingly rare. The last recorded practitioner was from the Lian clan, before their unfortunate extinction. Lian Yu's blood went cold. He knew, or suspected, either was equally dangerous. I require a personal attendant for the Emerald Cloud trials, Zhao Hong continued. Someone to manage my medicinal supplies, prepare poultices, handle logistics. The position comes with significant resources, access to the intersex cultivation materials, personal training from qualified instructors, protection under my name. You want me as your servant. I want you as my attendant. There's a distinction. The distinction being? Zhao Heng's smile widened. The distinction being that an attendant has a future. A servant has a ceiling. He produced a jade token, his personal seal, carrying the weight of the sect master's son. Accept, and you'll advance faster than you ever could on your own. Decline. The smile didn't waver. And I'm sure the disciplinary hall would be very interested in how a mortal servant suddenly developed cultivation ability. Unauthorized cultivation is a serious offense. Lian Yu's hands tightened on the spirit grass she was processing. Purple and green chi flickered at her fingertips, her roots responding to her anger, spiritual energy surging through newly opened channels. I'll decline, she said. Zhao Heng's expression didn't change, but his spiritual pressure doubled. Lian Yu felt it press against her chest, squeeze her meridians, constrict her breathing. At chi condensation 5th layer against a core formation peak cultivator, she was hopelessly outmatched. The pressure alone could cripple her if he pushed hard enough. I'd reconsider, Zhao Hong said. And I'd remove your spiritual pressure from a fellow sect member before I report you to Elder Shui for coercion. The voice came from behind Zhao Hong. Shenwei stood at the garden's entrance, his scrap metal sword at his hip, his reclamation core burning with barely contained fury. He'd felt the spike of hostile spiritual pressure from his assessment office and arrived at a run. Zhao Hong turned. The two cultivators faced each other across the herb garden, the sect master's son in his white robes and refined aura, the waste collector in his rough clothing and reclaimed equipment. The gap in their cultivation was visible to anyone with spiritual perception. Zhao Hang's core formation peak blazed like a bonfire next to Shun Wei's late-stage candle. The trash boy, Zhao Hong said pleasantly. Congratulations on your tournament results. Quite impressive for someone who learned to fight last month. Remove your pressure from her. I wasn't aware she needed protection. She seemed quite capable of declining on her own. But the pressure eased. Zhao Hang's smile returned, wider and colder. I was making a generous offer. Lian Yu's talents are wasted in the medicine hall. Under my guidance, she's not yours to guide. And she's yours. The question hung in the air, barbed with implication. Xin Wei felt Lian Yu's gaze on his back, felt her spiritual signature flicker with something complicated that was neither gratitude nor embarrassment. She's her own, Xin Wei said. And she's already given her answer. Zhao Hong studied him for a long moment. The young master's spiritual sense washed over Xin Wei, probing, assessing. The concealment plate in Xin Wei's pocket masked his true cultivation subtleties, but the broad strokes were visible. Core formation late stage, unusual multi-source base, combat-ready chi circulation. You're interesting, Zhao Hong said at last. More interesting than I expected. He pocketed his jade seal. We'll see each other in the semifinals. Assuming you survive. He nodded to Lian Yu with false courtesy and left, his spiritual pressure withdrawing like a tide going out. In the wake of his departure, the herb garden felt suddenly, blessedly quiet. Lian Yu exhaled. Her hands were trembling. Not with fear, Xin Wei realized, but with suppressed rage. Purple and green chi crackled around her fingers like tiny lightning bolts. He knows about my roots, she said. He mentioned the Lian clan. He's guessing. If he knew for certain, he wouldn't have asked. He'd have gone straight to the sect master. It doesn't matter. He'll dig. He's the sect master's son. He has access to records, intelligence, history. If the Lian clan's destruction is documented, and there's a surviving member with matching roots. She clenched her fists. I'm a target. You're a cultivator, Xin Wei said firmly. A cultivator with extraordinary roots and a teacher who won't let anyone take you. We'll deal with Zhao Hong. How? Xin Wei's expression was grim. I'm going to beat him in the tournament. Publicly. Decisively. And then he'll have bigger concerns than a medicine hall attendant. Lian Yu looked at him. Really looked, with the spiritual perception that her newly awakened roots provided. Whatever she saw made her expression soften, just slightly. You're serious. Completely. Then when? She touched his arm, briefly, warmly, and returned to her herb processing. Xin Wei watched her work for a moment, feeling the echo of her touch like a brand, before turning and heading toward the training grounds. The semifinals were tomorrow. Zhao Hong was waiting, and the trash collector intended to deliver a message that the entire sect would hear. Chapter 27. The secret technique Xin Wei trained through the night. Not in combat. His body needed rest for the morning's fights. Instead, he sat in his private cultivation space, the Dao imprints ring warm on his finger, and accessed the sovereign's knowledge for the first time with specific intent. He needed an edge. Something beyond the remnant edge sword style and the essence sight's combat applications. Zhao Hong was at core formation peak, a full substage above Shun Wei's current level. The young master's equipment was superior, his training was superior, and his raw power output was significantly greater. Against those advantages, Xin Wei's ability to read weaknesses might not be enough. Zhao Hong was too skilled, his equipment too well-maintained, his cultivation too balanced. The flaws would be there. Everything had flaws, but they'd be small, buried deep, and exploitable only with perfect execution. He needed more. The Dao imprint responded to his query with a cascade of information that took hours to sort through. The sovereign's knowledge was vast, covering every aspect of reclamation cultivation from basic theory to techniques that required power levels Shun Wei couldn't dream of reaching yet. He filtered ruthlessly, searching for something applicable to his current stage and tomorrow's fight. He found it buried in the middle tiers of the imprint's archive, a technique called resonant strike. The principle was elegant. Every cultivator's spiritual base operated at a specific frequency, a natural vibration determined by their chi type, cultivation method, and personal characteristics. Normally, This frequency was invisible and irrelevant, but the essence site could perceive it. And if a reclamation cultivator could match that frequency with a precisely tuned chi emission, the result was resonance, a harmonic amplification that could disrupt the target's spiritual base from the inside. Not damage, not destroy, disrupt. A momentary destabilization of the opponent's chi circulation, lasting perhaps a half second. In normal combat, half a second of disrupted chi was barely noticeable. Against a precisely timed attack from a cultivator who could read his opponent's every move, it was everything. Xunwei practiced the technique through the night, using his own cultivation base as the target to calibrate the chi emission. The resonance strike required extreme precision. The frequency had to match within a fraction of a percent, and the emission had to be timed to coincide with the target's chi circulation cycle for maximum effect. Too early, and it faded before the disruption manifested. Too late, and the target's natural circulation compensated. By dawn, he could execute the technique consistently. Not perfectly. Perfection would take months of practice, but consistently enough to matter. He also found something else in the imprint. Not a technique, a warning. The sovereign's knowledge included an entry on the Azure Peak sect, dating from the era when the Pavilion's outpost had existed on this mountain. The entry was brief and clinical. Azure Peak, minor sect built on Pavilion ruins. Formation infrastructure partially intact beneath the modern structures. Note, the sect's founding artifacts include a sealed technique repository accessible only through the founder's seal. Repository contents unknown but presumed valuable. The founder's seal, the one inside the formation core that Xunwei had surrendered to the sect master. He'd given away the key to a Pavilion repository without realizing what it was. Too late to reclaim it now. The seal was in the sect master's possession, and asking for it back would raise questions Xunwei couldn't answer. He filed the information for later and focused on the immediate challenge. The semifinals awaited. Old Man Su found him as he left his quarters in the morning. The old man had something in his hands, a small, wrapped bundle that pulsed with familiar warmth. "I was saving this," Su said, pressing the bundle into Xunwei's hands. "But you need every advantage today." Inside was a talisman, not mass-produced, hand-inscribed on spirit paper of exceptional quality. The formation worked so fine that even Xunwei's sight had to focus to read the individual channels. The talisman's effect was a single-use defensive barrier of nascent soul-level potency. "Where did you? I made it." 40 years ago, Su's expression was unreadable. "I was stronger then. Strong enough to inscribe nascent soul-level formations, even in my reduced state." He met Xunwei's eyes. "Use it only if you have no other option. It's the last one." Xunwei tucked the talisman into his inner robe, next to his heart. The weight of it, both physical and symbolic, settled into him like an anchor. "Thank you, grandfather." "Win," Su said simply. And Xunwei walked toward the arena with a universe of trash-born power humming in his core. Chapter 28. Semi-final Fire. The semifinals were a different arena. Not physically, the same formation-reinforced platform, the same tiered seating. But the atmosphere had transformed. The casual spectacle of the early rounds had given way to genuine tension. The stands were packed to capacity. Elders occupied the elevated viewing platform. The sect master himself sat in the central seat, his nascent soul aura contained but palpable. And Zhao Heng was watching. Xunwei's semifinal opponent was an inner disciple named Lu Haoran, a core formation peak cultivator who, as Zhao Heng had promised, was one of the young master's training partners. Lu Haoran fought with twin short swords and a speed-focused cultivation style that made him the fastest combatant in the tournament. He was also, Xunwei's sight revealed, wearing 3 concealed talismans of intersect quality. Attack enhancement, defense enhancement, speed boost. The combined effect would elevate Lu Haoran's combat power to a level that exceeded his natural cultivation by a significant margin. Not cheating. Technically, the tournament rules allowed personal equipment and consumables. But the resources involved were clearly provided by Zhao Heng, who wanted his training partner to eliminate the trash collector before the finals. "He's loaded with enhancement talismans," Xunwei murmured to Bao, who sat in the stands directly behind the competitor's platform. "How many?" 3. Speed, attack, defense. Bao whistled low. "That's thousands of spirit stones worth. Zhao Heng really doesn't want to fight you." "Good. That means he's worried." The match began with explosive speed. Lu Haoran activated all 3 talismans simultaneously, his aura blazing with borrowed power. His twin swords became blurs of silver light as he crossed the 50-meter arena in under a second, closing the distance with a velocity that turned the air itself into a weapon. Xunwei barely dodged. The speed enhancement was extraordinary, Lu Haoran moved faster than anything Shun Wei's sight could fully track. The spiritual telegraph was there, but the interval between qi commitment and physical action was compressed to near zero. Reading the attacks was possible, reacting to them was another matter. The first exchange left a shallow cut on Shun Wei's left arm. The second grazed his ribs. The third would have taken his head if he hadn't thrown himself backward in a desperate roll. "Come on, trash boy." Lu Haoran grinned, high on the power of his enhancements. "Show me what garbage fighting looks like." Shun Wei rose from the roll, blood seeping from his arm, and made a decision. He couldn't match Lu Haoran's speed. He couldn't overpower the enhancement talismans. His only advantage was perception, and right now, his perception was being outpaced. He needed to slow the fight down. The Dao imprint offered a solution. A secondary application of the reclamation core, environmental absorption. Not absorbing qi from objects, but drawing ambient qi from the immediate area, creating a localized spiritual vacuum that disrupted the normal flow of energy. Shun Wei activated the technique. His reclamation core expanded its pull, drawing ambient qi from the arena's surface in a radius of 3 meters around him. The effect was subtle but immediate. The air within his zone became spiritually thin, qi poor, a dead spot in the otherwise energy-rich environment. Lu Haoran's enhancement talismans relied on ambient qi to sustain their effects. Within Shun Wei's vacuum zone, they flickered. The speed boost stuttered. The attack enhancement dropped by a fraction. The defense thinned. It wasn't much, but it was enough to close the perception gap. The next exchange was different. Lu Haoran plunged into the vacuum zone expecting the same overwhelming speed advantage and found his swords moving a fraction slower, his reactions a fraction delayed. Shun Wei read the adjusted patterns with renewed clarity, dodging by millimeters instead of centimeters, his scrap metal blade finding the gaps that the stuttering enhancements created. They fought for 3 brutal minutes. Lu Haoran, realizing the shift, tried to stay outside the vacuum zone, darting in for quick strikes and retreating before the effect could sap his talismans. Shun Wei countered by moving the zone with him, keeping the fight within his sphere of influence. The talismans degraded. The speed boost failed first, its qi reservoir depleted by the sustained drain. Then the attack enhancement flickered out. Lu Haoran, suddenly fighting at his natural level instead of his enhanced one, found himself facing a core formation late-stage opponent with superior perception and a sword style specifically designed to exploit weaknesses. The resonance strike came at the end. Shun Wei had been reading Lu Haoran's frequency throughout the fight, cataloging the natural vibration of his spiritual base, calibrating the emission needed to match it. When the defense talisman finally died and Lu Haoran committed to a desperate all-out attack, Shun Wei didn't dodge. He stepped forward and pressed his palm against Lu Haoran's chest. A pulse of precisely tuned qi entered Lu Haoran's body, matched his spiritual frequency, and amplified. The resonance lasted half a second, an eternity in combat. Lu Haoran's qi circulation disrupted. His swords faltered. His defense vanished. Shun Wei's blade found his throat. The arena's protection formation triggered. Match over. The crowd's reaction was thunderous. Even the elders on the viewing platform leaned forward, their composure cracking. The sect master's expression was inscrutable, but his eyes gleamed with something that looked like intense interest. Shun Wei turned from the platform and looked up at Zhao Hong. The young master sat in his inner disciple's seat, perfectly still, his beautiful face betraying nothing. But his spiritual signature, visible to Shun Wei's sight across the full length of the arena, pulsed with something new. Not fear. Not yet, but acknowledgement. The recognition that the finals might not go as planned. Shun Wei descended from the platform, clutching his wounded arm, and met Lian Yu at the bottom of the stairs. She pressed a poultice against the cut with hands that were steady and sure. "You're hurt." "Scratches. Scratches that are bleeding. Sit down and let me work." He sat. She worked. Her poison qi, carefully controlled, seeped into the poultice and enhanced its healing properties. The pain faded. "The finals are tomorrow," she said, not looking up from her work. Zhao Hong won his semi-final in 40 seconds. He didn't even draw his sword. He used a single technique. What technique? A heaven-grade sword art. Something his father gave him. She met his eyes. The entire arena felt the spiritual pressure. It was significant. A heaven-grade technique, gifted by a nascent soul cultivator, against Shun Wei's reclaimed scrap metal sword and 2 months of training. "I'll find a way," Shun Wei said. "I know you will." Lian Yu finished the poultice and stood. "Because if you don't, I'll have to deal with Zhao Heng's recruiting attempts myself, and that will involve poison. A lot of poison." Shun Wei laughed. It hurt. He laughed anyway. Chapter 29. The spatial treasure. The night before the finals, Shun Wei couldn't sleep. Not from anxiety, from discovery. He'd returned to his assessment office after the semifinal to process the day's waste collection, maintaining his routine despite the tournament's demands. The reclamation program didn't stop for competitions, and the intersex alchemy labs had generated a particularly large volume of refuse during a batch processing session. Among the refuse, something extraordinary. His essence sight had been drawn to it from across the room, a pull of attention so strong that it momentarily eclipsed everything else in his visual field. The item was a ring. Small, tarnished, unremarkable. It sat among a jumble of broken storage rings that had been cleared from the intersex equipment depot during routine maintenance. But this ring wasn't broken. Its spatial pocket was intact, dormant, not collapsed. Someone had misidentified it during the depot's inventory sweep, lumping it with the genuinely broken rings and consigning it to the waste stream. Shenwei activated the ring with a trickle of qi. The spatial pocket expanded in his perception, not a small room like the first ring he'd repaired, but a vast space, 20 meters across, filled with items. Hundreds of items, stored with meticulous organization, shelves of bottles, racks of scrolls, cases of materials, all arranged with the care of someone who knew what they had and valued every piece. The ring's previous owner had been a serious collector, and based on the age of the items, visible to Shun Wei's sight as a patina of temporal qi, the spiritual equivalent of dust, the ring hadn't been opened in at least a century. He spent 3 hours cataloging the contents. Most were cultivation resources of moderate quality, spirit stones, herbs, pills, formation materials. Valuable in bulk, but not exceptional individually. 3 items stood out. The first was a complete set of formation blueprints for a qi-gathering array of a design Shun Wei had never seen. Not the standard converging pattern used by sects and clans, but a spiral design that drew qi from multiple vectors simultaneously. The spiritual layer of the blueprints contained advanced annotations suggesting the design was experimental, intended for personal cultivation chambers. Implementing it would multiply his qi absorption rate by a factor of 5. The second was a technique scroll. Physical text, basic sword forms, nothing special. Spiritual layer, the complete remnant edge combat system, volumes 1 through 7. The Dao imprint in his ring contained fragments of this system, the sovereign's memory of the technique, filtered through decades of use. The scroll contained the original, unfiltered teaching. But it was the third item that made his breath stop. A book. Small, leather-bound, ancient. Its physical pages were blank, completely, thoroughly blank, as if no one had ever written in them. Its spiritual pages blazed with text in a hand that Shun Wei's sight recognized from the Dao imprint's memory. The sovereign's handwriting. Not an echo, not an imprint. Original text, written by the sovereign directly into the spiritual layer during the height of their power. The text was a treatise, titled, On the Nature of Discarded Things, a Philosophical Foundation for the Dao of Reclamation. Shun Wei opened the book and read. The treatise was dense, profound, and challenging. It argued that the act of discarding, of declaring something valueless and abandoning it, was the fundamental error of mortal consciousness. Nothing in the universe was truly without value. The perception of worthlessness was a failure of vision, not a quality of the object. The Tao itself discarded nothing. Every particle of energy, every fragment of matter, every scrap of information cycled through the universe in endless transformation. What mortals called waste was simply material in transition between one form of value and the next. The cultivation implications were radical. If nothing was truly waste, then the act of reclamation wasn't just a technique. It was in alignment with the Tao itself. A reclamation cultivator didn't merely find value in trash. They corrected the error that had labeled it trash in the first place. Each reclaimed item was a philosophical act, a small restoration of the universe's truth. And at the highest levels, the levels the sovereign had reached, the reclamation cultivator could extend this principle beyond physical objects. They could reclaim discarded techniques, abandoned relationships, broken people. They could see the hidden potential not just in things but in destinies, in futures, in the rejected possibilities that the universe had set aside. Shun Wei read the entire treatise in one sitting. When he finished, the warmth in his reclamation core had shifted, not stronger, not larger, but more focused. As if the core's rotation had found a new axis. A philosophical axis. A Tao axis. He didn't advance in cultivation level. He advanced in understanding. And understanding, as the sovereign's treatise made clear, was the foundation of all true power. The ring and its contents went into his personal storage. He would study them more thoroughly after the tournament. But the complete remnant edge system was relevant now, and he spent the remaining hours before dawn absorbing its teachings, letting the original technique overlay the fragments he'd already learned from the Dao imprint. The complete system was revelatory. Where the fragments had given him individual moves and principles, the full system connected them into a coherent combat philosophy. Every opponent is an artifact with hidden flaws. Every fight is an assessment. Every strike is a reclamation of the victory that the opponent tried to throw away. When dawn came, Shunwei rose from his cultivation space and strapped on his reclaimed armor. The scrap metal sword, rough, unpolished, a weapon forged from other people's discarded failures, hung at his hip like a statement of purpose. Today, he would face Xiaohong. Today, the trash collector would show the world what hidden potential looked like when it was fully awakened. Chapter 30. Betrayal of the Powerful. The morning brought two shocks. The first came during breakfast, when Bao arrived at Shunwei's quarters with a grim expression and a story that made Shunwei's blood boil. Xiaohong sent a servant to Lian Yu's quarters last night, Bao said, his big hands clenched. The servant carried a potion, something that would have suppressed her cultivation and made her vulnerable to spiritual manipulation. Lian Yu detected it with her poison roots and threw the servant out. But the intent was clear. He tried to drug her. He tried to control her. There's a difference in his mind, if not in practice. Bao's face was red with anger. I went to Elder Shui. She investigated. The servant confessed under questioning. Xiaohong ordered it. And Elder Shui reported to the sect master. Bao's jaw worked. The sect master said, and I quote, "Personal disputes between disciples are handled through the proper channels, not through the disciplinary hall during tournament season." He dismissed the complaint. Shunwei stood motionless. The sect master, the same man who'd given him the silver token and authorized the reclamation program, had dismissed an attempted drugging of a fellow sect member because the perpetrator was his son. He knows, Shunwei said quietly. He knows what Xiaohong did, and he doesn't care. He cares about appearances. A disciplinary investigation into his son during the tournament would be embarrassing. After the tournament, Bao shrugged. Maybe different. Maybe not. The second shock came at the arena. Shunwei arrived to find the tournament format changed. The sect master, seated on the elevated viewing platform with the elders, announced that the finals would be conducted not as a single match, but as a best-of-3 series. To ensure the most thorough evaluation of our sect's finest, he said, his expression placid and reasonable. 3 matches instead of 1. Against a core formation peak opponent with a heaven-grade technique, sky-grade equipment, and the backing of the sect's most powerful cultivator. The change wasn't for fairness. It was insurance. 1 match, Shunwei might win through surprise or superior tactics. 3 matches gave Xiaohong time to adapt, to use his superior resources, to grind down an opponent whose power reserves were smaller. Shunwei looked at the sect master and understood something fundamental. The system was rigged. Not blatantly, not illegally, but structurally. The powerful protected their own. The rules bent to accommodate those at the top. And those at the bottom, the servants, the trash collectors, the discarded, were expected to accept their place. He had never been good at accepting his place. 3 matches, Shunwei murmured to himself. Fine. He turned to the arena, where Xiaohong was already standing on the platform, resplendent in white robes, his equipment gleaming with sky-grade enchantments. The young master's face was serene, confident, untouched by doubt. Shunwei climbed the stairs, his reclaimed armor clanking softly, his scrap metal sword heavy at his hip. The contrast between them was absurd. The sect's golden prince versus the sect's former trash collector. The crowd's murmur reflected the expected outcome. But in the stands, Lian Yu sat with her fists clenched and her purple and green eyes blazing. And beside her, Old Man Su had emerged from the waste pit for the first time in decades. His bamboo hat pulled low, his ancient frame occupying a seat at the very top of the stands where no one would look twice at an old servant. The sect master raised his hand. Begin. Chapter 31. Breaking the chains, but the match would have to wait, because Shunwei had a more important battle to fight first. He'd seen it during the pre-match formalities, when the fighters were required to stand at opposite ends of the platform while the rules were recited. Zhao Heng's spiritual signature had flared momentarily, a deliberate pulse of power directed not at Shunwei, but at the stands. At Lian Yu. The pulse carried a formation. Shunwei's sight read it instantly, a spiritual root suppression wave, designed to temporarily disrupt newly awakened cultivation bases. If it hit Lian Yu at full power, her freshly unsealed roots would seize, potentially resealing themselves. The damage could be permanent. Shunwei didn't hesitate. He drew on the concealment plate's formation and deflected the wave with a counterpulse of his own, angling the deflection so that the suppression energy scattered harmlessly into the arena's protective barriers. Zhao Heng's eyes narrowed. He'd noticed the deflection. But the arena was active, the match was starting, and there was no time for investigation. "You're going to pay for that," Shenwei said quietly, too low for the crowd to hear. "I'm going to pay for what?" Zhao Heng's smile was perfect. "The match. For targeting Lianyu. For trying to drug her. For treating people like possessions." Shenwei drew his sword. "I'm going to take everything you think makes you special and show you how fragile it really is." Zhao Heng's smile faded. His hand went to the elegant sword at his hip, a heaven-grade weapon, its surface inscribed with formation work of extraordinary complexity. When he drew it, the blade sang with a note so pure that the arena floor vibrated. "Big words," Zhao Heng said, from a very small man. The first match began. Zhao Heng's heaven-grade sword art was devastating. The technique, gifted by the sect master himself, channeled the wielder's chi through a series of precise patterns that amplified the blade's cutting power exponentially. Each strike carried the weight of a technique refined over generations, honed by nascent soul-level understanding. Shenwei's sight read the technique as it deployed, a cascade of chi channels activating in sequence, each one feeding the next in a geometric progression of power. The pattern was beautiful, intricate, and overwhelmingly powerful. But it was also rigid. The heaven-grade art followed a specific sequence that couldn't be altered mid-execution. Each pattern fed the next in a predetermined order, and the cultivator had to commit fully to the sequence once initiated. Commitment was vulnerability. Shenwei evaded the first sequence, barely. The sword's cutting arc missed him by inches, the displaced air opening a shallow cut on his cheek from sheer spiritual pressure alone. He used the evasion to map the sequence, counting the channels, timing the transitions, identifying the moments between patterns when Zhao Heng's chi was in transit and his defenses were thinnest. The second sequence came faster. Shenwei dodged again, taking a glancing blow to his shoulder that his reclaimed armor deflected with a shower of sparks. The third sequence was even faster. Zhao Heng was accelerating, pouring more chi into the technique, overwhelming Shenwei's ability to evade through pure speed. Shenwei couldn't keep dodging. The heaven-grade art would find him eventually. It was too fast, too precise, too powerful. So he stopped dodging and started dismantling. The resonance strike. He'd calibrated it for Zhao Heng's frequency during the semi-final observation, and now he deployed it not against Zhao Heng's body, but against his sword. The heaven-grade weapon had its own frequency, a specific vibration determined by its formation arrays and chi channels. Shenwei matched it. The sword stuttered, not broke. A heaven-grade weapon was too well made for that. But stuttered, its formation arrays momentarily destabilized by the resonance, its cutting power dropping by a third for half a second. In that half-second, Shenwei closed the distance and struck with the complete remnant edge system's primary technique, flaw revelation. His scrap metal blade, guided by the full power of his essence sight, found the junction between Zhao Heng's third and fourth sequence patterns, the transition point where the young master's chi was distributed across channels rather than concentrated in any one. The blow landed, not on Zhao Heng's body, on his sword guard, precisely where the weapon's defensive formation met its offensive formation. The impact disrupted the junction, scrambling the formation interface. Zhao Heng's next sequence attempt failed. The chi channels misfired, the patterns garbled, and the heaven-grade art collapsed into a spray of undirected spiritual energy. The young master staggered, his weapon momentarily inert in his hands. Shenwei's blade found his throat. Protection formation. Match 1, Shenwei. The crowd exploded. The elders on the viewing platform exchanged shocked glances. The sect master's composure cracked for the first time, his eyes wide, his spiritual sense probing Shenwei with an intensity that borders on invasive. Zhao Heng, his face white with disbelief and rage, stepped back from the contact point and stared at his sword. The formation junction was already self-repairing. Heaven-grade weapons had redundant systems, but the humiliation of having his father's technique disrupted by a scrap metal blade was written across his features in crimson. Match 2, the referee announced. 1 minute rest. Shenwei retreated to his corner, breathing hard. The resonance strike had consumed a significant chunk of his chi reserves, and the sustained essence sight combat perception was draining his spiritual stamina. 2 more matches at this intensity would push him to his limits. But 1 match was already his, and the look on Zhao Heng's face was worth every drop of spent energy. Chapter 32. The regional trials approach. Match 2 was a war. Zhao Heng, stripped of overconfidence, fought with the cold precision of a trained killer. He abandoned the heaven-grade art's rigid sequences and switched to freeform combat, his core formation peak cultivation pouring raw power into every strike. Without the technique's predictable patterns, Shen Wei's ability to read and exploit the sequence was neutralized. The fight became one of attrition. Blow after blow, exchange after exchange, each fighter seeking the gap that would end the match. Shen Wei's essence sight worked overtime, reading Zhao Heng's chi flow, identifying micro-openings, guiding his responses. But Zhao Heng was adapting too, varying his flow patterns, disguising his commitments, learning from each failed attack. At the 4-minute mark, Zhao Heng found his opening. A feinted high strike drew Shen Wei's guard upward, and the real attack, a chi-enhanced palm strike hidden behind the feint, caught Shen Wei in the chest. The blow was enormous. Core formation peak power, unrestrained, channeled through a palm technique designed to shatter defensive formations. Shen Wei's reclaimed armor absorbed the first wave, but the formation alloy plates weren't rated for this level of force. They cracked, then shattered. Shen Wei flew backward, hit the arena floor, bounced, and skidded to a stop near the platform's edge. Blood sprayed from his mouth. His ribs, already tender from the semifinal, cracked audibly. Protection formation. Match 2, Zhao Heng. The crowd's noise was deafening. The series was tied. One match remained. Shen Wei lay on the arena floor, staring at the sky, feeling every fracture and bruise with excruciating clarity. His chi reserves were depleted to 30%. His armor was destroyed. His body screamed with pain. In the stands, Lianyu was on her feet, her face white. Old man Su remained seated, his expression hidden beneath his bamboo hat. But his hands, resting on his knees, were trembling. 1 minute rest, the referee announced. Shen Wei rose. Slowly, painfully, but he rose. He discarded the ruined armor. The shattered plates fell away like dead leaves. Underneath, his servant's robe was torn and stained with blood. He looked like what he was, a trash collector who'd wandered into a fight he couldn't win. Zhao Heng stood at his corner, barely winded, his white robes pristine. He watched Shen Wei struggle to stand with the dispassionate interest of a man observing an insect's futile efforts. Forfeit, Zhao Heng said. You've made your point. You're talented. But talent without power is just unrealized potential. Shen Wei straightened. The pain was extraordinary. His reclamation core spun at reduced output, conserving the 30% of chi that remained. Every breath was a battle. But in his inner robe, pressed against his chest, the nascent soul-level defensive talisman that Su had given him pulsed with patient, ancient power. Match 3, the referee called. Begin. Zhao Heng didn't hold back. He opened with the heaven-grade art at full power. Not the sequential pattern, but a modified version that sacrificed elegance for raw destructive force. The blade descended in an arc that compressed the arena's air into a visible shockwave. Shen Wei activated Su's talisman. The nascent soul-level barrier materialized around him, a sphere of golden light so dense that the spiritual energy was visible to the naked eye. Zhao Heng's strike hit the barrier and stopped dead. The heaven-grade sword, carrying the full force of a core formation peak cultivator's most powerful technique, couldn't penetrate a defense created by a Dao Lord's formation mastery. The barrier lasted 3 seconds. In those 3 seconds, Zhao Heng's attack was absorbed, his momentum was nullified, and his technique's energy was spent. And in those 3 seconds, Shen Wei used every ounce of his remaining chi on a single technique. Not the resonance strike, not the remnant edge. Something new, something the Sovereign's treatise had shown him during the long night study. A technique that wasn't about finding flaws or exploiting weaknesses. A technique about seeing potential. He called it essence revelation. His reclamation core pulsed once, sending a wave of perception outward that enveloped Zhao Heng in the essence sight's full power. For one crystalline moment, Shen Wei saw everything. Not Zhao Heng's weaknesses, but his strengths. His potential. The cultivator he could be, underneath the arrogance and cruelty and entitlement. And he struck at the gap between what Zhao Heng was and what he could be. The blade touched Zhao Heng's chest, not with lethal force, but with the precise chi signature of the resonant strike, tuned not to Zhao Heng's cultivation frequency, but to his potential frequency. The frequency of the person he could become if he stopped treating others as possessions and started seeing their value. The resonance lasted a full second. Zhao Heng's chi circulation didn't just disrupt, it realigned. For one moment, the young master experienced what it felt like to perceive the world through the essence sight, to see the hidden value in everything, to feel the weight of 1,000 discarded possibilities pressing against his consciousness. His eyes widened. His sword dropped. His defenses vanished. Shen Wei's blade found his throat for the second time. Protection formation. Match 3, Shen Wei. Series, Shen Wei, 2 matches to 1. The arena fell absolutely silent. Then it broke into sound. Cheering, gasping, arguing, calling. a cacophony of disbelief and exhilaration that echoed off the mountain's peak and rolled down its slopes like thunder. The trash collector had won. Chapter 33, A Core Reborn. The aftermath of the tournament was a whirlwind. Xinwei was officially declared one of the Azure Peak Sect's 3 representatives for the Emerald Cloud Trials, alongside the second and third place finishers. Zhao Hong, as the runner-up, would also attend. The irony was not lost on anyone. Xinwei spent the first 3 days after the tournament in intensive healing, using reclaimed medical resources, and Lian using increasingly skilled poultice work to repair the damage from Zhao Hong's attacks. His ribs reknit. His bruises faded. His qi reserves replenished through sustained absorption of intersect waste materials. On the 4th day, he turned his attention to advancement. The tournament had shown him the limits of his current power. Core formation late stage was formidable for a 2-month cultivator, but the gap between late stage and peak, where Zhao Hong sat, was significant. And the Emerald Cloud Trials would pit him against cultivators from other sects, some of whom would be at nascent soul. He needed to reach core formation peak. Ideally, he needed to touch the threshold of nascent soul. The ancient spatial ring provided the key. The experimental qi gathering array blueprints, the spiral design that drew qi from multiple vectors, was the most efficient cultivation amplifier he'd ever encountered. Implementing it in his private cultivation space would accelerate his advancement dramatically. He spent a week building the array. The formation work was complex. Over 200 qi channels, 48 nodes, 3 interlocking spiral patterns that had to be inscribed with absolute precision. His Stage 2 sight guided every stroke, ensuring that each channel was aligned with the underlying energy flows of the mountain's spirit veins. When the array activated, the effect was immediate. Qi flooded his cultivation space from every direction. Ambient energy, recycled waste qi, residual formation energy, even trace amounts of the Pavilion qi that permeated the mountain's deeper veins. The spiral design concentrated everything into a vortex centered on his meditation position. Within the vortex, his reclamation core processed the influx with gleeful efficiency. The multi-source qi that composed his base absorbed the concentrated energy and restructured, growing denser and more complex with each meditation session. Core formation peak arrived in 9 days. The breakthrough was quieter than his previous ones, a deepening rather than an explosion. His core didn't dramatically expand. Instead, it refined. The internal channels that connected his different qi types widened, strengthened, and developed new connections that hadn't existed before. The core's rotation accelerated and stabilized simultaneously, spinning with the smooth precision of a gyroscope rather than the turbulent churn of its earlier stages. His essence sight didn't evolve. That would come at the next major stage, but it sharpened within its existing capabilities. He could now read spiritual signatures from over 100 meters, perceive formation structures through 3 layers of concealment, and sense the emotional states of nearby cultivators through the fluctuations in their qi fields. The refinement phase also deepened his understanding of the Sovereign's treatise. The philosophical framework, that nothing is truly waste, that reclamation is alignment with the Tao, integrated with his cultivation practice in ways he hadn't anticipated. His reclamation core began to manifest a subtle but distinct aura, a field of perception that extended 3 meters around him, automatically assessing everything within range for hidden potential. He called it the reclamation field. It was passive, constant, and invisible to anyone without the sight. But within its range, no hidden value went unnoticed. More importantly, the reclamation field had an unexpected effect on other people. Cultivators who entered the field reported feeling subtly better, their qi circulation smooth, their spiritual injuries eased, their cultivation blocks softened. The field was perceiving their hidden potential and, through the passive resonance of the reclamation core, gently encouraging it to manifest. Lian Yu was the first to notice. "I advance faster when I'm near you," she said, her tone carefully neutral. They were in his cultivation space, she on one side of the spiral array, he on the other. Her cultivation had reached qi condensation 9th layer in the weeks since her unsealing, an astounding pace driven by her exceptional dual roots and the high-quality resources Xinwei provided. "My qi circulation improves, my absorption rate increases, and my spiritual roots feel encouraged. Like something outside me is helping them grow." The reclamation field. The what? He explained. Lian Yu listened with the analytical focus that made her so formidable, asking precise questions and testing his answers against her own experience. "So your cultivation path doesn't just find value in discarded objects," she summarized. "It helps unlock hidden potential in everything nearby, including people." Including people. She was quiet for a moment. Then, That's the most terrifying and beautiful thing I've ever heard. They sat in the reclamation field's gentle influence, two cultivators forged from discarded potential, and the silence between them was warm. Chapter 34. The golden core shines. The Emerald Cloud trials were 1 month away. Shenwei used the time with ruthless efficiency. His cultivation was at core formation peak, stable, refined, and as powerful as the stage allowed. Pushing beyond to nascent soul would require a qualitative transformation that he wasn't ready for, and attempting it prematurely would be worse than useless. Instead, he focused on optimization, maximizing the effectiveness of his current level through technique refinement, equipment improvement, and tactical preparation. The complete remnant edge combat system from the spatial ring became his primary focus. The full 7-volume system was vast, encompassing not just sword techniques, but a complete combat philosophy that integrated the essence sight into every aspect of fighting. He practiced daily, sparring with Bao, drilling forms alone, and visualizing applications against hypothetical opponents. His equipment underwent a similar transformation. The scrap metal sword, which had served him since the confrontation with Feng Zhua, was showing strain from the tournament's punishment. He reforged it using materials from the spatial ring, better alloys, purer spirit metals, formation-infused components that elevated the weapon from a reclaimed blade to a genuine spirit sword. The reforging process was itself a cultivation exercise. The Sovereign's treatise described weaponsmithing as a form of reclamation, taking raw materials and revealing the weapon hidden within them. Shenwei approached the forge with his essence sight fully active, seeing the metal's internal structure, identifying the optimal grain alignment, finding the hidden channels through which qi would flow most efficiently. The result was a sword that bore no resemblance to the rough scrap metal blade of its birth. The new weapon was sleek, balanced, and hummed with a frequency that resonated with Shenwei's reclamation core. He named it Kanming, residual brightness, not for what it was, but for what it had been, a collection of discarded fragments, given new life and new purpose. Saming's edge, honed by reclaimed formation energy, could cut spiritual constructs as easily as physical matter. Its qi channels, 13 in total, were arranged in the spiral pattern from the pavilion's blueprint rather than the standard linear arrangement. The result was a weapon that could draw ambient qi during combat, sustaining its own power rather than draining its wielder's reserves. A self-sustaining spirit sword, forged entirely from trash. If there was a more perfect embodiment of the reclamation Dao, Shenwei couldn't imagine it. The month passed in a blur of training, cultivation, and preparation. Bao advanced to core formation early stage through a combination of standard training and the passive benefits of Shenwei's reclamation field. Lian Yu shattered through to foundation establishment with the explosive force of long-suppressed potential finally unleashed, her dual yin poison roots blazing with power that drew nervous glances from the medicine hall's elders. Old Man Su remained at the waste pit, quietly deteriorating. His crippled body was failing faster now, the damage from decades of self-suppression accelerating as his remaining qi reserves dwindled. Shenwei visited him every evening, bringing reclaimed medical resources and using his reclamation field to ease the old man's pain. "Save your energy for the trials," Su said, waving away Shenwei's latest offering. "I'll be here when you get back. Will you?" Su's silence was answer enough, but he rallied, pushing himself upright with visible effort, and produced a small jade slip from beneath his cot. "The pavilion's vault is still beneath the mountain. You found the founder's seal, the key, but the vault has a second lock. This slip contains the resonance pattern needed to activate the second lock. When you return from the trials, we'll open it together." "Together," Shenwei agreed. "Together. Now go. Win. Show the cultivation world what trash can become." The morning of departure arrived. The 3 Azure Peak representatives, Shenwei, Zhao Heng, and a quiet inner disciple named Wei Jun who'd placed third, gathered at the sect's main gate. A small entourage accompanied them. 2 elder chaperones, 3 servants, and, because the sect master had approved it, Lian Yu, officially listed as medicinal support staff. The Emerald Cloud trials were held in the Emerald Cloud Valley, 3 days' travel by spirit carriage. Representatives from 20 regional sects would compete in a series of trials designed to test not just combat ability, but cultivation resourcefulness, formation knowledge, and spiritual adaptability. Shenwei stood at the gate, Kanming at his hip, his reclaimed armor restored and improved, the pavilion ring warm on his finger. Behind him, the Azure Peak sect's waste pits glowed with the hidden light that only he could see. Ahead of him, the world waited, full of discarded treasures, full of hidden potential, full of things that others had thrown away and that Shenwei intended to find. Chapter 35. The Eyes of Others. The Emerald Cloud Valley was a natural amphitheater carved by ancient rivers into the bedrock of a mountain range, its walls lush with spirit-fed vegetation and its floor a vast, flat expanse of packed earth reinforced by centuries-old formation work. Spiritual energy pooled in the valley like water in a bowl, concentrated by the surrounding peaks into a field so dense that even mortal spectators could feel the tingle on their skin. 20 sects had sent representatives. Each delegation occupied a designated section of the valley's perimeter, their banners fluttering in chi-charged wind. Shenwei counted over 60 competitors from the stands, a mix of core formation and early nascent soul cultivators, each one representing the best their sect had to offer. The Azure Peak delegation occupied a modest section near the valley's eastern wall. Zhao Heng had positioned himself at the front of the section, his white robes and sky-grade equipment drawing admiring glances from other sects' observers. Wei Jun stood quietly beside him, unremarkable but solid. Shenwei took a position at the back, close to Lianyu, and let his essence sight sweep the competition. The spiritual signatures were illuminating. Most competitors were at core formation peak, clustered around Shenwei and Zhao Heng's level. A handful burned brighter. Early nascent soul cultivators from the larger sects, their spiritual signatures a qualitative step above the core formation crowd. These were the favorites, the likely champions, the ones who expected to dominate. Shenwei read their signatures, mapped their cultivation types, and cataloged their equipment. Most wielded standard gear, spirit swords, formation-enhanced armor, defensive talismans. Good quality, some excellent, but nothing that his sight couldn't deconstruct. One signature caught his attention. Near the western wall, among the delegation from a sect Shenwei didn't recognize, a woman sat perfectly still. Her spiritual signature was unusual, not in its power level, which read as core formation late stage, but in its quality. It shimmered with a complexity that reminded him of his own multi-source base, though the specific frequencies were different. And she was watching him. Not casually. Not the general observation that competitors directed at each other. She was watching with focused, deliberate attention, her gaze locked on him with an intensity that triggered every defensive instinct he possessed. "Who is that?" he murmured to Lianyu. Lianyu followed his gaze. "The woman in dark robes? That's the delegation from the Wandering Star sect. Small sect, nomadic, barely qualifies for regional participation. I don't recognize her specifically. She's watching me. A lot of people are watching you. The waste collector who beat the sect master's son is a story. This is different. She's reading my spiritual signature." Lianyu's expression sharpened. "Can she see your sight?" "No, but she might see something else." Shenwei's reclamation field extended toward the woman, reaching, assessing. What it found made his pulse quicken. The woman's cultivation base was multi-source. Not reclaimed. Her chi types were different from Shenwei's, but diverse, drawn from multiple origins rather than a single cultivation method. And her spiritual roots, visible to his advanced perception, carried a mark. A tiny, almost imperceptible glyph etched into the root's surface, written in a script that the Dao imprint recognized. Pavilion script. She wasn't from the Pavilion. The mark was too small, too old, more like a residual impression than an active inscription. But at some point in her lineage, someone connected to the Heavenly Reclamation Pavilion had left their mark on her bloodline. "I need to talk to her," Shenwei said. "After the trials start," Lianyu said firmly. "Don't draw attention before the competition even begins." The opening ceremony was formal and lengthy. The valley's presiding elder, a spirit-severing cultivator from the hosting sect whose aura pressed down on the assembly like a gentle mountain, welcomed the competitors and announced the trial format. 3 stages. The first was a survival challenge. Competitors would be dropped into the Broken Wastes, a region of spiritually devastated terrain south of the valley, and required to survive for 3 days using only what they found. The second was a combat tournament, similar to Azure Peak's qualifying rounds. The third was a mystery stage, revealed only after the first 2 were complete. The survival challenge was first. Tomorrow morning. Shenwei heard the words, "Survive using only what you find," and smiled. This trial was designed for him. Chapter 36. The Wasteland's Bounty. The Broken Wastes were a scar on the landscape. Centuries ago, a battle between sovereign-level cultivators had devastated a region the size of a small country. The spiritual energy that had fueled the combat was so intense that it permanently altered the terrain, leaving behind a landscape of cracked earth, dead vegetation, and twisted rock formations that leaked residual battle chi. No sect had claimed the territory. It was considered too damaged, too dangerous, and too spiritually barren for cultivation. To any normal competitor, it was a hostile wilderness, a place of scarcity, where survival meant rationing, conserving, and enduring. To Shun Wei's essence site, the broken wastes blazed like a bonfire. Every cracked stone held compressed battle chi from the ancient conflict. Every twisted rock formation contained veins of spiritually fused metal, created when the sovereign's attacks had melted and reformed the local or deposits. Every dead tree was saturated with decades of absorbed residual energy. They would transformed into quasi-spiritual material that hummed with trapped power. The wasteland was a treasure field, and Shun Wei was the only one who could see the map. The competitors were dropped at random points across the wastes by formation-powered transport, each one alone, without equipment or supplies. Survival was the baseline requirement. The real competition was performance. Competitors who merely survived scored low. Those who thrived, who built shelters, found resources, demonstrated cultivation adaptability, scored high. Shun Wei was deposited on a ridge of cracked basalt overlooking a valley of petrified trees. The air was hot, dry, and tasted of iron. Residual metal chi from the ancient battle, still lingering in the atmosphere after centuries. To any other competitor, the landscape was desolate. To Shun Wei, it was a feast. He started with the basalt. The cracked stone, stressed by centuries of spiritual weathering, contained compressed earth chi in its fracture lines. He placed his palms on the rock and drew the energy through the sutra's absorption technique, replenishing his chi reserves within minutes of landing. Then he descended to the petrified forest. The trees, there would dense with absorbed battle chi, yielded material that he could shape with chi-enhanced hands into tools, weapons, and structural components. He carved a shelter from a hollow trunk, reinforced it with formation inscriptions drawn from the Dao imprint's knowledge, and established a base camp within the first hour. The other competitors were struggling. Shun Wei couldn't see them. They were scattered across the wastes at varying distances, but his extended reclamation field detected the faint signatures of cultivators fighting the terrain rather than working with it. They were looking for water, for food, for shelter, the basics of survival. They weren't looking at the ground beneath their feet, because the ground beneath their feet was the real treasure. On the second day, Shun Wei ranged further from his camp. The waste's inner regions held stronger concentrations of battle chi, the residual energy denser and more complex closer to the epicenter of the ancient conflict. He found formations, ancient defensive arrays that the sovereign's armies had deployed, their structures shattered but their chi channels still partially intact. He studied them, learned from them, absorbed their residual energy. He also found other competitors. Some were doing well. The stronger cultivators had adapted to the harsh conditions and established functional camps. Others were barely surviving, their chi depleted from fighting the environment, their bodies weakened by the toxic spiritual residue that permeated the wastes. One of them was the woman from the Wandering Star sect. He found her on the second afternoon, seated beside a pool of stagnant water in a ravine. She was meditating, her multi-source cultivation base cycling through a technique that he recognized, not the Essence Reclamation Sutra, but something related. A derivative, a cousin technique. She opened her eyes as he approached. They were calm, unsurprised. She'd known he was coming. "You're the one from Azure Peak," she said. Her voice was measured, each word precise. "The trash collector. And you're from the Wandering Star sect. The one who was watching me." A ghost of a smile. "My name is Zhenlingxi, and I was watching you because you have something I've been looking for." "What's that?" "The essence site." She said the words with the reverence of a scholar naming a lost scripture. "I've seen its effects, the way you read objects, the way your cultivation base processes multiple chi types, the way your equipment resonates with reclaimed energy. There's only one ability in the cultivation world that produces those signatures." Shun Wei's guard went up. "How do you know about the essence site?" Zhenlingxi reached into her robe and produced a small medallion. Its surface was inscribed with a familiar glyph, Pavilion script, matching the mark on her spiritual roots. "Because my grandmother was a member of the Heavenly Reclamation Pavilion," she said. "The last surviving member, until she died 10 years ago. She told me about the site. She told me about the pavilion. And she told me that someday, someone would appear who could see what others couldn't." Zhenlingxi met his eyes. "She told me to find that person and bring them to the pavilion's ruins." The implications cascaded through Shun Wei's mind. The pavilion's legacy wasn't just scattered artifacts and hidden knowledge. There were people, descendants, inheritors, carriers of the pavilion's bloodline and mission, waiting in the world for the site to resurface. "Where are the ruins?" he asked. "Far from here, past the broken wastes, in a region that the cultivation world has forgotten." She paused. "But that's a journey for after the trials. For now, we're competitors." Her smile sharpened. "And I intend to score well." They parted ways, but the encounter left Shun Wei with more questions than answers. and a destination that pulled at something deep in his reclamation core. The Pavilion's ruins. The origin of his power. The source of everything he'd become. After the trials. After the tournament. After everything immediate was resolved. Then he would go. On the third day, the survival challenge ended. Shenwei emerged from the wastes with a pack full of reclaimed materials, a cultivation base enriched by 3 days of concentrated battle chi absorption, and the highest survival score of any competitor. He'd turned a wasteland into a workshop, and the other sects were beginning to pay attention. Chapter 37. Sabotage and Survival. The combat tournament was the second trial stage, conducted in the Valley's central arena over 2 days. 60 competitors, single elimination, no restrictions on equipment or consumables. The rules were simple. Fight until one side triggers the protection formation or surrenders. Shenwei drew favorable early matches and won them with the Remnant Edge system's precise, efficient style. Each opponent was assessed, deconstructed, and exploited within minutes. His reputation grew with each victory. The trash collector who could see through any weapon, any technique, any defense. But the fifth match changed everything. His opponent was a cultivator from the Iron Blade sect, a core formation peak swordsman named Ma Dong, competent but not exceptional. The match should have been straightforward. It was, until the third exchange. Ma Dong's sword erupted. Not with a technique, with raw, uncontrolled chi. The blade, which Shenwei's sight had assessed as standard issue, suddenly blazed with energy that far exceeded its normal capacity. The steel buckled, warped, and detonated in a shower of superheated fragments and spiritual shrapnel. Shenwei threw himself backward, activating Sanming's defensive functions. The shrapnel tore through the air where he'd been standing. Ma Dong himself was thrown off the platform by the blast, his weapon hand bleeding, his face twisted with shock. The arena's protection formation activated, sealing both fighters in emergency barriers while referees rushed to assess the situation. Someone had sabotaged Ma Dong's sword. Shenwei's sight, even through the chaos, had read the telltale signature, a delayed activation destruction formation, inscribed on the sword's core channel, designed to trigger when the weapon was stressed by sustained combat. The formation was subtle, professional, and definitely not an accident. And its signature matched Zhao Heng's chi. The young master sat in the Azure Peak section of the stands, his expression perfectly blank, his spiritual signature calm and controlled. If he'd planted the sabotage, there was no visible evidence. But Shenwei's sight didn't rely on visible evidence. The match was declared void, interference by external party, and Shenwei advanced by default. Ma Dong was treated for his injuries, confused and furious. The referees investigated but found nothing conclusive. Shenwei found Zhao Heng during the evening meal. That could have killed Ma Dong, Shenwei said, keeping his voice low. I have no idea what you're talking about. Your chi signature is on the destruction formation. I can see it. Zhao Heng's composure cracked, just fractionally. A flicker of surprise. Not that Shenwei suspected him, but that Shenwei could trace the formation to its creator. The young master recovered quickly, his mask of innocence settling back into place. An interesting accusation from someone with no admissible evidence. Zhao Heng's smile was thin. In case you haven't noticed, the referees found nothing. Because there's nothing to find. There's plenty to find. For someone who can see properly. They stared at each other across the dining area. The other competitors continued their meals, unaware of the tension humming between the two Azure Peak representatives. Be careful, Zhao Heng said quietly. The trails are dangerous. Accidents happen. Weapons malfunction. People get hurt. He rose from his seat. Especially people who make accusations they can't prove. He left. Shenwei watched him go with a cold weight settling in his stomach. Zhao Heng wasn't just an arrogant prodigy. He was a threat. A threat to Shenwei, to Lian Yu, and to anyone who stood between him and whatever he wanted. And the protections of the sect master's favor, the rules of the tournament, shielded him from consequence. Shenwei needed to end this. Not just in the tournament, in principle. Zhao Heng's belief that his position made him untouchable, that his status exempted him from accountability, was the same belief that had allowed Feng Zhue to steal from the sect for a decade. The powerful discarding responsibility. The privileged declaring others worthless. The same old pattern. The same fundamental error that the reclamation Dao existed to correct. Shenwei returned to his quarters and spent the night refining a technique that would send a message too loud for anyone to ignore. Chapter 38. The final exchange. The tournament bracket narrowed. 16 competitors became 8, then 4. Shenwei advanced through each round with the systematic precision that the Remnant Edge system demanded, each opponent a new puzzle solved through the Essence Sight's unflinching analysis. In the semifinals, he faced a nascent soul early-stage cultivator from the Crimson Wave sect, the strongest opponent he'd ever fought, bar none. The power gap was extreme. Where core formation cultivators channeled chi through their golden core, nascent soul cultivators had condensed their core into a nascent soul, a spiritual being residing in their dantian, capable of independent thought and action. The nascent soul cultivators' attacks were qualitatively different from anything Shen Wei had faced. They carried spiritual intent, the nascent soul's consciousness guiding each strike with a precision that transcended physical reflexes. Dodging was harder. Reading was harder. The spiritual telegraph that Shen Wei relied on was partially obscured by the nascent soul's interference. The fight lasted 12 minutes, the longest of the tournament. Shen Wei used every technique in his arsenal: the remnant edge's analytical strikes, the resonance strike's disruption, the reclamation field's passive interference, and raw determination that refused to acknowledge the mathematical impossibility of his victory. In the end, it was the ancient battle chi he'd absorbed in the broken waste that tipped the balance. The sovereign-level combat energy, refined and integrated into his reclamation core during the survival challenge, gave his attacks a weight and density that exceeded his cultivation stage. A single strike, loaded with the residual intent of a sovereign's killing blow from centuries past, broke through the nascent soul cultivator's defense and triggered the protection formation. The crowd was stunned. A core formation cultivator defeating a nascent soul opponent was rare enough to be historical. The finals were set: Shen Wei versus Zhao Heng. Again, but this time, the stage was bigger. 20 sects watched. The regional cultivation world was paying attention, and Zhao Heng's sky-grade equipment and heaven-grade technique wouldn't be enough to dismiss Shen Wei as a curiosity. The final match was held at sunset, the valley's concentrated spiritual energy turning the air golden and thick. Both fighters stood on the central platform, facing each other across 50 meters of formation-reinforced stone. Zhao Heng drew his heaven-grade sword. Its song was pure and clear, cutting through the ambient noise like a blade through silk. Shen Wei drew Kanming. The reclaimed blade hummed, not with the refined clarity of a heaven-grade weapon, but with the complex, layered resonance of 1,000 fragments given new purpose. It wasn't as pure. It wasn't as elegant. It was alive with accumulated experience in a way that Zhao Heng's pristine weapon could never match. Last chance to forfeit, Zhao Heng said. Last chance to fight someone who sees you clearly, Shen Wei replied. The match began. Zhao Heng came at him with everything. The heaven-grade art at full power, modified with free-form variations that addressed every weakness Shen Wei had exploited in the qualifying tournament. The young master had spent the past month refining his approach, eliminating the rigid patterns, strengthening the transitions. His combat had evolved from excellent to extraordinary. But Shen Wei had evolved too. Kanming met the heaven-grade blade in a clash that sent shockwaves across the platform. The formation-reinforced stone cracked beneath their feet. Spiritual energy erupted in visible arcs, painting the sunset air with light. They fought for 8 minutes. Neither could gain a decisive advantage. Zhao Heng's superior power was offset by Shen Wei's superior perception. The heaven-grade art's devastating force was countered by the remnant edge's surgical precision. Both fighters adjusted in real time, learning from each exchange, closing gaps as fast as they were found. The break came at the 9-minute mark. Zhao Heng, frustrated by his inability to land a clean hit, activated a technique that Shen Wei had never seen. His spiritual signature spiked, not with his own power, but with something else. Something external. The sect master's chi. A talisman hidden beneath Zhao Heng's robes blazed with nascent soul-level power, his father's energy, stored and ready, activated as a last resort. The talisman fed its power into Zhao Heng's heaven-grade art, amplifying it beyond anything a core formation cultivator could produce naturally. The strike that followed was not core formation. It was not even nascent soul. It was a blow carrying the force of a true nascent soul elder's full power, channeled through a heaven-grade weapon, aimed at Shen Wei's center mass. No normal defense could stop it. Even Su's talisman was spent. So Shen Wei didn't defend. He used Sanming's self-sustaining spiral channels to absorb the ambient chi from the arena floor, the air, the formation barriers, everything within reach, and channeled it all into a single resonant strike aimed at the talisman beneath Zhao Heng's robes. The resonance hit the talisman at its peak output. The feedback loop was catastrophic. The talisman's nascent soul-level energy, disrupted by the precisely tuned resonance, turned inward. The stored power, instead of amplifying Zhao Heng's attack, detonated inside his own spiritual defenses. Zhao Heng's technique collapsed. His attack scattered. His defenses shattered. Kanming found his throat. Protection formation. Match over. Shunwei stood in the center of the arena, chest heaving, chi nearly depleted, Sanming's edge a hair's breadth from the young master's skin. The valley was silent. Then Zhenlingxi, watching from the Wandering Star section, began to clap. Others followed. The applause built like a wave, spreading across 20 sects delegations until the entire valley rang with the sound of recognition. Shunwei, the trash collector of Azure Peak sect, had won the Emerald Cloud Trials. Chapter 39. What the heart sees. The celebration was subdued, at least for Shunwei. The other competitors congratulated him with varying degrees of sincerity. The Azure Peak elders who'd chaperoned the trip were torn between pride at their sect's victory and discomfort at the manner of it. A former servant defeating the sect master's son was politically complicated. Zhaoheng said nothing. He retreated to the Azure Peak delegation's quarters and didn't emerge for the remainder of the evening. But his spiritual signature, visible to Shun Wei's sight from across the camp, churned with emotions that were impossible to misread. Humiliation, fury, and, buried beneath both, a tiny, flickering spark of something that might have been doubt. The essence revelation technique, used during their final match at Azure Peak, had planted a seed. The experience of seeing the world through the sight, even for a moment, had cracked something in Zhaoheng's worldview. The crack was tiny, almost invisible. But Shun Wei's entire life was built on finding tiny cracks and understanding their potential. That evening, Lian Yu found him at the valley's edge, sitting on a boulder that overlooked the broken wastes. The distant terrain glowed faintly in his vision, residual battle chi, still pulsing after centuries. A landscape that the world had given up on, still alive with hidden power. "You won," she said, sitting beside him. "I won. And it feels like the beginning, not the end." He looked at her. The moonlight caught the threads of purple and green in her eyes, her dual roots manifesting even in her natural gaze now, a constant reminder of the power she carried. Zhenlingxi knows about the pavilion. She has a map to its ruins. "After we return to Azure Peak, I want to go there. I'm coming with you. It'll be dangerous. Everything worth doing is dangerous. You taught me that." She paused. "Also, if you leave me behind, Zhaoheng will try again. I'd rather face ruins than deal with his proposals." Shunwei laughed. Then, moved by an impulse he didn't examine too closely, he reached for her hand. She let him take it. Her fingers were calloused from herb work, rough, strong, capable. "There's something else," he said. "During the fight with Zhaoheng, when I used the essence revelation technique, I didn't just see his potential. I saw his father's. The sect master's chi was in that talisman, and through it, I caught a glimpse of Zhao Qingxin's spiritual signature at its deepest level. And the sect master knows about the pavilion. Not just the outpost beneath the mountain, the entire pavilion, its history, its destruction, its scattered legacy. His cultivation base carries traces of pavilion chi. Ancient traces, inherited, not absorbed." Shunwei's grip on her hand tightened. The Azure Peak sect's founder was connected to the pavilion. The founder's seal that I found in the formation core, it's not just a sect artifact. It's a pavilion artifact. The implications were staggering. If the Azure Peak sect was built on pavilion foundations, then the sect master's lineage carried pavilion blood, which meant Zhaoheng carried pavilion blood. "Does the sect master know what the seal is?" Lian Yu asked. "I don't think so. The connection has been buried for centuries. But if we open the vault beneath the mountain, the pavilion vault that Sue told me about, the truth will come out." He turned to face her fully. "And that truth will change everything at Azure Peak. The sect master might be an ally, or an enemy. I can't tell which until I understand how deep the pavilion connection goes." Lian Yu absorbed this with her characteristic calm. "Then we need more information. The ruins might provide it. Zhenlingxi's grandmother's knowledge might provide it." She squeezed his hand. "One step at a time. First we go home. Then, we go searching." They sat together on the boulder, hands clasped, watching the broken wastes glow with the hidden light of ancient power. Behind them, the valley's formation arrays hummed with the concentrated energy of 20 sects' best cultivators. And in the distance, so faint that even Shunwei's sight barely detected it, a pulse of chi emanated from beyond the horizon, from the direction of the pavilion's ruins. A beacon, a summons, a discarded thing, calling out to be found. Chapter 40. The path ahead. The return to Azure Peak was triumphant and complicated. News of Shunwei's victory at the Emerald Cloud Trials had preceded the delegation by days, carried by communication formations and gossip networks that operated faster than spirit carriages. When they arrived at the sect's main gate, a crowd of disciples was waiting, outer disciples cheering, inner disciples whispering, servants staring at the man who'd been one of them mere months ago. The sect master received the delegation in the Great Hall. His expression, as always, was inscrutable, but his spiritual signature, which Shunwei now read with the fluency of long practice, carried layers of calculation that hadn't been there before. Zhao Qingxin was reassessing. The trash collector had become too significant to manage through standard channels. "Congratulations to our representatives," the sectmaster said. His gaze rested on Shunwei with an intensity that bordered on uncomfortable. Shunwei's performance at the trials has brought honor to the Azure Peak sect and demonstrated that talent comes from unexpected places. The subtext was clear. The sectmaster was framing Shunwei's success as the sect's success. Ownership redefined. The trash collector's achievements belonged to Azure Peak, and by extension, to Zhao Qingxin's leadership. Shunwei accepted the praise with a bow and said nothing. Zhao Heng was conspicuously absent from the reception. He'd returned to the sect separately, traveling alone, and hadn't been seen since. But his spiritual signature was detectable in the inner sect's restricted quarters, agitated, volatile, fluctuating with the energy of someone in intense cultivation or intense emotional turmoil. Later that day, Zhen Lingxi approached Shunwei at his assessment office. She'd traveled to Azure Peak from the Emerald Cloud Valley separately, arriving by a route that suggested she'd taken deliberate steps to avoid being followed. "I have the map," she said, producing a jade slip that she'd kept hidden throughout the trials. "My grandmother encoded it before she died. The pavilion's main ruins are in the broken wastes, not the outskirts where the trials were held, but the deep interior, near the epicenter of the ancient battle. That's where the battle chi is strongest. The battle that devastated the region wasn't random. It was the pavilion's last stand. They fought the Shattered Realm sect, a cult that cultivates through destruction. The pavilion lost. But before they fell, they sealed their most important assets in the ruins and protected them with formations that only the essence sight can perceive. The Shattered Realm sect. Shun Wei's memory surfaced. Kong Wuji's disciples, the ones who deliberately destroyed artifacts to harvest destruction essence. The pavilion's philosophical opposites. "When can we go?" "Soon. But not yet." Zhen Lingxi's expression was carefully neutral, but her spiritual signature carried undertones of urgency and guilt. "There's something you should know. I've been in contact with someone I believed was a pavilion survivor, a woman who claimed to be my grandmother's friend. She helped me decode the map. She provided resources for my journey to the trials. But I've been having doubts. Her questions have become more specific about your abilities, your strength, your location. She asks about things that a pavilion ally would already know." Zhen Lingxi met his eyes. "I think she may not be who she claims. And I think she may know we're planning to visit the ruins. A potential spy, feeding their plans to an unknown party." The warmth of the trial's victory cooled rapidly. If she's connected to the Shattered Realm sect, then the ruins may be compromised. Or they may not. I don't know. Zhen Lingxi's composure cracked slightly. "I may have led them straight to us. I'm sorry." Shenwei assessed her with his sight. Her spiritual signature was genuine: guilt, fear, determination. Not deception. She wasn't a deliberate traitor. She was a well-intentioned person who might have been manipulated. "We'll go anyway," Shenwei said. "But we'll go prepared. And we'll go with allies." He reached out to his people. Bao, loyal and fierce, agreed immediately. Lianyu was already packed. Su, frail but determined, insisted on staying behind. "My body wouldn't survive the journey. But I'll be here when you return. And the vault will be waiting." The four of them, Shenwei, Lianyu, Bao, and Zhen Lingxi, departed Azure Peak on a cold morning, heading south toward the broken wastes. Shenwei carried Kanming at his hip, the pavilion ring on his finger, and the Dao imprints knowledge in his spiritual sea. Behind him, Azure Peak sect grew small against the mountain. Ahead, the wasteland waited, a vast landscape of discarded power, hiding the ruins of an organization that had believed nothing was truly worthless. Somewhere in those ruins lay the truth about the essence site, the pavilion's fall, and the reclamation Dao's ultimate purpose. And somewhere in the shadows, watchers followed. Shenwei felt their attention on his back like the prickle of hostile qi. He didn't turn around. Instead, he placed his hand on Sanming's hilt and let his essence sight sweep the path ahead, reading the hidden potential in every stone, every shadow, every breath of wind. The second arc of his story was complete. The waste collector had become a champion. The hidden potential had been revealed. But the greatest treasures and the greatest dangers still lay ahead, waiting in the ruins of a civilization built on the principle that nothing in this world should ever be thrown away. Chapter 41. Into the broken waste stretched before them like a wound in the earth that had never healed. Shenwei stood at the boundary where living terrain met devastation, his essence sight illuminating a landscape that should have been desolate but instead blazed with hidden fire. The cracked earth pulsed with compressed battle chi. The twisted rock formations radiated veins of spiritually fused metal. The dead trees, their trunks petrified by centuries of spiritual saturation, hummed with frequencies that his reclamation core recognized as distant echoes of sovereign-level combat. 3 months ago, he'd been a servant pushing a broken cart. Now he walked into a wasteland with a reclaimed sword at his hip, 3 allies at his side, and a cultivation base that was the product of everything the world had discarded. The ruins are roughly 200 leagues south-southwest, Zhen Lingxi said, consulting the jade slip that held her grandmother's map. Her dark robes blended with the gray-brown landscape, and her multi-source cultivation base adapted to the waste's hostile qi environment with a flexibility that confirmed her pavilion heritage. We should reach the outer perimeter by nightfall if we maintain pace. Are we being followed? Bao asked, his rebuilt frame now at core formation early stage, his body cultivation enhanced by months of training within Shen Wei's reclamation field, scanning their backtrail with soldiers' paranoia. Yes, Shen Wei said calmly. 3 signatures, matching pace with us at approximately 500 meters. They've been there since we crossed the Azure Peak border. Lian Yu's eyes narrowed, purple and green threads brightening. Zhao Heng's people? Different. The Qi signatures are unfamiliar. Not Azure Peak, not any sect from the trials. Shen Wei extended his reclamation field to its maximum range, reading the distant signatures with the precision of Stage 2 perception. Their cultivation is concealed, but the concealment isn't perfect. I can see fluctuations consistent with at least 2 core formation peak cultivators and one who's strange. Their signature keeps shifting, unstable, or deliberately obfuscated. The Shattered Realm sect, Zhen Lingxi said, her voice tight with guilt. It has to be. My contact, the one I've been corresponding with, she must have passed along our route. Then we proceed with caution and prepare for contact. Shen Wei adjusted Sanming's position on his hip. We knew this was possible. It doesn't change the destination. They traveled south through a landscape that would have broken lesser cultivators. The waste's ambient qi was hostile, saturated with battle residue that interfered with standard cultivation techniques, disrupted formation work, and corroded spiritual defenses. Normal cultivators would find their qi reserves draining as their bodies fought the environmental contamination. Shen Wei thrived. His reclamation core processed the battle qi like a smelter processing raw ore, extracting usable energy from the toxic residue and integrating it into his multi-source base. Each hour of travel was also an hour of cultivation, the hostile environment feeding his advancement rather than hindering it. His companions fared differently. Bao, with his body cultivation focus, adapted through physical resilience, his enhanced constitution shrugging off the contamination the way a strong stomach shrugs off mild poison. Lian Yu's dual yin poison roots were ideally suited to toxic environments. She actually seemed to grow stronger as they penetrated deeper into the wastes, her roots absorbing and processing the spiritual contamination with obvious relish. Zhen Lingxi struggled. Her multi-source base, while diverse, lacked the reclamation core's processing capability. She fought the contamination with technique and willpower, burning qi faster than she could replenish it. By midday, she was visibly fatigued. Shen Wei noticed. He adjusted his reclamation field, extending it to encompass Zhen Lingxi, and tuned its passive resonance to support her specific qi frequencies. The effect was immediate. Her circulation stabilized, her qi reserves began recovering, and color returned to her face. Thank you, she said quietly. You're part of the team. What affects one of us affects all of us. They reached the outer perimeter of the ruins at dusk. Shen Wei knew they'd arrived because his essence sight detected a sudden, dramatic shift in the spiritual landscape. The random battle qi of the wastes gave way to structured energy, formation channels buried deep underground, running in geometric patterns that were unmistakably intentional. The pavilion's infrastructure, preserved beneath centuries of accumulated debris, was still functional. The formation network is intact, Shen Wei breathed, his sight tracing channels that extended for hundreds of meters in every direction. Not just residual, active. The power source must still be operating somewhere beneath us. My grandmother said the pavilion's core formation was self-sustaining, Zhen Lingxi confirmed. Powered by a reclamation array that converts the surrounding battle qi into usable energy. As long as there's spiritual contamination in the environment, the formation keeps running. Centuries of battle qi, continuously processed into formation power. Shen Wei shook his head in admiration. They built the ultimate waste recycling system. They made camp at the perimeter's edge, setting up protective formations that Shen Wei inscribed using techniques from the Dao imprint. The formations drew power from the underground network, strengthening themselves beyond what portable arrays could normally achieve. That night, sitting around a fire that burned on reclaimed spiritual fuel, Shunwei outlined his plan. Tomorrow, we enter the ruins. The formation network will guide us to the Pavilion's central complex. But we have to assume our followers will follow us in. I'll set detection formations along our path. Anything that crosses them will trigger an alert. What if they attack before we reach the center? Bao asked. Then we fight. But I don't think they will. If they're Shattered Realm, they want the same thing we want, the Pavilion's sealed assets. They'll let us open the doors, and then try to take what's inside. Using us as keys, Lianyu said. Exactly. So we stay alert, we stay together, and we make sure that whatever we find stays in our hands. The fire crackled. The waste-contaminated chi swirled around their camp, deflected by Shunwei's formations. In the distance, 3 hostile signatures pulsed at the edge of his perception, waiting. The hunter and the hunted, walking the same path. The only question was who would reach the treasure first. Chapter 42. The living wasteland. The deeper they penetrated, the more the broken wastes revealed. Surface level, the terrain was as desolate as its reputation suggested. Cracked earth, dead vegetation, twisted stone. But Shunwei's sight peeled back the surface and showed him the truth beneath. The underground formation network pulsed with increasing intensity as they moved toward the epicenter, its channels widening from threads to rivers of structured chi. The battle residue above ground was being actively processed, drawn down through concealed intake formations, converted in subterranean arrays, and redistributed as clean, usable energy. The Pavilion had built a reclamation engine the size of a small country, and it was still running. This is incredible, Shunwei murmured, pausing to place his palm on the cracked earth. Through the contact, his reclamation core interfaced with the underground network. The sensation was intimate, like placing his hand on the chest of a sleeping giant and feeling its heartbeat. The formation processes roughly 10,000 units of contaminated chi per hour. At that rate, the waste should have been fully cleaned within a century. But they weren't, Zhun Lingxi said. The contamination persists because it's being renewed. The ancient battle's residual energy isn't static. It's embedded in the Earth's spiritual structure. The formation can process what's available in the environment, but the deeper contamination keeps seeping up. A chronic condition, not an acute one. Shunwei withdrew his hand. The formation is managing the symptoms, but can't cure the cause. My grandmother theorized that curing it would require reaching the battle's epicenter, where 2 sovereign-level cultivators annihilated each other, and reclaiming the source energy directly. No one has ever been powerful enough to attempt it. Shunwei filed the information away. The epicenter wasn't their destination today, but someday, he'd return. The idea of reclaiming sovereign-level battle energy was staggering and irresistibly compelling for a cultivator whose entire path was built on finding value in what others abandoned. They traveled through the morning, following the underground network's channels toward a convergence point that Shunwei's sight identified as the Pavilion's central complex. The terrain grew progressively stranger as they approached. The twisted rock formations became more regular, arranged in patterns that suggested intentional placement rather than natural weathering. The dead trees stood in rows, their petrified trunks forming corridors and avenues. This used to be a city, Bao realized, looking around. These formations are buildings. The trees are street markers. The Pavilion's main settlement, Zhun Lingxi confirmed. Population of roughly 3,000 at its peak, including cultivators, crafters, researchers, and support staff. All of them dedicated to the reclamation Dao. 3,000 people. An entire community built around the principle that nothing in the world was truly waste. Destroyed, scattered, forgotten, their legacy reduced to underground formations and discarded artifacts waiting in the refuse of other civilizations. Shunwei felt the loss like a physical weight. The Pavilion had been beautiful. What it stood for, the belief that everything had hidden value, was the most important idea Shunwei had ever encountered. And someone had destroyed it. The Shattered Realm sect. The cultivators who believed that destruction was the path to power, who deliberately annihilated artifacts, resources, and, ultimately, people to harvest the energy of annihilation. The Pavilion's philosophical opposites. Their ancient enemies. And they were following Shunwei into the ruins right now. The detection formations triggered at noon. 3 contacts, 200 meters behind, Shunwei reported, reading the formation's output with his sight. Moving cautiously. They've detected our trail, but they're hanging back. Waiting for us to open the way, Lianyu said, her hands already preparing poisonous compounds from materials she'd gathered during the journey. Her foundation establishment cultivation had strengthened considerably in the wastes, The toxic environment was like a buffet for her poison roots. Do we engage or ignore? Ignore for now. The ruins' defenses will thin them out if they try to follow without the sight. He was right. The pavilion's outer defenses activated as they crossed the perimeter of what had once been the main gate. Invisible formation barriers, powered by the underground network, scanned each entrant with spiritual probes designed to detect hostile intent. Shenwei's reclamation core resonated with the formations, a recognition signal, like a key fitting a lock. The barriers parted for his group. Behind them, a distant explosion marked one of their followers, triggering a defensive formation. Shenwei's sight detected a flash of combat. One of the core formation pursuers had hit a barrier and was fighting for their life. The ruins aren't welcoming uninvited guests, Bao observed with grim satisfaction. The outer defenses are automated. They'll thin the followers, but won't stop a determined attacker. Shenwei pressed forward. We need to reach the central complex before they adapt. They ran. Chapter 43. The Broken Blacksmith. The central complex of the Heavenly Reclamation Pavilion was a crater. Not a natural depression, but a deliberate creation. A bowl-shaped area roughly 500 meters across, its walls lined with formation arrays of breathtaking complexity. The bottom of the crater held the ruins of what had been the pavilion's core buildings, a great hall, a library, a forge, and, at the very center, a sealed vault that pulsed with the underground network's concentrated energy. Everything was damaged. The great hall had collapsed, its roof caved in by whatever force had destroyed the settlement. The library was a shell, its walls standing but its contents scattered. The forge was half buried under debris, but the formation arrays on the crater's walls were intact. Shenwei's sight confirmed it. The defensive perimeter that protected the central complex was fully functional, powered by the self-sustaining reclamation engine. Whatever had destroyed the buildings hadn't been able to breach the formation network's deeper infrastructure. The attackers hit fast and hard, Zheng Lingxi said, reading the destruction pattern with trained eyes. Concentrated assault on the physical structures while the pavilion's cultivators were defending. They didn't try to crack the formations, they just killed the people and left the infrastructure. Because the infrastructure was useless without someone with the sight to operate it, Shenwei finished. They destroyed the users, not the tool. Until now. They descended into the crater cautiously, Shenwei's reclamation field sweeping the area for hazards. The formation network responded to his presence with increasing recognition. Barriers opened, defensive systems stood down, and pathways illuminated beneath the rubble, guiding them toward the central vault. Near the forge, they found him. A man, sitting against the forge's half-buried wall, his eyes closed, his body wrapped in tattered robes that had once been the pavilion's distinctive colors. He was alive, his spiritual signature confirmed it, but barely. His cultivation base, which Shenwei's sight read as nascent soul mid-stage, was shattered. Not depleted, shattered. The golden core that should have anchored his power was fragmented, its pieces scattered through his meridian network like shrapnel from an explosion. And his Dao heart, the spiritual core of his willpower and cultivation intent, was equally damaged. A vast crack ran through its center, visible to Shenwei's stage 2 perception as a dark line of spiritual trauma that pulsed with old pain. A pavilion survivor? Bao whispered. No. Zheng Lingxi's face was white. He's not from the pavilion. Look at his robes. Those are blacksmith's markers. He's a wandering craftsman. He must have found this place after the destruction and... She trailed off, looking at the makeshift camp that surrounded the man. Tools, materials, scraps of food. He'd been here for years, living among the ruins, sustained by the formation network's ambient energy, too damaged to leave. Shenwei knelt beside the man. Up close, the damage was even more apparent. The shattered core was a catastrophe. Its fragments were slowly dissolving, leaking spiritual energy that his body couldn't contain. He was dying by inches, losing himself piece by piece. But the fragments were still there. Scattered, damaged, but present. And Shenwei could see every single one. I can see your core, Shenwei said gently. The pieces are still intact. They can be reassembled. The man's eyes opened. They were gray, clouded with pain and years of despair, but sharp with awareness. You can see them, he repeated. Not a question. I have the essence sight. The gray eyes widened. Then, slowly, tears tracked down weathered cheeks. I've waited 12 years. 12 years in this ruin, hoping that someone with the sight would find me. His voice cracked. My name is Tai Gui. They call me Iron Ghost. I was a blacksmith of the Verdant Hammer sect. My sect betrayed me, sold me to the Shattered Realm cult for research. They shattered my core to study how destruction energy interacts with a craftsman's spiritual base. He coughed, a wet sound that spoke of lungs fighting a losing battle. I escaped barely. Found this place. The formations kept me alive. But I couldn't heal myself. I couldn't even. Another cough. I couldn't even forge anymore. A blacksmith who can't hold a hammer. A cultivator without a core. Trash. The word hit Shenwei like a physical blow. You're not trash, Shenwei said. You're a person with hidden potential that hasn't been reclaimed yet. And that's what I do. The process took 4 hours. Shenwei used every technique the Dao imprint and the Essence Reclamation Sutra provided, combining soul fragment perception, core reconstruction methodology, and Dao heart mending into a sustained healing session that pushed his abilities to their absolute limit. He found each core fragment using his sight. 37 pieces, scattered through Tai Gui's meridian network, some as small as grains of sand. He coaxed them out of the surrounding tissue with threads of precisely tuned reclamation chi, gathering them in Tai Gui's dantian like a jeweler collecting scattered gems. Then he reassembled them, not into their original configuration. That pattern was too damaged to replicate, but into a new arrangement that the sutra's techniques designed specifically for reclaimed spiritual material. A rebuilt core, stronger at the joints than the original because the fragments, like Bao's sword channels, had been stress-tested by their destruction. The Dao heart was harder. The crack in Tai Gui's spiritual willpower was not a physical injury, but a philosophical one. The trauma of betrayal, the despair of abandonment, the corrosive belief that he was worthless. No amount of chi manipulation could heal a wound of meaning. So Shenwei used the essence revelation technique. He showed Tai Gui, through a pulse of sight-infused chi, what Shenwei saw when he looked at the broken blacksmith. Not a ruined cultivator, not a discarded experiment, but a master craftsman whose knowledge of forging was written into his spiritual DNA, whose skills had survived the shattering of his core intact, waiting in the fragments like gold veins in broken ore. You see that? Shenwei said, guiding the vision. That's not damage. That's experience. Your core wasn't just broken, it was refined. The fragments carry the imprint of everything you've ever forged, every technique you've ever mastered. When I reassemble them, you won't just be healed. You'll be stronger. Because broken things, properly reclaimed, always are. Tai Gui wept. The crack in his Dao heart didn't close, but it narrowed. And through the narrowed gap, a spark of light emerged. Faint, fragile, but real. Hope. The rebuilt core stabilized. Tai Gui's cultivation base, previously shattered and bleeding, coalesced into a new configuration. Nascent soul early stage, reduced from his original mid-stage, but stable and sustainable. His meridians, guided by Shenwei's reconstruction, reopened. His spiritual roots reactivated. The blacksmith's hands stopped trembling. He looked at them, the hands of a craftsman, the hands that had shaped metal and spiritual material for decades, and flexed his fingers. Chi responded, flowing through rebuilt channels with the eager obedience of a river reclaiming its bed. I can forge again, Tai Gui whispered. You can forge again. Iron Ghost stood. He was gaunt, weakened, a shadow of whatever he'd been before his betrayal. But he stood, and his eyes, clearing from gray to a sharp, metallic silver, held a fire that 12 years of despair hadn't entirely extinguished. He dropped to one knee before Shenwei. You saved me. I owe you a life debt, and more. Where you go, I go. What you need forged, I forge. Until the debt is paid, or I draw my last breath. Shenwei looked at the kneeling blacksmith, a broken man reclaimed, hidden potential restored, and felt his reclamation Dao resonate with a truth that went deeper than any technique. Rise, he said. We don't kneel to each other in the pavilion. We stand together. Iron Ghost rose, and the group of 4 became 5. Chapter 44, Restoration and Revelation. Iron Ghost's knowledge of the Shattered Realm sect proved invaluable. As Shenwei's group explored the central complex's ruins, searching for the sealed vault's entrance, Tai Gui provided context that transformed their understanding of the pavilion's destruction and the threat they currently faced. The Shattered Realm sect isn't just a cult of destruction cultivators, Iron Ghost explained, his restored voice carrying the rough authority of a man who'd survived their worst. They were picking through the collapsed library, Shenwei using his sight to identify intact text fragments buried in the rubble. They're a philosophy, a mirror image of the Reclamation Dao. Where the pavilion believed in hidden value, the sect believes in hidden destruction. They see every object, every person, every spiritual construct as containing trapped destruction energy, energy that can only be released through annihilation. The opposite of what Shenwei does, Lianyu said, her dual-root senses scanning the rubble for toxic hazards. Exactly the opposite. Where he sees hidden potential, they see hidden explosions. Where he reclaims, they detonate. The two philosophies are fundamentally incompatible, one must destroy the other, because the existence of reclamation invalidates destruction, and vice versa. Shenwei absorbed this while examining a formation array preserved in the library's foundation. The array was a knowledge preservation system, the pavilion's way of storing information in the spiritual layer, accessible only to someone with the sight. Centuries of accumulated research, technique development, and historical records, encoded in formation energy beneath a collapsed building. The library isn't destroyed, Shenwei announced. The physical structure is gone, but the knowledge is stored in the formation network beneath us. I can read it. Over the next several hours, Shenwei accessed the underground library. The information was vast, far more than he could absorb in a single session. He focused on the most immediately relevant entries: the pavilion's history, the Shattered Realm sect's capabilities, and the Sealed Vault's access procedures. What he learned was sobering. The pavilion had been destroyed not by a single attack, but by a coordinated campaign. The Shattered Realm sect had spent decades infiltrating the pavilion's allies, undermining their alliances, and isolating the community from potential supporters. When the final assault came, the pavilion was alone. 3 sovereign-level sect elders, known as the Three Annihilators, had led the attack, overwhelming the pavilion's defenses through sheer destructive force. The battle that created the broken wastes had been the last stand of the pavilion's leadership. 2 sovereigns from each side had fought to mutual annihilation, their colliding techniques devastating the landscape for hundreds of miles. The remaining pavilion cultivators had sealed what they could, scattered what they couldn't seal, and died defending the ruins. The sealed vault was the pavilion's last resort. Its contents were described in the underground library's records with frustrating vagueness. The pavilion's greatest treasures, sealed against the day when the site returns. The access procedure required 2 things: the essence sight to perceive the vault's spiritual layer entrance, and a specific resonance pattern to deactivate the vault's final lock. The resonance pattern that Old Man Su had given him, encoded in the jade slip currently sitting in Shenwei's storage ring. I can open it, Shenwei told his companions as they gathered in the crater's center, the vault's entrance visible to his sight as a massive formation gate buried beneath 3 meters of debris. But I need time. The entrance formation has to be activated in sequence, and some of the channels are damaged. I'll need to repair them as I go. How long? A day? Maybe 2. We may not have 2 days, Bao said, his expression grim. Our followers are closer. I can feel their spiritual pressure at the crater's rim. Shenwei extended his reclamation field to maximum range. Bao was right. The 3 signatures had reached the outer perimeter of the central complex. One of the core formation cultivators was missing, presumably eliminated by the ruins' automated defenses. The remaining core formation cultivator and the strange, shifting signature were positioned at the crater's edge, observing. They're not attacking yet. They're waiting for us to open the vault, Lianyu said. Then they take everything. Then we make sure we're ready when they move. Shenwei turned to Iron Ghost. Can you forge? Right now, with the materials available? Iron Ghost looked at the half-buried forge. His silver eyes assessed it with a craftsman's precision. The forge is pavilion-made, self-sustaining, like the formation network. If I can clear the debris and activate the combustion array. He flexed his restored hands. I can forge. Then forge. We need defensive equipment, formation-enhanced armor, barrier talismans, anything you can produce in a day. Give me materials, and I'll give you an arsenal. Shenwei smiled. Materials were the one thing the pavilion's ruins had in abundance. Every piece of rubble, every broken artifact, every fragment of destroyed structure still held the residual energy of pavilion-grade craftsmanship. The waste of a civilization, waiting to be reclaimed. He and Iron Ghost spent the afternoon collecting materials while Bao and Lianyu established a defensive perimeter. Zheng Lingxi, racked with guilt over the followers she may have inadvertently guided to them, threw herself into the defense preparations with fierce determination. The forge activated with a roar. Iron Ghost, standing before the pavilion's ancient combustion array with hammers in both hands, began to forge. The sound of metal on metal rang across the crater, echoing off the formation-lined walls, a heartbeat of creation in a place that had known only silence for centuries. And in the underground formation network beneath their feet, the pavilion's reclamation engine pulsed with renewed energy, as if the act of forging, of creating value from discarded materials, had awakened something deep in the ruins' spiritual infrastructure. The pavilion recognized its own purpose, performed by new hands. Shenwei felt it through his reclamation core, a resonance of belonging, of rightness, of coming home. Then he turned to the vault's entrance and began the long, delicate process of opening a door that had been sealed for 800 years. Chapter 45. Destruction's shadow, the Shattered Realm sect, announced itself on the second morning. Shenwei was midway through repairing the vault's entrance formation, a painstaking process of tracing damaged channels with his sight, bridging gaps with reclaimed chi, and reactivating nodes one by one in the precise sequence encoded in Sue's jade slip. He'd been at it for 14 hours, sustained by the underground network's concentrated energy, and was roughly 70% complete. The attack on the nearby town reached him as a tremor in the formation network, a disruption in the underground channels caused by a massive discharge of destruction energy 30 miles to the east. What was that? Bao asked, his hand on his sword. Shenwei's sight extended along the network, reading the disruption's source. What he found made his blood run cold. A town. A small mortal settlement at the waste's eastern border, sustained by proximity to a minor spirit vein that the waste contamination hadn't reached. The town's 300 residents, farmers, craftsmen, ordinary people, had lived in the shadow of the waste for generations. The town was burning, not with physical fire, with spiritual fire. Destruction chi, concentrated and directed, was systematically annihilating the settlement. Buildings dissolved. Spirit veins shattered. The ambient chi was being consumed, devoured, converted into destruction energy that fed the attacker's cultivation. Shenwei watched through the formation network as the Shattered Realm cultivator, the one with the strange, shifting signature, moved through the town like a scythe through wheat. The destruction was methodical, complete, and purposeful. They weren't attacking the town for its resources. They were feeding, converting the town's spiritual energy, its vein, its formations, its people's residual chi, into destruction essence. They're harvesting, Shenwei said, his voice flat. Destroying a town to fuel their cultivation before they come for us. Iron Ghost's face had gone pale. That's the sect's standard preparation method. Before any major operation, they destroy something, a settlement, a spiritual site, a natural landmark, and absorb the destruction energy. It powers their techniques and strengthens their cultivation base. They destroy to grow, Lianyu said, her voice cold with fury. The opposite of everything you do. The opposite of everything anyone should do. Shenwei's reclamation core pulsed with a heat that wasn't physical but philosophical, a deep, visceral rejection of what the Shattered Realm sect represented. They didn't just cultivate differently. They cultivated through annihilation. Every advancement required destruction. Every breakthrough demanded victims. The Reclamation Dao said nothing was truly waste. The Shattered Realm sect said everything was fuel for destruction. The two philosophies couldn't coexist. I need to finish the vault, Shenwei said. Whatever's inside, the Pavilion sealed it for a reason. It's supposed to counter exactly this kind of threat. And the town? Gone. The word tasted like ash. They chose that town because it's small, isolated, and no one will notice it's missing until long after we've left. By the time the regional sects investigate, the Shattered Realm cultivators will be here. He threw himself back into the repair work with renewed urgency, his hands moving faster, his sight pushing harder, the sutra's techniques executing with desperate precision. The vault's entrance formation was 70% complete. 30% remained. And the Shattered Realm sect was coming, strengthened by destruction, ready to claim what the Pavilion had sealed. Time. He needed more time. Iron Ghost provided it. The blacksmith emerged from the forge at noon, carrying an array of equipment that would have taken a standard craftsman a week to produce. Defensive talismans inscribed on Pavilion-grade spirit paper. Formation-enhanced armor plates forged from reclaimed rubble alloy. Barrier anchors that could project shields powered by the underground network. Set these at the crater's 4 cardinal points, Iron Ghost said, distributing the barrier anchors to Bao and Lianyu. They'll draw power from the formation network and project a defensive dome over the entire complex. Won't stop a sovereign, but it'll slow down anything below that. Bao and Lianyu deployed immediately. Zhenlingxi, her guilt transformed into desperate determination, assisted with the formation work, her Pavilion heritage cultivation base interfacing with the underground network to optimize the barrier's efficiency. The dome activated at sunset. A translucent shell of interlocking formation energy settled over the crater, turning the central complex into a fortified position. Within the dome, the formation network's power was concentrated and accessible. Outside it, the waste's hostile chi created a natural moat. The barrier will hold for approximately 6 hours against a sustained assault by core formation peak cultivators, Iron Ghost estimated. Less if they use destruction techniques. Destruction chi corrodes formation energy faster than standard attacks. 6 hours. Shenwei estimated he needed 8 to complete the vault. 2 hours short. He worked faster. Chapter 46. The birth of nascent soul. The breakthrough hit at the worst possible moment. It was the 22nd hour of continuous vault repair. Shenwei had been channeling qi through the formation network non-stop, repairing channels, reactivating nodes, and feeding his own energy into the ancient system to compensate for centuries of degradation. His reclamation core was operating at maximum capacity, processing the underground network's ambient energy and recycling it through the vault's formation in a closed loop that demanded absolute concentration. The strain was enormous. Not just physical, philosophical. The vault's formation was a masterwork of reclamation Dao engineering, designed by cultivators who devoted their lives to the principle that nothing should be wasted. Interfacing with it at this level required Shenwei to align his own Dao understanding with the formation's embedded philosophy, merging his consciousness with the structure's intent. It was in that merging that the breakthrough occurred. His core formation base, pushed beyond its operational limits by the sustained interface, reached a tipping point. The reclamation core, spinning at maximum velocity, generated enough internal energy to trigger the next stage of cultivation, the condensation of a nascent soul. Under normal circumstances, a core formation cultivator prepared for this breakthrough for months, gathering resources, stabilizing their base, ensuring optimal conditions. Shenwei had none of that. The breakthrough came raw, unplanned, and in the middle of the most critical task of his life. His golden core compressed. The multicolored qi that composed his reclamation core folded inward, condensing from a spinning sphere into something smaller, denser, and qualitatively different. The sensation was like being crushed and expanded simultaneously, his spiritual sea collapsing into a point and then erupting into a new configuration. The nascent soul formed. It was tiny, a miniature figure sitting in his dantian, roughly the size of his thumb. It bore his likeness, but its features were abstracted, more concept than portraiture. It radiated the same multicolored essence as his former core, but the energy was organized differently now. Not a rotating sphere, but a living entity with its own circulation, its own perception, its own awareness. And it had eyes. Tiny, luminous eyes that blazed with the essence sight. The breakthrough cascaded through his spiritual system. His meridians expanded, restructured, and permanentized at a level beyond foundation establishment's crystalline hardening. His spiritual roots deepened, reaching through the earth to tap the underground network's power directly. His reclamation field expanded from 3 meters to 30, the passive perception sharpening to a degree that made his previous capabilities seem like squinting through fog. Stage 3 of the essence sight awakened. He could see the rejected Dao, not just residual energy in objects, not just formation structures and latent bloodlines, but the fragments of understanding and insight that cultivators had abandoned during failed breakthroughs, the rejected comprehensions, the discarded epiphanies, the cast-off fragments of Dao understanding that littered the spiritual landscape like leaves from a tree of knowledge. The pavilion's ruins were saturated with it. 800 years of reclamation cultivators had lived, meditated, broken through, and, sometimes, failed here. Their rejected Dao insights floated in the spiritual layer like amber in a river, preserved by the formation network's self-sustaining energy. Hundreds of fragments. Thousands. Shenwei absorbed them automatically. His nascent soul reached out with tiny, luminous hands and gathered the floating fragments of rejected wisdom, integrating them into his spiritual sea. Each fragment was a flash of understanding, a partial insight into the reclamation Dao from a cultivator who'd grasped something profound and then lost their grip. The cumulative effect was transformative. His understanding of the reclamation Dao deepened by orders of magnitude. The sovereign's treatise, which he'd read as philosophy, became practice, felt understanding, not just intellectual comprehension. Nascent soul, early stage. In the middle of a vault repair, with enemies closing in. Shenwei, Lian Yu's voice, urgent, from the crater's edge. The barrier is under attack. They're here. He opened his eyes. The vault's entrance formation was 93% complete. 7% remained. How long on the barrier? Iron Ghost says 2 hours, maybe less. They're using destruction techniques. The formation is corroding fast. 7% of the vault formation. 2 hours of barrier time. And a nascent soul in his dantian that was still stabilizing. I'll finish in time, Shenwei said. And he meant it. He plunged back into the formation, his newly born nascent soul lending its awareness to the repair work. The Stage 3 sight revealed nuances in the vault's formation that he hadn't been able to perceive before. Rejected design choices preserved in the spiritual layer, alternative pathways that the original builders had considered and discarded. Shenwei reclaimed those alternatives, using them to bypass damaged sections rather than repair them, cutting the remaining work from 7% to 3% in minutes. The vault's formation blazed with approaching completion. The underground network's energy concentrated toward the entrance, drawn by the formation's increasing demand. The ground trembled. Outside, the battle for the barrier continued. Shenwei could hear it, not with his ears, but with his extended reclamation field. Bao and Iron Ghost held the north entrance. Lian Yu and Zhun Lingxi held the south. The attackers, one core formation peak cultivator and the strange, shifting signature, hammered at the dome with destruction chi that ate through the formation energy like acid through cloth. 3%, 2%, 1. The last node activated. The vault's entrance formation blazed with light visible to normal eyes. A column of white-gold energy that erupted from the ground, burning through the debris, clearing the entrance in a shower of pulverized stone. The vault was open. Chapter 47. The pavilion's heart. The vault was not what Shenwei expected. He'd imagined treasure, artifacts, resources, the material wealth of a destroyed civilization. Instead, he found a room. Small, circular, its walls lined with the same formation arrays that powered the underground network. At its center stood a pillar of crystal, natural spirit crystal, uncut, uncarved, roughly the height of a man. The crystal pulsed with the accumulated energy of 800 years of the reclamation engine's output, concentrated, purified, and stored in a vessel designed to hold the essence of an entire civilization's spiritual legacy. But the crystal wasn't the treasure. The treasure was what the crystal contained. Shenwei's Stage 3 sight revealed it. Inside the crystal, preserved in perfect spiritual suspension, was a complete copy of the heavenly reclamation pavilion's accumulated knowledge. Every technique, every formation design, every philosophical treatise, every historical record, every soul echo, every Dao imprint, every fragment of rejected Dao that the pavilion's cultivators had preserved over their centuries of existence. The crystal was the pavilion's mind, its memory, its soul, and it had been waiting for someone with the sight to find it. I can access it, Shenwei breathed. The crystal responds to the sight. It's designed to interface with a reclamation cultivator's nascent soul. Zhun Lingxi, who had abandoned her defensive position when the vault opened, stood behind him with tears running down her face. My grandmother told me this existed. She called it the heart of the pavilion. She said it contained everything the pavilion ever was, and everything it could become, if someone worthy found it. Then let's make sure it stays in worthy hands. Shenwei stepped forward and placed his palms on the crystal. The interface was immediate and overwhelming. Information flooded his nascent soul, not as data, but as experience, the accumulated wisdom of thousands of cultivators compressed into a torrent of understanding that threatened to overload his spiritual sea. He filtered ruthlessly, accepting only what his current level could process and letting the rest flow past. The crystal was patient. It would be there when he was ready for more. For now, he absorbed 3 crucial pieces. First, the complete Essence Reclamation Sutra, all 12 chapters, from the basic breathing technique that Su had given him to the final chapter, a technique called Eternal Reclamation that the pavilion's founder had developed but never completed. Second, the pavilion's defensive formations, a comprehensive system designed specifically to counter destruction chi. The formations converted destructive energy back into creation energy, using the Shattered Realm sect's own power against them. Third, the truth about the pavilion's destruction. The truth was devastating. The Shattered Realm sect hadn't found the pavilion on their own. They'd been guided, led, by a spy within the pavilion itself, a senior member who'd been corrupted by the sect's philosophy, who'd come to believe that the Reclamation Dao was fundamentally flawed because it couldn't prevent the ultimate destruction, entropy, decay, the universe's inevitable march toward dissolution. The spy had opened the pavilion's defenses from within, allowing the 3 annihilators to penetrate the settlement's protective formations. The cultivators inside had been caught unprepared, their shields already compromised. The spy's name was recorded in the crystal. Shenwei read it, and his blood went cold. The same surname as the woman whose grandmother had been a pavilion survivor. The same surname as the person who'd given Zhun Lingxi the map. Not a survivor, a traitor's descendant. Shenwei turned to Zhun Lingxi, his expression carefully controlled, and saw the exact moment she read the realization in his eyes. It's not what you think, she said, her voice breaking. I didn't know. My grandmother, she never told me the full truth. She said she survived the destruction, not that she. Her face crumpled. She was the spy, wasn't she? Her ancestor was. That's why she knew where the ruins were. That's why she had the map. It wasn't because she was a loyal member. It was because her ancestor helped plan the attack. Zhun Lingxi's knees buckled. She caught herself against the vault wall, her spiritual signature flickering with anguish. And the woman I've been communicating with, the one I thought was a Pavilion ally, is Shattered Realm. Using the same information your ancestor provided 800 years ago, the explosion hit the barrier before Zhen Lingxi could respond. Chapter 48. The Reclamation. Dao. The barrier fell. The destruction Qi had been eating through it for hours, and the sustained assault by the Shattered Realm cultivators finally breached the dome's integrity. The formation energy dissipated in a cascading failure, node after node going dark as the destruction corroded the connections faster than the underground network could repair them. Bao's voice carried across the crater. They're in. 2 targets, north entrance. Shen Wei withdrew from the crystal, the sutra's 12 chapters branded into his nascent soul, the anti-destruction formations ready in his mind. He turned to Zhen Lingxi, who was still pressed against the wall, her face devastated. This isn't your fault, he said. What your ancestor did doesn't define you. What you do next does. I led them here, and now you'll help me stop them. That's reclamation. He pressed a formation blueprint into her hands, one of the anti-destruction arrays he'd just absorbed from the crystal. You have Pavilion heritage in your cultivation base. This formation is designed for someone like you. Inscribe it at the south entrance. It'll convert their destruction Qi back into creation energy. Zhen Lingxi stared at the blueprint. Then she straightened, wiped her face, and nodded once. I'll hold the south. She ran. Shen Wei turned to the vault, pressed his palm against the crystal one final time, and absorbed the pavilion's core teaching, the foundational understanding that had sustained an entire civilization. Nothing in this world is truly waste. The Dao discards nothing. Only mortals do. The words sank into his nascent soul like water into parched earth. His reclamation core, now evolved into a nascent soul's engine, hummed with resonance. The underground network, responding to the philosophical alignment, surged with power. Shen Wei stepped out of the vault and into war. The Shattered Realm cultivators had breached the crater's north entrance. The core formation peak attacker, a man in black robes with destruction Qi crackling around his fists, was engaged with Bao and Iron Ghost. The big disciple and the restored blacksmith fought side by side, their complementary styles, Bao's body cultivation absorbing blows, Iron Ghost's Pavilion forged weapons striking at openings, keeping the attacker at bay. But the second enemy, the one with the shifting signature, was heading for the vault. Shen Wei moved to intercept. The shifting signature resolved as he got closer. What he'd been reading as instability was actually something more disturbing. A cultivation base in constant self-destruction and regeneration. The cultivator, a tall, emaciated figure in robes of ash gray, was perpetually destroying and rebuilding their own spiritual structure, a cycle of annihilation and reformation that generated enormous amounts of destruction energy. The Hollow King's student, Iron Ghost, called between combat exchanges. That's one of Kong Wuji's direct disciples. Spirit severing level, at minimum. Spirit severing. 3 full stages above Shen Wei's newly achieved nascent soul. The gap was catastrophic. The disciple stopped 20 meters from the vault's entrance and regarded Shen Wei with eyes that held no color, void gray irises that reflected nothing. You've opened the vault. Good. Now step aside, and we'll take what we came for. The Pavilion's legacy isn't yours to take. Everything is ours to take. That's the fundamental truth. Nothing in this world is permanent. Nothing has inherent value. Everything returns to nothing eventually. We simply accelerate the process. The disciple's destruction Qi expanded, pressing against Shen Wei's reclamation field. Where the two energies met, they annihilated each other in tiny sparks of spiritual light. Your reclamation Dao is a delusion, a comforting lie told by people too weak to face the truth. The truth, Shen Wei said, Kanming sliding from its sheath with a sound like a bell, is that you're standing in the ruins of a civilization that proved you wrong. They built something beautiful from what others threw away. You destroyed it. And here I am, 800 years later, proving it can be built again. The disciples' void gray eyes narrowed. They clashed. Chapter 49. The traitor's legacy. The spirit-severing cultivator's power was overwhelming. Destruction Qi crashed against Shen Wei's defenses in waves that ate through spiritual energy like fire through paper. Each attack didn't just damage, it unmade. Barriers dissolved. Formations corroded. The very ground beneath their feet crumbled as the destruction energy consumed the Earth's spiritual structure. Shen Wei's nascent soul worked frantically, processing the incoming destruction Qi through the reclamation core's filter and converting what it could into usable energy. But the volume was too great, like trying to drink a river one sip at a time. He was absorbing 10% of the destruction energy and being battered by the remaining 90%. Kanming blazed in his hands, its self-sustaining spiral channels drawing ambient Qi from the formation network to reinforce his attacks. The remnant edge system guided his blade to the spirit-severing cultivator's weak points, and there were weak points, visible to the Stage 3 sight. The constant self-destruction cycle that powered the disciples' cultivation created recurring moments of structural weakness, brief windows where the rebuilding phase left gaps in the spiritual armor. But the windows were too small. The gaps closed before Shen Wei could exploit them. The spirit-severing cultivator was too experienced, too powerful, too fast. Shen Wei retreated, bleeding from a dozen wounds where destruction chi had breached his armor and corroded his skin. The vault loomed behind him, the crystal inside pulsing with the pavilion's concentrated legacy. If the Shattered Realm disciple reached it, 800 years of preservation would end in a single act of annihilation. Lianyu, Shen Wei shouted. Now, from the south entrance, Lianyu struck. Not with a weapon, with poison. During the hours of preparation, she'd been concocting something using techniques from her poison heritage combined with discarded herb knowledge that Shen Wei had shared from the pavilion's underground library. The result was a toxin specifically designed to interfere with destruction chi's corrosive properties, a spiritual anti-acid that coated the target's energy channels and disrupted the destruction cycle. She delivered it through a hidden formation that Zhen Lingxi had inscribed, the anti-destruction array from the crystal's blueprints, modified by Lian Yu's poison expertise. The formation activated beneath the spirit-severing cultivator's feet, releasing the toxin in a concentrated burst that enveloped the enemy's lower body. The destruction cycle stuttered. It was momentary, 3 seconds at most before the spirit-severing cultivator's superior power burned through the toxin. But 3 seconds of disrupted destruction chi opened every gap in the spiritual armor simultaneously. Shen Wei struck. Kanming, loaded with the full power of his nascent soul and the resonance strike calibrated to the destruction cultivator's shattered frequency, plunged through the gap. The blade didn't kill. It couldn't. The spirit-severing cultivator's body was too durable, their regeneration too fast. But the resonance strike, amplified by the toxin's interference, sent a pulse of reclamation energy directly into the disciple's nascent soul. The effect was devastating. Reclamation energy, the philosophical opposite of destruction chi, entered the enemy's spiritual core and began converting, turning the accumulated destruction essence back into creation energy. The spirit-severing cultivator screamed as their own power turned against them, their cultivation base fighting itself. They fled. Destruction chi erupted from their body in a massive detonation that hurled Shen Wei backward and cracked the crater's formation-lined walls. The blast consumed the environment in a 20-meter radius, unmade the ground into spiritual dust, and propelled the retreating cultivator over the crater's rim and into the wastes beyond. The core formation attacker, seeing their superior retreat, disengaged from Bao and Iron Ghost and followed at a dead sprint. Silence fell over the crater. Acrid smoke, the byproduct of annihilated spiritual matter, rose in lazy columns. Shen Wei lay on his back, bleeding, his chi reserves at 5%, his nascent soul flickering with exhaustion. Kanming lay beside him, its blade dark with the residue of destruction chi. Zhen Lingxi appeared at his side, her face streaked with tears and formation ink. They're gone. Both of them. The detection formations show them heading east at maximum speed. They'll be back, Shen Wei gasped. With their leader, Kong Wuji. Then we need to be gone before that happens. Lian Yu was beside him, pressing medicinal poultices against his wounds, her poison chi soothing the destruction-corroded flesh with an expertise that her medicine hall training had honed to perfection. Can you move? Give me a minute. He used the minute to reach a conclusion that changed everything. The vault's crystal, the heart of the pavilion, couldn't stay here. The ruins were compromised. The Shattered Realm sect knew their location. When Kong Wuji came, and he would come, he'd bring enough force to level the crater and everything in it. We take the crystal, Shen Wei said, sitting up despite his wounds. We take the heart of the pavilion and we leave. Now, can the crystal be moved? Bao asked. Shen Wei looked at the vault with his Stage 3 sight. The crystal was connected to the underground formation network. It drew power from the reclamation engine and stored the engine's output. Removing it would disconnect it from the power source. But the crystal was self-contained. The stored energy, 800 years worth, would sustain it independently for decades. And the knowledge encoded within it wasn't dependent on external power. It was preserved in the crystal's structure itself. It can be moved. And it has to be. He met Zhen Lingxi's eyes. Your ancestor helped destroy this place. You can help save what's left. Zhen Lingxi's jaw set. Tell me what to do. They extracted the crystal in 2 hours of careful formation work. Iron Ghost forged a containment frame from reclaimed materials. Bao carried the physical weight. Shun Wei guided the spiritual disconnection, easing the crystal free from the underground network with the delicacy of a surgeon removing a vital organ. When the crystal separated from the network, the formation network shuddered. The reclamation engine, deprived of its central processor, began to wind down. The underground channels dimmed. The defensive formations at the crater's perimeter flickered and died. The pavilion's ruins, already dead in body, now went dark in spirit. "I'm sorry," Shinwei whispered to the empty crater, to the ghosts of 3,000 cultivators who'd lived and died here. "I'll bring it back. When I'm strong enough, I'll rebuild." They left the ruins at a run, heading north toward Azure Peak, carrying the heart of the pavilion and the weight of its legacy on their shoulders. Behind them, the broken waste swallowed the abandoned complex in silence. And in the far distance, a pulse of hostile spiritual energy, vast, cold, purposeful, began moving toward the ruins from the west. The Hollow King was coming. Chapter 50. The Hollow King's shadow. They didn't make it far before the pressure reached them. Kong Wuji's spiritual presence preceded him like a shockwave. At spirit-severing peak, the Hollow King of the Shattered Realm sect radiated destruction chi in waves that corroded the landscape for miles around him. Trees disintegrated. Rock formations crumbled. The waste's already damaged terrain dissolved into spiritual dust. Shin Wei felt the presence from 40 miles away, his Stage 3 sight reading the approaching destruction signature like a seismograph tracking an earthquake. The power was staggering. Where the spirit-severing disciple had been a river of destruction, Kong Wuji was an ocean. "He'll reach us in 3 hours at his current speed," Shun Wei reported, his voice steady despite the cold fear pooling in his stomach. "We can't outrun him. We can't hide. His destruction sense will find the crystal's energy signature. Then we fight." Bao's tone was steady, but his spiritual signature carried the tension of a man staring at his own death. "We survive. There's a difference." Shen Wei's mind raced through options, his nascent soul processing scenarios with the enhanced cognition of nascent soul-level cultivation. "We need a defensible position with access to environmental energy. The waste's battle chi. If I can absorb enough of it, rapidly enough, I might be able to achieve a temporary breakthrough to nascent soul mid-stage. That won't close the gap completely, but combined with the anti-destruction formations from the crystal." "The epicenter," Zhun Lingxi said. "The place where the sovereigns fought. It's 20 miles south of here. The battle chi concentration there is the highest in the entire wastes, and the pavilion's reclamation engine had an auxiliary station near it, designed to process the epicenter's energy. If we can reach it and activate it, we'll have a formation-powered defensive position sitting on top of the most concentrated energy source in the region." Shinwei nodded. "It's our best option." They turned south and ran. The journey took 2 hours of desperate travel through increasingly devastated terrain. The waste's inner regions were harsher than anything they'd crossed before. The cracked earth gave way to fields of vitrified sand. The twisted formations became fused masses of spiritual glass, and the ambient chi shifted from merely hostile to actively dangerous. Battle residue from the sovereign clash concentrated in toxic eddies that could strip a cultivator's spiritual defenses bare. Shin Wei led the way, his reclamation field absorbing the environmental hazards and converting them into usable energy. His nascent soul gorged on the concentrated battle chi, growing stronger with each mile. The energy was sovereign level, remnants of techniques wielded by cultivators so powerful that their spiritual imprint had outlasted their physical existence by 8 centuries. By the time they reached the epicenter, Shun Wei had advanced from nascent soul early stage to the cusp of mid-stage. The epicenter was a scar, a crater within the greater devastation, half a mile across. Its center a pool of liquid spiritual energy so concentrated that it glowed visible to the naked eye. The pool's surface churned with the echoes of the sovereign battle, ghost images of techniques long since deployed, phantom collisions of powers that had reshaped the landscape. The auxiliary station sat at the pool's edge, a smaller version of the main reclamation engine, designed to process the epicenter's concentrated energy. It was intact, dormant, waiting for activation. "Iron Ghost, can you activate the station while I set up the anti-destruction formations? If it's pavilion-made, I can work with it. The forge interfaces are standardized. They set up with desperate efficiency." Iron Ghost activated the auxiliary station, feeding it a trickle of the crystal's stored energy to jumpstart the dormant systems. Shin Wei inscribed anti-destruction formations in a defensive ring around their position, drawing on the knowledge he'd absorbed from the crystal. Lian Yu prepared poisonous compounds, her foundation establishment cultivation now enhanced to late stage by the waste's toxic environment. Bao and Zhun Lingxi fortified physical defenses. Kong Wuji arrived with the sunset. He didn't announce himself with a blast or a technique. He simply appeared at the crater's rim, his presence so overwhelming that the ambient chi for a mile in every direction ceased to flow. The destruction was absolute and silent. Spiritual energy simply stopped existing in his vicinity, consumed by the Hollow King's passive aura. Kong Wuji was tall, gaunt, dressed in robes of absolute black that seemed to drink the light. His face was sharp-angled and severe, his eyes empty, not void-gray like his disciples, but truly empty, as if there was nothing behind them at all. His cultivation base read to Shun Wei's sight as a void, not merely concealed, but absent. Where other cultivators had cores and meridians and spiritual roots, Kong Wuji had nothing. Nothing except destruction. You have something that belongs to the future, the Hollow King said. His voice carried no emotion. It carried nothing. Each word was a vacuum that pulled meaning from the surrounding silence. Everything returns to nothing. The Pavilion understood this, in the end. Their crystal, their knowledge, their philosophy, all of it will dissolve. I'm merely accelerating the process. You're wrong, Shun Wei said. His voice shook, but his resolve didn't. The Pavilion's philosophy is that nothing is truly waste. Not even destruction. Not even you. He raised Kaming. And I'm going to prove it. Kong Wuji's empty eyes regarded him with the dispassionate curiosity of a scientist studying a specimen. Prove it, then, said the Hollow King. And the battle began. Chapter 51. The Last Stand. Kong Wuji's first technique unmade reality. A wave of pure destruction chi, not shaped into a specific attack, but released as raw annihilation, expanded from the Hollow King in a sphere of erasure. Everything it touched ceased to exist. Not destroyed in the sense of being broken or burned, unmade. Removed from reality as if it had never been. The anti-destruction formations activated. The defensive ring that Shun Wei had inscribed flared with creation energy, converting the leading edge of the destruction wave back into spiritual matter. The collision of philosophies manifested as a wall of sparking, crackling light. Destruction and creation annihilating each other in a boundary layer that screamed with conflicting energies. The formations held. Barely. Interesting, Kong Wuji said. Pavilion work. I recognize the design. We destroyed formations like these 800 years ago. You destroyed the people who maintained them. The formations endured. Then I'll destroy them more thoroughly this time. The second wave was focused. Not a sphere, but a beam. Concentrated destruction chi aimed at the formation ring's weakest point. The formations buckled, held, buckled again. Shun Wei poured his own chi into the array, reinforcing the conversion process with his reclamation core's processing power. Bao, Iron Ghost. Engage from the flanks. They moved. Bao, his body cultivation at its peak, charged from the left with a war cry that shook the air. Iron Ghost, wielding a hammer forged from Pavilion materials, struck from the right. Their attacks were coordinated, targeting Kong Wuji from two directions simultaneously. The Hollow King didn't move. He didn't need to. His destruction aura, the passive field of annihilation that surrounded him, caught both attacks and consumed them. Bao's fist connected with the aura and the spiritual energy coating his strike evaporated. Iron Ghost's hammer hit the field, and its formation enchantments corroded to nothing. Both allies were hurled backward, their attacks neutralized, their equipment damaged, their bodies bruised by the sheer backlash of touching destruction incarnate. Your friends are brave, Kong Wuji said. But bravery doesn't change the fundamental reality. Destruction is the universe's default state. Creation is the aberration. Creation is the purpose. Shun Wei's nascent soul blazed with the Reclamation Dao's full understanding. The 12 chapters of the Sutra, the Sovereign's Treatise, the crystal's accumulated wisdom. The universe created itself from nothing. That's not an aberration, it's the point. Everything that exists is proof that creation is stronger than destruction. He attacked. Not with Kanming. The sword couldn't penetrate the destruction aura directly. Instead, he deployed the technique he'd developed from the Sovereign's teachings, essence reversal. He channeled his reclamation chi not at Kong Wuji, but at the destruction aura itself, treating it as an object with hidden potential. Because destruction energy was energy. It had form, structure, function. It could be perceived by the essence sight. And if it could be perceived, it could be reclaimed. The essence reversal hit the destruction aura and began converting it. Not all of it, not even a fraction, but a thin layer, a membrane's worth of destruction energy, transformed back into creation chi. The aura's surface rippled. Kong Wuji's expression changed for the first time. A flicker of something that might have been surprise, or might have been recognition. So you can see it, the Hollow King murmured. The destruction's hidden potential. The creation that lurks within annihilation. He tilted his head. The last one who could do that was the Pavilion's founder. I'm not the founder. I'm what came after. I'm the reclaimed version. The battle escalated. Kong Wuji unleashed technique after technique, each one a masterwork of destruction, each one designed to annihilate spiritual matter at increasingly fundamental levels. Shen Wei countered with reclamation, converting what he could, deflecting what he couldn't, and enduring what slipped through his defenses with the stubborn resilience of a cultivation base built from the world's discarded refuse. Lian Yu struck at the battle's margin. Her poison techniques, enhanced by the waste's toxic environment, delivered toxins that interfered with Kong Wuji's destruction cycle, brief disruptions that created openings Shen Wei could exploit. Zhen Lingxi maintained the anti-destruction formations, feeding them energy from the auxiliary station, keeping the defensive ring functional despite the Hollow King's sustained assault. Bao, his body battered but unbroken, threw himself at Kong Wuji repeatedly, not to damage the Hollow King, but to disrupt his focus. Each charge drew a fraction of Kong Wuji's attention, a moment's distraction that allowed Shen Wei's reclamation techniques to work deeper. Iron Ghost contributed the most unexpected weapon. From the auxiliary station's forge, he produced a chain, Pavilion Spirit Steel, forged in the heat of the epicenter's concentrated battle chi, inscribed with anti-destruction formations from the crystal's blueprints. The chain was designed to contain, not destroy, to wrap around a target and convert their destruction chi into inert energy. Now, Iron Ghost roared, hurling the chain. It wrapped around Kong Wuji's sword arm. The anti-destruction formations activated on contact, sinking into the Hollow King's aura and creating a localized zone of conversion. Kong Wuji's destruction chi, in the area of the chain, reversed. The empty aura flickered. Shen Wei plunged through the gap. Kanming, loaded with every ounce of his nascent soul power and the essence reversal technique, pushed to its breaking point, struck Kong Wuji's chest. The Hollow King caught the blade. Not with his hand, with his void. The empty space at his center, the nothingness that dwelt where a cultivator's core should be, opened like a mouth and swallowed Sanming's tip. Close, Kong Wuji said. But not enough. A pulse of destruction chi shot down the blade, through Sanming's channels, and into Shen Wei's arms. The pain was beyond anything he'd experienced, not burning, not cutting, but unmaking. His meridians in both arms ceased to exist for a fraction of a second before his nascent soul frantically rebuilt them. Shen Wei screamed and released the sword. Kanming hung from the void in Kong Wuji's chest, embedded and trapped. The Hollow King raised his hand. A sphere of concentrated destruction formed in his palm, enough power to unmake the entire crater and everything in it. Your philosophy is beautiful, Kong Wuji said. But beauty is fragile, and fragility is what I destroy. You think reclamation is mercy? Shen Wei gasped, clutching his damaged arms. Wait until you see what the Orthodox Alliance does to those who challenge the natural order. The words weren't his own. They came from somewhere deeper, the crystal's knowledge, a prophecy preserved in the Pavilion's records, a warning about the future that the founders had foreseen. Kong Wuji's empty eyes widened. The destruction sphere in his hand flickered. For one moment, one vulnerable, unmade moment, the Hollow King was shaken. And in that moment, the epicenter's concentrated battle chi, the pooled spiritual residue of two sovereign-level cultivators' mutual annihilation, erupted. Chapter 52, The Ancient Forge. The eruption wasn't random. Shen Wei's nascent soul, operating at the edge of consciousness, had been feeding the auxiliary station his chi throughout the battle, trickling energy into the reclamation engine, building pressure in the systems that processed the epicenter's battle residue. The station wasn't designed for what he'd asked of it, converting the raw sovereign-level energy into a focused emission. But the Pavilion built things that lasted. And the station, pushed beyond its operational parameters by a desperate cultivator with the sight, delivered. A column of purified creation chi, distilled from 8 centuries of sovereign battle residue by the reclamation engine's processors, erupted from the pool at the crater's center. The column struck Kong Wuji's destruction sphere and annihilated it. Not destroyed, cancelled. Creation and destruction, in equal and opposite measure, reducing each other to zero. The shockwave hurled both combatants apart. Shen Wei hit the ground hard, his arms still screaming from the void damage. Kong Wuji was thrown back, his footing lost for the first time in the battle. Retreat! Shen Wei shouted to his allies. Into the station now. They ran. The auxiliary station's entrance, a reinforced doorway set into the rock face beside the pool, opened at Shen Wei's sight-driven command. Bao grabbed the crystal in its containment frame. Iron Ghost snatched Kanming from the air where it had been ejected by the energy collision. Lian Yu and Zhun Lingxi provided covering fire, poison, and formation energy, respectively, as the group piled into the station's interior. The door sealed behind them. The station's interior was a single large chamber dominated by the reclamation engine's core mechanism, a massive forge-like apparatus connected to the underground formation network's auxiliary channels. The engine hummed with the residual energy from the eruption, its systems overcharged and glowing. "He can't breach these walls quickly," Iron Ghost said, examining the station's structure with a blacksmith's expert eye. Pavilion-grade construction, reinforced with anti-destruction formations. "He'll get through eventually, but it'll take time." "How much time?" "Hours. Maybe more." Shenwei looked at the forge. It was magnificent, larger and more complex than the one in the main ruins, designed specifically for processing the epicenter's concentrated energy. Its combustion array burned with a flame that consumed nothing because it fed on reclaimed spiritual energy rather than fuel. A forge that reclaimed, that created from destruction's leavings, that turned the waste of sovereign battle into material for new creation. An idea crystallized. "Iron Ghost, can this forge create a weapon?" The blacksmith's silver eyes swept the apparatus. "This forge can create anything. It's the most powerful reclamation forge I've ever seen. The energy available." He trailed off, then refocused. "What do you need?" "A weapon that embodies the concept of hidden potential. Something forged from every type of reclaimed material I've ever absorbed. Every discarded pill, every broken formation, every drained spirit stone, every piece of trash that the world threw away and I found value in." Shenwei placed his hands on the forge's surface. "A weapon that is the physical manifestation of the reclamation Dao." Iron Ghost's expression shifted from assessment to awe. The pavilion's records mentioned such weapons. They called them reclamation artifacts, items forged from the combined essence of reclaimed materials, each one carrying the hidden potential of everything that went into its creation. He cracked his knuckles. "I'll need materials." "Take everything." Shenwei opened his storage ring and emptied it. Every reclaimed item he'd collected since his first day in the waste pit: spirit stone fragments, formation components, pill residues, artifact shards, materials from the spatial ring, samples from the broken wastes, pieces from the pavilion's ruins. Months of collection, representing the entire breadth of the sects, and now the pavilion's discarded wealth. Iron Ghost sorted the materials with a craftsman's eye, his pavilion restored cultivation base interfacing with the forge's systems. "I'll need your chi." "Directly." The forging process requires the reclamation core's conversion ability to merge the different material types. Shenwei sat beside the forge and channeled. His nascent soul extended its awareness into the forging apparatus, guiding the reclamation process with the site's precision. Iron Ghost worked the hammer with the skill of decades, shaping metal that glowed with multicolored fire. The forging took 4 hours. Outside, Kong Wuji hammered at the station's walls. Inside, 2 cultivators, one a restored blacksmith, one a trash collector turned reclamation cultivator, forged a weapon from the combined potential of everything the world had discarded. When the last hammer stroke fell, the forge went silent. The sword lay on the anvil, its blade dark, its surface unreflective. To normal eyes, it looked plain, a simple weapon without ornamentation or distinction. To Shenwei's essence sight, it blazed like a star. Every chi type he'd ever absorbed was represented in its structure, a mosaic of hidden potential compressed into spiritual steel. The blade hummed with a frequency that matched his reclamation core perfectly, as if the weapon were an extension of his soul rather than a separate object. He named it Kanming, residual brightness, the same name as his previous sword, because the concept was the same. But this weapon was something else entirely. This weapon was proof that nothing in the world was truly worthless. Outside, Kong Wuji breached the first layer of the station's walls. They had minutes. Chapter 53, Forged in Reclamation. Shenwei gripped the reforged Kanming and felt the weapon's awareness merge with his own. The sword wasn't sentient, it didn't think or feel, but it resonated. Every fragment of reclaimed material that composed its blade carried an echo of what it had been before. The warmth of a spent spirit stone, the precision of a broken formation, the vitality of a discarded herb. Together, they formed a chorus of hidden potential, and Kanming was their voice. His nascent soul surged. The connection between wielder and weapon opened channels of power that his previous sword had never approached. Kanming's self-sustaining spiral design, enhanced by pavilion forge techniques, drew ambient chi from the environment with voracious efficiency. And in this station, saturated with reclaimed sovereign-level energy, the ambient chi was infinite. Shenwei's cultivation base swelled. Not advancement, amplification. Kanming acted as a multiplier, channeling the station's concentrated energy through its formation arrays and feeding the output directly into Shun Wei's meridian network. His effective combat power, while holding the sword, exceeded his actual cultivation level by a significant margin. How much? Iron Ghost asked, reading the energy fluctuations with a blacksmith's technical eye. My output is approximately nascent soul late stage. Temporarily, and only while connected to this energy source. That's still 2 full stages below the Hollow King. I know, but I don't need to match him. I need to survive long enough for the station's reclamation engine to process the epicenter's remaining battle chi. If I can channel that processed energy through Kanming, you could hit him with creation chi equivalent to a sovereign's output. Iron Ghost's eyes widened. The forge processed battle residue for centuries without reaching full conversion. The remaining energy in the epicenter pool is enormous, and it's sovereign level. If the engine can process it, and I can channel it, even Kong Wuji's destruction field won't be able to absorb the output. The second wall layer cracked. Kong Wuji's destruction chi seeped through the gap, like smoke through a broken seal. Everyone else, evacuate through the auxiliary tunnels. Shen Wei pointed to a passage at the station's rear, visible to his sight as a maintenance corridor connecting to the underground formation network. The tunnels will take you north, toward Azure Peak. Take the crystal. I'm staying, Lian Yu said immediately. You can't. The destruction chi will eat through your cultivation base in minutes at this concentration. I don't care. I care. He turned to her. In the forge's reflected light, her dual-root eyes blazed with purple and green fury. Lian Yu, the crystal is the pavilion's heart. If it's lost, everything we've found here dies with it. You're the strongest cultivator here after me. You're the one I trust to protect it. The words hit her like a physical blow. Not because they were harsh, but because they were true, and because they were the most trust anyone had ever placed in her. Come back, she said. Promise me. I promise. She kissed him. Brief, fierce, flavored with herbs and desperation. Then she turned and ran, the crystal's containment frame in her hands, toward the maintenance tunnels. Bao followed, his face grim but resolute. Iron Ghost paused at the tunnel entrance. Kanming will sustain itself as long as the forge's energy source holds. But the forge will overload if you channel too much too fast. Watch the temperature. If the combustion array exceeds tolerance, the entire station detonates. Understood. And Shen Wei. Iron Ghost's silver eyes held something that might have been pride. Good hunting. He vanished into the tunnel. Zhun Lingxi followed last, her face streaked with guilt and determination, carrying a stack of formation blueprints that she'd transcribed from the crystal during the forging process. The third wall layer breached. Kong Wuji stepped through the gap into the station's main chamber, his destruction aura consuming the broken wall material as it passed. The air tasted of negation, the spiritual equivalent of absolute zero. Alone, the Hollow King observed. Brave. Foolish. Both. I'm not alone. Shen Wei raised Kanming. The blade caught the forge's light and split it into a spectrum of colors that had no names. The visual manifestation of 1,000 reclaimed essences singing in harmony. I have the combined potential of everything you've ever thrown away. Kong Wuji's destruction aura expanded. The forge's anti-destruction formations flared in response, creating a barrier of converted energy that held the annihilation at bay. But the barriers were designed for automated defense, not active combat. They wouldn't last. Shen Wei activated the reclamation engine's core process. The forge roared to life, drawing energy from the epicenter pool through the auxiliary channels, processing it through the conversion arrays, and feeding the output through Tsaming's connection directly into Shen Wei's cultivation base. The power was intoxicating. Sovereign-level creation chi, purified and concentrated, flooded his meridian network with a force that made his nascent soul vibrate like a struck bell. His reclamation field expanded to fill the entire station, then pressed outward against Kong Wuji's destruction aura. Creation met destruction. The boundary layer between them blazed with energy that both sides consumed and neither could contain. Shen Wei struck. Kanming pierced the destruction aura and found solid spiritual matter for the first time. Kong Wuji's robes, his skin, the void shell that substituted for a cultivation base. The blade's reclamation energy entered the Hollow King's system and began converting, turning destruction back to creation, unmaking the unmaker. Kong Wuji roared. The sound was empty, a vacuum scream that pulled sound from the air. His destruction chi surged, overwhelming Shen Wei's reclamation energy by sheer volume, pushing Kanming back, threatening to consume the weapon itself. Shen Wei dug deeper. The forge's output increased. The epicenter's sovereign energy poured through the conversion process, through Kanming, through Shen Wei's nascent soul, and into the clash. The station trembled. The combustion array's temperature climbed. Iron Ghost's warning echoed. If the array exceeds tolerance, the entire station detonates. Shenwei pushed anyway. Chapter 54, Poison and Persistence. The battle reached a tipping point. Sanming's blade, buried in Kong Wuji's destruction field, channeled converted sovereign energy at a rate that strained every formation channel in the weapon's construction. The spiral arrays that made the sword self-sustaining were now operating as force throughput accelerators, handling energy volumes they were never designed to process. The sword held, barely. Its Pavilion-forged framework, built by Iron Ghost's restored skills and enhanced by the crystal's blueprints, endured stress that would have shattered any standard weapon in milliseconds. But Kong Wuji was adapting. The Hollow King, for all his talk of destruction's inevitability, was a cultivator of profound skill. His spirit-severing peak cultivation gave him reserves that dwarfed Shenwei's, even amplified by the forge. And his destruction techniques were evolving in real time, finding new ways to counter the reclamation energy that Kanming delivered. "You're burning through your weapon," Kong Wuji observed, his voice eerily calm despite the war raging between their spiritual fields. "The forge's energy won't last forever. When it fails, so do you." He was right. The epicenter pool's energy, while vast, was being consumed at a rate that the conversion process couldn't sustain indefinitely. The combustion array's temperature was climbing toward the red zone. Minutes, not hours. Shenwei needed a different approach. The solution came from an unexpected source: Lian Yu's poison. She'd left behind 3 prepared compounds, sealed in formation-inscribed vials, sitting on the workbench where she'd been experimenting during the forging process. Shenwei hadn't noticed them in the chaos of the battle's opening. Now, with his reclamation field filling the station, he perceived them clearly. 3 poisons, each one designed for a specific purpose. The first was the anti-destruction toxin she'd used earlier, refined, concentrated, 10 times more potent. Designed to interfere with the destruction cycle that powered the Shattered Realm cultivators' techniques. The second was an root compound that targeted spiritual consciousness, not the body or the cultivation base, but the nascent soul itself. It induced a state of forced introspection, trapping the target's awareness in their own spiritual sea for precious seconds. The third was something Shenwei had never seen before. His sight read it as a fusion compound. Energy and poison chi merged in a double helix that mirrored Lian Yu's own spiritual root structure. Its effect, according to the formation inscription on the vial, was philosophical resonance disruption. It didn't attack the body or the cultivation. It attacked the target's Dao understanding, their fundamental philosophical alignment with their cultivation path. Against a cultivator whose entire existence was built on the philosophy of destruction, disrupting that philosophical foundation would be devastating. Shenwei smiled. Lian Yu hadn't just left behind weapons. She'd left behind a strategy. He disengaged from the direct clash, a risky maneuver that allowed Kong Wuji's destruction field to surge forward, consuming 3 meters of station floor before the anti-destruction formations pushed it back. In the moment of separation, Shenwei grabbed all 3 vials. The first vial he threw directly at Kong Wuji. The anti-destruction toxin shattered against the Hollow King's aura and immediately began converting the destruction chi in a localized zone. The effect was temporary. Kong Wuji's power was too great for the toxin to sustain, but it created a window. In that window, Shenwei threw the second vial. The consciousness-targeting compound penetrated the disrupted destruction field and reached Kong Wuji's spiritual sea. The Hollow King's eyes, those empty, void-gray wells, glazed momentarily as his awareness was dragged inward. 2 seconds. That's all the compound bought. Shenwei used them to uncork the third vial, coat Sanming's blade with the philosophical resonance disruptor, and drive the weapon into the center of Kong Wuji's destruction field. The blade found the Hollow King's chest. The philosophical compound entered his system, and Kong Wuji, the embodiment of destruction, the Hollow King, the leader of the Shattered Realm sect, screamed. Not in pain, in confusion. The compound attacked his Dao understanding, the fundamental conviction that destruction was the universe's truth. For the first time in his centuries-long existence, Kong Wuji felt doubt, felt the possibility that annihilation wasn't the answer, felt the ghost of the person he'd been before he chose destruction's path. What have you? His destruction field destabilized. The constant cycle of self-destruction and regeneration that powered his cultivation stuttered, disrupted by the philosophical crisis erupting in his spiritual sea. I showed you your hidden potential, Shenwei said, Sanming's blade pulsing with reclamation energy directly inside the Hollow King's disrupted field. There's a version of you that isn't this. A cultivator who builds instead of destroys. A person who sees value instead of fuel. His nascent soul pushed the essence revelation technique through the sword, not as an attack, but as an offering. I can see it. Can you? For one eternal moment, Kong Wuji's empty eyes filled with something. Not light, not yet, but the potential for light. A spark of the person he'd abandoned when he chose the Shattered Realms philosophy. Then the spark died. Kong Wuji's will, honed by centuries of destruction, hardened by thousands of kills, tempered by the absolute conviction of his Dao, crushed the doubt. The destruction cycle restored. The spiritual field stabilized. But it had cost him. The philosophical disruption had burned through his chi reserves like a wildfire through dry grass, consuming the stored destruction energy he'd accumulated from the town he'd annihilated. His power, while still vastly superior to Shen Wei's, was diminished, and the combustion array had reached its limit. Chapter 55. The Clash of Daos. The station began to shake. The combustion array's tolerance had been exceeded. Energy readings that Shen Wei's sight could barely process flashed across the formation network, cascading failures, thermal runaway, the spiritual equivalent of a nuclear meltdown building in the forge's core. Kong Wuji felt it too. The Hollow King's strategic mind, still sharp despite the philosophical disruption, assessed the situation instantly. The station will detonate, Kong Wuji said. If you stay, you die. If you run, I follow. There's a third option. Shen Wei placed his free hand on the forge's surface and opened every channel between the reclamation engine and his nascent soul simultaneously. The sovereign-level energy, the last reserves of the epicenter's processed battle chi, flooded into him. Not through Kanming, but through his body directly. Every meridian, every channel, every spiritual pathway he possessed became a conduit for power that exceeded his level by an order of magnitude. Mid-breakthrough. Nascent soul mid-stage arrived not through careful cultivation, but through forced advancement, the spiritual equivalent of drinking an ocean to quench a thirst. His nascent soul swelled, the tiny figure in his dantian growing, its multicolored essence blazing with the combined light of two sovereigns' reclaimed battle energy. The cost was enormous. His meridians strained. His spiritual structure groaned under the pressure. This was exactly the kind of reckless advancement that Su had warned against, the foundation-cracking, career-ending mistake that turned promising cultivators into crippled has-beens. But the alternative was death. And the reclamation Dao had taught him that even damaged foundations could be rebuilt, if someone with the right eyes could see how. He channeled the amplified power through Kanming. The sword erupted, not with a technique or a formation, with pure reclamation energy, concentrated and focused to a density that approached the sovereign level. The blade's mosaic of reclaimed essences sang in harmony, each contributing its unique frequency to a composite emission that was greater than the sum of its parts. Kong Wuji countered with his own full power. Destruction chi, vast and ancient, collided with creation energy in a clash that transcended their individual levels. The station's walls, already failing, cracked and crumbled. The forge's combustion array hit critical. Their swords met. Kanming, the weapon of reclaimed trash, versus Kong Wuji's blade of pure destruction. The impact generated a shockwave that shattered the station's remaining structure and erupted upward through the crater, launching debris and spiritual energy into the sky. The collision of philosophies manifested in the spiritual layer as a visible phenomenon, a sphere of pure black, destruction, pressing against a sphere of pure light, creation, each one trying to overwhelm the other. Within the sphere, Shen Wei and Kong Wuji were frozen in a moment of absolute opposition, their weapons locked, their wills clashing. You think reclamation is mercy? Kong Wuji's voice came from everywhere and nowhere, the destruction field distorting sound into negation. Wait until you see what the Orthodox Alliance does to those who challenge the natural order. The same words Shen Wei had thrown at him earlier. But now they carried a different weight, the weight of a warning. Kong Wuji knew something about the future, something about a threat beyond their personal conflict. You've seen them, Shen Wei said through gritted teeth, pushing Kanming deeper into the lock. The Orthodox Alliance. They're coming for both of us. They're coming for everyone who practices anything other than their approved path. Destruction, reclamation, it doesn't matter. They'll burn it all. Kong Wuji's empty eyes held, for a single heartbeat, the ghost of that earlier spark. You could join me. Together, our combined power. Together, we'd destroy each other. That's what your philosophy demands. Everything returns to nothing, remember? Kong Wuji laughed. The sound was hollow, empty, devoid of everything except the fundamental absurdity of two philosophical absolutes trying to negotiate. The station detonated. The combustion array's explosion generated a pillar of mixed energy, creation and destruction intertwined, that shot skyward for half a mile. The shockwave flattened the crater, pulverized the surrounding terrain, and created a new feature in the broken wastes. A circular depression of smooth glass where spiritual energy had been fused with matter at temperatures that existed only in theoretical formation models. When the dust settled, Shenwei lay at the depression's edge, Kanming clutched in white-knuckled hands, his body battered and his cultivation base screaming with the strain of forced advancement. His nascent soul flickered, damaged but intact, its reclamation core still spinning, still processing, still finding value in the chaos. Kong Wuji was gone. Not dead, Shenwei's sight, even compromised by exhaustion, could read the telltale signs. The Hollow King had used the explosion's cover to retreat, his destruction field absorbing the detonation's energy to fuel an emergency departure. The devastation of the station and the philosophical disruption from Lian Yu's compound had weakened him enough that continuing the fight wasn't advantageous. He'd retreat, recover, return, but for now, the battle was over. Shenwei whispered the Hollow King's parting words into the silence. Wait until you see what the Orthodox Alliance does. A warning, a prophecy, a threat that dwarfed the personal conflict between reclamation and destruction. And somewhere beyond the horizon, the eyes of an empire turned toward the broken wastes, drawn by the unmistakable energy signature of a battle that should have been impossible. Chapter 56. The aftermath's gifts. Shenwei's companions found him at the depression's edge, unconscious and barely alive. Lian Yu reached him first, having doubled back through the formation tunnels when the detonation's shockwave collapsed the passage ahead. She'd fought through 3 cave-ins and a collapsed formation barrier to return, arriving at the crater with her Foundation establishment base at its absolute limit and her dual roots blazing with the desperate energy of someone refusing to lose the person they loved. She knelt beside him and pressed every medicinal compound she carried into his wounds. Her poisoned qi, carefully controlled, seeped into his meridian network and began the slow work of stabilizing the damage from the forced advancement. He's alive, she reported to Bao and Iron Ghost, who arrived minutes later. His nascent soul is intact, but his meridians are severely strained. He needs weeks of recovery. We don't have weeks, Bao said, scanning the horizon. That explosion was visible for miles. Every cultivator in the region felt it. If the local sects investigate, we'll deal with it. Iron Ghost's voice was steady. He'd assumed a calm authority during the crisis that belied his recent restoration. First priority, get him to safety. Second, protect the crystal. Third, move. They carried Shenwei through the broken wastes for 3 days, taking turns bearing his weight, while Lian Yu maintained a constant flow of healing qi into his damaged meridians. The crystal, secured in its containment frame, was strapped to Bao's broad back, the big disciple carrying the weight of the pavilion's entire legacy without complaint. Shenwei regained consciousness on the 2nd day. His first coherent thought was about the forced advancement. Had the damage been permanent? His nascent soul responded to the question with a pulse of awareness, and the essence sight activated. Stage 3 was intact. His perception, while reduced by exhaustion, still functioned at the new level. He could see the rejected Dao fragments floating in the waste's spiritual layer. He could read the underground formation network's fading channels. He could perceive the distant spiritual signatures of his companions with the clarity that nascent soul mid-stage provided. The mid-stage advancement was real, not temporary, not illusory, genuine cultivation progress achieved through forced circumstances. The foundation was rough, cracked in places where the sudden expansion had outpaced his meridian's structural capacity. But it was salvageable. The reclamation Dao's core principle applied to his own body as much as it did to discarded objects. Damaged foundations could be rebuilt stronger if properly reclaimed. He would need time to consolidate. Time he might not have. By the 3rd day, they crossed out of the broken wastes and into inhabited territory. The landscape shifted from devastated wasteland to rolling hills and sparse forest, the outer reaches of the Azure Peak sect's territorial influence. Home, Bao said, the word heavy with relief. Not safe yet, Shenwei corrected. Kong Wuji retreated, not surrendered. And he mentioned the Orthodox Alliance. The Celestial Orthodox Alliance, the most powerful cultivation coalition on the continent. If they're a threat to both the Shattered Realm and the Reclamation Dao, then we need to prepare, Lian Yu finished. Fast, they reached Azure Peak by the week's end. Old Man Su was waiting at the waste pit, his bamboo hat askew, his weathered face creased with relief that he tried and failed to hide. You found the heart, he said, looking at the crystal with ancient, knowing eyes. You found it, and you brought it home. We found more than the heart. Shenwei sat on Su's rock, the same rock where the old man had sat for decades. The sanctuary became a haven for those the cultivation world had discarded. Word spread through careful channels. Bao's network of disgruntled outer disciples, iron ghost connections in the rogue cultivator community, Jin Lingxi's contacts among the nomadic sections. Cultivators who'd been rejected, crippled, or labeled heretical found their way to Azure Peak's waste pit, and, through it, to the pavilion beneath. Shenwei taught them the reclamation Dao, not the combat techniques or the essence sight. Those required innate ability, but the philosophy, the understanding that nothing was truly waste, that hidden potential existed in everything, including themselves. Lian Yu became the pavilion's chief physician and poison specialist. Her dual poison roots, now at Foundation Establishment Peak, made her a formidable healer and an even more formidable combatant. She developed medical techniques that combined reclamation principles with her poison expertise, creating treatments that could heal injuries that standard medicine declared untreatable. Iron Ghost became the pavilion's chief forge master, operating the outpost's original forge, activated by Shenwei's sight and restored by Iron Ghost's rebuilt expertise. He produced weapons and equipment from reclaimed materials that rivaled the quality of established sect workshops. Bao became the pavilion's head of security and training, his body cultivation now at core formation midstage, and his combat skills honed by months of sparring with Shenwei. He trained the new recruits with the patience of a man who'd been dismissed as a mediocre outer disciple and discovered that mediocrity was a matter of perspective. Jin Lingxi became the pavilion's lorekeeper and intelligence specialist, using her grandmother's legacy, now understood in its full, complicated context, to catalog the crystal's knowledge and monitor the cultivation world's political landscape. Shenwei's own cultivation consolidated during this period. The forced advancement to nascent soul midstage stabilized as he spent weeks in consolidation meditation, repairing the strained meridians and reinforcing the cracked foundation. The sutra's advanced techniques, absorbed from the crystal, provided methods specifically designed for this kind of repair, reclamation of his own damaged spiritual structure. By the time the consolidation was complete, his nascent soul midstage was as solid as if he'd reached it through years of careful advancement rather than a desperate battle. His reclamation core spun smoothly, its multicolored essence organized and balanced. His essence sight functioned at full stage 3 capability, perceiving rejected Dao, latent bloodlines, and hidden potential with crystal clarity. He was strong, stronger than he'd ever been. But the enemy was stronger still. Kong Wuji's warning haunted him. Wait until you see what the Orthodox Alliance does. The Celestial Orthodox Alliance controlled 60% of the continent's major sections. Their ideology, that cultivation should follow approved methods using pure, untainted spiritual energy, was the dominant paradigm. Any deviation was labeled heresy. Any heretic was subject to correction or elimination. The reclamation Dao, with its principle of finding value in discarded and impure materials, was definitionally heretical. The moment the Alliance learned of its return, they would move to destroy it. Again, we need to be ready, Shenwei told his inner circle during a council session in the underground sanctuary. Not just strong, prepared. The Alliance has sovereign-level elders. They have armies. They have the political support of most major sections. And we have a philosophy, Lian Yu said. That's always been enough to start. Starting isn't the problem. Surviving is. Old Man Su, seated in his customary corner, spoke for the first time. The pavilion survived its first destruction, scattered but not extinguished. Its knowledge endured in the crystal, in the soul echoes, in the discarded artifacts that you've been finding since the beginning. If it comes to it, the pavilion can survive a second destruction. I'd rather avoid a second destruction altogether. Then grow fast. And grow smart. Su's eyes were sharp despite his failing body. The Alliance won't move immediately. They're bureaucratic. They'll investigate, debate, form committees. That gives us months, maybe a year. Use that time to build alliances with other heretical groups. The poison cultivators, the body cultivators, the formation experimenters, everyone the Alliance has marginalized. Alone, we're vulnerable. Together, we're a coalition. It was sound strategy. The same strategy, Shenwei realized, that the original pavilion should have followed and hadn't. Isolated and destroyed because they'd tried to stand alone. He wouldn't make the same mistake. Reach out to everyone, Shenwei said. Every cultivator, every sect, every clan that the Alliance has threatened or dismissed. The pavilion isn't just about reclamation anymore. It's about proving that there's more than one way to walk the path. The council nodded. Plans were made. Messages were sent. The machinery of resistance began to turn. And in the waste pit above the sanctuary, The refuse of the Azure Peak sect continued to accumulate, fresh deliveries of discarded potential, waiting for someone with the right eyes to find its hidden value. Chapter 58. The Hollow King's Prophecy. Kong Wuji died at dawn. Shenwei learned of it through the formation network. A tremor in the spiritual layer, a pulse of annihilated energy that propagated through the underground channels with the distinctive signature of a spirit-severing cultivator's spiritual collapse. The tremor carried an echo of the Hollow King's final technique, a self-destruction so complete that it consumed not just his body and cultivation, but the very concept of his existence, leaving a void in reality that would take years to heal. He detonated himself rather than be captured by someone else. The question was, who had he been running from? The answer arrived 3 days later, in the form of a jade slip hurled through the sect's main gate by a messenger hawk. The slip was addressed to the cultivator who fights with trash and bore the seal of the Celestial Orthodox Alliance. Shenwei read it in his office, his essence sight confirming the seal's authenticity. To the one called Shenwei of the Azure Peak sect. The fugitive Kong Wuji has been eliminated by Alliance forces for crimes against the natural order of cultivation. His heretical sect has been dissolved. His followers have been corrected. The matter is closed. However, reports have reached the Alliance Council of unauthorized cultivation practices at the Azure Peak sect, specifically, the use of discarded and contaminated materials as cultivation resources. This constitutes violation of Alliance Standard Practice Directive 447, which mandates the use of pure, uncontaminated spiritual sources for all cultivation activities. You are hereby ordered to cease these practices immediately and present yourself to the Alliance's regional representative for assessment within 30 days. Shenwei read the message twice. Then he set it on his desk and stared at the wall for a very long time. Kong Wuji was dead. The Shattered Realm sect was destroyed. The Alliance had accomplished in weeks what Shenwei's desperate battle had only temporarily achieved. And now that same Alliance was turning its attention to the Reclamation Dao. 30 days. Not enough time to build a coalition. Not enough time to reach the allies he'd been cultivating. Not enough time for anything except a choice: comply or resist. Resist, Lian Yu said without hesitation when he presented the message to the council. Resist, Bao echoed. Resist, Iron Ghost agreed. Zhen Lingxi said nothing for a long moment. Then, my ancestor betrayed the Pavilion because she lost faith in the Reclamation Dao. She believed that the Alliance was too powerful, too entrenched, too inevitable. She met Shenwei's eyes. I won't make the same mistake. Resist. Old Man Su smiled, a thin, tired, utterly resolute smile. You already knew the answer before you asked, but it's good to hear it said aloud. He shifted on his cushion, the effort visible. The Alliance will come with force. Sovereign-level force. You need to be ready. I need to be stronger, Shenwei corrected. Nascent soul mid-stage won't be enough against sovereigns. Then advance. Su produced the jade slip he'd shown Shenwei before the trip to the wastes, the one containing the resonance pattern for the Pavilion vault beneath Azure Peak. The vault. We never opened it. The crystal was the upper vault, the accessible storage. Beneath it is the deep vault, where the Pavilion's founders sealed their most powerful artifacts and resources. You said the deep vault required core formation to survive the approach. It requires nascent soul to survive the opening, which you now have. Su's eyes were bright despite his body's deterioration. Open the vault, Shenwei. Find what the founders left behind, and use it to protect what they built. Shenwei took the jade slip. The resonance pattern hummed against his palm, familiar and ancient, calling to the Pavilion chi that flowed through the mountain's veins. 30 days. A deadline imposed by an empire that wanted to erase his philosophy from existence. He'd use every minute. Chapter 59. Forgiveness and Fire. The deep vault's entrance was beneath the waste pit. Of course it was. Where else would the Pavilion hide its greatest treasures but in the place the world valued least? Shenwei descended through the underground sanctuary, past the reactivated outpost formation arrays, through passages that his Stage 3 site revealed as the Pavilion's original architecture, hidden for 8 centuries beneath layers of accumulated refuse and Azure Peak's oblivious construction. The vault door was a formation gate of staggering complexity. Thousands of channels, hundreds of nodes, interlocking arrays that his sight could barely comprehend. The gate responded to 2 keys: the essence site's perception, which activated its spiritual layer mechanisms, and the resonance pattern from Su's jade slip, which synchronized the gate's frequency with the opener's cultivation base. Shenwei applied both simultaneously. The gate opened. What lay beyond was not treasure in any conventional sense. The deep vault was a garden, a vast underground chamber, lit by formations that simulated sunlight, filled with plants. Not ordinary plants, spiritual plants of such age and potency that their auras made Shun Wei's sight ache. Trees whose trunks were composed of condensed spiritual wood, their leaves producing ambient qi that sustained the entire chamber. Herbs whose roots reached into the mountain's spirit veins, drawing up raw earth energy and converting it through biological processes that defied standard alchemical understanding. And at the garden's center, growing from a mound of soil that pulsed with the concentrated energy of the mountain's three converging spirit veins, a single flower. The flower was small, barely the size of Shun Wei's palm. Its petals were translucent, shifting between colors that his sight identified as every qi type simultaneously. It radiated an aura of such profound reclamation energy that the air around it felt thick with potential, as if standing near the flower made everything more real, more present, more valued. The Dao imprint identified it immediately, the reclamation bloom, a spirit plant unique to the Pavilion, cultivated over centuries, fed by the combined efforts of every reclamation cultivator who'd ever lived in this outpost. The bloom was the physical embodiment of the Pavilion's accumulated Dao understanding, a living artifact that contained the essence of the reclamation philosophy, and it was ready for harvest. Shun Wei reached for the flower with trembling hands. The moment his fingers touched the petals, his essence sight exploded into a vision. He saw the Pavilion at its height, 3,000 cultivators, the underground garden in full bloom, dozens of reclamation blooms producing a field of philosophical energy that suffused the entire settlement. He saw the founder, an ancient woman with eyes that blazed with stage 5 sight, planting the first seed. He saw the betrayal, the spy, Zhen Lingxi's ancestor, opening the defenses, the three annihilators breaching the walls, the cultivators fighting, falling, dying. He saw the ceiling, the last survivors, bleeding and broken, channeling their remaining energy into the formation network, sealing the vaults, protecting the crystal, preserving the garden. Their final act of reclamation, salvaging the Pavilion's future from its destruction. And he saw the message they left, encoded in the bloom's spiritual structure. To whoever finds this, we failed, but the Tao endures. The bloom carries our understanding. Absorb it, and you will comprehend the reclamation path at a level that cultivation alone cannot reach. You will see the potential in everything, not just objects and people, but events, futures, possibilities. The bloom reveals what the universe has discarded, the paths not taken, the choices not made, the futures that were thrown away. Shun Wei absorbed the bloom. The experience was transcendent. His nascent soul expanded beyond its physical limitations, his consciousness extending through the mountain's spirit veins, through the underground network, through the accumulated spiritual residue of 8 centuries of reclamation cultivation. He perceived Azure Peak not as a sect, but as a living system, a complex web of energy, purpose, and potential that extended from the waste pit to the summit. And he perceived the futures. Not one future, thousands. Branching paths of possibility, each one representing a different outcome of the coming conflict with the Alliance. Most ended in destruction. Some ended in survival. A precious few ended in something better. A world where the reclamation Tao wasn't just tolerated but recognized. Where the principle that nothing is truly waste became not a heresy but a foundation. Those futures all shared one common element. Shun Wei, standing at the head of a coalition, facing the Alliance's most powerful elder, and proving through combat that the reclamation Tao was legitimate. The vision faded. Shun Wei stood in the garden. The bloom dissolved into his spiritual sea, its centuries of accumulated understanding integrated into his cultivation base. Nascent soul late stage. Not through forced advancement this time, but through genuine comprehension, the deepest, most sustainable form of cultivation progress. He ascended from the vault with new purpose and new power. In the sanctuary, his companions waited. Zhen Lingxi met him at the entrance. Her face was pale, her posture rigid with the weight of guilt she'd been carrying since the ruins. The vision showed me the truth about your ancestor, Shun Wei said. She wasn't evil. She was afraid. She saw the Alliance coming, and she believed that collaboration was the only way to survive. She was wrong, but she wasn't malicious. Zhen Lingxi's composure cracked. Tears spilled. Everyone deserves a second chance, Shun Wei said, echoing words that felt like they'd been waiting in his heart for this moment. Even traitors, especially unintentional ones. He offered his hand. She took it. The Pavilion's circle was whole. Damaged, scarred, but complete. And the clock was ticking. Chapter 60. The Pavilion stands 28 days after the Alliance's message. Shun Wei stood at the summit of Azure Peak and looked out at a world that glowed with hidden potential. His cultivation had reached spirit severing. The bloom's comprehension, combined with sustained absorption of the deep vault's concentrated resources and the mountain's spirit vein energy, had carried him through the Dao-seeking stage in a whirlwind of advancement that defied conventional timelines. Each breakthrough had been faster than the last, not because he was rushing, but because the reclamation Dao's accumulated understanding made each subsequent level more natural than the previous one. Spirit severing early stage, spirit severing mid-stage, and then, in a meditation session fueled by the underground garden's ambient energy, spirit severing late stage. His essence sight had evolved to a level that made his previous perceptions seem like squinting through fog. He could see the spiritual infrastructure of the entire region, the network of spirit veins, the distribution of spiritual energy, the cultivation bases of every cultivator within 100 miles. He could read the Orthodox Alliance's military formations, deployed at the edge of Azure Peak's territory, their signatures visible as a wall of hostile intent. The Alliance had arrived. 3 sovereign-level elders, backed by an army of cultivators numbering in the thousands. Their leader, Grand Elder Mu Tianxiao, radiated a spiritual presence that pressed against Shun Wei's perception like a mountain pressing against a riverbank. Mu Tianxiao was a sovereign, the level above spirit severing, the level that represented the absolute pinnacle of conventional cultivation, where a cultivator's power could reshape landscapes and alter the flow of reality itself. Shun Wei was spirit severing late stage, 2 substages below the threshold of sovereign. But he wasn't alone. The Pavilion stood behind him, not just his inner circle. Though they stood closest, Lian Yu at his left, Bao and Iron Ghost at his flanks, Zheng Lingxi behind with the crystal secured at her back. Behind them stood the cultivators who'd answered the Pavilion's call over the past months, the discarded, the rejected, the labeled heretics who'd found in the reclamation Dao a philosophy that valued them. 50 cultivators, not an army, not a force that could match the Alliance's thousands, but 50 cultivators, each one reclaimed from the world's refuse, each one proof that hidden potential could be found in the places no one thought to look. Old Man Su sat at the base of the summit, his body too frail for the climb, his spirit burning with a brightness that his physical deterioration couldn't diminish. He'd insisted on being present. "I've waited 80 years for this moment," he'd said. "I'll be damned if I miss it." The Alliance's messenger approached under a white flag. The message was simple: surrender the Pavilion's artifacts, disband the organization, submit to the Alliance's authority, and accept correction of all heretical cultivation techniques. Shun Wei's response was equally simple: no. The messenger left. The Alliance began its advance, and Shun Wei drew Kanming, the sword forged from 1,000 discarded things, and prepared to fight for the right to see value in what others threw away. The Pavilion had fallen once. It had been discarded, forgotten, left to rot in the world's refuse pile. Now it stood again, reclaimed, restored, rebuilt from the trash of a civilization that had tried to throw it away. The third arc was complete, and the real battle was just beginning. Chapter 61. The Sanctuary grows. The Alliance's advance halted at a distance of 10 miles from Azure Peak. Not by choice, by formation. Shun Wei had spent the 28 days since the Alliance's ultimatum doing more than cultivating. The underground formation network, reactivated by his sight and expanded by Iron Ghost's engineering, now extended throughout Azure Peak's territory. Anti-intrusion formations, powered by the mountain's spirit veins, created a defensive perimeter that forced the Alliance army to approach in single columns rather than battle formations. Terrain-shaping arrays altered the landscape, creating choke points and killing zones that negated the Alliance's numerical advantage. And communication formations linked every defender in a real-time network that allowed coordinated responses to any attack. The Alliance's sovereign elders could breach these formations, but doing so would require committing their personal power, and sovereign cultivators didn't casually expend energy against what they considered inferior opponents. That was the Alliance's greatest weakness, their arrogance. Shun Wei used the bought time to grow the Pavilion. Cultivators arrived in ones and twos, drawn by word of mouth, by reputation, by the desperate hope that somewhere in the cultivation world, there was a place for those who didn't fit. A body cultivator whose clan had been declared bestial by the Alliance. A formation researcher whose experimental techniques had been branded dangerous innovation. A duo of poison specialists, twins, male and female, whose cultivation method required materials that the Alliance's purity standards prohibited. Each arrival was assessed, welcomed, and integrated. Shun Wei used his essence sight to evaluate their hidden potential, often revealing strengths that the cultivators themselves didn't know they possessed. The body cultivator, dismissed as a brute, had a latent talent for spiritual healing through physical contact. The formation researchers' dangerous innovations were actually breakthroughs in array efficiency that could revolutionize defensive formation work. The Poison Twins' prohibited materials were discarded spiritual herbs, waste products that Shunwei could source from the sect's refuse at no cost. The Pavilion grew from 50 to 70, then 90, then 120. Not all were fighters. Many were crafters, researchers, healers, support personnel. But every single one brought unique capabilities that the standard cultivation world had deemed worthless. The irony was not lost on anyone. The world's garbage was assembling into an army. Shunwei's own cultivation stabilized at spirit-severing peak. The advancement from late stage to peak came through sustained absorption of the deep vault's garden energy, combined with the rejected Dao fragments that saturated the Pavilion outpost's spiritual environment. Each fragment he absorbed was a lesson, a moment of understanding that a previous cultivator had grasped and then lost, preserved in the spiritual layer for centuries. The fragments taught him more than technique. They taught him the reclamation Dao's deepest truth, that seeing hidden potential wasn't just a perception ability. It was a philosophy of existence. Every person, every object, every moment contained value that the surface concealed. The trash collector's eyes were not separate from the trash collector's heart. His essence sight reached stage 3's peak, the highest level achievable at spirit severing. He could perceive rejected Dao, latent bloodlines, hidden formations, and, most usefully for the coming battle, the structural weaknesses in any spiritual construct within his perception range, including sovereign-level defenses. Mu Tianxiao's personal barrier has a resonance fault, Shunwei reported to his war council, having spent an afternoon reading the Alliance Grand Elder's spiritual signature from 10 miles away. His cultivation is standard orthodox path, uniform, pure, powerful. But the very purity that makes him strong also makes him brittle. His qi contains no variation, no diversity. It's a wall built from identical bricks, strong against direct force, but vulnerable to harmonic disruption. The resonance strike? Iron Ghost asked. A version of it. Scaled up. Instead of matching a single frequency, I need to generate a dissonant frequency, a counter-harmony that exploits the uniformity of his base. Shunwei's expression was calculating. The irony is that the reclamation Dao, which the Alliance considers impure, is the perfect counter to the orthodox path's purity. Multi-source qi is inherently dissonant. It doesn't have a single frequency to target. But single-source qi has exactly one. You're saying that what they consider our weakness is actually our strength against them. I'm saying that diversity is resilience. The Alliance's philosophy of purity is inherently fragile. They just don't know it yet. The War Council devised a defense plan based on this insight. The Pavilion's cultivators, with their diverse and unconventional techniques, would engage the Alliance's standardized troops in asymmetric combat, using varied attack types that the Orthodox Path's uniform defenses weren't optimized against. The formation network would amplify these diverse attacks, creating interference patterns that disrupted the Alliance's coordinated responses. And Shunwei would face Mu Tianxiao personally, using the harmonic disruption technique to target the sovereign's purity-based defenses. It was a plan built on the reclamation Dao's core principle, finding value in what others discarded. The Alliance discarded diversity. The Pavilion would use it to survive. Chapter 62. The Orthodox Ultimatum. Grand Elder Mu Tianxiao arrived at the defensive perimeter's edge on a morning of crystalline clarity, the autumn sun painting Azure Peak in shades of gold and amber that made the mountain look like a treasure being presented for judgment. The Grand Elder did not come with armies. He came alone. That alone told Shunwei everything he needed to know about the man's confidence. Mu Tianxiao was tall and rigidly upright, with the bearing of someone who'd never bent for anything in his life. His robes were white, pure, spotless, luminous with contained sovereign-level qi that made the air around him shimmer. His face was ageless in the way of extremely high-level cultivators, handsome and severe, with eyes the color of polished silver. A jade sword hung at his hip, its aura so bright that Shunwei's sight had to adjust to avoid being dazzled. He stopped at the perimeter's edge and spoke. His voice carried without amplification, each word infused with enough qi to vibrate in the bones of everyone who heard it. I am Mu Tianxiao, Grand Elder of the Celestial Orthodox Alliance, Sovereign of the Third Order, Guardian of the Pure Path. I have come to offer the last chance of mercy to the cultivator who calls himself Shunwei, who has resurrected the heretical practices of the Heavenly Reclamation Pavilion in defiance of the Alliance's edicts. Shunwei stepped through the perimeter formations and faced the sovereign across a field of autumn grass. The power differential was staggering. Even with his spirit-severing peak cultivation, Wei felt like a candle standing before a bonfire. Mu Tianxiao's spiritual pressure radiated in controlled waves, each one carrying the weight of a cultivation path, so pure and so powerful that reality itself seemed to defer to his presence. I know what you are, Mu Tianxiao said, his silver eyes studying Wei with clinical precision. A trash collector who found an innate ability and used it to build a power base from discarded materials. Clever, resourceful, admirable, even in a small way. His tone was not unkind. It was the tone of a teacher explaining a mistake to a student, but fundamentally misguided. Misguided how? The cultivation path is sacred. It is the process by which mortals transcend their limitations and approach the divine. That process must be pure, free from contamination, free from the residue of other paths, free from the spiritual pollution of discarded and failed materials. Mu Tianxiao's voice carried absolute conviction. When you absorb the qi of failed pills, broken formations, and shattered cores, you contaminate your own spiritual base with the failures of others. Your cultivation is built on a foundation of refuse. It may function, it may even be powerful, but it is impure, and impurity, left unchecked, spreads. You believe that diversity is contamination. I believe that the cultivation path has a correct form, a natural order, a pure expression. The Alliance exists to protect that expression from those who would pollute it with innovation, experimentation, and, yes, reclamation. The spiritual world is not a garbage heap to be sorted through. It is a temple to be maintained in purity. Wei let the silence stretch. Then he said, "You destroyed the heavenly reclamation pavilion. The Alliance corrected a deviation. You killed 3,000 cultivators. We removed a source of contamination. And now you've come to do it again." Mu Tianxiao's expression didn't change. "I've come to offer you a choice. Disband your organization. Surrender your artifacts. Submit your followers to purification treatment, a process that will cleanse their cultivation bases of heretical influences and restore them to the pure path. No one needs to die. Purification treatment. You mean destroying everything that makes them unique, their unconventional techniques, their diverse qi types, their individual paths. You'd strip them down to empty vessels and refill them with your approved cultivation method. I would save them from the corruption you've inflicted. You would throw away everything that makes them valuable." The two cultivators stared at each other across the autumn field. Two philosophies, as irreconcilable as creation and destruction. 3 days, Mu Tianxiao said at last. "You have 3 days to accept my offer. After that, the Alliance's patience ends, and the correction begins." He turned to leave, then paused. "For what it's worth, you remind me of someone I knew a long time ago. Someone who saw potential where others saw waste. He was a good man. He was also wrong. And in the end, the wrongness consumed him. He left. His footsteps didn't touch the grass." Wei watched him go, feeling the weight of the coming storm and the stubborn, unshakable conviction that the Grand Elder's fundamental premise was wrong. Nothing is truly waste. Not innovation. Not experimentation. Not diversity. And the Alliance's purity was about to be tested by the most impure cultivator the world had ever seen. Chapter 63, 3 days of preparation, 3 days. 72 hours to prepare for a war against the continent's most powerful organization. Wei spent the first day on cultivation. He needed to reach the absolute peak of spirit severing, not just the level, but the understanding. The reclamation Dao demanded comprehension as much as power, and facing a sovereign would require both in excess. He descended into the deep vault's garden and sat among the ancient spirit plants, drawing on their accumulated energy and the underground network's concentrated qi. His nascent soul, strengthened by months of multi-source cultivation, resonated with the garden's ambient philosophy, the living embodiment of the reclamation Dao, growing for 8 centuries in the darkness beneath a mountain. Spirit-severing peak was already his. What he sought now was the comprehension to wield that power with maximum efficiency. The sutra's advanced chapters describe techniques that operated at spirit-severing level, methods of spiritual combat that used the reclamation core's conversion ability offensively, turning an opponent's own qi against them by reclaiming and repurposing it mid-combat. The most powerful of these techniques was called Dao reclamation, the ability to perceive and absorb the Dao understanding that an opponent had used to reach their current level. Not stealing their cultivation. That was impossible, but reading the insights that had carried them through each breakthrough and integrating those insights into one's own comprehension. Against a sovereign who'd reached his level through purity, through a single, uniform, undiversified path, the Dao reclamation technique could be devastating. By absorbing the understanding of that pure path, Wei could develop counters in real time, anticipating techniques before they were deployed by comprehending the philosophy that generated them. He practiced the technique against the rejected Dao fragments in the garden's spiritual environment, the preserved insights of hundreds of Pavilion cultivators. Each fragment he absorbed refined his comprehension, his technique, his ability to read and integrate foreign Dao understanding. By the end of the first day, his spirit-severing peak cultivation was as refined as meditation could make it. The second day was devoted to his people. Xinwei moved through the pavilion's ranks, from the inner circle to the newest recruits, using his essence sight to assess each cultivator's hidden potential and provide targeted advice. A body cultivator who'd been training defensively discovered that her constitution was actually optimized for counterattacking, absorbing blows and returning the energy amplified. A formation specialist found that his failed experimental arrays were actually precursors to a new type of defensive formation that the Alliance's attack patterns couldn't predict. Each cultivator left their session with renewed confidence and a clearer understanding of their own abilities. The reclamation field's passive effect enhanced the process, gently encouraging hidden potential to manifest. By the end of the second day, the pavilion's defenders were as ready as they could be. The third day was for the vault. Xinwei opened the deep vault's innermost chamber, a section he'd bypassed during his initial exploration, sealed behind a formation gate that required spirit severing to survive. Inside, he found what the founders had left for their final defender. 3 items. A bottle of pills, Dao-seeking advancement pills, formulated specifically for the reclamation cultivation path. Taking them during a sovereign-level battle would provide a temporary boost to Dao-seeking level, 1 stage above his current spirit severing. The boost would last approximately 1 hour before fading, leaving significant spiritual strain. A formation array blueprint. The pavilion's ultimate defensive formation, called the Reclamation Sanctum. When inscribed around a position, the sanctum created a domain where the Reclamation Dao's principles were physically manifested. Within the domain, broken things repaired themselves, depleted energy replenished, and, critically, destruction and purification techniques lost their effectiveness, their energy converted back into neutral qi. And a letter, written in the founder's hand, preserved in spiritual ink. To the one who opens this vault, if you are reading this, the pavilion has fallen and risen again. The enemy at the gate may be the Shattered Realm, the Orthodox Alliance, or some future threat we cannot foresee. Whatever the threat, the answer is the same. The Reclamation Dao is not a technique. It is not a philosophy. It is the fundamental truth of the universe. Nothing is truly wasted. Not effort, not sacrifice, not love, not loss. Everything that seems destroyed is merely in transition. Everything that seems worthless is merely unseen. See clearly. Act accordingly. And if the worst comes, if the pavilion falls again, know that it will rise again. Because the Tao of reclamation cannot be destroyed. It can only be temporarily discarded. Xinwei folded the letter and placed it over his heart. Then he ascended to the summit, where his people waited, and told them what was coming. Tomorrow, the Celestial Orthodox Alliance will attack Azure Peak. They have 3 sovereign-level elders, an army of thousands, and the conviction that their way is the only way. He looked at his people, the discarded, the rejected, the reclaimed. They think we're trash. They think our cultivation is contaminated, our techniques are heretical, and our philosophy is pollution. They believe that purity requires uniformity, and that anything different is something to be corrected or destroyed. He drew Kaming. The sword sang, not with a single, pure note, but with a chord, a harmony of 1,000 different frequencies, each one the echo of something discarded that had been given new value. They're wrong. And tomorrow, we prove it. Chapter 64. The Hidden Master. The morning of battle began with a surprise. Old Man Su walked up the mountain. Not shuffled, not hobbled, walked, with a stride that carried purpose and power and the unmistakable authority of a man who'd been concealing his true nature for 80 years. His bamboo hat was gone. His wispy beard had been trimmed. His robes, still servant's gray, hung from a frame that was suddenly, obviously, not that of a frail old man. Xinwei watched from the summit as Su climbed, his essence sight reading the old man's spiritual signature with the clarity of spirit-severing perception. What he saw made his breath catch. Su's crippled cultivation was uncrippling. The damage he'd inflicted on himself decades ago, the suppression that had hidden his true power, it was reversing. Slowly, painfully, and at enormous cost to his already failing body, but reversing. The reclamation field. Xunwei's passive aura, which had been reaching Su every evening during their meetings, had been gently encouraging the old man's hidden potential to manifest. Over months, The sustained encouragement had weakened the self-imposed seal to the breaking point. Su reached the summit. His eyes, no longer doddering, no longer masked, were ancient and fierce and burning with a power that made the air around him thicken. Su Changming, he said, speaking his full name for the first time in Shunwei's hearing. Dao Lord of the Heavenly Reclamation Pavilion. Previously retired. Currently, returning. Grandfather, Shunwei began. Save the sentiment. Su's voice was stronger than Shunwei had ever heard it. My body is failing. The restoration is temporary. Days at best, probably less. The cultivation I sealed away is being released, but the container can't hold it much longer. He flexed his hands, and chi crackled between his fingers, visible to the naked eye, potent enough to distort the air. So let's make the most of whatever time I have. Dao Lord, Shunwei said slowly. That's one stage above sovereign. Was one stage above sovereign. Currently, I'm at approximately half my former capacity, sovereign level, early stage. Enough to be useful, not enough to solo the alliance. Su's eyes swept the defensive positions, the formation network, the gathered Pavilion cultivators. But combined with your spirit-severing peak, our formation network, and 100+ cultivators with unconventional abilities, we have a chance. We have a chance. Su squared his shoulders. Now brief me on the battle plan, and give me something better to wear than these servants' rags. The alliance attacked at noon. 3 columns, each led by a sovereign-level elder, advancing on Azure Peak from the north, east, and south. The western approach, the route toward the broken wastes, was left open, presumably as a merciful escape route that the alliance expected the heretics to use. Shunwei had anticipated this. The western approach was mined with formations. The north column, led by a sovereign named Elder Hua, hit the defensive perimeter's formation barriers and ground to a halt. The anti-intrusion formations, powered by the mountain's spirit veins, created a wall of converted spiritual energy that the orthodox path's pure chi couldn't easily penetrate. Elder Hua committed personal power to breach the barriers, burning through them with raw force. But each barrier converted the breach energy into defensive reinforcement for the next barrier, creating a recursive defense that grew stronger the harder it was attacked. The east column, led by a sovereign named Elder Zheng, encountered the terrain-shaping arrays. The landscape shifted beneath their advance, creating canyons where paths had been, raising walls where valleys had existed. Standard military formations became useless in terrain that refused to stay still. The south column was Mu Tianxiao's. The Grand Elder didn't assault the perimeter. He walked through it. Sovereign-level power, at its full expression, transcended formation defenses. Mu Tianxiao's chi was so pure, so concentrated, so overwhelming that it simply existed at a level the formations couldn't process. He passed through the barriers the way light passes through glass, not by breaking them, but by being on a plane they couldn't affect. Shunwei felt the moment Mu Tianxiao crossed the perimeter. The entire formation network shuddered, registering the Grand Elder's passage like a seismograph registering an earthquake. His spiritual pressure washed over Azure Peak in a wave of pure, refined chi that pressed against every cultivator on the mountain. He's inside, Shunwei told his council. Phase 2. Phase 2 was the reclamation sanctum. Shunwei had spent the previous night inscribing the formation across the mountain's summit. The array was vast, over 1,000 meters in diameter, covering the entire peak and extending partway down the slopes. Its formation channels drew power from the spirit veins, the underground network, and the crystals stored energy simultaneously. When he activated it, the world changed. Within the sanctum's boundaries, the reclamation Dao manifested physically. The air thickened with creation energy. Broken objects began to reform. Depleted chi reserves refilled. The mountain itself seemed to sigh with relief, its spirit veins flowing freely for the first time in centuries as the pavilion's network and the sect's natural energy merged under the sanctum's influence. And the alliance soldiers who'd breached the outer defenses found their techniques faltering. Purification chi, designed to cleanse and eliminate, was converted by the sanctum into neutral energy. Offensive formations lost their edge. Defensive barriers weakened as their chi was gently reclaimed and redistributed. The pavilion's cultivators surged forward. Chapter 65. The Master's return. Su Changming met Elder Hua at the northern slope. The collision of powers was visible from the summit. Su's partially restored Dao Lord cultivation, raw, burning through his failing body like fire through paper, clashed with Hua's sovereign-level purity in an explosion of opposing energies that shattered a section of the mountainside. You, Hua gasped, his composed facade cracking as he recognized the spiritual signature. You're supposed to be dead. The records say a lot of things. Most of them are garbage. Su's combat style was devastating even at half power. Decades of hiding hadn't dulled his instincts. They'd sharpened them. He fought with the economy of a man who knew every motion counted. Every technique had to connect. Every breath was one breath closer to his body's final failure. His reclamation techniques were refined by 80 years of contemplation. Where Shun Wei's reclamation was broad, processing diverse sources, finding value in variety, Su's was focused, surgical. He reclaimed specific aspects of his opponent's qi during combat, turning Hua's purification techniques back on themselves with a precision that made the sovereign elder's power into a liability. The northern column stalled. At the eastern approach, Iron Ghost and Bao led a combined force of the Pavilion's combat-oriented cultivators against Elder Zheng's column. The terrain-shaping formations gave them home advantage, and the diverse cultivation methods of the Pavilion's fighters created a chaotic combat environment that the Alliance's standardized troops couldn't adapt to. The body cultivator from the plains used her counterattack technique to absorb the Alliance soldiers' strikes and redirect them as healing pulses for her allies. The formation researcher deployed his failed experimental arrays, which the Alliance's detection methods couldn't identify, because the Alliance's databases didn't include formation types that didn't officially exist. The Poison Twins unleashed compounds that were harmless to non-orthodox cultivators, but devastating to those whose bases relied on qi purity. Diversity against uniformity. Hidden potential against acknowledged power. The Pavilion's philosophy, expressed through combat. The eastern column bogged down. At the southern approach, Mu Tianxiao continued his advance. The reclamation sanctum slowed him but couldn't stop him. His sovereign-level power was simply too great, existing on a plane that the formation could only partially affect. He walked through the converted energy like a man walking through rain, wet but undeterred. Shun Wei was waiting for him. You inscribed this formation, Mu Tianxiao said, his silver eyes sweeping the sanctum's boundaries. Impressive work. If the Alliance didn't require your elimination, I'd recruit you as a formation specialist. He drew his jade sword. But the Alliance does require it. You don't have to do this. Shun Wei's voice was steady, his reclamation core spinning at maximum output, his nascent soul burning with the combined energy of months of multi-source cultivation. The reclamation Dao isn't a threat to the pure path. We can coexist. Coexistence implies equality. The pure path is the correct path. The only path. Everything else is contamination. Mu Tianxiao's sword ignited with white gold fire, the purification flame, the Alliance's supreme technique. And contamination must be cleansed. He attacked. Chapter 66. Betrayal from within the purification flame was not a technique. It was a philosophy made manifest. Mu Tianxiao's sword blazed with fire that didn't burn, it purified. Everything the flame touched was stripped of its impure elements, reducing it to its purest spiritual state. Against a standard cultivator, the purification flame was devastating. Against a reclamation cultivator, whose entire base was built from diverse, multi-source qi, a base that the Alliance would define as maximally impure, it was annihilation. The flame reached for Shun Wei's spiritual base like a predator scenting prey. His multi-source qi, visible to the purification flame's spiritual sense as a tangle of contamination, drew the fire with magnetic intensity. Shun Wei's reclamation core spun and processed. The sanctum's domain helped. The creation energy it generated interfered with the purification flame's cleansing effect, converting portions of the fire back into neutral qi before it could reach him. But Mu Tianxiao's power output exceeded the sanctum's conversion capacity. Their blades met. Sanming's multicolored edge against the jade sword's white gold flame. The impact generated a shockwave of mixed energy, pure and impure, creation and purification, that cracked the summit's stone. Then the betrayal happened. It came not from outside, but from within. One of the Pavilion's recent recruits, a formation specialist who'd joined 3 weeks ago, quiet and competent and apparently dedicated, deactivated a section of the Sanctum's formation network. The dome flickered. A gap appeared in the defensive coverage, not large, but precisely positioned to allow the Alliance's forces to bypass the remaining barriers and pour onto the mountain's eastern slope. Shun Wei felt the disruption through the formation network. His sight, extended through the underground channels, identified the saboteur instantly. The recruit's spiritual signature carried traces of Alliance pattern qi that he'd concealed beneath layers of disguise. A sleeper agent, planted months ago, activated at the critical moment. The east dome is down. Bao's voice, carried by the communication formation, was tight with alarm. They're flooding through. Shun Wei couldn't respond. Mu Tianxiao pressed the advantage, the purification flame intensifying as the sanctum's interference weakened. The jade sword's strikes came faster, harder, each one carrying the weight of a sovereign's full commitment. Lian Yu handled the betrayal. She'd been monitoring the formation network from the pavilion's underground control room, her dual poison roots interfacing with the system through specialized channels that Shen Wei had configured for her. When the sabotage struck, she traced the disruption to its source in seconds, isolated the compromised section, and rerouted the sanctum's power through backup channels. Then she found the spy. The recruiter, the sleeper agent, was trying to escape through the eastern gap he'd created. Lian Yu intercepted him in the underground tunnels, her Foundation establishment peak cultivation no match for his core formation base in raw power, but ideally suited for the confined space of tunnel combat. Her poison struck first, a compound she developed specifically for moments like this, a fast-acting toxin that targeted the Alliance's purity-based cultivation, exploiting the same uniformity weakness that Shen Wei had identified. The spy's chi circulation seized as the toxin attacked the single frequency of his orthodox path base. "How did you know?" The spy gasped, his body paralyzed, his cultivation disrupted. "Because my partner taught me to look for hidden potential," Lian Yu said, her voice cold as winter. Even in traitors. The sanctum restabilized. The eastern gap closed. The Alliance's breakthrough force, already inside the perimeter, was contained by Iron Ghost's defensive formations and Bao's counterattack. But the damage was done. The sanctum was weakened. The formation network was strained. And Mu Tianxiao, sensing the disruption, pressed his assault with renewed fury. Chapter 67. The army descends 3 sovereign-level elders. Thousands of soldiers. The full weight of the Celestial Orthodox Alliance. The battle for Azure Peak became a grinding, desperate affair. The pavilion's formations held on the north and east, Su Changming's Dao Lord presence, and the defenders' unconventional tactics keeping the Alliance at bay. But the south, Mu Tianxiao's approach, was a disaster in slow motion. The Grand Elder's purification flame consumed the summit's defenses meter by meter. Shen Wei fought with everything he had, Kanming blazing with multicolored reclamation energy, the remnant edge system guiding his strikes to the microscopic flaws in Mu Tianxiao's technique, the resonance strike disrupting the sovereign's chi flow at critical moments. But the gap was too large. Spirit severing peak against sovereign early stage was like fighting a tidal wave with a bucket. Shen Wei could deflect, redirect, and convert portions of Mu Tianxiao's attacks, but the sheer volume overwhelmed his capacity. "You're talented," Mu Tianxiao said during a momentary pause, both fighters drawing breath. "The most talented heretic I've ever encountered. But talent doesn't change the mathematics. I have more power, more reserves, more experience. You'll exhaust yourself, and then I'll purify everything you've built. Maybe, but everything I've built was built from things you threw away. Your rejection created me." Mu Tianxiao's silver eyes flickered. "That's clever rhetoric. It won't save you." The next assault was devastating. 3 simultaneous sovereign-level techniques, Purification Flame, Sacred Radiance, and Holy Verdict, converged on Shen Wei's position from different angles. The Sanctum's domain absorbed the Sacred Radiance and converted the Holy Verdict, but the Purification Flame penetrated both defenses and struck Shen Wei's formation barriers directly. The barriers shattered. Shen Wei was exposed. The Purification Flame reached his body, brushing against his reclamation core's outer edge. The sensation was excruciating, not physical pain, but existential. The flame attacked his chi at its most fundamental level, trying to strip the multi-source diversity that defined his cultivation path. Every different chi type he'd absorbed, the amber of pill residue, the blue of formation energy, the green of herbal essence, the gold of rare treasures. The flame targeted each one, seeking to reduce the mosaic to a single, pure color. His reclamation core rejected the purification. The mosaic wasn't weakness, it was strength. Each chi type reinforced the others, the diverse frequencies creating a harmonic resistance that no single source base could achieve. The flame burned at the edges, but couldn't penetrate the core. Mu Tianxiao's expression shifted. "Surprise. Impossible," the Grand Elder said. "The purification flame cleanses all contamination. Only if it's contamination." Shen Wei stood, his body smoking, his robes singed, his eyes blazing with the essence sight's full intensity. "What you call contamination, I call diversity. What you call impurity, I call resilience. And your flame can't purify something that's already exactly what it should be." He activated the Dao-seeking advancement pills. The temporary boost, from spirit-severing peak to Dao-seeking level, hit him like a hammer. His nascent soul swelled. His reclamation core's output tripled. His essence sight sharpened beyond anything he'd experienced. the perception extending to encompass not just the battlefield but the entire mountain, the spirit veins beneath, the alliance armies surrounding it, and critically, the full, detailed architecture of Mu Tianxiao's sovereign-level cultivation base. He saw the flaw, not a physical flaw, not a formation error, a philosophical flaw, the deepest, most fundamental weakness in the pure path's foundation. Mu Tianxiao's cultivation base was built on the rejection of impurity. Every breakthrough, every advancement, every layer of his sovereign-level power had been achieved by purifying, by eliminating anything that didn't conform to the orthodox path standard. His base was pure because he'd thrown away everything that wasn't. And all those thrown away things, the rejected chi types, the discarded cultivation insights, the abandoned techniques that hadn't met the pure path standard, still existed. In the spiritual layer, as rejected Dao, floating around the man who discarded them, invisible to his own perception but blazing like beacons to Shun Wei's Stage 3 sight. Mu Tianxiao was surrounded by his own discarded potential, and Shun Wei could see every piece. Chapter 68. The Fall of Defenders. The battle reached its crisis point. On the northern slope, Su Changming's restored cultivation began to falter. His body, already failing before the restoration, couldn't sustain sovereign-level output. His attacks weakened. His barriers thinned. Elder Hua, sensing the shift, pressed forward with renewed aggression. "I can hold 10 more minutes," Su communicated through the formation network. His voice was steady despite the agony that Shun Wei's sight could read in his spiritual signature. "Make them count." Iron Ghost was captured on the eastern slope. A coordinated strike by 3 core Formation Peak Alliance soldiers overwhelmed his restored defenses and bound him in purification chains that suppressed his cultivation. Bao, fighting to reach him, was driven back by Elder Zhang's direct intervention. The pavilion's defenders were being ground down. Despite their diverse techniques and unconventional abilities, they were outnumbered 10-1 and outpowered at the sovereign level. The formation network kept them functional, but the formations themselves were degrading under sustained assault. Shun Wei, his temporary Dao-seeking boost burning through his meridians, faced Mu Tianxiao in a duel that the entire battlefield could feel. Their collisions shook the mountain. Their spiritual pressure created localized storms of mixed energy, pure and diverse, white and multicolored, that painted the sky in impossible colors. The Dao reclamation technique, enhanced by his temporary boost, worked overtime. He absorbed and processed Mu Tianxiao's rejected Dao, the discarded insights floating in the Grand Elder's spiritual periphery. Each fragment was a window into the sovereign's cultivation path, revealing the choices that had been made and the alternatives that had been abandoned. And those alternatives were powerful. The techniques Mu Tianxiao had discarded as impure, adaptive cultivation methods, multi-source absorption protocols, formation techniques that used diverse energy types, were exactly the methods the reclamation Dao employed. The Grand Elder had rejected the very tools that could defeat him. Shun Wei didn't just absorb the rejected Dao, he weaponized it. Using the discarded insights, he constructed counter-techniques in real time. Techniques that exploited the specific gaps in Mu Tianxiao's defenses that the Grand Elder's own rejected knowledge revealed. "You're using my discarded cultivation," Mu Tianxiao said, his silver eyes widening as he recognized the energy signatures in Shun Wei's attacks. "The insights I rejected during my advancement, you can see them? I can see everything you threw away. And I can tell you that what you threw away was better than what you kept." Mu Tianxiao's composure cracked. For the first time in their fight, the Grand Elder's attacks became emotional. Not the cold, calculated strikes of a sovereign, but the desperate slashes of a man whose fundamental assumptions were being challenged. The purification flame blazed white-hot. Shun Wei met it with a wall of reclaimed energy, the combined essence of everything Mu Tianxiao had ever discarded, shaped into a counterformation that converted the flame back into its component parts. The flame dimmed. Mu Tianxiao's most powerful technique, neutralized by its creator's own rejected potential. But a sovereign was more than a single technique. Mu Tianxiao's raw power surged, overwhelming Shun Wei's conversion capacity through sheer volume. A blast of compressed qi hit Shun Wei in the chest and sent him crashing through the summit stone, cratering the formation array, disrupting the sanctum. Shun Wei tasted blood. His temporary boost was fading, the Dao-seeking pill's effect dissipating as his body burned through the borrowed power. He had minutes left at this elevated level. After that, he dropped back to Spirit-Severing Peak. And Spirit-Severing Peak wasn't enough. "Your 10 minutes are up," Mu Tianxiao said, standing above the crater where Shun Wei had fallen. The Grand Elder's white robes were torn, his jade sword dimmed, his face bloodied from the exchanges. He'd taken damage, real damage, more than any previous opponent had inflicted. But he was still standing, still sovereign, still overwhelmingly powerful. It's over, Shunwei. Yield. I'll spare your followers. No, you won't. The words came out bloody and broken. You'll purify them. Destroy everything that makes them unique. Turn them into copies of your approved template. I'll save them from corruption. You'll throw away their value. Mu Tianxiao raised his jade sword. The purification flame gathered at its tip, concentrated into a point of absolute cleansing that would erase everything it touched, not destroy, but unmake. Return to nothing. Shunwei looked up at the descending blade and saw his death approaching. Then he heard a sound. A bell. Deep, resonant, ancient, ringing from beneath the mountain. The deep vault's garden. The reclamation bloom's growth chamber. The spirit veins that converged beneath Azure Peak. Old Man Su, channeling the last of his restored cultivation through the formation network, activated the outpost's final defense. The pavilion's original formation, buried for 8 centuries, designed by the founder to protect the settlement from exactly this kind of attack. The mountain erupted. Chapter 69. The Fall of the Pavilion, not with violence, with light. Creation energy, concentrated by 8 centuries of the spirit veins' convergence and amplified by the pavilion's original formation, burst from the mountainside in a corona of multicolored radiance. The energy wasn't an attack, it was a domain. A manifestation of the reclamation Dao at a scale that dwarfed Shunwei's sanctum, encompassing the entire mountain and extending for miles beyond. Within the domain, the reclamation Dao's principles activated at maximum intensity. The Alliance soldiers' purification techniques ceased to function. Their weapons lost their edge. Their formations, built on the orthodox path's purity-based energy, were gently but irresistibly converted to neutral qi. Mu Tianxiao's purification flame died. The Grand Elder staggered, his sovereign-level power disrupted by a formation designed by cultivators who'd spent centuries preparing for this moment. The Founder's original defense, the last resort of a civilization that knew its enemies would return, was built to counter the pure path specifically. Not through force, but through conversion. Not through destruction, but through reclamation. The Alliance's army was neutralized. Not killed, disarmed. Their cultivation intact, but their techniques inert. Their weapons dulled. Their formations dissolved. They stood on a mountain that refused to be purified, in a domain that saw their purity as just another form of energy to be reclaimed. Mu Tianxiao, alone among his forces, retained his power. Sovereign-level cultivation existed on a plane that even the Founder's formation couldn't fully affect. But his techniques, the purification flame, the sacred radiance, the holy verdict, were gone. Without them, he was a sovereign with raw power but no method to express it. This changes nothing, Mu Tianxiao said, but his voice lacked its former conviction. The Alliance has resources beyond this army. We'll return with more power, more formations, more soldiers. And I'll be ready. Shunwei rose from the crater, his body broken and healing, his temporary boost expired, his spirit severing cultivation burning at its peak. But you know that, don't you? You know that every time you come, we'll be stronger. Because everything you throw at us, every technique, every formation, every resource, becomes material for our cultivation. The harder you hit us, the more powerful we become. Mu Tianxiao's face was a mask, but behind the mask, Shunwei's sight read turmoil, the beginning of doubt in a man who had never doubted before. Retreat, the Grand Elder ordered. His voice carried across the mountain, amplified by the dregs of his qi. All forces, retreat. The Alliance withdrew. The cost was enormous. The formation network was devastated, many of its channels burned out by the Founder's defense. The mountain's surface was scarred by combat. A third of the pavilion's defenders were wounded. Iron Ghost remained in Alliance custody, captured during the Eastern Battle. And Su Changming lay at the base of the mountain, his body finally surrendering to the decades of damage he'd endured. The formation activation had consumed his last reserves of restored cultivation, burning through the remnants of his Dao Lord power in a single, magnificent expenditure. Shunwei knelt beside him. The old man's eyes were open, clear, and peaceful. Did it work? Su whispered. It worked. They're retreating. Good. A smile, faint but genuine. The Founder designed that defense 80 years after the pavilion's destruction. She came back, alone, ancient, barely alive, and inscribed it into the mountain's formation network as her final act. I was the one who sealed the vault over it. You were here when she came back. I was 16. She was 900. She told me to guard this place until someone with the sight returned. Sue's smile widened. Took you long enough. Grandfather, don't. Sue's voice, though weakened, carried the same sharpness it always had. Don't mourn me. I'm not waste. I'm a cultivator whose purpose has been fulfilled. That's the best fate anyone can ask for. He closed his eyes. Old man Su Changming, Dao Lord of the Heavenly Reclamation Pavilion, guardian of the waste pit, keeper of secrets, teacher of trash collectors, died with the dawn light, painting his face in gold. Shenwei held the old man's hand and felt the last flicker of reclamation chi pass from master to student. Not a technique or a power, a benediction. A final gift from a man who'd spent 80 years protecting hidden potential until someone could see it. The pavilion's flag, raised above the ruins of the summit by Bao's steady hands, caught the morning wind and flew. Scarred, battered, but flying. Chapter 70. Seeing the future. The months that followed were a period of rebuilding and transformation that changed the cultivation world's landscape forever. Shun Wei's cultivation, driven by the sustained absorption of the battle's aftermath, residual qi from sovereign-level techniques, rejected Dao from the Alliance cultivators who'd fought on the mountain, and the concentrated creation energy, still dissipating from the Founder's formation, broke through to Dao seeking. The advancement came during a meditation session in the deep vault's garden, seated among the spirit plants that had sustained the pavilion's legacy for 8 centuries. His nascent soul, strengthened beyond normal parameters by months of multi-source cultivation, reached a tipping point, not of power, but of comprehension. The Dao-seeking stage was different from all previous levels. Where earlier stages had demanded energy accumulation and physical transformation, Dao-seeking required philosophical alignment. The cultivator had to perceive and commit to a specific aspect of the universal Dao, a thread of cosmic truth that would guide their cultivation from this point forward. For Shenwei, the thread was obvious. It had been obvious since the moment a cracked jade slip burned his eyes in a waste pit. The reclamation Dao, the truth that nothing in the universe was truly waste, that every discarded thing held hidden potential, that the act of perceiving value where others saw none was not just a skill, but an alignment with the fundamental nature of reality. He grasped the thread and pulled. His essence sight evolved to stage 4. The change was seismic. Where stage 3 had shown him rejected Dao, fragments of understanding that cultivators had abandoned, stage 4 showed him potential futures. Not prophecy, not certainty, but probability. The branching paths of possibility that extended from every person, every object, every moment, visible as ghostly overlays on the present reality. He could see what an item might become, if reclaimed properly. He could see what a person might achieve, if their hidden potential was nurtured. He could see the battlefield's possible outcomes, hours and days in advance, by reading the probability threads that extended from each combatant's current trajectory. The Pavilion's records called this level Fate Sight, the ability to see the hidden potential in the future itself. The implications for warfare were immediate. During the Alliance's anticipated return, which Shenwei now knew would come in approximately 4 months, based on the probability threads extending from Mu Tianxiao's last known spiritual signature, the Fate Sight would allow him to predict and counter enemy strategies before they were even conceived. But the implications for the reclamation Dao went deeper. If he could see potential futures, he could also see which futures had been discarded, the paths not taken, the possibilities rejected by the universe's flow. And if those discarded futures contained value, he could reclaim them, not change the past, not alter fate, but see the hidden potential in the futures that the universe had set aside and integrate those rejected possibilities into the present. The Tao of reclamation applied to destiny itself. Shenwei stood in the garden, surrounded by ancient spirit plants, and looked at the future with eyes that saw what others threw away. The paths diverged before him, 1,000 possible tomorrows, most ending in destruction, some in survival, a precious few in victory. In every path that led to victory, one common element appeared, a coalition. The Pavilion alone couldn't survive. But the Pavilion allied with every marginalized, rejected, discarded group in the cultivation world could do more than survive. It could transform. He began to build the coalition. Chapter 71. The gathering of the discarded Shun Wei traveled. Not alone. Lian Yu accompanied him. Her foundation establishment cultivation now at its peak, her poison techniques refined to lethal precision. But the others stayed behind, rebuilding Azure Peak's defenses and managing the Pavilion's growing community. They traveled in disguise, posing as wandering alchemists, a cover that Lian Yu's medicine hall expertise made convincing. Their destination, every sect, clan, and community that the Celestial Orthodox Alliance had marginalized, threatened, or dismissed. The first stop was the Iron Body Commune, a body cultivation community hidden in the northern mountains. The commune practiced physical cultivation methods that the Alliance considered bestial. techniques that drew power from the physical body rather than spiritual meditation, enhancing strength, endurance, and regeneration beyond human limits. Their leader, a woman named Gu Mei whose muscles could deflect spirit swords, listened to Shun Wei's proposal with arms crossed and eyes narrowed. The Alliance calls us animals. They've destroyed 3 of our settlements in the past decade. Why would we ally with another heretical group? That just makes us a bigger target. Because a bigger target is harder to destroy than a small one. And because the alternative is being picked off one by one. Shun Wei let his reclamation field extend, gently encouraging the hidden potential in the commune's cultivation methods. The body cultivators in the room felt it, a subtle enhancement, a smoothing of their chi circulation, an encouragement of their unconventional path. The Alliance's philosophy is uniformity. They want everyone to cultivate the same way. They'll never accept body cultivation, or poison cultivation, or reclamation cultivation. But together, our diversity is a weapon they can't counter. Gume was quiet for a long time. Then she uncrossed her arms. What do you need from us? Warriors, trainers, your cultivation methods integrated into a combined force that uses diversity as strength. And what do we get? A home, protection, and the recognition that body cultivation isn't a deviation, it's a valid path. The Iron Body Commune joined. The second stop was the Emerald Serpent Clan, a family of poison cultivators who'd been operating in the shadows since the Alliance declared their methods heretical. The clan's matriarch, an ancient woman whose spiritual roots matched Lien Yu's in type, if not in power, wept when she learned that the Lien clan's lineage survived. Your mother was from our sister clan, the matriarch told Lien Yu. The Lien and the Emerald Serpent, we were allies before the Alliance's purge. Both declared heretical for the same crime, cultivating with materials that the pure path considers impure. Lien Yu's expression was carefully controlled, but Shun Wei saw the tears she was holding back. A history, a heritage, a connection to the parents she'd never known, recovered from the world's discarded memories. The Emerald Serpent clan joined. The third stop was the Vagrant Formation Society, a loose network of formation researchers who'd been expelled from various sects for dangerous innovation. Their techniques were unconventional, untested, and, according to their leader, a manic-eyed young man named Feng Lao, about 20 years ahead of anything the Alliance is doing. The problem with orthodoxy, Feng Lao said, his workshop cluttered with experimental formation plates that pulsed with energies that Shun Wei's site identified as genuinely revolutionary, is that it kills innovation. The Alliance's formation methods haven't changed in 300 years. They use the same patterns, the same materials, the same principles. Anything new is heresy. And your methods? Are the future. If anyone would let me finish testing them without threatening to destroy my workshop. He grinned. You're offering protection, access to materials, and the freedom to experiment. Yes, I'm in. When do we start? The Vagrant Formation Society joined. Shun Wei visited 11 groups in total, traveling for 2 months across the continent. Each group had been rejected by the mainstream cultivation world, declared heretical, impure, dangerous, or simply different. Each one held hidden potential that the Alliance's philosophy had labeled as waste. The coalition grew. Body cultivators, poison specialists, formation innovators, elemental experimentation, spiritual musicians, Dao philosophers, combat artists who used unconventional weapons, healers who used unconventional methods. Each group brought unique capabilities that complemented the others. The diversity was staggering. The combined knowledge base exceeded anything a single sect could produce. The combat potential, when properly coordinated, was greater than the sum of its parts. Shun Wei saw it through his fate's sight. The probability threads extending from the coalition's formation, most branching toward survival, some reaching toward victory, a precious few touching something that looked like lasting change. He returned to Azure Peak with allies, resources, and a plan. For months since the Alliance's retreat, 1 month until their return, the Trash Collectors Coalition was ready. Chapter 72, Rescue and Revelation. Lien Yu's solo mission to rescue Iron Ghost from Alliance custody was the most dangerous operation the Pavilion had attempted. She planned it for 3 weeks, using intelligence gathered by Zhang Lingxi's network and the communication formations that the Vagrant Formation Society had installed across the continent. Iron Ghost was being held in the Alliance's regional prison, a facility designed to contain heretical cultivators awaiting purification treatment. Lien Yu infiltrated the facility by exploiting the one weakness that the Alliance's pure cultivation philosophy created. They didn't account for poison. Their detection formations were calibrated for chi-based threats, spiritual attacks, formation intrusions, cultivation-based stealth. They had no sensors for biological agents, Because the orthodox path considered biological cultivation methods beneath notice. Lian Yu walked through the facility's defenses like a ghost, her poisoned chi operating on frequencies that the detection formations literally couldn't perceive. She reached Iron Ghost Cell in under an hour, neutralized his guards with fast-acting toxins, and broke the purification chains with an acid compound that dissolved Alliance standard bindings in seconds. Iron Ghost, weakened but unbroken, looked at his rescuer with silver eyes that held a warrior's respect. You came alone. I work better alone. Less noise. She extended a hand. Can you walk? I can run. They ran. The facility's alarm triggered 4 minutes after their departure, the toxins wearing off, the guards recovering, the detection formations finally registering the escape. Pursuit was immediate. 3 squads of Alliance soldiers, core formation and nascent soul levels, with combat formations designed for chase operations. Lian Yu fought them off with poisons that the Alliance had never encountered and couldn't counter. Her poison dual root techniques had evolved during her months of intensive training. She could now deploy toxins through ambient chi dispersal, creating zones of poisoned spiritual energy that affected anyone who channeled orthodox path chi within them. The Alliance soldiers, whose techniques relied entirely on chi channeling, found themselves poisoned the moment they activated their cultivation. Their pursuit faltered, stumbled, collapsed. Lian Yu and Iron Ghost reached the extraction point, a concealed formation platform installed by the Vagrant Formation Society's engineers, with minutes to spare. The formation activated, teleporting them to a relay station 50 miles away. They arrived at Azure Peak 2 days later. Shenwei met them at the waste pit's entrance, his reclamation field extending to encompass both returning cultivators, easing their injuries, replenishing their chi. Iron Ghost, restored to freedom, immediately requested access to the forge. I have ideas, he said. Things I designed in my head during captivity. Alliance-specific countermeasures. Give me materials and 3 days. Take 5, Shenwei said. We have a month. Lian Yu found Shenwei that evening on the summit, watching the sunset paint the mountain in shades that his essence sight transformed into a symphony of hidden light. I almost didn't make it, she said, sitting beside him. The facility's inner defenses were stronger than our intelligence suggested. I had to improvise with compounds I'd never tested. But you did make it. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. When I was in the facility, surrounded by Alliance soldiers, using techniques that the entire Orthodox path considers heretical, I wasn't afraid. I was angry, not at the soldiers, at the system, at a world that looks at my cultivation and sees contamination, that looks at Iron Ghost and sees a criminal, that looks at you and sees a trash collector who doesn't know his place. The world is wrong. I know, but knowing and feeling are different things. She took his hand. Being inside the Alliance's prison made me feel it. These people aren't just misguided, Shenwei. They're afraid. Their entire philosophy is built on fear. Fear of contamination, fear of impurity, fear that if they allow diversity, their correct path will be proven wrong. It will be. That's what scares them most. She leaned against his shoulder. Promise me something. Anything. When this is over, when the Alliance is dealt with, when the Pavilion is safe, promise me we'll build something beautiful. Not just defensive, not just strong, beautiful. A place where every type of cultivation is valued, where no one's path is called heresy. Shenwei looked at the future through his fate sight. Among the branching possibilities, the threads that led to that outcome, a world of acceptance, of valued diversity, of beauty built from reclaimed potential, glowed the brightest. I promise, he said, and the sunset blazed with hidden light that only he could see. Chapter 73. What matters most? The night before the Alliance's expected return was quiet. Shenwei sat in the deep vault's garden, surrounded by ancient spirit plants, the crystal's soft glow illuminating the chamber in shifting colors. His Dao-seeking cultivation hummed at Dao-seeking mid-stage, advanced significantly during the 2 months of coalition building and preparation, fueled by the deep vault's concentrated resources and the accumulated chi of Su Changming's final gift. Lian Yu found him there. She descended through the vault's entrance with the ease of someone who'd made this journey many times, her dual-root cultivation radiating the warm purple and green signature that Shenwei had come to associate with home. She sat beside him without speaking. The garden's ambient chi, the living essence of the reclamation Dao, growing for 8 centuries, wrapped around them both. I'm afraid, Shenwei said. Lian Yu turned to look at him. In the 2 years since a cracked jade slip had burned his eyes in a waste pit, she'd seen him face corrupt elders, battle spirit severing cultivators, challenge sovereign powers, and build an organization from nothing. She'd never heard him say he was afraid. Of what? Of being wrong. The words came slowly, pulled from a place he rarely examined. The Reclamation Dao says that everything has hidden value, that nothing is truly waste. But what if? He pressed his palms together. What if some things really are just trash? What if the Alliance is right? Not about purity, but about the idea that not everything can be saved. Not every discarded thing has value. Not every broken person can be healed. Lianyu was quiet for a long time. When she spoke, her voice was gentle but firm. You're asking the wrong question. What's the right one? The right question isn't whether everything has value. It's whether the act of looking for value has value. She placed her hand on his chest, over his heart. You found value in me. A servant girl with sealed roots, condemned to a mortal's life. You looked at me and saw potential that no one else could see. Was I worth looking at? Of course. Then the looking was worthwhile. Even if you'd looked and found nothing. Even if my roots had been genuinely dead, not sealed, the act of looking would still have mattered. Because you saw me as someone worth examining. Not trash to be ignored. The warmth in Shun Wei's chest had nothing to do with qi. The Reclamation Dao isn't about finding value in everything, Lian Yu continued. It's about never giving up on the search. About refusing to accept that something is worthless without looking first. Maybe some things really are beyond reclamation. But you won't know unless you look. And the looking, that's what makes you who you are. He pulled her close. She let him. The garden's spirit plants swayed in an invisible breeze, their accumulated Dao understanding resonating with the truth of what had been said. A candle is not trash because it melts, Shenwei murmured. Its light mattered. Where's that from? Something I'll say someday. To someone who needs to hear it. They sat together in the garden of hidden potential, two cultivators who'd been thrown away by the world and found by each other. The crystal pulsed. The spirit veins hummed. The mountain held them both. Tomorrow, the Alliance would return. Tonight, they were enough. Chapter 74, The Reclamation Domain. Dawn brought the Alliance. But dawn also brought Shun Wei's greatest advancement. He'd spent the night in the garden, after Lian Yu had returned to the command center, not in cultivation but in contemplation. The Sovereign's Treatise, the crystal's accumulated wisdom, the 12 chapters of the Sutra, the Reclamation Bloom's inherited understanding. All of it swirled through his consciousness as he sought the synthesis that would carry him through the coming battle. It came not as a breakthrough in cultivation level, but as a breakthrough in technique. The Reclamation Domain, not the sanctum. That was a formation, external, inscribed on stone and powered by spirit veins. The domain was internal, a manifestation of his Dao understanding projected outward through his nascent soul, creating a field of reality alteration that expressed the Reclamation Dao's principles as physical law. Within the domain, broken things repaired, depleted energy restored, discarded potential manifested, crippled cultivators fought at full power, shattered artifacts reassembled, and purification techniques, the Alliance's primary weapon, reversed. Because purification was just another form of reclamation applied in a different direction. The purification flame didn't destroy impurity, it converted it. And within the reclamation domain, that conversion process was redirected. The flame's energy, instead of cleansing the target, returned to the caster as neutral qi. Useless, harmless, wasted. The Alliance would fight in a world where their greatest weapons worked against them. Where every strike they launched was absorbed, converted, and returned. Shen Wei deployed the domain as the Alliance's vanguard crossed into Azure Peak territory. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Alliance soldiers, thousands strong, charged into the domain's influence and found their cultivation techniques behaving unpredictably. Standard qi-enhanced strikes lost their edge. Formation barriers that should have blocked counterattacks instead let them through. Purification talismans deactivated on contact. The Pavilion's coalition struck from prepared positions. Body cultivators, immune to the domain's effects because their techniques operated on physical rather than spiritual principles, engaged the Alliance's front lines with devastating effectiveness. Poison specialists deployed compounds that targeted the confusion the domain created. Formation innovators activated experimental arrays that the Alliance's standardized counterformations couldn't identify. The coalition fought as a single organism, diverse, adaptive, unpredictable. Each group's unconventional methods complemented the others, creating a combat environment that the Alliance's uniform training had never prepared them for. The Alliance's advance stalled within the first hour. Chapter 75, The Battle of Azure Peak. The Western Fortress, a fortified position that the Alliance had established as their command center, 10 miles west of Azure Peak, fell on the second day. Shen Wei led the assault personally, his reclamation domain extending around him like a cloak of altered reality. Behind him came the coalition's combined strike force, body cultivators forming the vanguard, poison specialists providing area denial, formation researchers deploying tactical arrays that disrupted the fortress's defensive formations. The fortress's garrison, 2,000 alliance soldiers and one sovereign-level elder, fought with the discipline and power that the orthodox path's training instilled. Their techniques were refined, their coordination perfect, their equipment standardized to maximum efficiency. None of it mattered within the domain. The sovereign elder, Elder Zheng, previously repulsed during the Battle of Azure Peak, engaged Shun Wei directly. His attacks were powerful, precise, and completely neutralized by the domain's conversion effect. Purification strikes became neutral energy. Sacred formations dissolved into their component parts. Even raw chi blasts lost potency as the domain's influence disrupted their orthodox structure. How? Zheng demanded, his attacks scattering harmlessly against the domain's boundary. How are you doing this? I'm not doing anything to you, Shenwei said. I'm restoring the natural state. Your techniques work by imposing an artificial standard, purity, uniformity, order. My domain removes that imposition and lets energy exist as it naturally would. Diverse, varied, free. That's chaos. That's reality. Shenwei broke through Zheng's defenses with the remnant edge system's accumulated techniques and the Dao reclamation method's real-time counter-development. The sovereign elder fell, not dead, but incapacitated, his cultivation base disrupted by the domain's sustained influence. The fortress surrendered. The coalition's victory was a shockwave. News of an alliance fortress falling to a coalition of heretical cultivators spread across the continent at the speed of communication formations. Sects that had been watching from the sidelines, waiting to see which way the wind blew, began to take notice. Some sent envoys to the Pavilion, offering cautious support. Others reinforced their alliances with the Alliance, doubling down on orthodoxy. The cultivation world was polarizing, and Azure Peak was at the center. Shenwei accepted the envoys, rejected the opportunists, and prepared for the next phase. Mu Tianxiao was coming. Not with an army this time. The Grand Elder, having seen his forces neutralized by the reclamation domain, understood that conventional military force couldn't overcome the Pavilion's philosophical advantage. He was coming personally, with everything he had, and the battle that followed would determine the fate of the reclamation Dao. Chapter 76. The Dao Lord rises. The breakthrough to Dao Lord came during the battle's intermission. Shenwei had known it was approaching. The fate sight showed him the probability threads converging on a single point, a moment of transformation that would elevate his cultivation beyond anything he'd achieved. But the timing was unexpected, not during meditation, not during a crisis, but during the quiet aftermath of the fortress's fall. He was walking through the captured fortress, his essence sight automatically cataloging the hidden potential in the Alliance's abandoned equipment, when a discarded technique scroll caught his attention. It was face down in the mud, trampled, its surface torn and stained. He picked it up. The scroll contained a pure path cultivation technique, an orthodox standard method for advancing from Dao seeking to Dao Lord. Standard, unremarkable, the kind of thing taught to every Alliance disciple who reached the appropriate level. But the scroll's spiritual layer held something extraordinary. The original author, an Alliance elder who'd written the technique centuries ago, had embedded a hidden commentary in the spiritual text, a commentary that questioned the pure path's assumptions, that explored the possibility of multi-source cultivation, that admitted, in private, what no Alliance elder would ever say publicly, that the orthodox path's insistence on purity might be wrong. A rejected truth, hidden in a discarded scroll, waiting for someone with the eyes to find it. Shenwei read the commentary and felt the final piece of his Dao understanding click into place. The reclamation Dao wasn't opposed to the pure path. It encompassed it. Purity was just one aspect of the universe's energy, a valid aspect, but not the only one. The true Dao was the totality, purity and impurity, creation and destruction, preservation and change, order and diversity. All of it, together. Nothing rejected, nothing wasted. Dao Lord. The breakthrough manifested not as an explosion, but as an expansion. His nascent soul grew, transformed, became something more, a spiritual entity that existed not just in his dantian, but in the fabric of reality around him. His reclamation domain, previously a technique he activated and maintained, became a permanent feature of his existence. A field of altered reality centered on his being, extending outward in every direction, perceiving and valuing everything it touched. His essence sight remained at stage 4. The next evolution would come at sovereign. But the fate sight sharpened dramatically, its probability threads becoming clearer, more detailed, more extensive. He could see further into the future, with more certainty than ever before. and he could see Mu Tianxiao's approach. The Grand Elder, sovereign of the Third Order, was traveling alone toward Azure Peak with the focused intent of a man who decided that this conflict would end today. The reclamation domain expanded massively with the Dao Lord breakthrough. Where before it had covered hundreds of meters, it now extended for miles. Within its influence, the Pavilion's allies found their cultivation enhanced, their injuries healing, their techniques amplified by the domain's supportive effect. Alliance soldiers within the domain's range found their techniques suppressed, their formations disrupted, their weapons dulled. Not destroyed, converted. The domain didn't attack the orthodox path. It simply refused to privilege it over other methods, creating a level field where diversity and uniformity competed on equal terms. On an equal field, diversity won every time. Shenwei stood on Azure Peak's restored summit, his Dao Lord aura radiating across the mountain, and watched the Grand Elders approach through the fate site's probability threads. The final battle was coming. And this time, Shenwei wasn't fighting as an underdog. This time, the trash collector was a power. Chapter 77, The Grand Elder's Fire. Mu Tianxiao arrived at sunset. The timing felt deliberate, the day's last light painting the sky in shades of gold and amber that made the Grand Elder's white robes glow like a descending star. He crossed the reclamation domain's boundary and felt it immediately. His sovereign-level power, usually expressed as a constant, ambient assertion of the pure path supremacy, was muted, not suppressed. The domain couldn't suppress a sovereign directly, but contextualized. Within the domain, Mu Tianxiao's purity wasn't special. It was just another chi type among many. Equal, not supreme. For a man who'd spent his entire cultivation career as the embodiment of purity's superiority, the sensation must have been disturbing. You've advanced, Mu Tianxiao observed, his silver eyes reading Shenwei's spiritual signature with the practiced ease of a long-lived cultivator. Dao Lord. In less than 3 years from mortal. A pause. That's not possible through standard cultivation methods. It's not standard cultivation. It's reclamation. I built my base from everything the world threw away, including the insights your own elders rejected. You'd be surprised how much value there is in what the orthodox path discards. I wouldn't, actually. Mu Tianxiao's expression held something Shenwei hadn't seen before. Not arrogance. Not hostility. Weariness. I've spent 400 years maintaining the pure path. Every year, I purify more heretics. Every year, more appear. The diversity you champion, it keeps growing, no matter how much we suppress it. Like weeds in a garden, or like flowers in a field. Depends on your perspective. The Grand Elder drew his jade sword. The purification flame ignited along its edge, white gold fire that burned with the intensity of 4 centuries of absolute conviction. This ends today, one way or another. Shenwei drew Kanming. The reforged blade hummed with its chorus of reclaimed essences, 1,000 fragments singing in harmony, each one proof that trash could become treasure. Yes, Shenwei agreed. It does. The Grand Elder attacked with the purification flame at maximum intensity. Not the controlled, surgical application he'd used in their previous encounter. Full power, unrestricted, the complete expression of a sovereign's supreme technique. The flame didn't just burn. It redefined. Everything it touched was forcibly converted to the pure path standard, a single frequency, a single expression, a single form of spiritual energy. Against a standard cultivator, it would have been absolute. Against Shenwei's Dao Lord-level reclamation domain, it was a war of realities. The domain pushed back. The reclamation Dao's principle, that all energy forms are valid, that diversity is natural, that nothing should be reduced to a single expression, manifested as a physical resistance to the purification flame's conversion effect. The flame met the domain's boundary and stuttered, its energy diverted, redirected, reclaimed. Mu Tianxiao pushed harder. The sovereign's full power, channeled through centuries of cultivation, pressed against the domain with the weight of an avalanche. The boundary buckled. The domain held. The boundary buckled again. Shenwei met force with technique. The Dao reclamation method, evolved to Dao Lord level, allowed him to absorb and process the Grand Elder's rejected Dao in real time. The discarded insights, the abandoned alternatives, the philosophical fragments that Mu Tianxiao had thrown away during 4 centuries of purest cultivation. Each fragment was a weapon. Each discarded insight revealed a weakness. Each rejected alternative provided a counter-technique. "You're using my own path against me," Mu Tianxiao said, his voice tight with the strain of sustained sovereign-level combat. "Every insight I discarded during my cultivation, you're reclaiming them. That's what I do. I find value in what others throw away. Then find the value in this." Mu Tianxiao unleashed a technique that Shun Wei had never encountered. Not the purification flame, something deeper, something personal. A technique that the Grand Elder had developed himself, over centuries of cultivation, that expressed the pure path's ultimate principle. Absolute purity. A sovereign-level technique that didn't attack the target. It attacked the concept of diversity itself. Within its radius, all qi was forced into a single frequency. All variation was eliminated. All difference was erased. Against the reclamation domain, a manifestation of diversity's value, absolute purity was the perfect counter. The domain screamed. Shinwei felt it like a physical blow, not pain but existential crisis. His multi-source base, built from hundreds of different qi types, fought to maintain its diversity as the absolute purity technique pressed it toward uniformity. The mosaic of his reclamation core writhed as its component frequencies were forcibly aligned. He was losing. Chapter 78. The purification burns. The absolute purity technique consumed the domain meter by meter. Shun Wei's reclamation core, forced toward uniformity, lost its defining characteristic, the diversity that made it resilient, the variety that gave it strength. As the different qi types were compressed into a single frequency, the harmonic resistance that had protected him from the purification flame dissolved. The flame reached him. The burning was philosophical as much as physical. The purification flame attacked his fundamental identity. The trash collector who saw value in waste, the cultivator who built power from diversity, the Dao Lord who believed that nothing should be discarded. The flame said, "You are wrong. Your path is contamination. Your diversity is impurity. Your philosophy is a lie." For one terrible moment, Shun Wei believed it. His essence sight, overwhelmed by the absolute purity's oppressive uniformity, dimmed. The kaleidoscope of hidden potential that had painted his vision since the day a jade slip burned his eyes. The glowing colors, the hidden lights, the secret fires of discarded value, faded toward a single, blinding white. Purity, uniformity, sameness. No more mosaic. No more diversity. No more seeing what others missed. Just one color, one frequency, one truth. And in that moment of near annihilation, Shun Wei heard a voice. Not Su's, not the sovereign's Dao imprint, not the crystal's accumulated wisdom. His own voice, speaking words he hadn't said yet. A candle is not trash because it melts. Its light mattered. The words cut through the absolute purity like a blade through silk. Not because they were powerful, because they were true. The candle's light mattered. The diversity mattered. Even if it was temporary, even if the flame consumed it in the end, the existence of difference, of variety, of unique expressions, of hidden potential in every discarded thing was valuable. Not because it was permanent, but because it was real. His reclamation core reignited. The multicolored essence, compressed nearly to uniformity, exploded back into diversity. Not the same diversity, a new one. Transformed by the trial, refined by the near annihilation, the qi types that composed his base reorganized into a configuration that was more complex, more resilient, and more powerful than anything he'd achieved before. Because broken things, properly reclaimed, were always stronger. The domain surged. The absolute purity technique, designed to eliminate diversity, was overwhelmed by a diversity that had survived the elimination attempt and emerged stronger. The purification flame, deprived of its philosophical fuel, guttered and died. Mu Tianxiao staggered. For the first time in the Grand Elder's 4th-century career, his supreme technique had been defeated. Not by superior power, by a truth that his purity couldn't encompass. The truth that diversity wasn't contamination. It was the universe's natural state, and no amount of purification could make it otherwise. Chapter 79. United by reclamation, Su Changming had once told Shin Wei that the pavilion's strength was never in its power. It was in its people. At the critical moment, the coalition proved it. As Shin Wei's domain surged and Mu Tianxiao's technique faltered, the pavilion's cultivators joined the domain's influence. Not passively, actively. Each one contributed their unique qi type to the domain's field, adding their personal frequency to the collective symphony. The body cultivators added physical resonance, the deep, grounding vibration of cultivated flesh and bone. The poison specialists added toxic harmony, the sharp, cutting frequency of compounds that walked the line between death and healing. The formation innovators added structural complexity, the mathematical beauty of arrays that didn't exist in any textbook. Iron Ghost added the forger's frequency, the creative fire of making something new from something old. Lian Yu added her dual yin poison harmony, purple and green, intertwined, the frequency of a cultivator who'd been sealed, unsealed, and forged into someone extraordinary. Bao added his body cultivation's honest strength. The frequency of a man who fought for his friends and never, ever quit. Zhen Lingxi added the pavilion's ancestral frequency. The echo of a bloodline that had betrayed its people and was now, through her, seeking redemption. The domain's diversity expanded beyond anything Shen Wei could have achieved alone. 120 cultivators, each one contributing a unique voice to a chorus that sang with the full complexity of the cultivation world's rejected, discarded, and dismissed potential. The combined domain pressed against Mu Tianxiao's sovereign cultivation and, for the first time, exceeded it. Not in raw power, but in breadth, in depth, in the sheer, overwhelming richness of a field of reality that valued everything and discarded nothing. Mu Tianxiao's purification flame reignited one final time, the Grand Elder's last, desperate assertion of the pure path's supremacy. The white gold fire blazed with 4 centuries of conviction, pressing against the domain's boundary with the force of a man refusing to accept that his life's work might be wrong. Shen Wei reached into the flame with his essence sight, now blazing at stage 4's maximum intensity, enhanced by the Dao Lord's comprehension and the coalition's combined spiritual support, and found what he'd been looking for since their first encounter. The hidden potential within the purification flame itself. The creation energy that the flame used as fuel, the same energy that the reclamation Dao valued, converted and expressed through a different philosophical lens. The flame wasn't destruction. It was reclamation in disguise, the act of stripping away impurity to reveal a pure essence. The methodology was different, but the underlying principle was the same, finding value. Shen Wei reclaimed the purification flame's hidden potential. He absorbed its creation energy, converted its purification effect back into its component process, the search for value, and channeled the result through the domain. The flame turned inward. Mu Tianxiao's own technique, redirected by the reclamation domain's influence, began purifying the one thing the Grand Elder had never thought to purify, his conviction that purity was the only valid path. The flame reached his Dao understanding and found the impurity of intolerance, the contamination of absolutism, the waste of rejecting everything that didn't conform. The Grand Elder fell, not physically, spiritually. His sovereign cultivation remained intact. His power was undiminished. But his Dao understanding, the philosophical foundation that had guided his cultivation for 4 centuries, cracked. He fell to his knees on the summit of Azure Peak, surrounded by the combined domain of 120 heretical cultivators, and felt doubt for the first time in his immortal life. "What have you done to me?" he whispered. "I showed you what you threw away," Shen Wei said, standing before the kneeling sovereign with Zanming's multicolored edge lowered. "The diversity, the variation, the thousands of insights and methods and paths that you discarded in pursuit of purity. They had value, Mu Tianxiao. All of them. The Alliance. The Alliance is built on fear. Fear that diversity will overwhelm purity. Fear that the correct path will be proven wrong." Shen Wei's voice was gentle, not triumphant. "But the truth is that there is no single correct path. There never was. The Dao is everything, pure and impure, diverse and uniform, created and destroyed. All of it. Together." Chapter 80. The New Dawn. Mu Tianxiao yielded. Not with words. He simply stopped resisting. His sovereign-level power subsided, his spiritual pressure withdrew, and the Grand Elder of the Celestial Orthodox Alliance sat on the summit of Azure Peak with his jade sword dimmed and his silver eyes seeing something they'd never seen before. The world, in all its messy, diverse, impure, beautiful complexity. The Alliance fractured that day. Mu Tianxiao's defeat, not through death or destruction, but through philosophical transformation, sent shockwaves through the continental power structure. The Grand Elder didn't rejoin the Alliance. He didn't join the Pavilion either. He simply walked away, into the world, alone, with 4 centuries of certainty shattered and a new, terrifying freedom of perspective opening before him. He'll be back, Lian Yu predicted, watching Mu Tianxiao's retreating figure from the summit. Maybe, but not as an enemy. Shen Wei's fate sight traced the probability threads extending from the former Grand Elder's diminishing spiritual signature. Many futures branched before Mu Tianxiao. In some, he found peace. In others, despair. In a precious few, he found a new path, one that incorporated both purity and diversity, creating a synthesis that neither the Alliance nor the Pavilion had imagined. In that future, Mu Tianxiao became an ally. But the future was far away, and the present demanded attention. The Alliance's remaining sovereign elders, Elder Hua, neutralized by Su Changming's final defense and never fully recovered, and Elder Zheng, captured during the fortress battle, were offered terms. Not punishment or purification, Integration. The Pavilion offered them a place in the coalition, with full respect for their pure path cultivation, on the single condition that they extend the same respect to others. Elder Zheng accepted. Elder Hua departed, following Mu Tianxiao's example. The Alliance's army, deprived of its sovereign leadership and surrounded by a coalition that had proven its superiority, negotiated a ceasefire. The terms were simple. The Alliance would withdraw from the Pavilion's territory, acknowledge the legitimacy of non-orthodox cultivation methods, and establish diplomatic relations with the coalition. Not victory, not conquest, coexistence. The Heavenly Reclamation Pavilion, reborn from the ruins of its destruction, stood as a continental power. Not because of military might, though it now possessed that, but because of a philosophy that the cultivation world was beginning to accept. Nothing is truly waste. Nothing is truly worthless. The Dao discards nothing. Only mortals do. Shenwei, Dao Lord of the reborn Heavenly Reclamation Pavilion, stood on the summit of Azure Peak as the dawn of a new era broke across the mountains. His essence sight, burning at its fourth evolution, painted the world in hidden light, the potential in every stone, every tree, every person, every moment. Behind him, the coalition celebrated. Body cultivators arm-wrestled poison specialists. Formation researchers argued with blacksmiths. Lian Yu laughed at something Bao said, her purple and green eyes bright with joy. Ahead of him, the future stretched, vast, uncertain, full of discarded possibilities waiting to be reclaimed. And somewhere, in the dying breath of the battle's last echo, Mu Tianxiao's words hung in the air like a prophecy. The void is coming. It cares nothing for your reclamation. It will take everything back to nothing. Shenwei heard the words and felt the truth in them. A future that his fate sight confirmed. Beyond the alliance, beyond the coalition, beyond the cultivation world's politics, something vast and ancient stirred. An entity that considered all of creation to be waste. That saw the entire universe as something to be reclaimed, back to the primordial void from which it came. The ultimate philosophical challenge. But that was a battle for another day. Today, the Pavilion stood. The coalition held. The trash collector's philosophy had proven its worth. The fourth arc was complete. And the final arc, the one that would determine not just the fate of the reclamation Dao, but the fate of existence itself, waited on the horizon, patient as the hidden potential in everything the universe had ever discarded. Chapter 81. The sky fractures. The first spatial tear appeared above Azure Peak on a morning that should have been ordinary. Shenwei was in his office, reviewing the coalition's expansion reports. 3 more minor sects had petitioned to join, and the Iron Body Commune had sent a delegation of their best warriors for cross-training, when the mountain shuddered. Not an earthquake. Something deeper, more fundamental, as if the fabric of reality itself had hiccuped. He was on the summit in seconds, Kanming at his hip, his Dao Lord-level reclamation domain extending to its maximum range. What he saw through his stage for essence sight made his blood turn to ice. The sky was cracking. A fissure, perhaps 2 meters long, hung in the air 300 meters above the summit. Its edges were not torn or ragged, they were dissolved. The boundary between the physical world and whatever lay beyond had simply ceased to exist in that narrow strip, creating a window into a space that Shenwei's sight could barely comprehend. Through the tear, he perceived absence. Not darkness. Darkness was something. Not void. Even voids had spatial properties. This was nothing. The absolute negation of existence, compressed into a dimension that existed specifically to not exist. And from the tear, energy poured. Not spiritual energy, unenergy. A force that didn't destroy or corrupt, but unmade, returning matter and spirit to a state that predated creation. Where it touched the air ceased to be air. Where it touched stone, the stone ceased to be stone. Not converted, not destroyed. Simply, removed from the category of things that exist. What in the 9 hells is that? Bao arrived on the summit, his body cultivation already reacting to the unenergy with instinctive defense, his enhanced muscles contracting into a protective configuration. The void, Shenwei said. Mu Tianxiao warned us. It's coming. More tears appeared throughout the day. Across the continent, spatial fissures opened in seemingly random locations, above cities, over spirit veins, in the deep ocean, at the peaks of mountains. Each one leaked unenergy that dissolved everything in its immediate vicinity. Communication formations carried frantic reports from across the cultivation world. Sects reported losses. Cities were partially unmade. Spirit veins collapsed as the unenergy dissolved their channels. The cultivation infrastructure that supported mortal civilization was being eaten away, one tear at a time. The Celestial Orthodox Alliance, still recovering from their conflict with the Pavilion, dispatched emergency response teams. The Pavilion's coalition mobilized its own forces. For the first time in the cultivation world's history, orthodox and heretical cultivators worked alongside each other, united by a threat that didn't care about their philosophical differences. Shenwei spent the first week studying the tiers. His essence sight, pushed to its limits, penetrated the boundary between the physical world and the void beyond. What he found was both illuminating and terrifying. The tiers weren't random. They followed a pattern, a geometric progression that, when mapped across the continent, formed a spiral. The spiral's center was in the broken wastes. Specifically, at the epicenter, the exact point where two sovereign-level cultivators had annihilated each other 800 years ago, creating the most concentrated disruption of reality in the world's history. The sovereign battle hadn't just damaged the terrain. It had weakened the boundary between reality and the void. And over 8 centuries, that weakness had grown, fed by the concentrated unenergy that seeped through the microscopic cracks. The tiers weren't an invasion. They were a structural failure. Reality was cracking under the weight of accumulated damage, and the void was seeping through. It's not an attack, Shenwei told his war council. It's an infection. The void is entering our world through the wound that the sovereign battle created, and it's spreading along the lines of weakest resistance. The places where spiritual energy is thinnest, where reality's fabric is most worn. Can it be stopped? Iron Ghost asked. In theory, if we can seal the epicenter, heal the original wound, the tiers should stop spreading. But the epicenter's unenergy concentration is so high that no cultivator could survive there. Even my reclamation domain can't convert unenergy. It exists on a level that transcends spiritual energy entirely. What about the crystal? Zhen Lingxi suggested. The heart of the pavilion was designed to process and convert any form of energy. If we could interface it with the epicenter's formation station, the station was destroyed during my fight with Kong Wuji. Silence. The council stared at the strategic map, where the spiral of tiers expanded outward from the wastes like a slow-motion explosion. Then Lian Yu spoke. The tiers are spreading, but they're also predictable. You said they follow a geometric pattern. If we know where the next tiers will appear, we can prepare. Evacuate populations. Reinforce spiritual infrastructure. Slow the spread while we figure out a permanent solution. It was triage, not a cure, but it was the best option available. Do it, Shenwei said. All coalition forces, deploy to the predicted tier sites. Protect populations. Maintain spiritual infrastructure. Buy us time. The coalition mobilized, and Shenwei descended to the deep vault's garden, sat among the spirit plants that had sustained the pavilion's legacy for 8 centuries, and pushed his essence sight to its absolute maximum. He needed to see deeper, past the tiers, past the void, past the unenergy and the negation and the absence. He needed to see what was behind it all. And when his sight finally penetrated the boundary, he saw it. The void arbiter, an entity of such vast emptiness that it made the spatial tiers look like pinpricks. A being whose existence was predicated on the non-existence of everything else. It regarded the physical world, all of creation, all of reality, with the dispassionate assessment of a sanitation worker evaluating garbage. And its verdict was clear: everything was waste, and it was time to take out the trash. Chapter 82. The Cosmic Mirror. Shenwei spent 3 days in the garden. His consciousness extended through the boundary between reality and the void, observing the void arbiter. The entity was not what he'd expected. It was not a cultivator in any traditional sense. It didn't have a cultivation base, a dantian, or spiritual roots. Instead, it existed as a fundamental aspect of the void itself, the way gravity existed as an aspect of mass. The void arbiter was the void's intelligence, its awareness, its will. And its philosophy was horrifyingly familiar. The arbiter perceived every object, every person, every fragment of reality as something that had been discarded from the void when creation occurred. The Big Bang, the moment when something erupted from nothing, was, in the arbiter's perspective, an act of pollution. Reality itself was waste, expelled from the primordial void and contaminating the perfect emptiness that had existed before. The arbiter's purpose was reclamation, cosmic reclamation, the return of all discarded matter and energy to the void from which it had come. Not destruction, not annihilation, but unmaking, returning things to their natural state of non-existence. The philosophical parallel was staggering. The void arbiter practiced a form of reclamation, the recovery of discarded material from the universe. But its definition of discarded was the inverse of Shenwei's, where Shenwei saw the universe as full of valuable things that mortals had wrongly abandoned. The arbiter saw the universe itself as a wrongly abandoned thing that the void had expelled. Both saw the world as containing hidden value in what was thrown away. They just disagreed on which direction the throwing away had occurred. It's me, Shinwei whispered, the realization settling over him like a shroud. It's a version of me. A cosmic, inverted version. It sees what I see, the hidden potential in discarded things. But it applies the principle to everything. All of creation is trash to be reclaimed. Lian Yu, who'd been watching over him during his 3-day meditation, touched his shoulder. You're not the same. We're not different enough. You value things because they exist. The Arbiter wants to unmake things because they exist. That's not a similarity, it's the opposite. The underlying ability is the same. Seeing what's been thrown away and wanting to reclaim it. The only difference is perspective. He opened his eyes. And perspective is everything. The Arbiter's influence was accelerating. The spatial tiers were growing wider, more frequent, appearing closer to populated areas. The Coalition's efforts to protect populations were slowing the damage but couldn't stop it. The spiral was tightening, converging on the epicenter, building towards some kind of critical mass. It's not just leaking through the tiers, Shinwei realized during a council session. It's building something. The spiral pattern, it's a formation. A cosmic-scale formation array that uses the spatial tears as nodes. When the spiral completes, the formation will activate. What will it do? Open the boundary completely. Not tiers, a door. A permanent connection between reality and the void that will allow the unenergy to flood the entire world. He traced the spiral pattern on the map. The completion point is the epicenter. When the spiral reaches its center, the formation activates. How long? Shinwei's fate sight calculated the probability threads. 6 months. Maybe less, depending on how much the tiers accelerate. Can we destroy the formation? The formation isn't physical. It exists in the boundary layer between reality and the void, a space that no standard cultivation can reach. He paused. But the reclamation Dao can. The sutra's highest chapter, the 12th, which the founder began but never completed, describes a technique for reclaiming energy from the boundary layer itself. If I can complete the technique and deploy it at the epicenter, you can dismantle the formation, or seal the boundary permanently, heal the wound that the sovereign battle created, stop the void from entering our world. The room was quiet. What do you need? Bao asked. Time, power, and the understanding to complete a technique that the most brilliant cultivator in the Pavilion's history couldn't finish. Then let's get started. Chapter 83. The voice from beyond the void arbiter spoke through the spatial tiers. Its voice was not sound. It was the absence of sound, a negative vibration that carved words into the silence the way a sculptor carves stone. Every cultivator on the continent heard it simultaneously, the message bypassing physical ears and resonating directly in their spiritual seas. All things were discarded from the void when creation began. I am merely collecting what was thrown away. The message was followed by a demonstration. The largest spatial tear, a fissure hanging above the broken wastes, now 20 meters long and growing, expanded. Energy poured through in a concentrated stream that unmade a square mile of terrain in seconds, leaving behind a patch of nothing. Not a hole, not a crater, not empty space. Simply nothing. A place where reality had been removed so thoroughly that even the concept of space didn't apply. The cultivation world panicked. Sects that had been cautiously neutral in the Pavilion Alliance conflict scrambled for protection. The Alliance's remaining leadership called emergency councils. The Coalition's communication formations overloaded with frantic messages. Shinwei felt the panic through the reclamation domain's expanded perception. The fear was palpable, a spiritual pressure of its own, generated by millions of mortal and cultivator minds confronting the possibility of total annihilation. He also felt something else. In the Arbiter's message, beneath the vast, cosmic indifference, a flicker of something personal. A hint of identity that transcended the entity's cosmic function. It was a cultivator once, Shinwei told his inner circle. The Arbiter. Before it became the Void's intelligence, it was a person. A cultivator who could see hidden potential, like me. Someone who practiced something similar to the reclamation Dao. How can you tell? Because the message wasn't just a declaration. It was an argument. I am merely collecting what was thrown away. That's a justification. A defense. You don't justify your actions unless there's someone inside you who needs convincing. You think there's a person inside the Void Arbiter? I think there was. A long time ago. And I think that person is the key to stopping this. The 12th chapter of the Essence Reclamation Sutra occupied Shinwei's every waking moment. The founder's incomplete technique described a method for extending the reclamation Dao into the boundary layer, the space between reality and the void where the spatial tiers existed. The method required a cultivator to project their nascent soul into the boundary, using the essence sight to perceive and reclaim the unenergy that the void used to dissolve reality. The principle was sound. Unenergy was energy, after all. It existed. It had properties, patterns, behaviors. The reclamation Dao said that everything with existence had value. Unenergy was no exception. But the technique was incomplete because the founder had never solved the central problem: how to survive in the boundary layer long enough to work. The void's unenergy was lethal to standard spiritual energy. Even reclamation chi was dissolved on contact. A cultivator who entered the boundary layer would be unmade within seconds. Shenwei studied the problem from every angle. The crystals accumulated knowledge, the sovereign's Dao imprint, the rejected Dao fragments preserved in the garden. He consulted every source of wisdom available. The answer came from an unexpected place: Lianyu. Your reclamation domain converts energy, she said during a late-night brainstorming session. Standard energy, spiritual, physical, formation-based. It can't convert unenergy because unenergy exists at a level your domain can't reach. Correct. But what if you didn't convert the unenergy? What if you converted yourself instead? Explain. Your cultivation base is multi-source. Hundreds of different chi types, integrated through the reclamation core's processing. What if you added one more source? What if you absorbed a controlled amount of unenergy and integrated it into your base, made it part of your mosaic instead of an external threat? The idea was insane. Absorbing unenergy was like absorbing negation, the absence of energy, the anti-existence of chi. It would be like trying to eat a whole. But the reclamation Dao said nothing was truly waste, not even nothing itself. The founder couldn't complete the technique because she couldn't integrate unenergy, Shenwei murmured, the insight crystallizing. But she didn't have a reclamation core like mine. Her base was sophisticated but not diverse enough. The mosaic structure, the hundreds of different chi types creating harmonic resistance. That's what makes my cultivation unique. If I can add unenergy as one more frequency in the mosaic, you'd be partially void, partially non-existent. Enough to survive in the boundary layer. Enough to finish the technique. The risk was catastrophic. Absorbing unenergy could unmake his spiritual base entirely, ending not just his cultivation but his existence. There was no precedent, no safety net, no second chance. But Shenwei had spent his entire cultivation career absorbing things that everyone else considered too dangerous, too corrupted, too worthless to touch. His very first act of cultivation had been eating a failed pill from a garbage pile. This was the same principle, scaled to cosmic proportions. I'll do it, he said, and the universe held its breath. Chapter 84. Half-Step Sovereign. The preparation took 3 months. Shenwei advanced to Half-Step Sovereign during the first month, a natural progression, fueled by the concentrated energy of the Continental War's aftermath and the rejected Dao that saturated the spiritual landscape. The Alliance's purification attempts, Mu Tianxiao's philosophical crisis, the Void's unenergy disruptions. Each event left behind fragments of understanding that his stage foresight could perceive and absorb. Half-Step Sovereign was the transitional stage between Dao Lord and full sovereignty, a state of near transcendence where a cultivator's nascent soul began to merge with their understanding of the Dao itself. At this level, Shenwei's reclamation domain became a permanent feature of reality within his sphere of influence, no longer requiring active maintenance or chi expenditure. His essence sight didn't evolve. Stage 5 would come with full sovereignty, but the fate sight deepened. He could now see probability threads extending months into the future, with enough clarity to plan complex strategies around predicted outcomes. The coalition used the 3 months to prepare. Every allied group contributed resources and expertise. The Iron Body Commune provided warriors who could survive extreme spiritual conditions. The Emerald Serpent Clan developed toxins that could temporarily neutralize unenergy's effects. The Vagrant Formation Society designed portable formation arrays for the boundary layer expedition. Zhenlingxi discovered ancient Pavilion records about a previous void incursion, a near-forgotten event from before the Pavilion's founding, when a lesser breach in the boundary layer had threatened a section of the continent. The records described how the Pavilion's precursors had dealt with the breach, not by sealing it from outside, but by entering the boundary layer and reclaiming the unenergy directly. The Pavilion was created specifically to counter the void, Zhenlingxi reported to the council. Not just as a cultivation philosophy, as a defense mechanism. The founders understood that the boundary between reality and the void was vulnerable, and that the only way to protect it was to have cultivators who could work with unenergy rather than being destroyed by it. Reclamation cultivators. Specifically, reclamation cultivators with the essence sight. The sight allows perception of unenergy as a form of existence, seeing it as something rather than nothing. Without the sight, Unenergy is undetectable and unconvertible. With it, the energy becomes just another type of discarded potential. The pavilion's purpose, revealed at last, not just a philosophy of trash collection, but a cosmic defense against the entropy of reality itself. Shenwei absorbed this revelation with the calm of a cultivator who'd long since stopped being surprised by the hidden depth of things others had discarded. On the eve of the expedition, he gathered his inner circle. Lianyu, spirit severing now. Her poison roots had consumed the spiritual contamination of 2 major battles and converted it into power that eclipsed what most cultivators achieved in decades. She would accompany him into the boundary layer, her poison expertise providing the unenergy neutralization compounds that would buy time during the absorption attempt. Dao seeking, his body cultivation had reached a level where his physical form could endure environments that would kill standard cultivators. He would serve as the anchor, maintaining a physical connection to reality while Shenwei and Lianyu operated in the boundary layer. Iron Ghost, Dao Lord. His restored cultivation and Pavilion forge expertise would manage the formation arrays that the expedition would deploy. His rebuilt Dao heart, stronger for having been broken and reclaimed, gave him a stability that the boundary layer's existential stress demanded. Zhenlingxi, nascent soul. Her Pavilion heritage and lore expertise would provide the historical context and technical knowledge needed to complete the 12th chapter. 5 cultivators, each one reclaimed from the world's refuse. Each one proof that hidden potential could be found in the most unlikely places. We enter the broken waste tomorrow, Shenwei said. We reach the epicenter, enter the boundary layer, absorb unenergy into my cultivation base, and use the completed 12th chapter to seal the void's breach. Simple. Bao snorted. Nothing about any of that is simple. Nothing worth doing ever is. Shenwei met each of their eyes in turn. We may not come back. The boundary layer is hostile to existence itself. The void arbiter will resist. The unenergy is lethal in any quantity we can't integrate. We know, Lianyu said. We knew when we agreed. Then let's make it count. They departed Azure Peak the next morning, leaving the coalition's combined forces to manage the continental tear response. The broken wastes welcomed them with its usual hostility, and Shenwei, walking into the devastation for the 3rd time, felt the familiarity of a trash collector returning to his pit. Some things never changed. Chapter 85. The pavilion's true purpose. The journey to the epicenter took 4 days, longer than before, because the terrain had deteriorated dramatically. The spatial tears were more frequent in the wastes, the unenergy's influence more concentrated. Entire swathes of landscape had been unmade, creating patches of non-existence that the group had to navigate around. Shenwei's reclamation domain helped. Within its influence, the unenergy's effects were muted, not neutralized, but slowed. The domain's principle of valuing all existence created a passive resistance to the void's negation, holding reality together through philosophical conviction as much as spiritual power. The domain is weaker near the tears, Shenwei noted on the 2nd day, when they passed within 100 meters of a major fissure. The domain's boundary flickered, struggling to maintain its influence against the concentrated unenergy streaming through the tear. The closer we get to the epicenter, the weaker it'll be. Because the void's influence is stronger there, Zhenlingxi said. The epicenter is ground zero, the place where reality is thinnest. The domain will be fighting against the full weight of the boundary's weakness. They pressed on. The waste's inner regions were a nightmare landscape, twisted terrain, toxic chi, and now patches of non-existence scattered like craters from an invisible bombardment. The coalition's formation arrays, deployed by Iron Ghost at each camp, created temporary safe zones that held back the unenergy's advance. On the 3rd night, Zhenlingxi presented her research. I've been studying the crystal's records about the previous void incursion, the one before the pavilion's founding. The breach was smaller, less severe, but the response provides a template. She unrolled a formation blueprint on the camp's central table. The precursor cultivators entered the boundary layer using a formation called the Bridge of Reclamation. It creates a tunnel through the boundary that's lined with reclamation energy, protecting the occupants from the unenergy's full effect. We don't have the resources to build a bridge formation, Iron Ghost said, examining the blueprint with a blacksmith's critical eye. The material requirements alone. We have the crystal, Shenwei said. The heart of the pavilion. 8 centuries of stored reclamation energy. If we channel the crystal's output through the bridge formation, it would work, but it would drain the crystal completely. All of the pavilion's stored knowledge, its accumulated wisdom, its heritage, gone. The crystal would be an empty shell. Silence. The heart of the pavilion, the artifact they'd risked everything to retrieve, the vessel of the pavilion's entire legacy, sacrificed to power a formation. The knowledge is already copied, Shinwei said quietly. Into my nascent soul, into the sutra, into the coalition's libraries. The crystal's physical form is just a container. The legacy lives in us. He looked at each of his companions. They understood. Use it, Lianyu said. Use it, the others echoed. The crystal would be sacrificed. The container discarded, its contents preserved in the people who carried them forward. Reclamation applied to the pavilion's own legacy. They reached the epicenter on the 4th day. The site had changed dramatically since Shun Wei's battle with Kong Wuji. The auxiliary station was rubble. The pool of concentrated battle chi was half consumed by unenergy, and the largest spatial tear on the continent, a fissure 50 meters long and growing, hung directly above the point where two sovereigns had annihilated each other centuries ago. Through the tear, the Void Arbiter watched. Shinwei felt its attention like a physical weight, the gaze of something so vast that its awareness distorted reality by merely observing. The Arbiter didn't attack. It didn't need to. The spiral formation was nearly complete, its nodes, the spatial tiers, clicking into alignment with the steady precision of a cosmic clock. We have 48 hours before the formation completes, Shinwei estimated, his fate sight reading the probability threads with desperate clarity. After that, the boundary opens permanently. Then we move now. Iron Ghost was already unpacking the bridge formation's components, his silver eyes measuring, calculating, assessing. Crystal placement here. Formation anchors at these 4 points. Power channels running from the anchors through the crystal to the tier's edge. They worked through the night. The bridge of reclamation took shape around the crystal, its formation channels linking to the heart of the pavilion in a configuration that would drain 8 centuries of stored energy in a single, massive discharge. By dawn, it was ready. Chapter 86. The final preparations the morning of the expedition dawned gray and silent. The broken wastes, stripped of spiritual energy by the spatial tears accumulated on energy, had achieved a profound deadness that even Shun Wei's reclamation domain struggled to animate. The ambient chi was almost non-existent, sucked through the tears like air through a punctured hull. What remained was thin, stale, barely enough to sustain cultivation. Each member of the team underwent a final breakthrough. Not by chance, by design. Shun Wei's reclamation domain, pushed to its absolute maximum, created a concentrated field of supportive energy around his companions that encouraged their hidden potential to manifest. Lianyu reached spirit-severing peak. Her dual poison roots, now fully matured, generated a passive toxic field that could neutralize unenergy for brief periods. She would be Shun Wei's primary support inside the boundary layer, using her poisons to create windows of safety during the unenergy absorption. Bao reached Dao seeking. His body cultivation, honed through years of physical training and enhanced by the reclamation field's passive support, reached a level where his physical form could endure the boundary layer's existential stress for limited periods. Iron Ghost reached Dao Lord Peak. His restored cultivation, strengthened by months of forge work using the pavilion's techniques, provided the formation expertise needed to manage the bridge during its operation. Zhen Lingxi reached nascent Soul Peak. Her Pavilion Heritage cultivation base, fed by the Coalition's diverse resources, was now strong enough to serve as a secondary power source for the bridge formation. We're as ready as we'll ever be, Iron Ghost declared, examining each team member's spiritual signature with a blacksmith's assessment of structural integrity. The bridge formation will activate on command. The crystal's energy will create a tunnel through the boundary, lasting approximately 1 hour. After that, the crystal is drained and the tunnel collapses. 1 hour, Shinwei repeated. To enter the boundary layer, absorb unenergy into my cultivation base, complete the 12th chapter of the sutra, and seal the void's breach. You make it sound manageable, Bao said. I make it sound like what it is, the most important garbage collection run of my life. Bao actually laughed. The sound was incongruous against the dead landscape, the looming tier, the weight of cosmic stakes. But it was genuine, and it broke the tension in a way that words couldn't. Let's do this, Lianyu said. She took Shinwei's hand, squeezed once, and released. Together, the bridge of reclamation activated. The crystal blazed. 800 years of concentrated reclamation energy erupting in a controlled discharge that the formation shaped, channeled, and directed toward the spatial tear. The energy hit the tier's edge and burned through the boundary layer like a laser through ice, creating a tunnel of reclamation-infused space that extended from reality into the void. Through the tunnel, the Void Arbiter's domain was visible, not as a place, but as an absence. A space where space didn't exist. A reality where reality had been reclaimed back to nothing. Go, Iron Ghost shouted, his hands on the formation's control nodes, his Dao Lord cultivation feeding stabilizing energy into the bridge. The tunnel is open. 1 hour. Shenwei stepped into the boundary layer. Chapter 87. The Void's domain. The boundary layer was cold. Not physically. Shenwei's body, enhanced by half-step sovereign cultivation, could endure any physical temperature. The cold was existential. The temperature of non-existence. The chill of a place where warmth had never existed and never would. His spiritual senses, accustomed to the rich, varied, endlessly detailed world that the essence sight revealed, encountered reduction, simplification, the gradual stripping away of everything that made reality real. The reclamation domain held. Within its sphere, the boundary layer's negation was resisted, not neutralized, but pushed back. Shenwei existed in a bubble of valued existence, surrounded by unexistence that pressed against the bubble's walls with patient, implacable pressure. Lianyu walked beside him, her poison field creating a secondary barrier that chemically neutralized the unenergy closest to their bodies. The dual fields, Shenwei's philosophical, Lianyu's biochemical, created a layered defense that the boundary layer's negation couldn't easily penetrate. Behind them, the tunnel's opening glowed with the crystal's reclamation energy, a lifeline connecting them to reality. Iron Ghost's voice, transmitted through a formation link, provided status updates. Tunnel stable. Crystal at 87%. 54 minutes remaining. The boundary layer wasn't empty. As Shenwei's sight adjusted to the environment, he began to perceive structures within the negation, formations of unenergy arranged in geometric patterns that defied conventional physics. The Void Arbiter's work. The cosmic entity had been building here, in the space between reality and non-existence, creating an infrastructure of negation that supported the spatial tiers. And scattered among the structures, visible to his sight as points of impossible light in the universal darkness, were things, objects, fragments, pieces of reality that had been pulled through the tiers and trapped in the boundary layer, not yet fully unmade. Spirit veins, formation components, pieces of terrain, and, Shenwei's heart clenched, people, cultivators who'd been too close to a tear when it expanded, pulled into the boundary layer and suspended in a state between existence and non-existence. They were alive, trapped, terrified, slowly dissolving, but alive. I can see them, Shenwei said, his voice thick. People, dozens of them, caught in the boundary layer. Can you save them? Not yet. But if we seal the breach, the boundary layer will collapse back to its normal state. The trapped material, including the people, will be expelled back into reality. Then let's seal it. They pressed deeper. The Arbiter's presence grew stronger with each step, not as a physical sensation, but as a philosophical pressure. The entity's conviction that all of creation was waste to be reclaimed, pressed against Shenwei's own conviction with the weight of cosmic truth. The Arbiter began systematically unmaking the world outside. Through the formation link, Iron Ghost reported, the tiers are accelerating. The Arbiter is targeting the weakest points, the wastelands, the broken spirit veins, the abandoned ruins. The places of least spiritual value are going first. The trash was being collected first. The Void Arbiter was sorting reality the way a sanitation worker sorts garbage, starting with the most obviously worthless items and working its way up. The cruelty of it, the cosmic scale devaluation of everything that Shenwei's philosophy held sacred, fueled his determination. The wastelands weren't worthless. The broken veins weren't trash. The abandoned ruins, the pavilion's ruins, the broken wastes, every discarded place on the planet had value. Hidden, overlooked, dismissed, but real. He would not let them be unmade. How much further? Lianyu asked, her poison compounds depleting as the boundary layer's unenergy intensified. The breach point is 200 meters ahead. I can see it, a nexus where the boundary layer is thinnest. That's where the spiral formation converges. 38 minutes remaining on the tunnel, Iron Ghost reported. They ran. Chapter 88. Into the graveyard of worlds. The deeper boundary layer was a graveyard, not of bodies, of realities. Shenwei's Stage 4 sight, pushed beyond its design parameters by the extremity of the environment, revealed the truth of the space they occupied. The boundary layer wasn't empty. It was full of the remnants of previous realities, worlds, dimensions, planes of existence that had been unmade by the void over cosmic timescales. They existed as ghosts, translucent fragments of former worlds, preserved in the boundary layer's stasis like insects in amber. A forest from a reality where trees grew downward into the sky. An ocean from a dimension where water was solid and stone was liquid. A city from a plane where energy was visible and matter was transparent. Each fragment was a discarded world, a reality that the void had reclaimed, and each one glowed with hidden potential. The fragments retained their reality's unique properties, Shunwei breathed, his sight cataloging the ghost worlds with the same instinct that had once cataloged Waste Pit Refuse. They're not fully unmade. The boundary layer preserves them in a transitional state, like items in a trash pile that haven't fully decomposed. Can you absorb them? I can absorb their essence. The unique principles that made each reality distinct, the laws of physics, the types of energy, the forms of existence. Each one is a different chi type that no cultivator in our reality has ever encountered. The reclamation Dao applied to discarded universes. Shunwei's reclamation core opened. The multicolored mosaic of his cultivation base, already the most diverse chi collection in his world's history, expanded to incorporate the essence of dead realities. The downward forest's inverse gravity energy, the solid ocean's phase-reversed matter principles, the transparent city's energy visibility frequencies. Each absorption strengthened his base. Each new chi type added another frequency to the harmonic resistance that protected him from the unenergy. His reclamation domain expanded, its influence pushing back the boundary layer's negation with the combined force of multiple realities' existence. His essence sight evolved. Stage 5. The final evolution. The one that came with sovereign-level comprehension, triggered not by a cultivation breakthrough, but by the sheer breadth of what he now perceived. His sight, enhanced by the essence of multiple realities, transcended the limitations of his native dimension. He saw everything, not just hidden potential, not just rejected Dao, not just probability threads. He saw the fundamental essence of all things, the base-level reality beneath the surface of existence, the underlying truth that all forms of matter, energy, life, and consciousness were variations on a single theme. The boundary between creation and destruction, between existence and non-existence, was not a wall. It was a gradient, a spectrum, a continuum where the same fundamental essence expressed itself in different ways. Creation and destruction were not opposites. They were the same process, viewed from different angles. Reclamation was the ability to see the process whole. I understand, Shunwei whispered. The 12th chapter. The founder couldn't complete it because she only had one reality's perspective. You need multiple realities to see the full picture. The reclamation Dao isn't a cultivation technique. It's a cosmic principle. The universe's fundamental process of recycling. The transformation of every form into every other form, endlessly, without waste. 26 minutes, Iron Ghost reported. Shunwei looked ahead. The breach point. The nexus where the boundary layer was thinnest, where the spiral formation converged, where the void arbiter focused its will, was visible as a point of absolute negation. A pinprick of non-existence so concentrated that it warped the boundary layer around it, like a black hole warping space. The arbiter waited there, patient, eternal, the intelligence of the void, regarding its approaching challenger with the calm certainty of something that had already reclaimed 1,000 realities. Come, the arbiter said, its voice the absence of sound carved into meaning. See what I have seen. Understand what I have understood. All things return to nothing. All creation is merely the void's rejected waste, expelled and waiting to be reclaimed. Shunwei drew Kanming, the sword's multicolored blade, now infused with the essence of dead realities, blazed with a light that the boundary layer had never seen. The combined existence of everything that had ever been discarded, united in a single weapon that refused to accept non-existence. You're wrong, Shunwei said, and I'm going to prove it. He charged. Chapter 89. The sacrifice Bao held the tunnel. The boundary layers on energy, intensified by the arbiter's focused attention, pressed against the bridge of reclamation with increasing force. The crystal's energy was depleting faster than expected. The arbiter was actively targeting the tunnel, trying to unmake the lifeline that connected Shunwei's team to reality. Crystal at 51%. Iron Ghost shouted through the formation link. Rate of depletion is accelerating. We're losing containment on the tunnel's outer walls. Bao, standing at the tunnel's entrance in the boundary layer, held the line. His Dao seeking body cultivation, the physical enhancement of a warrior who'd trained his flesh to endure what spirit could not, provided a living anchor. His body absorbed the unenergy that leaked through the tunnel walls, his enhanced constitution converting the negation into heat that his cultivation could process. It was killing him. Slowly, painfully, but undeniably. Each second in the boundary layer cost him vitality that no amount of healing could fully restore. His body was being unmade, cell by cell, and his cultivation was fighting a losing battle against the entropy. Hold! Bao roared,
His massive frame braced against the tunnel walls, his chi circulation forcing the un-energy back through sheer physical presence. Behind him, Zhen Lingxi fed power into the bridge formation from her position in the epicenter's ruins. The Pavilion descendant, her guilt transformed into determination, channeled her nascent soul cultivation through the formation's control nodes with the precision of a concert musician playing their final performance. "Shenwei," Bao said through the link, his voice strained but steady. "How much longer?" "I'm almost at the breach point." "Minutes." "Good. Because I've got about 10 minutes before this body of mine stops being a body." Su Changming's sacrifice had held open a path. Now Bao was holding open another. The Pavilion's people, giving themselves to protect what they valued. The realization hit Shun Wei mid-stride. The reclamation Dao wasn't just about seeing value in objects. It was about seeing value in sacrifice. Su's death wasn't waste, it was purpose. Bao's suffering wasn't waste, it was love. Every sacrifice made in defense of the Pavilion's philosophy was itself a form of reclamation, the conversion of loss into meaning. The thought crystallized something in his nascent soul. The 12th chapter's missing piece, the element the founder couldn't identify, wasn't a technique or a principle. It was a choice. The reclamation Dao's highest expression wasn't seeing value in discarded things. It was choosing to value, actively, deliberately, in the face of evidence that the universe might not care. The act of declaration. The will to say this matters in a universe that was, at its most fundamental level, indifferent to the concept of matching. The Void Arbiter had seen everything Shenwei had seen and concluded that nothing mattered. The Arbiter's reclamation was passive, accepting the universe's indifference and acting accordingly. Shenwei's reclamation was active, defying the indifference, declaring value, choosing to see potential even when the universe offered no guarantee that the seeing was justified. The 12th chapter completed itself in his mind, not as a technique, but as a truth. The universe does not declare value. We do. And the declaration is the Dao. Chapter 90. Facing the infinite, the Void Arbiter manifested, not as a figure or a form, as an absence that had shape. A region of concentrated non-existence that occupied the breach point like a hole in the fabric of the boundary layer, defined not by what it was, but by what it wasn't. It wasn't matter. It wasn't energy. It wasn't space, time, consciousness, or any other quality that existence possessed. It was the void, given will. And its will was reclamation. "You see me," the Arbiter said. "Few have. The sight grants you perception of what lies beyond existence. But perception is not understanding. You see the void. You do not comprehend it. I comprehend enough." Shenwei's Stage 5 sight perceived the Arbiter's full architecture, the cosmic scale intelligence, the boundary layer infrastructure, the formation of unenergy that powered the spatial tiers. He also perceived, buried within the Arbiter's vast absence, the spark he'd sensed in the earlier communications. A person, a consciousness, a cultivator who had once existed. "Tell me who you were," Shenwei said. The Arbiter's non-face rippled. "I was what you are. A seer of hidden potential. A reclaimer of discarded things. I traveled the realities, collecting what others had thrown away. I saw value in everything. Every object, every person, every world. What changed? Time changed. I saw too much. I lived too long. I watched every object decay. Every person die. Every world end. The value I perceived was temporary. The potential I uncovered was fleeting. Everything I reclaimed eventually became waste again." The Arbiter's voice, the carved absence of sound, held the ghost of emotion. "I realized the truth. The universe creates in order to destroy. Creation is not the purpose. Destruction is. Creation is just pre-destruction. The making of things that will inevitably be unmade. And so you decided to accelerate the process. I decided to see clearly. To stop pretending that temporary value was real value. To accept that the only permanent state is non-existence. And that reclamation, true reclamation, means returning everything to that state." The philosophical challenge was absolute. The Arbiter's argument was logical, consistent, and, from a certain perspective, irrefutable. Everything did end. Everything was, in the long run, temporary. The value that Shenwei perceived was real, but it was also finite. The void offered infinity. Non-existence was the only permanent state. "You're not wrong about impermanence," Shenwei said. "Everything ends. The candle melts. The flower wilts. The cultivator dies." He raised Kanming, its multicolored blade a chorus of temporary existences. But the light mattered while it burned. The beauty mattered while it bloomed. The life mattered while it was lived. Sentiment. Emotional reasoning. The universe doesn't care about your feelings. No, it doesn't. And that's exactly the point. Shenwei stepped forward,
into the Arbiter's field of negation, his reclamation domain blazing with the combined existence of every reality he'd absorbed, every discarded thing he'd ever valued, every hidden potential he'd ever perceived. The universe doesn't declare value. We do. The declaration is the Dao, and the declaration, the choice to see value, to find potential, to refuse to accept that something is worthless, is worth more than the permanence you're offering. Because permanence without value is just a very long nothing. The Arbiter regarded him. In its vast absence, the spark of its former self flickered. Prove it, the entity said. And the final battle began. Chapter 91. The avatar of poisons. The Void Arbiter didn't fight directly. It manifested avatars, concentrated aspects of its cosmic intelligence, each one embodying a different category of reclaimed existence. Each avatar was composed of the unmade essence of a specific type of discarded reality, given form and purpose by the Arbiter's will. The first avatar materialized between Shunwei and the breach point, a being of crystallized toxicity, its form shifting between every poison the universe had ever produced and rejected as too dangerous. The avatar of discarded poisons, the accumulated venom of 1,000 dead realities, concentrated into a single entity of absolute lethality. Lian Yu stepped forward. This one's mine. The avatar struck with poisons that transcended conventional toxicology. Not chemical compounds, but conceptual toxins, the poison of entropy, the venom of decay, the toxicity of inevitable dissolution. Each poison attacked not the body but the concept of the body, trying to convince the target's own existence that it was harmful and should be eliminated. Lian Yu met the onslaught with her poison dual cultivation at its fullest expression. Her root absorbed the poisons, all of them, every variety, every type, and her poison root analyzed, deconstructed, and neutralized them, not by overpowering them, but by understanding them. Every poison is also medicine, Lian Yu said, her dual roots blazing with purple and green fire. It depends on the dose, the application, the intention. You've collected the universe's most dangerous toxins and concentrated them into a weapon. But concentration doesn't change the fundamental nature. Poison is still medicine. Death is still part of life. Toxicity is still a form of vitality. She extended her hands. Her poison field, enhanced by the reclamation domain's support and the boundary layer's unique energy, enveloped the avatar. The conceptual poisons, meeting a cultivator who perceived them not as weapons but as misunderstood medicines, lost their lethal intent. The avatar dissolved. Not destroyed, reclaimed. Its essence, the accumulated toxicity of dead realities, was absorbed by Lian Yu's dual roots and converted into healing energy that radiated outward, strengthening the bridge formation's tunnel and easing Bao's suffering at the entrance. Lian Yu sank to her knees, gasping. The absorption had pushed her cultivation to its absolute limit. But her eyes, purple and green, blazing with the fire of a woman who'd been told she was worthless and had proven the universe wrong, were triumphant. Next, she said. Chapter 92. The Avatar of Broken Weapons. The second avatar was a colossus of shattered metal and splintered wood. Every weapon that had ever been forged, wielded, broken, and discarded across 1,000 dead realities. The Avatar of Broken Weapons carried a blade made of every blade, a shield made of every shield, its form an ever-shifting assemblage of war's refuse. Iron Ghost and Bao faced it together. Iron Ghost, the blacksmith whose Dao heart had been shattered and reclaimed, saw the avatar with the eyes of a craftsman. Every broken weapon in its composition was a piece he could identify, not by name, but by type. The grain of the metal, the temper of the edge, the quality of the forge work. Every weapon in that thing was made by someone, Iron Ghost said, his silver eyes mapping the avatar's structure with a blacksmith's precision. Every blade was heated, hammered, shaped by hands that cared about the result. The weapons broke, but the craft that made them didn't. He raised his hammer, Pavilion forged, imbued with reclamation energy, the tool of a man who'd been broken and rebuilt. Bao stood beside him, his body cultivation radiating the solid, grounding frequency of a warrior who'd never been fancy, but had always been reliable. The avatar attacked with the accumulated force of every broken weapon, the combined striking power of 1,000,000 blades that had failed their wielders, carrying the despair and frustration of every warrior who'd watched their weapon shatter in their hand. Iron Ghost caught the first blow on his hammer. The impact was staggering. The broken weapon's collective force drove him back 3 steps, his restored meridians screaming under the strain. But he held. Broken things can be reforged, he said through gritted teeth. Stronger than before.
Bao intercepted the second blow with his body, literally. His Dao-seeking body cultivation absorbed the impact the way a mountain absorbs rain, distributing the force through his enhanced flesh and converting the kinetic energy into heat that his cultivation burned away. And some things don't need a blade to be weapons, Bao added, slamming his fist into the avatar's midsection. Together, blacksmith and body cultivator dismantled the avatar of broken weapons. Iron Ghost identified the structural weaknesses in its ever-shifting form, the junctions between different weapon types, the stress points where incompatible metals met, and Bao struck those points with the precise, overwhelming force of his body-enhanced attacks. The avatar fell apart, not shattered, disassembled. Each weapon fragment, freed from the avatar's compelled service, regained its individual identity. Iron Ghost's reclamation energy touched each one, restoring a spark of the original forger's intent. 1,000,000 broken weapons, given back their dignity. The avatar dissolved into light. Chapter 93, The Avatar of Forgotten Knowledge. The third avatar was the most dangerous. It manifested as a library, or rather, as the ghost of every library that had ever burned, every scroll that had been censored, every technique that had been forbidden, every history that had been erased. The Avatar of Forgotten Knowledge was not a combatant. It was a mind, and its weapon was the truth. The Avatar spoke to each member of the team individually, simultaneously, using the forgotten knowledge it contained to reveal uncomfortable truths that the recipients had buried in their own minds. To Bao, it said, "Your father didn't die bravely. He died because he was ordered to fight by elders who considered him expendable. His sacrifice was meaningless, a waste of life that served no strategic purpose." To Iron Ghost, it said, "Your sect didn't betray you for research. They sold you because your master owed a debt, and your life was worth less than the interest." To Lien Yu, it said, "Your parents weren't killed in a beast tide. They surrendered you to save themselves. The seal on your roots wasn't protection, it was abandonment." The truths, whether accurate or fabricated, struck at the cultivators' Dao hearts with the precision of philosophical assassins. Doubt, pain, the corrosive knowledge that the world might be worse than they'd chosen to believe. Zhen Lingxi faced the avatar alone. To her, it said, "Your grandmother was the pavilion's traitor. Her redemption was a lie she told herself. And you, carrying her bloodline, following in her footsteps, are the continuation of that betrayal." Zhen Lingxi stood in the avatar's knowledge field, surrounded by the accumulated wisdom of dead civilizations, and felt the weight of every truth, real and fabricated, pressing against her Dao heart. "Knowledge is never truly lost," she said, her voice steady despite the tears that tracked down her cheeks, only waiting to be rediscovered. She used the pavilion's teaching, the principle that had sustained the organization through its destruction and rebirth. Knowledge wasn't just facts. It was the act of knowing, the choice to learn, the willingness to face truth, even painful truth, and integrate it rather than deny it. "My grandmother was a traitor," Zhen Lingxi said. "That's true. She betrayed the people who trusted her because she was afraid. That knowledge isn't a weapon, it's a lesson. Fear destroys, trust sustains. And I am not my grandmother." She extended her hands, her pavilion heritage cultivation base resonating with the fundamental principle of her lineage, the preservation and valuation of all knowledge, regardless of its comfort. The Avatar of Forgotten Knowledge responded, not with an attack, but with recognition. The entity perceived, in Zhen Lingxi's unflinching acceptance of painful truth, the quality it valued most, the courage to know. The Avatar didn't dissolve. It submitted. The accumulated knowledge of dead civilizations, every burned library, every censored text, every forbidden technique, poured into Zhen Lingxi's spiritual sea in a torrent of information that would have shattered any lesser cultivator's mind. But Zhen Lingxi was the pavilion's lorekeeper. Her purpose was to carry knowledge, all knowledge, including the kind that hurt. She absorbed it all, and the Avatar, its purpose fulfilled, faded into light. Chapter 94, The Former Self. The path to the breach point was clear. The three avatars, poison, weapons, knowledge, had been the Arbiter's outer defenses. Beyond them, the breach point waited, and with it, the Arbiter's true form. Shen Wei approached alone. His companions had given everything they had, their strength, their sacrifice, their philosophical convictions, to clear the way. Now the final confrontation was his. The Void Arbiter coalesced. For the first time, it took a shape that resembled a person, a humanoid figure of absolute absence, wearing a crown of uncreation that flickered with the residual light of 1,000 dead realities. Its eyes were holes, not dark, not empty, but absent, places where the concept of sight had been unmade. And within those absent eyes, visible only to stage 5 sight, a spark. Tiny, almost extinguished, but present. The cultivator that the Arbiter had been before it chose the void's path. You see me, the Arbiter said. The person I was. The cultivator who saw potential in everything. I see you. Then you understand. I didn't choose to become this. I evolved. I saw everything. Every hidden potential, every discarded value, every rejected possibility in every reality I visited. And I watched it all end. Every treasure I reclaimed returned to dust. Every life I valued ended in death. Every reality I found beautiful eventually collapsed. And you concluded that the reclamation was pointless. I concluded that the only permanent reclamation is the return to non-existence. Everything else is temporary. A candle that melts. A flower that wilts. The Arbiter's form shifted, the crown of uncreation pulsing with the accumulated weight of its cosmic perspective. You say the light matters while it burns. I say the burning is suffering. Every moment of existence is a moment of future loss. The kindest thing I can do is end the burning. The philosophical challenge was the most profound Shun Wei had ever faced. Not a battle of power, but a battle of meaning. The Arbiter's argument wasn't about force, it was about truth. And the truth was that impermanence was real. Loss was real. The candle did melt. You're right about impermanence, Shun Wei said. Everything ends. But you're wrong about what that means. Explain. The candle melts. The light ends. But while it burned, the light illuminated something. Someone read by it. Someone found their way by it. Someone was warmed by it. The light's effect doesn't end when the candle does. It continues in everything the light touched. A chain of cause and effect. Ultimately meaningless, the effects themselves are temporary. No, the effects are real. They exist. They matter. Not because they're permanent, but because they happened. The act of happening, the fact that something existed, even briefly, is itself valuable. You want permanence. I want presence. And presence is enough. The Arbiter was silent. The spark in its absent eyes flickered. Prove it, it said again. Not with words. With the Dao. Shun Wei understood. The 12th chapter, the completed technique, wasn't a weapon or a formation. It was a declaration. The reclamation Dao's ultimate expression, the choice to value existence, not because existence was permanent, but because it was real. He activated the 12th chapter. Chapter 95, the light that matters. The technique was not an attack. Shun Wei's nascent soul, transformed by the boundary layer's revelations, enhanced by the essence of dead realities, burning with the stage 5 sight's comprehensive perception, projected outward. Not as force, not as energy, but as understanding. The accumulated comprehension of the reclamation Dao, from the first breath of qi in a waste pit to the cosmic truth of the 12th chapter, radiated from his being like light from a star. The understanding was simple. So simple that it had taken a universe's worth of discarded wisdom to see it clearly. The value of a thing is not diminished by its impermanence. A moment of existence is worth the same as an eternity of non-existence. Because existence is the miracle, non-existence is the default. Every object, every person, every heartbeat, every breath is an impossible victory over the nothing that came before and the nothing that will come after. And the act of seeing that value, of perceiving the miracle in the mundane, the treasure in the trash, the hidden potential in every discarded thing, is itself the greatest expression of existence's defiance of the void. The reclamation Dao was not a technique. It was an act of faith. The faith that looking for value was worthwhile, even in a universe that offered no guarantees. The understanding hit the void Arbiter like a philosophical earthquake. The entity, which had spent eons arguing for the meaninglessness of existence, was confronted not with a counter-argument, but with an experience. Shun Wei's projection carried with it the full weight of his life. Every moment of seeing value where others saw waste. The cracked jade slip that burned his eyes. The failed pills that began his cultivation. Old Man Su's sharp eyes beneath a bamboo hat. Bao's grin when his father's sword sang again. Lian Yu's tears when her roots awoke. Iron ghosts restored hands. Zhen Lingxi's courage in facing her ancestry. The waste pit's glow. Sa Ming's song. The pavilion's crystal, carrying 8 centuries of hope through the darkness. Every discarded thing that had been found. Every hidden potential that had been revealed. Every broken thing that had been made stronger through reclamation. The Arbiter felt it all. And in its vast, empty consciousness, the spark that had been dying for eons blazed. I remember, the Arbiter whispered. I remember what it felt like. To find something beautiful in the trash. To hold a broken thing and see what it could become. To look at the world and see possibility. That's the reclamation Dao, Shun Wei said. Not a technique. Not a philosophy. A choice. The choice to see value. The choice to believe that the seeing matters. But it ends. Everything ends. Everything ends. And then someone finds it in the trash and sees the value again. That's reclamation. That's the cycle. Not permanence, continuity. The light passes from candle to candle. Different flames. Same warmth. The arbiter's crown of uncreation flickered. The cosmic intelligence, the vast entity of negation that had consumed 1,000 realities, hesitated. And in that hesitation, Shunwei saw what the void arbiter truly was. Not a cosmic force, not an inevitable entropy, but a person who had given up hope. A reclamation cultivator who had seen too much loss and concluded that seeing was suffering. A trash collector who had decided that the trash was all there was. The arbiter had hidden potential. Deep within the entity of nothingness, suppressed by eons of nihilistic conviction, the original cultivator's belief that things have value, that existence matters, that the act of seeing is worthwhile, still existed. It had never been destroyed. It had just been discarded. Chapter 96. The Sovereign's Reclamation. Shun Wei reclaimed it. His Stage 5 sight perceived the spark of the arbiter's original self, the cultivator's belief in value, buried beneath eons of negation. His reclamation core, evolved through the absorption of multiple realities' essence, reached into the entity's vast absence and found the hidden potential within. The same way he'd found value in failed pills. The same way he'd seen through Lien Yu's sealed roots. The same way he'd restored Iron Ghost's shattered core. The arbiter was broken. The arbiter could be reclaimed. Shun Wei's nascent soul reached into the void and grasped the spark. The arbiter screamed, not in pain, but in recognition. The touch of reclamation energy on its buried self ignited the spark, and the forgotten cultivator's belief blazed outward through the entity's cosmic consciousness like a fire through a dry forest. The arbiter fought itself. The cosmic intelligence, the eons of nihilistic conviction, battled the awakening spark of its original self. Uncreation versus creation, negation versus value, the vast weight of despair against the tiny, stubborn flame of hope. Shun Wei poured everything he had into the spark. His cultivation, his understanding, his philosophy, his life. The 12th chapter's completed technique, expressed not as a formation but as a pure projection of the reclamation Dao's truth. You have hidden potential. You, the being of nothingness, the intelligence of the void, the entity that has consumed 1,000 realities. You have value. Your belief in meaninglessness is itself meaningful because it exists. Your despair is evidence of a capacity for hope. Your negation is evidence of a capacity for creation. You are not nothing. You are a cultivator who forgot why they cultivated. And I am here to remind you. The arbiter fractured. The cosmic entity, torn between its eons of nihilism and the awakening spark of its original self, could not sustain both. The paradox, believing in meaninglessness while containing the capacity for meaning, shattered its philosophical foundation. The uncreation cycle reversed. The spatial tiers, powered by the arbiter's will, stopped expanding. The unenergy that had been flooding through the boundary layer paused, wavered, and began to withdraw. Shun Wei broke through to sovereign. Not through power, through understanding. The 12th chapter's truth, that the declaration of value is the highest expression of the Dao, aligned his cultivation with the fundamental nature of the universe. His nascent soul transformed, transcending the limitations of a dimensional being and becoming something more, a cultivator who existed not just in reality, but in the principle that sustained reality. His reclamation domain expanded to cosmic scale. Within its influence, the unmade things began to reform. The spatial tiers closed, one by one, the boundary layer healing as the arbiter's will faltered. The trapped people in the boundary layer were expelled back into reality. The dead world's fragments stirred, their preserved essences releasing back into the cycle of creation. The void arbiter's domain collapsed. Chapter 97. The final truth, but Shun Wei was losing. The arbiter, even fractured, was infinite. The void was not a being, it was a state of existence. A fundamental aspect of the universe that could not be defeated because it was not alive. The cultivator within the arbiter was awakening, yes. But the void itself, the cosmic reality of non-existence, the universe's baseline state, was not going away. Shun Wei's sovereign-level reclamation domain held the void at bay, but the effort was unsustainable. He was one person, finite, mortal in the most fundamental sense. The void was eternal. He couldn't out-reclaim the entire void. The math was simple and merciless, infinite non-existence versus finite existence. The void would win, eventually, because it didn't have to win. It just had to wait. Lien Yu reached him. She'd fought through the boundary layer's residual hazards, her poison cultivation sustaining her through environments that should have been lethal. She was injured, exhausted, her dual roots flickering at the edge of burnout. She found him at the breach point, his sovereign-level aura blazing against the void's infinity, and she saw what he saw, a battle that couldn't be won through force. You don't have to reclaim everything, she said. Just prove that one thing, one single thing, is worth keeping. She kissed him, not briefly, not desperately, slowly, deliberately, an act of presence in the face of absence, an assertion of value in the heart of the void. The kiss was temporary. Everything was temporary, but it was real. It existed. It happened. And the void could not unmake what had already happened. Shenwei understood. The 12th chapter's final truth, not the cosmic principle, not the philosophical argument, but the personal truth that the founder had been searching for and never found. You don't save the world by proving it should be saved. You save the world by loving one thing in it enough to fight for it. The rest follows. Thank you, he whispered against her lips. Save the world first. Thank me later. He turned to the void arbiter, the fractured entity, the awakening cultivator, the cosmic intelligence in philosophical crisis. And he did not try to reclaim the void. He reclaimed the arbiter. Chapter 98. The paradox shatters. Shenwei focused his stage 5 sight, the sight that perceived the fundamental essence of all things, the boundary between creation and destruction, the spectrum of existence in its totality, on the void arbiter. And he saw what no one had ever seen. The arbiter had hidden potential, not the cosmic entity, the person inside it. The original cultivator, the one who had seen beauty in trash and wonder in waste, the one who had given up hope after watching everything they valued end. That person was still there, buried beneath eons of negation, preserved by the same boundary layer stasis that had preserved the fragments of dead realities. A discarded cultivator, trapped inside the void's intelligence, waiting to be found. Shenwei reached into the arbiter with his reclamation core's full power, the combined essence of every reality he'd absorbed, every discarded thing he'd ever valued, every moment of existence that had mattered. His sovereign-level energy, focused to a point of absolute precision by the stage 5 sight, pierced the arbiter's vast absence and found the buried self. You claimed everything is waste, Shenwei said to the spark within the void. But you yourself contain hidden value. The person you were, the cultivator who believed in meaning, still exists inside you. You declared yourself nothing, but you're something. You always were. The paradox hit the arbiter like a supernova. The entity had claimed that everything was waste, that all of creation was garbage to be reclaimed by the void. But the entity itself contained hidden value. The person within it, the belief in meaning, the capacity for hope, was proof that even the void's intelligence was not truly empty. If the arbiter contained value, then the arbiter's own philosophy was wrong. The being of nothingness was not nothing. The intelligence of the void was not void. And if the arbiter was wrong about itself, it was wrong about everything. The paradox cascaded. The arbiter's philosophical foundation, the conviction that everything returns to nothing, crumbled as the entity confronted the impossibility of its own existence. It existed. It had always existed. And existence, by the arbiter's own reasoning, was the void's rejected waste. The void arbiter was the void's trash. And Shenwei had just reclaimed it. The entity's domain shattered. The boundary layers warping collapsed as the arbiter's will dissolved into philosophical crisis. The spatial tiers, nodes of the cosmic formation, lost their sustaining energy and began to close, sealing one by one across the continent as the breach healed itself. The arbiter did not die. It fractured, the cosmic intelligence separating from the buried cultivator within. The void's awareness retreated to its natural state, the passive, purposeless non-existence that had existed before a cultivator had given it will. Without the arbiter's direction, the void was just the void. Empty, eternal, but no longer hungry. And the cultivator, the person who had been the arbiter, the trash collector who had lost hope, emerged. Not physically, spiritually. A consciousness, ancient and battered and broken, released from eons of self-imposed imprisonment in the void's intelligence. The consciousness drifted in the boundary layer, formless, purposeless, barely alive. Shenwei caught it. The reclamation core, designed to perceive and preserve hidden potential, cradled the ancient cultivator's consciousness with the same care that Shenwei had once used to cradle a cracked jade slip in a waste pit. Rest, Shenwei said. You've been carrying the weight of the void for a very long time. Let someone else carry it for a while. The consciousness flickered once, gratitude, relief, the faintest echo of the cultivator it had been, and went dormant. Safe, hidden, valued, reclaimed. Creation flooded back. The boundary layer healed, the tears sealed, and reality reasserted itself with the quiet confidence of something that had never truly been in danger. The void retreated to its proper place, the background of existence, the canvas on which creation painted, the silence between the notes of the universe's song. Shinwei stood in the boundary layer, sovereign in cultivation, stage 5 in perception, carrying the ancient cultivator's consciousness in his reclamation core like a treasure in a pocket. 14 minutes remaining on the tunnel. Iron Ghost's voice crackled through the formation link, strained but triumphant. Whatever you did, the tiers are closing. All of them. Across the entire continent. I'm coming home, Shinwei said. He took Lian Yu's hand. Together, they walked back through the boundary layer, through the bridge of reclamation's tunnel, and into the light of a world that had almost been thrown away. Chapter 99. The dawn of understanding. The return to reality was like surfacing from deep water. Light. Warmth. The rich, varied, endlessly detailed tapestry of existence that Shinwei's essence sight, painted in colors no mortal eye could perceive. The broken wastes, cracked terrain, the converging spirit veins beneath Azure Peak, the distant shimmer of cities and forests and oceans, all of it blazing with the hidden potential that he'd spent his life learning to see. The crystal was empty, its 8 centuries of stored energy expended on the bridge formation, the heart of the pavilion reduced to an inert shell of spirit crystal. But the knowledge it had contained lived on, in Shinwei's nascent soul, in Zhen Lingxi's expanded consciousness, in the Coalition's libraries and training manuals and living traditions. The container was gone. The contents endured. Bao collapsed the moment the boundary layer's pressure released. His body, pushed beyond every conceivable limit by his anchor duty, simply stopped cooperating. Iron Ghost caught him before he hit the ground, and Lian Yu's emergency medical compounds stabilized his cultivation before the damage became permanent. Is he going to be okay? Shinwei asked. He's going to sleep for a week, Lian Yu said. But he's going to be fine. She paused. We're all going to be fine. The spatial tiers sealed across the continent over the following days, the boundary layers healing propagating outward from the epicenter like ripples in reverse. The unmade terrain, the patches of non-existence where the void's energy had dissolved reality, remained as scars, but they were no longer growing. Over time, Shinwei's reclamation domain would heal even those, encouraging existence to reassert itself in the empty spaces. The world breathed. The cultivation world's reaction was, as expected, complicated. The Orthodox Alliance, fractured, leaderless, shaken by the void crisis, no longer had the political coherence to oppose the pavilion. Mu Tianxiao, the former Grand Elder, emerged from his self-imposed exile and approached the pavilion not as an enemy, but as a student. His 4 centuries of purity-based cultivation, disrupted by the reclamation domain's philosophical challenge, was rebuilding itself on a broader foundation, one that acknowledged diversity's value. The coalition solidified from a wartime alliance into a permanent organization. Not a sect, something new. An association of diverse cultivation paths, united not by methodology, but by principle. The recognition that every path has value, that no tradition is inherently superior, that the cultivation world's strength lay in its diversity. The Heavenly Reclamation Pavilion became the association's core, not its ruler, but its heart. The philosophy that nothing is truly waste, that hidden potential exists in everything, became the association's founding principle. Not a law to be enforced, but a truth to be lived. Shinwei, sovereign of the Reclamation Dao, did not take a throne or claim a title. He returned to Azure Peak and resumed his original work, assessing the sect's waste stream for items of hidden value. The first morning back, he pushed his cart to the Alchemy Pavilion's rear door. A new guard, a young outer disciple who joined the sect after Shinwei's departure, looked at him with confusion. Who are you? Shinwei smiled. I'm the waste reclamation specialist. I'm here for the trash. The disciple's eyes widened as recognition dawned. The legendary Shinwei, sovereign cultivator, savior of the world, pushing a wooden cart up a stone stairway. But you can't. Someone has to do it. Shinwei took the first bin and began sorting its contents, his stage 5 sight illuminating each piece of refuse with the hidden light of potential. You'd be surprised what people throw away. He transcended that afternoon. Not with drama, not with cosmic revelation. Just a quiet moment in the waste pit, surrounded by the accumulated refuse of the Azure Peak sect, his hands dirty and his eyes burning with the light of the essence sight. Eternal Dao, true transcendence. The state of one who sees and preserves the value in all things. Not a level of power, but a level of understanding. The comprehension that the Dao doesn't exist at the top of the mountain or the bottom of the ocean or the center of the void. It exists in the trash.
in the things people throw away, in the potential they overlook, in the value they dismiss. Shenwei picked up a cracked spirit stone, drained, gray, worthless by any measure, and saw the light inside. The same light he'd seen that first day, when a jade slip burned his eyes and changed everything. The same light that had been there all along. Chapter 100. The Dao Continues. The world healed. It took years, not months. The scars of the void's incursion, the patches of unexistence, the damaged spirit veins, the traumatized populations, required sustained effort from the entire cultivation world. The coalition's diverse capabilities proved essential. Body cultivators rebuilt physical infrastructure, formation innovators repaired spiritual networks, poison specialists neutralized residual unenergy contamination, and reclamation cultivators, trained by Shenwei's methods, guided by the Pavilion's teachings, found hidden value in the damaged landscape and helped restore it. The Azure Peak sect changed. The sect's founding artifacts, including the seal that Shenwei had recovered from the formation core, now understood as a Pavilion relic, were displayed in a museum that told the story of the sect's true origins. The waste pits were preserved as a historical site, with a plaque that read, "Here, a trash collector changed the world." The Pavilion's deep vault became a cultivation sanctuary, its ancient garden tended by a new generation of reclamation cultivators. The reclamation bloom regrew, slowly, stubbornly, from a cutting that Shenwei had preserved during the Void Crisis. In 100 years, it would bloom again. Old Man Su's sacrifice was honored with a monument at the waste pit's center, built from reclaimed materials. The inscription was simple: Su Changming, Dao Lord, Guardian, Teacher. He found value in the world's refuse and protected it for 80 years. He was not wasted. Shenwei and Lian Yu led the Pavilion together. Their partnership, romantic, professional, philosophical, became the model for the coalition's collaborative approach. They were different enough to challenge each other and similar enough to understand. The trash collector and the poison cultivator. The seer of hidden potential and the wielder of misunderstood medicine. They had 2 children. Both inherited the essence sight. Fatty Bao became the Pavilion's head of security and the coalition's chief training officer. His body cultivation reached Dao Lord after a decade of sustained training, and his combat school, the garbage fighting style, as he insisted on calling it, produced warriors who confounded conventional opponents with their unpredictable techniques. Iron Ghost became the coalition's chief forge master, operating a network of forges across the continent that produced equipment from reclaimed materials. His creations were prized throughout the cultivation world, weapons and artifacts forged from things others had thrown away, each one carrying the philosophical weight of the reclamation Dao. Zhen Lingxi became the Pavilion's lorekeeper and the curator of the knowledge she'd absorbed from the avatar of forgotten knowledge. The accumulated wisdom of dead realities, properly organized and translated, added entire new disciplines to the cultivation world's understanding. Her library became the most comprehensive repository of knowledge in the world. The ancient cultivator's consciousness, the person who had been the void arbiter, was cradled in Shenwei's reclamation core for decades, slowly healing, gradually rebuilding a sense of self. On a quiet morning 50 years after the Void Crisis, the consciousness awoke. "Where am I?" it asked. "Home," Shenwei said, "in a world that sees value in discarded things." The cultivator wept, not with despair, as they had for eons, with relief, with gratitude, with the overwhelming sensation of existing, truly existing, with consciousness and feeling and the capacity for hope, after an eternity of deliberate non-existence. "Is it worth it?" the ancient cultivator asked. "Existing? Even knowing it ends?" Shenwei looked out from the summit of Azure Peak. His Stage 5 sight painted the world in hidden light, every stone, every tree, every person, every breath of wind glowing with the potential that only he could see. The waste pit at the mountain's base, where his journey had begun, still received the sect's daily refuse. New trash, new potential, new hidden value waiting to be found. "It's worth everything," Shenwei said. The ancient cultivator smiled, the first smile in an eternity, and began the long, slow process of rebuilding a life from the ashes of nihilism. Reclaimed. Years passed. Decades. Centuries. Shenwei stood on the summit of Azure Peak on a morning that was ordinary in every way that mattered. The sun rose. The waste pits filled. The sect's disciples, a mixture of orthodox and unorthodox cultivators, studying side by side in a world that had learned to value diversity, went about their daily routines. His essence sight, at its 5th and final stage, showed him the world as it truly was, a universe of hidden potential, infinite in variety, temporary in every individual expression, eternal in the process of transformation that connected every moment to every other moment. Nothing was wasted. Nothing was worthless. The Dao discarded nothing. Only mortals did. And even the discarding was temporary, because somewhere, someday, someone with the right eyes would look at what had been thrown away and see the light inside. Lian Yu joined him on the summit. Her hair, once black, was now streaked with silver. Her eyes still held the threads of purple and green that had blazed since the day Shun Wei unsealed her roots. She was beautiful in the way that everything was beautiful to the essence side, not because she was perfect, but because she was real. "What are you looking at?" she asked. "Everything." She smiled. "Same as always." He took her hand. They stood together on the mountain's peak, overlooking a world that glowed with the hidden light of 1,000 billion discarded possibilities, each one waiting to be found, each one worth the finding. The Tao of reclamation endured, and so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.